In a realm of terror and impending doom, Sheng finds himself reborn as a master of the SSSS rank, having traversed into a world plagued by malevolent spirits. Here, the boundaries between the realm of the living and the ghostly domain blur, with malevolent entities wreaking havoc. Countless ghostly realms, dungeons, and abyssal depths await exploration, and survival demands that each individual undergo a vocational transformation to ascend in power. Initially, Sheng is relegated to the role of a Taoist, his classification a dismal D rank, earning him scorn from his adoptive parents and disdain from his younger brother. Fortuitously, he undergoes a second transformation, ascending to the illustrious SSS rank, the pinnacle of vocational achievement. This grants him access to the divine passive skill, the heart of the master, elevating all skills he acquires to cataclysmic levels. Thus, Sheng embarks on his journey, having just mastered a fundamental lightning summoning technique. Chapter 1. The Eerie World. In the Moon Spirit community, the illumination is dim. The entire neighborhood is enveloped in an unsettling silence. Upon raising his gaze, one observes that every household hangs a large red lantern outside their windows. Each lantern is adorned with a yellow talisman, designed to subdue malevolent spirits. A sinister breeze sweeps through, causing the lanterns to sway ominously, creaking as they move. This eerie atmosphere sends chills down the spine. In a Lu household, a family is gathered, sharing laughter and joy over a meal. Lu Shushan, his face flushed with excitement, stands and raises his wine glass, laughing heartily. My family's ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke, allowing my son to transition to the fire-based ghost technique. His ranking is an exceptionally rare A-class. Haha. Lu Shushan's son, Lu Ming, and Lu's mother join the laughter. At the dining table, Sheng sits apart, feeling distinctly out of place. He is the adopted son, having been taken in by Lu Shushan since childhood. In comparison to Lu Shushan's biological son, Lu Ming, his treatment within the Lu family is markedly inferior. Sheng gazes upon the Lu family, celebrating, a hint of sentiment reflected in his eyes. He is, in fact, a traveler from a distant azure planet, inexplicably transported to this peculiar world. Indeed, this world can only be described as bizarre. Currently, it is a realm intertwined with a game titled Ghostly Maze, where the game has seeped into reality. The entire world is plagued by spirits, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, devoid of sunlight throughout the day. Once night falls, venturing outdoors becomes impossible. The residents must be fortified with talismans to ensure safety from malevolent spirits. Stepping outside the Bay City entails confronting a deluge of sinister entities. Countless ghostly domains, secret realms, and abyssal depths abound. In order to survive in this world, its inhabitants must undergo class transitions and fervently level up to enhance their strength. Father, you may look forward to enjoying a life of comfort, Lu Ming exclaims with unwavering confidence. Lu Shushan bursts into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Lu Ma praises her son's promising future, expressing relief that they will no longer endure suffering. Brother, today we will undergo our class transitions. I am curious about the profession you have chosen. Lu Ming suddenly shifts the conversation towards Sheng. Sheng is 2 months elder than Lu Ming. Though merely an adopted son, Lu Ming often refers to him as brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan and Lu Ma turn their attention to Sheng, momentarily forgetting about their adopted son in their excitement for their biological child. Like Lu Ming, Sheng also participates in a class transition. Well, I suppose I shall refrain from elaborating. Sheng fell silent for a moment. His profession was somewhat unremarkable. Alas, what is there to conceal? Speak up. Lu Shushan's voice was robust, his large hand gesturing impatiently. Yet, judging by his foster son's demeanor, it seemed his profession was not particularly impressive. Xiao Sheng, it matters not if your profession is good or bad, even if it is lacking. You can always find a job to support yourself. Lu Ma interjected. Brother, do share. Lu Ming's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Sheng. He appeared quite self-satisfied, seemingly eager to engage Sheng in a contest of sorts. Seeing that he could not evade the inquiry, Sheng chuckled softly and declared, My profession is merely that of a Taoist. Taoist? The three were momentarily taken aback. Lu Shushan frowned. A Taoist is not without merit, yet there exists a spectrum of strength among them. What is your profession's rating? Indeed, Xiao Sheng, what is the rating of your profession? Lu Ma inquired. The profession rating. It serves as the most reliable standard for gauging the strength of a vocation. In this world, the highest profession rating is SSS level, followed by SS level, S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, E level, and finally F level. Younger brother Lu Ming's profession is fire-based ghost sorcery. It resembles a mage-type vocation. His skills are entirely ghostly arts, wielding formidable power against specters. His rating is a rare A level, just beneath S level, indicating that his profession possesses significant potential. This was also the reason for Lu Shushan's great delight. In the gaze of the three, Yi Sheng let out a sigh and reluctantly said, "Well, it's only AD rank." The profession of a Taoist is indeed quite respectable, yet there are various classifications within it, with skills typically enhancing damage against specters. However, Yi Sheng's Taoist is merely a blank slate, devoid of any categorization, thus earning only a D rank evaluation. The potential is exceedingly low. D rank? So low. The three were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter. From a young age, he had a penchant for comparing himself with Yi Sheng, driven by an intense competitive spirit. Even in their race to school, he felt compelled to arrive ahead of Yi Sheng each day to feel satisfied. At this moment, upon hearing that Yi Sheng's profession bore merely a D rank evaluation far inferior to his own, his heart instantly felt a sense of relief. So low? Lu Shushan furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. After a moment, as if arriving at a grave decision, he spoke coldly. "Xiao Sheng, from tomorrow onwards, you should abandon the path of a cultivator. It is best for you to find a legitimate job and earn some money. Your younger brother will require substantial resources for cultivation in the future, and you must contribute." Uncle Lu, Yi Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Shushan was actually suggesting that he work to support Lu Ming's cultivation. This was tantamount to asking him to relinquish his own future entirely. It's settled then. Without waiting for Yi Sheng to elaborate, Lu Shushan decisively made his ruling. This left Yi Sheng's face a tumult of emotions, his heart igniting with an uncontainable fury. From a young age, he had been treated differently by Lu Shushan. Whatever was good, it was always Lu Ming who got to use it first. Even when both individuals fell ill simultaneously, the priority was to rush Lu Ming to the hospital, leaving him FO. Forgotten at home to endure his fever alone. Now that he has matured, the situation remains unchanged. Yi Sheng fell into silence. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Shushan had provided him with nurturing care. "Go ahead." Lu Shushan waved his hand, redirecting his focus back to his biological son, Lu Ming. Clearly, the prospect of Lu Ming transitioning to an agreed potential profession brought immense excitement to the entire Lu family. It seemed they would hardly find sleep that night. "What should I do?" Yi Sheng sighed, collapsing onto the bed, his gaze vacant as it fixated on the peeling ceiling. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng summoned the attribute panel. Character, Yi Sheng. Profession, Taoist. Profession rating, D grade. Level, first transition, level 0. Skills, Thunder Summoning Technique, LV1. Talent Passive Awakening, 99.86. Yi Sheng glanced over the panel, his attention drawn to the talent passive at the end, pondering, what does this talent passive awakening 99.86 signify? He scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, a series of notification chimes resonated in his mind. Ding! Talent passive awakening successful. Ding! Talent passive Heart of the Celestial Master activated. Ding! Secondary transition activated. Congratulations, secondary transition complete. New profession, Celestial Master. Talent passive Heart of the Celestial Master triggered. Thunder Summoning Technique automatically upgraded to catastrophic level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. Chapter 2. The Celestial Master. A momentous event shaking the Federation. What? A barrage of notification sounds bombarded Yi Sheng, leaving him bewildered. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed him, rendering him momentarily incapable of digesting it all. Swish! The attribute panel reappeared before Yi Sheng, its alterations immediately apparent. Yi Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon it. Character: Yi Sheng. Occupation: Celestial Master. Occupation rating: SSSS grade. Level: 1 transition, 0 level. Innate passive: Heart of the Celestial Master. What is this? Yi Sheng cast a quick glance at the attribute panel, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. First and foremost, he noticed that his occupation had transformed. He was no longer Taoist, but had ascended to Celestial Master. Moreover, the rating for the Celestial Master was a staggering SSSS grade. Hiss. Upon seeing this rating, Yi Sheng instinctively inhaled sharply. He vividly recalled that the mightiest occupation in this world was merely rated SSS grade. The rating of the Celestial Master had astonishingly reached the terrifying SSSS grade. It surpassed the strongest profession in existence. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the Taoist ranking suddenly shifted. The Taoist ranking was inscribed on a magnificent golden stone. It documented 100 professions, each more formidable than the last, ranked accordingly on this Taoist ranking. It can be said that the most powerful 100 professions in the world were enumerated here. And at this moment, the Taoist ranking, which had remained steadfast for years, suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. This ranking had been refreshed. Once the premier SS grade profession, it has now been relegated to second place. In a brilliant flash, the name inscribed in gilded letters on the top position revealed itself. First place, profession, Celestial Master. Rating, SSS grade. As the final strokes were etched, the entire Tao stone tablet erupted in a cascade of golden light. Above the imperial city, ominous clouds gathered, heralding an otherworldly phenomenon. This abrupt turn of events startled the guardians of the Tao rankings. Alas, the Tao rankings have been refreshed once more. One guard exclaimed, astonished. Wait, it's the first place that has been updated. How can this be possible? The guards are taken aback. The profession that had dominated the Tao rankings for over a decade had never wavered until this night, when it was usurped. This was undoubtedly a monumental occurrence, worthy of making headlines the very next morning. With widened eyes, the guards peered at the top position, eager to discern which profession had supplanted the former leader. Celestial Master. What is a Celestial Master? Initially stunned, the guards quickly became agitated upon seeing the profession's rating. Good heavens, am I seeing things? SSS grade. How can this be? They gasped as if witnessing a ghost. Meanwhile, far away in the Ghost Mountain City at the Moon Spirit Community, Yi Sheng remained blissfully unaware of this upheaval, still breathless as he delved into the changes of his own profession. SSS grade. Celestial Master. Oh my heavens. Yi Sheng involuntarily groaned, nearly overwhelmed by the sudden wave of astonishment. After a considerable moment, he steadied his mind and continued to gaze downward. The passive ability, Heart of the Celestial Master? What on earth is this? Yi Sheng looked closer. Skills learned from the Heart of the Celestial Master automatically upgrade to the level of destruction. What does this mean? Yi Sheng cast a fleeting glance, struggling to comprehend its significance. However, upon discovering that the skill had transformed into 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, enlightenment struck him instantly. His original skill was lightning summoning. He had employed lightning summoning before, and even at full force, he could only conjure a spark from his fingertip. Those who witnessed it had mercilessly ridiculed him. But now, lightning summoning had astonishingly evolved into 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Destruction level skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder LV1. One of the supreme Taoist secret arts, summons the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to purge impurities and vanquish. Vil, with a coverage radius of 100 miles. Attack power increases by. Damage against ghostly entities increases by. Note, upgraded from lightning summoning, due to its overwhelming power and vast range. Use with caution. What is this? Yi Sheng perused the skill description, utterly astounded. Had the description not been so explicit, he would have thought his eyes were deceiving him. Attack power increases by. Damage against ghostly entities increases by. Is this not utterly extraordinary? Yi Sheng stood in sheer disbelief. No wonder it was deemed a destruction-level skill. An increase of 20 in attack power for a common skill was already considered remarkable. Where could there be such an exaggerated increase? And With this innate passive ability heart of the Celestial Master, does it imply that all skills learned henceforth will be elevated to the level of devastation? Sheng's expression turned dazed. A night passed in silence. By the break of dawn, Sheng appeared at the dining table, sporting two dark circles under his eyes. The previous night, he had scarcely closed his eyes. The reason was simple. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Anyone bestowed with such an extraordinary profession would surely find it impossible to sleep through the night. Let's eat. At the table, Lu Shushan was sipping a bowl of porridge. He glanced at Yi Sheng, but offered little attention thereafter. Instead, he turned to Lu Ma beside him and inquired, "Where is Lu Ming? Is he still asleep?" Lu Ma smiled indulgently. He stayed up late last night, let him sleep a little longer. As their conversation lingered, a figure burst forth from the bedroom in a whirlwind. Lu Ming, clad in pajamas, bore a look of astonishment on his face, running and exclaiming loudly. Something big, something monumental has occurred. Lu Shushan frowned at the commotion. What is the matter? Why such a fuss? Lu Ming, brimming with excitement, plopped down in a chair and declared loudly, "Last night, the Heavenly Tao rankings were actually refreshed." The Heavenly Tao rankings were refreshed? Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The Heavenly Tao rankings. It represents a monumental edict from the Supreme Rules, inscribed with the 100 most formidable professions in this realm. Every profession that ascends the ranks is nothing short of extraordinary. The Heavenly Tao rankings have been refreshed, heralding the emergence of an extraordinary profession in His world. This is indeed a significant event. Lu Shushan, unusually solemn, inquired with curiosity while sipping his kanji, "What profession has emerged? What rank does it hold?" Lu Ming's lips trembled as he uttered astonishing news. "Heavenly Master. It occupies the very first position. It has displaced the former number one." What? Lu Shushan was astounded. With a clatter, his chopsticks fell onto the table, leaving him utterly speechless. He had assumed that merely another peculiar profession had surfaced within the top 100. Little did he anticipate that the first place would be usurped. This was undoubtedly a seismic event that would reverberate throughout the entire Federation. Equally taken aback was another individual. Yi Sheng, who had previously been indifferent and engrossed in his meal, was now rendered motionless by the revelation. Chapter 2, Celestial Master. A momentous event shaking the Federation. What? A barrage of notification sounds bombarded Yi Sheng, leaving him bewildered. Simultaneously, he found the influx of information overwhelming, difficult to digest all at once. Suddenly, the attribute panel reappeared before Yi Sheng, and the changes were startlingly evident. Yi Sheng widened his eyes in astonishment. Character: Yi Sheng Profession, Celestial Master Profession Rating, SSSS level. First transition 0 level talent passive, part of the Celestial Master. What? Yi Sheng glanced at the attribute panel, nearly losing his composure. The first thing that caught his attention was that his profession had changed. He was no longer a Taoist but had transformed into a Celestial Master. Moreover, the profession rating of Celestial Master was a terrifying SSSS level. Hiss. Upon seeing this rating, Yi Sheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He distinctly remembered that the strongest profession in this world was merely rated SSS. The rating of the Celestial Master had astonishingly reached the fearsome SSSS. It surpassed the strongest profession in this realm. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, the Heavenly Tao ranking suddenly transformed. The Heavenly Tao ranking is a massive golden stone inscribed with 100 professions. Each profession is more formidable than the last. Ranked by this Heavenly Tao ranking, it can be said that the strongest 100 professions in this world are all listed here. And at this moment, the Heavenly Tao ranking, which had long remained unchanged, suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. This ranking had actually been refreshed. The originally top-ranked SSS profession was usurped from its position, now relegated to second place. And instead, the first position glimmered with golden light, revealing several embossed golden characters. Rank 1. Profession: Celestial Master. Rating: SSSS. As a few strokes were completed, the entire Heavenly Tao steel shimmered like a cascading waterfall of golden light. Above the Imperial City, ominous clouds gathered, heralding a celestial phenomenon. This sudden turn of events startled the guardians of the Heavenly Tao rankings. Alas, the rankings have been refreshed once more. One guard exclaimed in astonishment. No, the one that has changed is still the top rank. How could this be? Several guards were left in shock. The profession that had dominated the heavenly Tao rankings for over a decade had never wavered. Yet, on this very night, it was usurped. This was undoubtedly a significant event, worthy of making headlines by dawn. The guards widened their eyes, gazing toward the top position, eager to discover which profession had replaced the former number one. Celestial Master. What is a Celestial Master? The guards were momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the profession's rating, their composure quickly unraveled. My goodness. Surely. My eyes do not deceive me. SSSS. How is this possible? They exclaimed, as if witnessing a ghost. Meanwhile, far away in the Ghost Mountain City, within the Moon Spirit community, Sheng remained blissfully unaware of this upheaval. He continued to breathe heavily, engrossed in studying the changes to his profession. SSSS. Celestial Master. My heavens. Sheng could not help but groan, nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. It took him considerable time to regain his composure and continue his examination. The innate passive skill, Heart of the Celestial Master? What might this be? Sheng peered closer. Skills learned from the Heart of the Celestial Master automatically upgrade to destruction level. What does this mean? Sheng cast a glance, not fully comprehending its significance. However, upon seeing the skill transform into Divine Thunder of the Nine Heavens, he instantaneously understood. His original skill was Thunder Summoning. He had previously utilized Thunder Summoning, and even when exerting all his strength, it could merely emit a spark from his fingertip, drawing ruthless laughter from those who witnessed it. But now, Thunder Summoning had evolved into Divine Thunder of the Nine Heavens. Destruction level skill, Divine Thunder of the Nine Heavens, LV1, one of the supreme Taoist secret arts, summons the Divine Thunder of the Nine Heavens to purge filth and vanquish evil, covering a radius of 100 miles. Attack power increased by. Enhanced damage against ghostly entities by. Note, evolved from Thunder Summoning. Due to its immense power and extensive range, use with caution. What? Sheng gazed at the skill description, utterly astonished. Were it not for the clear writing of the skill information, he might have thought his eyes were deceiving him. Attack power increased by. Enhanced damage against ghostly entities by. This was utterly phenomenal. Sheng was left dumbfounded. No wonder it was deemed a destruction level skill. An ordinary skill with a mere 20 increase in attack power was already considered impressive. Where could one find an enhancement of such staggering proportions? Moreover, with this passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master, did this imply that every skill he learned in the future would ascend to destruction level? Sheng stood in a daze. The night passed in silence. By the following morning, Sheng appeared at the dining table with dark circles under his eyes. The previous night, he had hardly slept at all. The reason was simple. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Anyone endowed with such an extraordinary profession would undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep through the night. At the dining table, Lu Shushan sipped from a bowl of congee, casting only a fleeting glance at Sheng before diverting his attention to Lu Ma, inquiring, "Where's Lu Ming? Is he still in bed?" Lu Ma replied with a tender smile, explaining that he had stayed up late the previous night and deserved a little more rest. Just as their conversation concluded, a whirlwind of energy burst forth from the bedroom. Clad in pajamas and wearing a look of astonishment, Lu Ming dashed in, exclaiming loudly, "Something big. Something monumental has happened." Lu Shushan frowned at the commotion, questioning, "What is the fuss all about?" With palpable excitement, Lu Ming plopped himself onto a chair and declared, "Last night, the Celestial Tao rankings were unexpectedly updated. The Celestial Tao rankings have been refreshed?" Lu Shushan was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The Celestial Tao rankings were a significant edict from the Supreme Rule, inscribed with the strongest 100 professions in this world. To have a profession listed meant they were extraordinary beings. An update signified the emergence of another unparalleled vocation. This was indeed a momentous event. Lu Shushan, rarely serious, continued to sip his congee while inquiring with curiosity. What profession has emerged? What rank does it hold? Lu Ming's lips trembled with excitement as he uttered, "Tian Sure. It has claimed the first position. It has dethroned the former champion." What? Lu Shushan was left in shock. With a clatter, the chopsticks fell from his hand onto the table, leaving him utterly stunned. He had initially presumed that merely another peculiar occupation had emerged among the 100. Little did he anticipate that the top-ranked position had been usurped. This was undoubtedly a monumental event, destined to reverberate throughout the entire Federation. Another person shared his astonishment. Chapter 3. The Shock of Lu Shushan. I have refreshed the Heavens Path ranking? Sheng stood there, bewildered. Last night, he had been oblivious to this fact. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. His Celestial Master occupation boasted an exaggerated rating of SSSS. The most formidable profession in this world rated merely SSS. It was only natural for him to surpass it. Thus, ascending the Heaven's Path ranking was hardly surprising. Sheng sat there in a daze, while Lu Shushan and Lu Ming engaged in enthusiastic discussion. Celestial Master? What kind of profession is that? Lu Shushan exclaimed, visibly excited, recognizing the significance of the matter. Yet Lu Ming appeared utterly perplexed, shaking his head and replying, I do not know. I have never heard of it. Lu Shushan pondered for a moment. This reaction was understandable. What profession could possibly grace the peculiar ranking without being extraordinarily exceptional? The Heaven's Path ranking was colloquially referred to as the freak ranking. Those who achieved a place on the list were truly extraordinary. Every profession was immensely powerful, provided they could progress smoothly. They would inevitably become a formidable figure in their own right, for their potential was overwhelmingly vast, rendering them nearly invincible within their realm. And what of the rating? SSS? Lu Shushan inquired. Yet, upon uttering the question, he felt somewhat foolish. To displace the original first-place holder, this Celestial Master profession was undoubtedly classified as SSS. What was there to question? However, Lu Ming shook his head, declaring that it was not an SSS rank. Not an SSS rank. How could that be possible? Lu Shushan was taken aback. If it were not SSS rank, how could it surpass the original first place? Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression turned fervent, exclaiming that it was not SSS rank, but rather SSSS rank. This marked the unprecedented emergence of the world's very first SSS profession. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan was left in a daze, his mind buzzing in astonishment, utterly stunned. SSSS rank. He never anticipated that someone's profession could transcend the established limit of SSS rank. Lu's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. Goodness, who could possibly have transitioned into this heavenly master? Lu Shushan sighed. The heavenly Tao ranking only displayed professions in their ratings, without revealing the identities of the holders. The three remained in shock for a considerable time, yet it was prudent to focus on their own matters. With that, Lu Shushan's demeanor turned serious as he stated, now that you possess an A-rank profession, your next objective is to tackle the federal grand examination. Strive to gain admission to the prestigious Fengdu University. Should you succeed in entering Fengdu University, you will share a school with these extraordinary talents. As he spoke, Lu Shushan's breath quickened. Lu's mother also wore a hopeful expression. Indeed, Xiaoming, this is the pinnacle of the Federation's academic institutions. It gathers all the gifted prodigies and extraordinary individuals of the Federation. If you can gain admission, it would bring great honor to our family. Lu's mother appeared equally exhilarated. For anyone in the Federation, the mention of Fengdu University, a world-renowned institution, was enough to ignite excitement. This is undoubtedly the supreme aspiration for the entire younger generation. Those SSS-class professional anomalies will also gain admission to this university. I am certain I will succeed. Lu Ming is filled with confidence, as obtaining an A-class profession has a high likelihood of success. Lu Shushan chuckled. There are still 2 months until the federal examination. You must prepare diligently. Nearby, Yuxin's expression brightened upon hearing Fengdu University. Gaining admission to Fengdu University would allow him to enter the upper echelons of this world, mingling with the elite, which could undoubtedly alter the course of his life. 2 months until the federal examination? Yuxing mused. With his world-renowned profession as a Celestial Master, he was certain that in 2 months, he would shine brilliantly in the federal examination, astonishing many. Gaining admission to Fengdu University should not pose a problem. I will step out for a moment, Yuxing announced, having no intention of squandering time. Calculating carefully, there were less than 2 months until the federal examination. He needed to enhance his abilities swiftly. Every second wasted diminished his chances of success. If he strengthened his skills, the federal examination would become a spectacle for all to witness. Lu Shushan, upon witnessing his performance, would likely be left in astonishment. Go on. Go on. Lu Shushan waved his hand impatiently, somewhat displeased at being interrupted by Sheng. His primary concern remained his own son, Lu Ming. However, just as Yuxin was about to leave, he called out loudly, Don't run about today. Find a proper job. Your brother will soon require cultivation resources. This lad. Lu Shushan let out a cold snort. Lu Ming cast a glance at the clock on the wall and exclaimed, Oh dear, time is running late. Today, he had an appointment with the group Minner, who was to take him out to the wilderness for an upgrade. Be polite while dealing with Tianfeng Group. Lu Shushan chuckled, knowing that this was a serious matter. After his son Lu Ming transitioned to an A-level profession, he caught the attention of a corporate group. If he could pass their evaluation, they were willing to sign a contract with him. Upon signing, they would provide resources worth 20 million for his cultivation. In return, Lu Ming would be required to serve Tianfeng Group for 3 years. Such a fortuitous opportunity was naturally welcomed by Lu Shushan. Otherwise, given the Lu family's circumstances, it would be impossible to support Lu Ming's growth. It is important to note that embarking on the path of a cultivator demands substantial financial resources. Lu Ma also urged Xiaoming, be sure to perform well. She too was anxious about her son securing a contract with Tianfeng Group. For failure to do so could spell disaster for the entire Lu family, as they could not afford the exorbitant cost of cultivation resources. Understood. Lu Ming tidied up and set out. Securing this contract was crucial for him. If successful, he could leverage these resources for rapid advancement and shine brilliantly in the upcoming federal examination in 2 months. After Yixing exited the Lu residence, he swiftly made his way out of the Yuling community. Outside the Yuling community, the streets were shrouded in a dense fog, even during the day. Passers-by hurried along, many wrapped in gray coats, with their heads down, avoiding interaction with strangers. This was a precautionary measure, as numerous formidable spirits roamed freely, even in daylight, often masquerading as ordinary people amidst the crowd. Should one engage in conversation, it is inevitable that they will pay a visit by night. Only the most formidable of practitioners remain unperturbed by this prospect, viewing spectral entities merely as tools for accruing experience. Clad in athletic attire, Yuxing strolled along the dimly lit streets, exuding an air of nonchalance. The title of Celestial Master bestowed upon him a profound sense of confidence, enabling him to face any apparitions without fear. In his previous life, Celestial Masters were indeed the bane of all supernatural beings. Upon entering this peculiar realm, he felt as if he were a fish returned to water. Yet, his current level stood at a mere 0. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Yixing pondered his next objective. The immediate priority was to elevate his level, he mused. In this world, every ascension in rank would birth a modicum of energy within him. As he progressed, this energy would become increasingly robust. With energy comes the status of a practitioner, capable of confronting spectral foes. Yixing took stock of his internal state and discovered only a faint trickle of energy flowing through him, so weak that it was nearly imperceptible. He shook his head in dismay. The hierarchical structure of this world was sharply delineated. Beginning from the initial transition at level 1, he needed to ascend a full 100 levels to reach the first transition's pinnacle of level 100. Only then could he embark on the second transition. And thus the chain continued. Second transition as Ghost Master, third as Ghost General, fourth as Ghost Sect, fifth as Ghost King, and so forth, until the 9th transition at level 100. The means to elevate one's level lay in venturing into the wilderness or various haunted realms, ghostly secret domains, spectral dungeons, and abyssal depths, where one could hunt down ghostly entities. These apparitions yielded substantial experience points and often dropped formidable equipment. Where should he venture? Yuxing stroked his chin and declared, "Let us first explore the wilderness." Now venturing into the ghostly abyss, one might fear being devoured by formidable specters. Moreover, it presents an opportune moment to experiment with the cataclysmic skill known as Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, Yixing departed from Ghost Mountain City. This city, encircled by towering walls, is adorned with various exorcistic runes that ensure the malevolent spirits cannot infiltrate in large numbers. However, once one steps beyond the protective confines of Ghost Mountain City into the wilderness, that security dissipates and one must confront the relentless tide of phantoms. Only those cultivators who have undergone a transformation dare to venture fearlessly into the wild, facing the spirits head-on. Outside Ghost Cloud City, the atmosphere is thick with malevolence, shrouded in dense ghostly mists. Within this fog, anguished wails can be heard. Some are the sorrowful cries of female spirits, while others are the fierce howls of vengeful apparitions. To add to the eerie ambience, spectral soldiers traverse the area, compelling the uninvited to retreat. Lo and behold, a gnarled tree hosts several ghostly crows, their croaks raspy and unsettling, enhancing the sinister aura of the surroundings. Suddenly, a brilliant light flares forth. Startled, the crows take flight into the heavens. As the brilliance fades, a figure emerges. It is none other than Sheng, having departed from Ghost Mountain City. Curiously, he surveys his surroundings. Is this the wilderness? Have I truly stepped beyond the confines of Ghost Cloud City? Sheng scratches his head, realizing this is his inaugural venture into the wild. Chapter 4. The Marketplace Beyond Ghost Mountain City. The morning fog is particularly dense. As Sheng strides forward, He soon arrives at a marketplace just outside Ghost Mountain City. The market is enveloped in ghostly mist, and through this haze, one can discern the soft glow of white lanterns hanging throughout the stalls. The white lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, their accompanying soul bells chiming melodiously. Numerous cultivators displayed an array of wares, including equipment and elixirs, at various stalls. Among them, several practitioners vociferously sought companions for expeditions into the wilderness. A level 50 ghost warrior stood as a stalwart shield, clad in robust blood ox armor, ready to withstand the onslaught at the front lines. The price was reasonable, merely 2,000 federal coins. Those interested were urged to join his party. A burly warrior, arms crossed, bellowed with an indifferent demeanor. Sheng glanced over and noted the vigor emanating from him, likely attributed to his formidable blood ox armor. In this world, aside from elevating one's level, acquiring equipment was of paramount importance. Equipment could bestow potent attributes, significantly enhancing a practitioner's combat prowess. However, such gear often came with exorbitant price tags, rendering them unattainable for the average cultivator. On another side, a man clad in a wizard's robe shouted with an air of arrogance, drawing looks of reverence from those around him. This was not without reason. He was an impressive level 75. Moreover, his class was that of a mage, renowned for their extensive monster-slaying capabilities, rapid leveling speed, and formidable destructive power. Mages were often revered and referred to as Lord of Magic within the cultivation community, enjoying a relatively elevated status. 10,000 federal coins. Sheng gasped in astonishment. Such an amount equated to 2 months' worth of living expenses for an ordinary family. Here, however, one can only cultivate for a mere 2 hours. Sheng lamented. It is well known that cultivation is a costly endeavor, and this merely pertains to the aspect of leveling up, excluding the acquisition of equipment. Glancing at himself, Sheng noted that he was clad in a set of inexpensive sportswear, purchased during a promotional sale for a mere 200 yuan. As for equipment, he possessed none. Compared to the myriad of colorful attire worn by most cultivators at the market, he appeared woefully inadequate, clearly a novice in the realm of cultivation. It is essential to acquire some equipment. The enhancement it affords to combat prowess is formidable. Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he currently lacked material possessions, his confidence remained unshaken. He held the prestigious title of Tianshi, ranked first in the world. Moreover, he wielded a remarkable skill known as the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Rising to prominence would not be of young brother, hurry and leave, do not attract the attention of the Tsangming team. An elderly man, noticing Sheng frozen in place, gently patted his shoulder and urged him. Sheng, puzzled, inquired, Senior, why are we running? Are these for truly that terrifying? The old man, taken aback, recognized Sheng as a novice and sighed. Terrifying? That is an understatement. The Tsangming team is a top-tier squad composed entirely of level 91st Transcendence elites. Each of them is a formidable powerhouse, roaming the wilderness with impunity. Furthermore, being captured by them leads to no favorable outcomes. Before the old man could finish his warning, his expression suddenly changed. The 4 individuals were heading directly towards them. Seeing this, the elder abandoned any concern for Sheng and swiftly fled. Sheng contemplated his escape, reasoning that it was wiser to avoid trouble. The Tsangming team was evidently not an ordinary group, and as a newcomer to the realm of cultivators, it was best not to provoke them. However, his movement proved to be a moment too late. The surrounding crowd had already dispersed, leaving him conspicuously alone, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. In a flash, 4 figures descended, encircling Sheng. A burly man clad in armor seized Sheng by the back of his collar and laughed heartily. Excellent. This time, we did not have to exert much effort to capture this kid for our numbers. A coldly indifferent woman in a gray robe glanced at Sheng and remarked, Do not waste time. The teleportation array to the depths of the wilderness requires 5 individuals to activate. With this kid, we will have enough. Once we pass through the array, we will simply abandon him there. Indeed, that is the plan. The burly man chuckled ominously, casting a glance at Sheng. You, lad, are quite unfortunate. Just be our company. Let us go. The 4 engaged in brief conversation before the woman in the gray robe conjured a spell, rendering their bodies weightless. Sheng too felt an abrupt lightness, soaring into the air. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was whisked away by the quartet, leaving the marketplace behind. This young man, his fate appears dire. After their departure, distant gazes of sympathy were cast towards Sheng. A moment later, Sheng, accompanied by the 4, stepped onto a formation resembling the Bagua. The formation emitted a faint purple glow, guarded by an elderly man with silver hair. The old man exuded a profound aura, his presence enigmatic. "Zhou, please activate the teleportation array," the woman in gray requested, having settled the payment, bowing respectfully, wary of showing any disrespect to the silver-haired elder. "Are we sufficient in number?" "Indeed. 5 individuals meet the teleportation criteria," she replied with a forced smile. The elder's gaze swept across the group, confirming the count. Briefly lingering on Sheng, who was being held by the burly man, yet he displayed no concern, merely nodding indifferently. "Do not move recklessly. I shall not be responsible for any entanglements in spatial turbulence," the elder stated flatly. He then began to weave intricate hand seals, activating the Bagua formation. As he performed the ritual, the formation quaked, the faint purple light surged, enveloping the figures of Yixing and the others. When the purple light finally dimmed, the teleportation array stood empty. Chapter 5. The Desolate Graveyard Village. To be deemed the depths of the wilderness, one must be situated more than 500 miles from Ghost Mountain City. It is truly a realm devoid of human presence. In the profound silence, where human presence is a rarity, malevolent spirits roam unchecked. This realm is a forbidden zone for humanity, one that only the most formidable cultivators dare to penetrate. Yet, such perilous places are not without their merits. The spirits here possess a high rank, and the likelihood of obtaining superior equipment from their defeat is markedly elevated. Suddenly, from the outskirts of a dark forest, a brilliant flash of purple light flickered intensely. As the luminescence faded, 5 figures descended gracefully to the ground. "Aha! We have finally arrived," boomed the robust man known as Shan as he playfully shoved Yixing forward. Yixing stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Dizziness overwhelmed him, a consequence of the rapid teleportation that had traversed an immeasurable distance in an instant. After a brief moment, Yixing regained his composure and surveyed the surroundings. "Is this the depths of the wilderness?" he pondered. The 4 individuals exuded an imposing aura, standing there like a small mountain, their vitality exceptionally robust. Truly, they were formidable first-turn level 90 warriors. Moreover, in the presence of the dense, ominous energy surrounding them, the equipment worn by these 4 emanated a soft, golden glow. Yixing turned his gaze towards the towering figure known as Shan. Clad in battle armor, Shan's attire radiated golden light in response to the encroaching dark energy, bestowing upon him an extraordinary martial presence. Yixing observed that this golden luminescence effortlessly dispelled the surrounding malevolence, leaving him unaffected in the slightest. Then, there was the female mage in a gray robe, whose long mage gown also shimmered with golden brilliance. Even her staff gleamed with resplendent gold, repelling the dark energy as well. The other 3 individuals were no exception. Their equipment also emitted a golden glow. Was it golden grade equipment? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yixing's eyes widened in astonishment. The golden radiance emanating from their gear signified its classification as golden grade equipment. There was not a hint of color variation among Shan and his companions. Every piece was entirely golden, indicating that each of them was adorned in a complete set of golden grade equipment, a sight of unparalleled luxury. In this world, equipment ranks are categorized as follows: plain, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, orange, and mythical, red. Golden grade equipment is exceedingly rare. Each piece carries immense value and bestows formidable attributes upon its wearer. Even donning a single piece can significantly elevate one's combat prowess. Yet, Shan and his companions were not merely equipped with one piece of golden gear. They possessed a complete set. If it were indeed a set, the attributes would be exponentially enhanced. As Yixing observed, a sense of envy welled within him. The combined worth of the equipment worn by each of these 4 individuals likely exceeded several million federal coins. "Young man, what are you gazing at?" Shan chuckled, plunging his golden sword into the ground before Yixing. The resplendent golden light emitted by the sword nearly blinded Yixing. This singular golden sword, being a weapon, was valued at nearly 1,000,000 federal coins, possessing formidable offensive power capable of annihilating spirits as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The woman in the gray robe regarded Yixing with indifference, casting him a glance akin to that of an ant. Before addressing Shan and the others, "Let us depart. Do not waste time. This individual has lost his utility. Indeed, it is time to set forth." Shan laughed heartily, hoisting the golden sword onto his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures donned flight spells and vanished into the thick mist of the ghostly realm, leaving Yixing standing solitary and forlorn. Had he been abandoned? Yixing pondered, stroking his chin. At this moment, he comprehended why the individuals in the marketplace had fled. The distance to Ghost Mountain City was a staggering 500 miles. No wonder they had hastily retreated, fearing they would be captured as collateral. Yusheng smirked, feeling little concern. Although the situation appeared dire, his profession as a Celestial Master ranked first in the world, enabling him to handle such scenarios with ease. Where should he go next? Yusheng contemplated. Having ventured into the depths of the wilderness, he had no intention of leaving. Having witnessed so many formidable beings, he was eager to grow stronger himself. He raised his wrist, glancing at a spatial bracelet adorning it. This was distributed free by the Federation, possessing storage capabilities, as well as functions for communication, mapping, and more, truly practical. Yusheng activated the electronic map, first locking onto his own location before surveying the surrounding area. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a certain place, the desolate village of Qufan. With a nod of determination, he decided to proceed there. It was not too far from his position, a site notorious for the congregation of spirits. Having made up his mind, Yusheng glanced up to ascertain the direction and set forth on his journey. After a mere 10 minutes, Yusheng arrived at Qufan village. Standing at its periphery and peering inward, the village was a forsaken settlement, strewn with crumbling walls and overtaken by wild grasses and vines, long abandoned by human inhabitants. Each household was marked by a grave at its entrance. At this moment, the village lay in eerie silence, a stillness so profound it felt as though nothing existed. Yet, Yusheng perceived this differently. Such an environment signified greater peril. He then uttered a soft incantation, brushing his forehead, a flash of azure light emanating from his brow. The heavenly eye was opened. This technique, learned during his studies, was a commonly employed spell that required no profession. Anyone could wield it to perceive the tainted entities lurking about. With a flicker, a vertical eye manifested upon his forehead, radiating a serene glow. What followed was a chilling revelation. Before each grave, a spectral figure clad in white wept inconsolably, flames of ghostly green flickering as they consumed offerings of white paper. The once silent village transformed, a sinister aura of ghastly green permeating the air, instilling a deep-seated fear. Witnessing this scene, Yusheng's gaze instinctively narrowed. It was his first encounter with such a multitude of spirits. Yusheng fixed his gaze upon a female ghost, and instantly, the information of the specter appeared before him. Creature, white-clad malevolent spirit. Level, 1 transmutation, 52nd rank. Chapter 6, Celestial Phenomena. Divine Lightning of the Nine Heavens. At 1 transmutation, 52nd rank. So formidable? Yusheng's eyes swept across, his expression slightly tense. A 1 transmutation, 52nd rank ghost is already exceedingly powerful, with a dense aura of negativity, making it quite challenging to contend with. Truly, in the depths of the wilderness, even the most casual encounters with such entities are overwhelmingly strong. Yusheng furrowed his brow. Regardless, let us test the divine lightning of the nine heavens here. Yusheng declared. The divine lightning of the nine heavens possesses terrifying enhancements. Attack power increases by a significant percentage. Particularly against ghostly beings, the damage escalates astonishingly. It is a natural nemesis of such creatures, with damage potential soaring beyond measure. Although a 1 transmutation, 52nd rank ghost is formidable, whether it can withstand the onslaught of the divine lightning of the nine heavens remains to be seen. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away from Withered Grave Village, in a dark forest steeped in malevolence, ghostly shadows flitted about. Senior, is it truly safe? Lu Ming stuttered, his teeth chattering as he observed the powerful phantoms drifting through the sinister woods, a tinge of fear gripping him. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a long beard, smiling reassuringly. With me here, what is there to fear? Zongshan stroked his beard with a smile, though he felt a pang of disappointment at Lu Ming's frightened demeanor. Zongshan, a formidable 2 transmutation ghost master from the Tianfeng group. Today, he had been dispatched to assist Lu Ming in his upgrade and to assess his potential, determining if it would be worthwhile to sign him under the group at a high price. I'm not afraid. Lu Ming, sensing the disappointment in Zongshan's eyes, immediately forced himself to regain composure. Zongshan shook his head inwardly. Had it not been for Lu Ming being a rare grade A practitioner, he would have lacked the patience to endure this ordeal. The first hurdle lies in temperament. Fear. This is the foremost taboo in the realm of spirits. Once such an emotion takes root, no matter how formidable the strength, it cannot be unleashed. Rest assured. With me by your side, no malevolent entity in the depths of the wilderness can inflict harm upon you. Moreover, the monsters here are of elevated ranks, which means you will garner abundant experience, enabling your level to soar rapidly. You will swiftly traverse the novice phase, Zongshan declared confidently. He was a powerful second-tier ghost master. Even a top-tier first-tier squad like the Tsaming team would be but a mere plaything in his presence. Lu Ming nodded. Only a major conglomerate like the Tian Phone Group would possess the audacity to dispatch a second-tier Ghost Master. Let us proceed. Follow me into the Black Mountain Forest, Zongshan stated, taking the lead into the foreboding Black Mountain Forest. Although Lu Ming still felt a twinge of fear, he could only muster his resolve and follow closely behind Zongshan into the ominous woods. In the desolate Grave Village, Yusheng gazed upon the ghostly expanse of the village without hesitation, stepping forth into its depths. Within the village, a pall of gray ghost mist enveloped the air. Before every crumbling edifice stood a desolate grave. A female ghost in white sat weeping at the grave's edge, her mournful wails piercing the silence as she continuously burned white paper money in a pile of eerie green ghostly flames. The crackling sound of the burning paper heightened the eerie atmosphere of the still village. Yusheng maintained a serene demeanor, stepping deliberately into the terrifying, desolate grave village, his heart unperturbed, devoid of any trepidation. Crack! A withered branch snapped beneath Yisheng's foot. A faint sound instantly stirred the entire village of the desolate graves, awakening the white-clad female specters. With disheveled hair, they abruptly turned their heads in unison. The eerie green ghostly flames before them suddenly flared up, soaring over 2 meters high. Ah! The piercing wails of the spirits erupted. Upon noticing an intruder, these specters departed from their graves, surging towards Yusheng like a relentless tide. This terrifying scene would have sent others fleeing in fright, yet Yusheng's adrenaline surged. His mental state swiftly ascended into a state of clarity, causing him to forget what fear truly was. Excellent! Yisheng exclaimed softly. Heavenly Master's command. I summon your solitary souls. 9 heavens divine thunder. In an instant, Yisheng levitated into the air, fingers weaving intricate gestures of incantation. For the first time, he unleashed the cataclysmic skill, 9 heavens divine thunder. Boom. The next moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Countless ominous clouds rapidly gathered, forming a thick shroud that enveloped a 100-mile radius, casting a shadow over the entire terrain. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the world. This lightning was golden. 9 heavens divine thunder. At this moment, Yisheng seemed transformed, his countenance majestic, his eyes inexplicably filled with golden lightning. As he uttered his incantation, dark clouds began to swirl above, fierce winds rose, and countless golden bolts of lightning surged forth from the ominous clouds, creating a spectacle of celestial phenomena. Over 100 miles away, an elderly man and a young boy were engaged in leveling up. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds amassed, and flickers of golden lightning danced within them. Grandfather, why has the sky turned so dark all of a sudden? Is it about to rain? A young girl, clad in a wizard's robe, is being guided by her grandfather as they engage in leveling up. At this moment, she suckles her finger, gazing curiously at the sky, and inquires of her grandfather. The grandfather, with his head of white hair, is a formidable level 70 ghost assassin of the first transition, and he too gazes at the astonishing celestial phenomenon, his expression revealing uncertainty. It appears as though a powerful being is casting a spell. Striving to maintain his composure, the grandfather turns to reassure his granddaughter, "Fear not. It should not affect us." In the Black Mountain Forest, not far from the desolate village of Qufan, Zongshan leads Lu Ming into the depths where he begins to vanquish the ghostly creatures. Zongshan, indeed, is a formidable level 2 Ghost Master. The powerful specters within the forest roar and charge at him, yet they are effortlessly dispatched with a mere touch of his hand. As Lu Ming joins forces with Zongshan, they share a portion of the experience points. With Zongshan exterminating these high-level spirits, Lu Ming's experience surges, and he is soon enveloped in the radiant glow of leveling up, advancing at an astonishing pace. Within a brief span of a little over 10 minutes, his level skyrockets from 0 to 12. This rapid progression elicits a beaming smile from Lu Ming, who has completely forgotten the terrors of the specters. At this rate, he muses, he might soon reach level 50 and become a minor expert. Lu Ming feels a swell of pride. To have a level 2 Ghost Master guiding him through the leveling process is a privilege not afforded to many. After all, he is an A-class professional. Just as the two are engrossed in their training, a thunderous rumble interrupts them. Suddenly, the skies above the Black Mountain Forest darken with ominous clouds, and the sound of distant thunder reverberates, plunging the world into darkness. Instinctively, they look up. Zongshan halts his actions, his expression filled with astonishment. The once serene sky has now transformed into a tumultuous expanse of dark clouds, streaked with golden lightning that dances ominously within. Even as a formidable second-tier Ghost Master, he cannot help but gaze upward with a grave expression. The eerie phenomenon of golden lightning has caused the spectral entities throughout the Black Mountain Forest to retreat into silence, as if confronted by an otherworldly force. What has transpired, Senior? Lu Ming inquires with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, his eyes fixed on the suddenly overcast sky. The golden lightning weaving through the clouds instills in him a profound sense of celestial might. Chapter 7. Cataclysmic Destruction. A surge of power. Surely, there must be a master nearby. Zongshan remarks with narrowed eyes. A master in the vicinity? Lu Ming gasps in astonishment, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting that this celestial phenomenon is artificially induced? How could that be possible? Zongshan observes the celestial spectacle with a derisive smirk. While it is not entirely impossible to manipulate celestial events, it requires a being of at least the 5th or 6th tier to achieve such a feat. It must be someone employing a forbidden spell scroll. As he speaks, he scrutinizes the sky brimming with golden thunder, pondering aloud. But what sort of forbidden spell is this? I have never encountered it before. Its power should not be insurmountable. Before he can finish his sentence, his mouth snaps shut in disbelief as he witnesses an unforgettable scene. The golden lightning, having gathered its might, descends from the clouds with the force of a thunderous cataclysm. In an instant, it engulfs a radius of 100 miles, obliterating everything beneath it. In that fleeting moment, it is as if the very heavens and earth have fallen silent. And at this juncture, at the heart of the golden lightning, lies the desolate village of Ku Feng. Yi Sheng performed the incantation, as if enveloped in a cascade of golden lightning. The air crackled with concentrated bolts of golden energy. The white-robed specters, surging forth like a relentless tide, seemed to meet their nemesis. When a golden thunderbolt struck one of the white-robed phantoms, it was as though the creature had endured a cataclysmic blow, engulfed in white smoke, unable to utter even a single cry. The formidable level 52 spirit disintegrated into mere ashes in an instant. The damage inflicted was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the golden lightning did not cease. It stretched across a radius of 100 miles. Every malevolent entity within this vast expanse was caught in the line of fire. In an instant, the spirits in the vicinity suffered grievous fates, all struck by the onslaught of golden thunder. As the spirits were annihilated, a series of notifications echoed in Yixing's ears. Congratulations on defeating a level 52 white-robed specter, earning 3,568 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 76 headless ghost, earning experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 93 infant specter, earning experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 99 infant ghost king, earning experience points. Congratulations on defeating. An endless tide of experience flooded in, instantly filling Yixing's previously empty experience bar, propelling him upward by 1 level. Upon leveling up, the experience bar emptied, only to be swiftly replenished again, resulting in another ascension. Thus, Yixing's level soared at an unimaginable pace, his body illuminated by the radiant glow of advancement. Level 0. Level 14 of the first transition. Level 28 of the first transition. Level 39 of the first transition. Boom. In the span of a single breath, Yixing surged to level 50 of the first transition. Level 50 marked a significant threshold. To reach level 50 in the first transformation, a practitioner must endure years of relentless effort, facing a multitude of crises and engaging in fierce battles against vengeful spirits. A single misstep could lead to being engulfed by the tide of ghosts, leaving not even a trace behind. Yet at this moment, Yixing achieved this monumental milestone in the mere span of a breath, his ascent truly astonishing. However, reaching level 50 in the first transformation was merely the beginning. The radiant white light of his leveling up continued to flicker intensely. Level 50, level 59, level 60, level 72, level 83, in a mere 3 breaths. An incredibly brilliant white light erupted, propelling Yixing to level 90 in the first transformation. A tremor coursed through Yixing's heart. In just 3 breaths, he had attained the caliber of a member of the Tsaming team. Should he encounter them now, Qiushan and the others would undoubtedly be left in utter disbelief. Upon reaching level 90 in the first transformation, the experience required for further advancement increased exponentially. Gaining a single level now demanded the combined experience that once took to progress from level 0 to level 50. It required patience and perseverance. This was the plight faced by Qiushan and his companions in the Tsaming team. Attaining a single level at this stage became exceedingly arduous. However, for Yixing, this challenge appeared to pose no obstacle whatsoever. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens enveloped a 100-mile radius, and the number of defeated spirits was staggering. Waves of ghostly entities fell, transforming into a vast reservoir of experience that filled Sheng's experience bar. Even at level 90, his progression was akin to riding a rocket. Level 92, level 94, level 96, level 99. Ultimately, Sheng's body trembled, and a blinding white light enveloped him. The level has dramatically surged to the pinnacle of the first transition at level 100. At this moment, Sheng was utterly astounded. The speed of his ascension was nothing short of extraordinary. In merely 10 breaths, he had reached the zenith of level 100 in the first transition. A being of such caliber could traverse the wilderness with unparalleled dominance, provided they had not ventured into excessively perilous realms or dungeons. Upon encountering the Tsangming team, a single individual could easily suppress 5 others. This is no exaggeration. Level 100 in the first transition signifies one of the peak powerhouses. To attain further strength, the subsequent step necessitates entering the second transition Ghost Master level. This transition represents another metamorphosis. Sheng was momentarily overwhelmed with exhilaration, as if ensnared in a dream. For his rate of advancement was astonishingly swift. While others required decades of accumulation, he had traversed it in an instant. However, his progression could not continue. As Sheng cast his gaze around, he observed the 9 heavens' divine thunder relentlessly sweeping through the malevolent entities, yet his own level remained unwavering. In this realm, upon reaching level 100, no amount of experience would suffice. He must ascend to the next grand tier to further his growth. Thus, Sheng must enter the second transition Ghost Master realm to continue his evolution. The second transition Ghost Master realm? He decided to set that thought aside for now, as there were other matters to attend to. Shaking his head, he surveyed the surrounding area, and his eyes immediately glowed with fervor. At this moment, an array of luminous columns soared skyward within a radius of 100 miles. These radiant beams emerged from the equipment that had been dropped, illuminating the surroundings with their resplendent aura, visible from afar. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more brilliant the light column. Each beam represented a distinct piece of equipment. The 9 heavens' divine thunder nearly annihilated all spectral entities within a 100-mile radius, consequently unleashing a plethora of equipment. Sheng gazed upon the myriad shafts of light, among which were numerous high-grade artifacts. Among them, a golden beam stood out, signifying a piece of golden-grade equipment. Sheng's breath quickened. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the bronze beams were the most abundant. The bronze beams represented bronze equipment, densely clustered in number. Following that were a multitude of silver beams, corresponding to silver-grade artifacts. Although the golden beams were fewer in number, there were still over 100. To his astonishment, Sheng even beheld several dark golden beams. Dark golden beams. This signified dark gold-grade equipment. In this world, the classification of equipment levels includes whiteboard, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, orange, and mythical, red. Among these, golden-grade equipment is already remarkable, while dark gold-grade artifacts are exceptionally rare treasures, seldom seen. The Tsangming team was formidable. Yet not a single member possessed a dark gold-grade equipment. This illustrates the immense value of such gear. Now, as Sheng cast his gaze, he beheld over a dozen dark golden beams shimmering brilliantly. This signified over a dozen pieces of dark gold-grade equipment. What a fortune! Sheng's breath became noticeably heavy. He dared not linger. With such an abundance of equipment, it was likely to attract the envy of many nearby powerful beings. If he did not collect them soon, he would surely face grave trouble. Chapter 8. Astonishing Gains. Collect. Sheng extended his hand, summoning the equipment within a 100-mile radius, which flew towards him like raindrops. All these artifacts bore Sheng's mark, allowing him to summon them forth. In an instant, countless pieces of equipment descended from the sky, densely packed and blanketing the heavens. This scene indeed captivated the attention of many nearby formidable beings, especially as among the multitude of items, there were several dark golden orbs of light that quickened their breaths. One after another, they hurried towards the source, eager to witness the spectacle. In the desolate village of withered graves, Sheng opened his spatial ring, resembling a bag that effortlessly collected the myriad of equipment soaring through the air. After several breaths, as the last item settled within the confines of the ring, Sheng exhaled in relief, casting a glance at the overflowing contents of the spatial ring, a rare smile gracing his lips. Such an abundance of gear was undoubtedly a fortune, and among them were high-grade items, including dark gold-level equipment. Let us go. Sheng's gaze swept across the area. Realizing that numerous powerful figures were rapidly approaching, he understood that if he lingered any longer, he might find himself ensnared in endless troubles. with a swift motion. He leapt into the air, his figure vanishing into the vast, ghostly mist beyond. Not long after Yu Sheng's departure, several figures leapt onto the scene, each radiating formidable energy, including several second transition ghost masters. Upon arrival, they cast cold glances over the empty village of withered graves, their expressions filled with frustration as they realized they had arrived too late. Among them, two figures landed gracefully. Zongshan had brought Lu Ming from the Black Mountain Forest. As a second transition ghost master, his speed was remarkable. Even while carrying Lu Ming with one hand, it did not impede his pace. Observing the direction Yu Sheng had taken, Zongshan chose not to pursue. "Elder, shall we not chase after him?" Lu Ming inquired with curiosity. Zongshan shook his head, his expression grave. He was uncertain of this individual's depth and feared that pursuing carelessly could lead to trouble. "Indeed," Lu Ming nodded, acknowledging that the mysterious powerhouse was extraordinarily formidable and not to be trifled with lightly. However, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. Yeshen would surely be astounded upon hearing of such peculiar events. Lu Ming chuckled to himself, realizing that his brother was merely an ordinary person lacking in experience. Sharing this tale with him would likely leave him utterly astonished. Half an hour later, 200 miles away, in a valley engulfed in ominous flames, numerous Go-Nyo-Gue lay sprawled. These Go-Nyo-Gue possessed human bodies with bovine heads, adorned with a pair of horns, towering at a height of 3 meters. Each one was as robust as a small mountain. Each entity was a first-tier, level 90 ghost, remarkably powerful, and ordinary cultivators would hardly dare to provoke them. Furthermore, their astounding numbers dominated the Go-Nyo Valley, a forbidden zone deep within the wilderness. Even elite teams like the Zhang Ming squad would circumvent such perilous grounds, unwilling to engage. Suddenly, a figure soared into view, exuding a fierce aura, moving unabated through the Go-Nyo Valley, seemingly indifferent to the throngs of Go-Nyo-Gue present. Moo. The appearance of this figure immediately stirred the entire Go-Nyo clan, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous bovine roars. Each Go-Nyo-Gue rose to its full height, towering over 3 meters, resembling small mountains and instilling a formidable sense of pressure. Boom. The figure charged forward, clad in athletic attire, as several imposing Go-Nyo-Gue attempted to obstruct its path. Yet astonishingly, before the numerous bull demons could approach that figure, they were obliterated by a single strike from afar. Had there been any witnesses present, they would undoubtedly be left in utter shock. This can only indicate that the strength of the figure clad in sportswear far surpasses that of a first transformation level 90 bull demon, existing on an entirely different plane of power. Moments later, that figure traversed the entirety of the Bull Valley, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. What a thrill! As Yisheng exited the Bull Valley, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. His current level had soared to first transformation level 100, achieving a perfect first transformation, even without the use of any skills. His immense strength was more than sufficient to handle the level 90 bull demons, capable of dispatching them with sheer force. Whoosh! Shortly thereafter, in a secluded forest, Yisheng paused, seeking out a sturdy branch upon which to sit and reflect on his spoils from the withered grave village. With no one in sight, he opened his spatial bracelet. Upon witnessing the mountainous pile of equipment within, he felt a mix of delight and exasperation. The joy stemmed from the wealth represented by such a bounty of gear, while the headache arose from the daunting task of sorting through it all. Taking a deep breath, Yisheng resolved to tackle the task methodically, item by item. After a diligent 2 hours, he finally completed this monumental endeavor. The outcome revealed 1129 pieces of bronze equipment, 488 pieces of silver equipment, 108 pieces of gold equipment, and a mere 12 pieces of dark gold equipment. Yet, the mere existence of 12 high-grade items was indeed a remarkable feat. After Yisheng meticulously assessed his recent gains, he could not help but take a deep breath. The drop rate for equipment is, in truth, rather low, indeed, exceedingly so. Some cultivators toil relentlessly for days on end, risking their lives in fierce battles, merely to obtain a single piece of equipment. One can only imagine the myriad dangers they must endure, especially for high-tier equipment, which is considered a rare treasure. Consequently, most cultivators consider it a significant achievement to assemble even a complete set of bronze-tier equipment. Silver-tier items are seldom seen, and as for golden equipment, it is of such rarity that even wealth cannot procure it. Whenever a piece of golden-tier equipment appears on the market, it is met with frenzied competition. Truly, the swift are rewarded while the slow miss out. Only those who can gather an entire set of golden-tier equipment are genuine powerhouses. From this, one can discern the formidable strength of the Songming team. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Sheng's gaze shifted to the 12 pieces of dark gold equipment before him. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "These 12 pieces of dark gold equipment are the true treasures. Each piece of dark gold equipment is valued in the millions and can be placed in an auction house." Remarkably, he had acquired 12 pieces this time, an astonishing quantity. Sheng ceased his musings and began to scrutinize the 12 pieces of dark gold equipment closely. With a flourish, he summoned all 12 pieces, and in the next moment, 12 circular orbs floated before him. The orbs shimmered in hues of white jade, black, and purple, among others. These colors emanated from the equipment itself. In the dim light of the dark forest, the 12 orbs radiated a gentle glow. Sheng's gaze swept over them, each orb encasing a piece of equipment. There were breastplates, crowns, arm guards, and more. Sheng examined each one in turn. Moments later, a smile graced his face. Fortune favored him. He had managed to assemble a complete set from 12 pieces of dark gold equipment. Sheng's gaze shimmered with delight. Chapter 9. A terrifying surge in combat power. A set. It comprises a series of equipment, and when unified, it can unlock attributes far more potent than scattered gear. In the marketplace, a complete set could fetch prices soaring into the hundreds. However, the challenge of gathering an entire set is immense. Even consolidating a silver-grade set is exceedingly difficult, let alone a dark gold set. Sheng's eyes were fixated on 7 of the luminous orbs among the 12, brimming with desire. These 7 orbs represented a complete set. Each orb radiated a white jade hue, resembling 7 small suns suspended in the air, and even a mere glance left one awestruck. Sheng focused on one particular white orb. Swish. Instantly, the information of this dark gold equipment materialized before him. Diadem, white jade dragon crown level, first transcendence. Level 90 required quality, dark gold class, physical magical class attack speed, 160 casting speed, 170 critical hit rate, 56 critical hit effect enhancement, 150 physical penetration, 150 magical penetration, 140 passive effect, Dieter's ghostly entities. Reducing damage within 100 meters by 5. Description: one of the White Jade series, as flawless as White Jade, it is a magical artifact brimming with immense energy. The combat power of the wearer undergoes a profound transformation. Acquisition difficulty: hard. The White Jade series. Hiss. The casting speed alone is astonishing. A casting speed of 170. Moreover, there are numerous effects. Sheng could not help but gasp in astonishment upon merely glancing at it. Silently acknowledging the exceptional nature of the dark gold-grade equipment, he had previously examined a piece of magical gold-grade equipment, which only enhanced casting speed by a mere 30. Yet, the dark gold equipment nearly boasts a 6-fold increase. Furthermore, the speed of casting is of paramount significance. In the past, when he unleashed the 9 heavens' divine thunder, it took him several minutes for the golden lightning to descend. Had he been facing a sentient opponent, that span of time would have sufficed for them to eliminate him multiple times over. Ideally, he aspired for instant casting. Sheng pondered. However, with this 170 enhancement to casting speed, his next use of the 9 heavens' divine thunder would be considerably swifter. And this is merely a crown. In addition to the crown, there are 6 other pieces of equipment. The set comprises a total of 7 pieces. Each item contributes to the enhancement of casting speed, culminating in an even more astonishing effect. Sheng's expression grew solemn. His previous indifference towards the equipment had transformed into a newfound appreciation for its significance. Indeed, he possessed a skill of apocalyptic caliber. Yet, this enhancement to casting speed could only be afforded by equipment. Subsequently, Sheng turned his attention to the remaining 6 pieces of the White Jade series set, which included the White Jade Dragon Sword, White Jade Robe, White Jade Bracers, White Jade Leggings, White Jade Battle Boots, and White Jade Belt. Together with the White Jade Crown, they formed a complete set, with not a single piece missing. This fortuitous occurrence left Sheng exclaiming in disbelief at his extraordinary luck. He had managed to obtain an entire set of equipment. With a flourish, he stored away the other 5 pieces of dark gold-grade equipment, leaving only the 7 pieces of White Jade dark gold equipment surrounding him. Reminiscent of 7 radiant white suns encircling his being. Within each small white sun lies an immense reservoir of energy, swirling and distorting the void. Come. Sheng inhaled deeply, then extended his hand in a beckoning gesture. Boom. 7 pieces of white jade and dark gold equipment, circling around Sheng, surged forth, one akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards his body. Upon nearing him, it seamlessly adorned itself upon him. In that instant, as this piece of white jade dark gold equipment settled on him, Yusheng's aura surged dramatically. Thunderous roars echoed. His presence amplified tenfold. Tenfold. Yusheng was astounded. He was already a formidable first transformation, level 100 warrior, his aura inherently potent. Yet, after donning a piece of white jade dark gold equipment, his presence skyrocketed once more by tenfold. Could a single dark gold piece elevate him by such an extent? Yusheng's disbelief was palpable. The enhancement from the dark gold equipment was truly extraordinary. This was an elevation on top of the already formidable level 100 foundation. Again, Yusheng gestured once more, and another piece of white jade dark gold equipment soared towards him, its incorporation causing his aura to surge yet again. Boom. Another tenfold increase. His presence now reached an astonishing 20-fold of his previous level 100 state. Yusheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, followed by a low command. Return to me. Whoosh. 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 The remaining 5 pieces of white jade dark gold equipment shot towards him like projectiles, colliding with his body. Crack. 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 As each of the 7 pieces of white jade dark gold equipment adorned Yusheng, his aura began to ascend. 30-fold. 40-fold. 50-fold. Nearly each piece of white jade dark gold equipment propelled Yusheng's aura by 10-fold. 60-fold. At long last, Yusheng's aura surged to an astonishing 70 times its previous strength. This power, equivalent to that of an ordinary first transformation, level 100 warrior multiplied by 70, radiated an overwhelming force around him. Yusheng was left in a state of disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Upon donning the 7th piece of equipment, the set attributes activated, causing his internal energy to swell by an additional 30 times. Ultimately, he achieved a staggering boost of 100 times. What? Yusheng was astounded as he swung his jade-white longsword. This strike, devoid of any skill enhancement, was simple in nature. However, the white sword light soared forth, colliding with a nearby hill. With a thunderous roar, the power, 100 times that of an ordinary first transformation, level 100 warrior, caused the hill to shatter under the brilliance of the white sword light. In an instant, half of the mountain was obliterated by Yusheng's single strike. Debris flew in all directions, and Yusheng gazed at the astonishing result, utterly speechless. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Yusheng was in a daze. Now, after achieving the first transformation at level 100, he had undeniably undergone a metamorphosis. No longer was he the novice with nothing to his name. Not only did he possess a complete set of dark gold tier equipment, but he also wielded strength exceeding that of an ordinary first transformation, level 100 warrior by 100-fold. In this moment, should he encounter that Songming squad again, he could effortlessly vanquish them. A flicker of malevolence ignited in Yusheng's eyes. He had become far too formidable. The Songming squad now appeared to him as mere ants, easily crushed beneath a single finger. Had it not been for his powerful trump card, he would have undoubtedly perished when inexplicably transported to the depths of the wilderness. This grudge must be avenged at all costs. First, I shall attend to other matters, particularly liquidating the equipment within my spatial bracelet, for it represents a substantial fortune. Yusheng gathered his thoughts and gazed at the spatial bracelet, which was presently brimming with gear. If he did not address this issue promptly, the emergence of additional equipment would pose a significant inconvenience due to lack of storage space. Bronze, silver, all these items were ripe for sale, and even the golden gear was of no use. Furthermore, there were still 5 pieces of dark gold equipment that served no purpose. Yusheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. He already possessed a complete set of dark gold gear, which sufficed. Retaining those 5 pieces would be akin to hoarding scrap metal. It would be far more pragmatic to sell them for currency. Each piece of dark gold equipment could fetch several million. With this thought, Yusheng wasted no time and activated the Federal Trading Platform through his spatial bracelet. This remarkable device boasted multiple functionalities, including this one. Soon, Yusheng established contact with an equipment merchant. Chapter 10. A blood profit of 100 million federal coins. The equipment merchant, as the name implies, specialized in the trade of gear. Typically, such individuals possessed considerable capital, making them ideal for Yusheng's current needs, as he had an abundance of equipment to offload without the hassle of selling each item individually. With a flourish, the spatial bracelet projected the image of the equipment merchant. On the opposite side, Yusheng's likeness was similarly displayed. However, both figures appeared quite indistinct, ensuring that their true identities remained concealed, unless both parties willingly chose to meet in person. Upon the merchant's appearance, he regarded Yusheng with casual indifference, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, assuming it to be merely a trivial transaction. Particularly upon noticing Yusheng's youth, this assumption was further solidified. He believed that if Sheng could present even a single piece of silver-level equipment, it would be a commendable feat. He had encountered many young individuals who, upon acquiring a piece of equipment, could scarcely contain their eagerness to showcase it. "Please expedite the process. I have other matters to attend to," urged the equipment merchant. Sheng furrowed his brow and sent over a list of the equipment he intended to sell. The merchant, initially indifferent, was taken aback when he glanced over the list Sheng had forwarded. "Goodness, so many?" The merchant was astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed the inventory. This list contained a staggering 129 pieces of bronze-level equipment, 488 pieces of silver-level, and 108 pieces of gold-level equipment. Particularly, the 108 pieces of gold-level gear made even the seasoned merchant salivate, as such items were exceedingly rare in the market. Money alone could not secure them. To encounter such a quantity at once was indeed extraordinary. "Are you intending to sell them to me in one lot?" The merchant gazed at Sheng, his expression one of sheer astonishment, with a hint of obsequiousness creeping into his eyes. "Of course," Sheng replied curtly, irritated by the merchant's verbosity. He had no time to seek out another buyer. "Very well, very well," the merchant repeated in enthusiasm, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Now exceedingly courteous towards Sheng, a patron of this caliber was a once-in-a-century encounter for him. With remarkable efficiency, the merchant began appraising the items. Ultimately, the valuation amounted to over 46 million. After Sheng nodded in agreement, the merchant was elated. As for the delivery, it was exceedingly convenient. A simple construction of a miniature teleportation array would suffice to transfer the equipment to the buyer. The payment would be directly credited to Sheng's account, all under the endorsement of the Federal Trading Platform, ensuring a transaction devoid of any risk. This trading method is widely employed by all, having reached a remarkable level of sophistication. Naturally, constructing a micro-teleportation array entails a financial investment. In the presence of a significant patron like Sheng, the equipment merchant opted to bear the costs himself. "Sir, may our collaboration be fruitful." Upon the completion of the transaction, the merchant's pale blue virtual visage revealed a smile, signifying his substantial gain. However, Sheng inquired, "What about the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment? Will you accept them?" "What?" The equipment merchant stumbled at the revelation, gazing incredulously at Sheng, unprepared for the revelation of such a treasure in Sheng's possession. Dark gold equipment. This truly is a rare commodity, infinitely more precious than its golden counterparts. "Will you accept them?" Sheng pressed, frowning. "Of course, I will." The merchant responded eagerly. The subsequent transaction progressed swiftly. The 5 pieces of dark gold-level equipment were appraised at over 60 million. This amount far surpassed the valuation of the previous thousands of items. After Sheng nodded in agreement, the deal was finalized. With a flourish, the merchant's pale blue image dissipated. Yet, before departing, he took care to leave Sheng a business card, repeatedly emphasizing that should any similar business arise in the future, he must be contacted. He could offer a premium price, over 100 million federal coins. Once the merchant had departed, Sheng found himself gazing blankly at the digits in his account. Utterly astonished, he had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest, a profit exceeding 100 million federal coins. Such a notion was previously beyond his wildest imagination. This world indeed belongs to the strong. Sheng reflected on the plight of ordinary workers, toiling 9 to 5, earning a few thousand yuan a month, which would be considered fortunate. Yet, a single piece of equipment for cultivators could be worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. This made Sheng acutely aware of the ease with which cultivators can amass wealth. Sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, I have ultimately embarked on this path. Sheng exhaled deeply, brimming with confidence about the future. After closing his bank account, he intended to rise, yet his attention was unexpectedly captured by a lively group chat. It was a classmates group. To be precise, it was a chat established among Sheng's high school peers. Gazing at this classmates group, Sheng's gaze momentarily lost focus. Since graduating from high school, he had not shown his face in the group. Not for any particular reason, but because none of these high school classmates were ordinary. Either they hailed from extraordinary family backgrounds or had achieved career success in their early teens. In this world, commoners must wait until they turn 18 to naturally transition into their professions. Conversely, those with wealth and influence can procure transition tools at exorbitant prices, manipulating the process to complete their transitions before the age of 18, gaining an advantage. Among his classmates, many came from affluent and powerful families, with some having completed their transitions at the tender ages of 8 or 9. Now, this group was replete with skilled individuals. During his student years, Sheng was merely an ordinary person, finding it difficult to integrate into the circle of his high school classmates, resulting in only a handful of friends. As he observed the incessantly flashing messages in the classmates group, his gaze hesitated for a moment, yet he could not resist clicking in. Now that he too had embarked on the path of a cultivator and had reached the first transition at level 100, he felt sufficiently qualified to engage with his peers on equal footing. Within the classmates group, a flurry of messages erupted as his classmates engaged in fervent discussions. "Someone help me. I have been stuck at first transition level 100 for an entire year. How am I to navigate the thunder calamity of the second transition as a ghost master?" A male classmate lamented incessantly in the group chat. Sheng cast a glance and recognized him as Zhou Ming, a student from a well-to-do family. Sheng recalled that Zhou Ming had transitioned into his profession at the tender age of 15. Now, he had achieved the remarkable status of a level 100 adept. Just like Sheng himself. To advance to the second transition ghost master realm, one must endure the thunder tribulation. In this world, crossing a significant threshold necessitates withstanding the thunder tribulation. It is the first formidable test of life and death, the thunder tribulation. Only by overcoming it can one successfully ascend. However, the thunder tribulation is exceedingly perilous. Although Sheng had yet to experience it himself, he had heard others speak of it in hushed, fearful tones. During the tribulation, even the slightest misstep could result in being reduced to ashes, making it a true life-threatening ordeal. Consequently, many level 100 adept practitioners remain stagnant at this stage, too fearful to face the thunder tribulation and become stronger. Zhou Ming evidently harbored similar trepidations. "That thunder tribulation is nothing but a trifling challenge. I have a solution." A classmate jested. Zhou Ming, thinking there might be a secret technique involved, eagerly inquired, "What method do you propose?" Chapter 11. The pressure from a group of extraordinary classmates. The classmate chuckled heartily and said, "It's simple, acquire a full set of dark gold level equipment, and you'll undoubtedly pass the thunder tribulation." A full set of dark gold level equipment. Zhou Ming's face immediately fell upon hearing this. If he possessed such equipment, he would have long since faced the tribulation instead of lamenting in the group chat. A complete set of dark gold level equipment would cost no less than several million. If it were a full set, the price would be even more staggering, at least 100 million federal coins. One can only procure it through connections. Although his family is affluent, they have yet to indulge in such extravagance. Get lost. Zhou Ming cursed, realizing that this young man was merely toying with him. At that moment, a classmate diverted the conversation, gossiping. "Have you heard? Recently, an enigmatic master appeared in the wilderness, reportedly obliterating all malevolent spirits within a 100-mile radius with a single strike. Many formidable boss-level spirits were vanquished in an instant. Is that true? An entire 100-mile area purged of all spirits with one move." Someone exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. What a tall tale. Could it possibly be a fifth-tier expert? A group of classmates began to chatter animatedly, clearly intrigued by this sensational news. The student who initiated the topic pounded his chest, asserting, "It's absolutely true. I have a video captured by someone who stumbled upon the scene and posted it on a secret forum. Quick, share the video." "How can we be sure you aren't just bragging?" others urged. Sheng gazed at the sudden shift in conversation, momentarily taken aback, accompanied by a gnawing sense of foreboding. He opened the video, and upon viewing its content, his expression shifted dramatically. His premonition had indeed been accurate. The individual who filmed was alarmingly close, seemingly just over 10 miles from the desolate grave village, having recorded from a hillside. The footage captured the entire event, even revealing his own figure meditating in the air within the grave village. However, due to the considerable distance, the video was extremely blurry. Coupled with the relentless golden lightning striking down, causing intense vibrations, the video trembled incessantly, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the identity of the person depicted. After watching the video, many students erupted in astonishment. The young man did not exaggerate. Everyone was taken aback by the footage. My goodness! What kind of skill is this? The sky was filled with golden lightning, annihilating everything within 100 miles. Such overwhelming power used for trivial matters. Why would such a formidable spell be unleashed in such a low-level map? In the video, a figure appeared, seemingly clad in athletic attire. Who could this be from Ghost Mountain City? Do great beings truly don sportswear? It seems rather absurd. The group buzzed with speculation. It was unclear. None had witnessed a mighty figure from Ghost Mountain City wield such astonishing lightning techniques. At that moment, a student named Zheng spoke up. Unlike Zhou Ming, who was at level 100 after his first transformation and awaiting the tribulation, Zhang Gang had already transcended the lightning tribulation and was a genuine second transformation ghost master, holding significant status among his peers. His voice was cool and detached. This lightning technique is indeed remarkable. In all of Ghost Mountain City, I can only recognize Mr. Sheng as capable of performing it. His mastery of lightning arts is extraordinary. It cannot be anyone else. Mr. Sheng? Some were momentarily stunned. Mr. Sheng is a formidable figure of 5 transformations, a ghost king. His profession is that of a hidden lightning specialist, and his lightning arts are truly exceptional. Zhou Ming raised a doubt, but the person in the video was dressed in athletic attire. How could he resemble Mr. Sheng? That's true. Many were taken aback, acknowledging the validity of Zhou Ming's point. Even Zheng Gang fell silent upon hearing it. Sheng, listening to the discussions, couldn't he help but break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that his affairs would become the subject of conversation among his classmates. Someone has even recorded their own video. Zheng Gang has spoken up. After Zheng Gang spoke, Sheng's gaze sharpened. Among his classmates, Zheng Gang is quite renowned. Successfully overcoming the Thunder Tribulation and becoming a second-tier ghost master signifies his exceptional profession. However, Zheng Gang is merely famous among them. For at least a dozen of his classmates have also reached the second-tier ghost master realm. Zheng Gang is only one among many. In fact, among his peers, there are even third-tier ghost generals and fourth-tier ghost sect masters. Admittedly, they are not numerous, but their presence is certainly astonishing, particularly the fourth-tier ghost sect masters, who hold an esteemed status even within the cultivation realm. Indeed, after Zheng Gang spoke, many second-tier ghost master classmates joined in the discussion. The third-tier ghost generals remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Is our class beauty present? This is something that must be asked of her. Zheng Gang chuckled. Someone chimed in, yes. Our class beauty, Sheng Wanning, possesses unfathomable prowess. A year ago, she was already a fourth-tier ghost sect master. Only she could have contact with the formidable fifth-tier ghost king. She should know the origins of this mysterious expert. A chorus of laughter erupted among the classmates. Sheng's expression was complex. Sheng Wanning. Not only is she the beauty of their class, but also the school S-belle. Moreover, she is a renowned prodigy among the younger generation of Ghost Mountain City. At such a tender age, she has already attained the fourth-tier ghost sect realm. During their time at school, Sheng had only exchanged words with her once. Such goddesses are typically unattainable, possessing not only extraordinary beauty but also astonishing cultivation realms. Even the instructors hold her in high regard. At that moment, Sheng Wanning unexpectedly spoke up, her voice cold. Everyone, instead of idling away here, it would be more prudent to dedicate your time to preparing for the impending federal examination. Gaining admission to Fengdu University is the ultimate goal. Upon her utterance, a profound silence enveloped the group of classmates. After a brief pause, Zheng Gang echoed her sentiment. Indeed. Let us all focus our efforts on the forthcoming federal examination. That is of utmost importance. Zhou Ming lamented, you all are seasoned veterans of the second and third transitions. At merely the first transition, level 100, fear this may be quite challenging. Zheng Gang reassured him. The federal examination assesses potential and comprehensive scores. You still have a chance. The federal examination, you say? With a sigh, Sheng exited the class group chat, choosing to divert his attention. Just as Sheng Wanning had articulated, dedicating oneself wholeheartedly to the federal examination is indeed the rightful path. Moreover, in comparison to his peers, the fleeting sense of pride he had felt upon reaching level 100 in his first transition swiftly dissipated. Among these classmates, even the weakest, Zhou Ming, had already attained level 100 in his first transition, merely awaiting the trial of the Thunder Tribulation, not to mention Zheng Gang, a formidable master of the second transition, alongside numerous others. Furthermore, there were several third transition ghost generals, and Sheng Wanning herself, a fourth transition ghost sect. In comparison to their accomplishments, his modest achievement seemed utterly trivial, lacking any merit for boasting. The journey ahead remains long. They excelled due to their early transitions, affording them ample time for growth. He too was not without merit. Though his time was somewhat limited, he possessed the world's top-ranked profession, Celestial Master. It was only a matter of time before he caught up with them. Alas, he must strive even harder. Sheng took a deep breath, rallying his spirits. He swiftly cast aside the fleeting sense of pride and self-satisfaction within him. See you at the federal grand examination. He smiled. Pondering the expressions his classmates would wear upon their reunion at the examination, the thought amused him greatly. In the serene stillness of the mountains, Sheng gathered his thoughts, stroking his chin as he began to contemplate his next course of action. His immediate goal was to swiftly transcend into the second transition Ghost Master realm. However, achieving this breakthrough would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Sheng pondered, his mind racing with the requirements for advancing to the second transition Ghost Master realm. Chapter 12. Traversing the Depths of the Wilderness. To break through to the second transition Ghost Master realm, 2 conditions must be fulfilled. The first involves acquiring a job transition item specific to his profession, while the second necessitates enduring the lightning tribulation. The so-called job transition item serves as a catalyst. It must be procured to summon the lightning tribulation. Sheng rubbed his chin, musing, the job transition item can only be obtained from a boss. With a stroke of luck, I might secure it swiftly. The true challenge lies in withstanding the lightning tribulation. However, equipped with my dark gold grade set, I should have no trouble overcoming the first transition lightning tribulation. Sheng pondered with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Although the lightning tribulation is perilous, successfully navigating it would result in a substantial surge in power as he ascended to the next great realm. If one were to assess the strength of an individual who has just entered the second transition Ghost Master realm is 50 times that of an ordinary first transition level 100 individual. Indeed, it is a staggering 50-fold. Even a multitude of first-tier warriors at level 100 would find themselves outmatched by a solitary initial stage second-tier Ghost Master. However, there exist exceptions. Equipment serves as a significant variable. Take Sheng, for instance, a prodigy clad in an entire ensemble of dark gold grade gear. Though still a level 100 first tier, his strength has surged to a staggering 100 times that of an ordinary first-tier warrior, surpassing even the 50-fold might of the initial stage second-tier Ghost Master. Of course, this is merely in comparison to the initial stage second-tier Ghost Master. Should he encounter a seasoned second-tier Ghost Master equipped with a full set of second-tier gold-grade equipment, they would effortlessly overpower Sheng, who is adorned in first-tier dark gold-grade gear. Ascending to a major realm is the true path to power. With fervent determination, Sheng gazed ahead. Upon breaking through to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, he would be able to don even more formidable second-tier equipment. The enhancements provided by second-tier gear would be truly terrifying, far exceeding that of first-tier equipment. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist and declared, enough of this. My priority is to acquire the class transfer item first. With that, he leapt forth, his figure vanishing amidst the vast expanse of ghostly mist, venturing deeper into the wilderness. In search of a boss-level specter. Days later, within a toxic fog swamp, the green miasma surged as if it were tangible. Yet, under the divine onslaught of golden lightning, the murky swamp regained its clarity, reducing countless specters to mere ashes. In the depths of the toxic swamp, a towering 10-meter skeletal giant crumbled under the relentless bombardment of golden divine lightning, collapsing with a thunderous crash and scattering a plethora of equipment across the ground. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in utter astonishment. The towering 10-meter skeleton, a formidable first transformation level 100 boss, is beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. It would likely require the combined effort of hundreds to vanquish such a foe. Yet, it was effortlessly obliterated by the golden divine thunder. With a flash, Sheng appeared, standing amidst the marsh, gazing at the array of equipment scattered from the colossal skeleton. Still, nothing of value emerged. Sheng's eyes swept over the fallen gear, his brow furrowing in frustration. Following the annihilation of this boss, he had yet again failed to obtain the coveted job transfer item. Sighing, he was taken aback by the difficulty of acquiring it. Over the past few days, he had relentlessly hunted bosses, hoping for the job transfer item to aid him in overcoming the lightning tribulation. Armed with strength 100-fold that of a typical level 100 first transformation warrior, Sheng traversed the depths of the wilderness with virtually no opposition. Even the most elite level 100 first transformation bosses in this region struggled to withstand the onslaught of his 9 heavenly thunders. The sheer magnitude of his power was staggering, 100 times that of an ordinary first transformation level 100 warrior. Coupled with the terrifying amplification of the 9 heavenly thunder skills, his might could reach an astonishing 200 times. This rendered the depths of the wilderness akin to his own garden, where he moved with ease. Even the most formidable bosses fell before him in mere moments. Within just a few days, he had dispatched no fewer than 20 bosses. Yet, despite this relentless pursuit, he remained empty-handed in his quest for the essential job transfer item. Perhaps it was time to take a brief respite. Sheng furrowed his brow and settled onto a dark stone slab, commencing the restoration of the energy within his body. The enhancement provided by the 9 heavens divine thunder was extraordinarily formidable. However, it was not without its drawbacks. The energy expenditure was astonishing. After each deployment, Sheng felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away. It would be a considerable duration before he could summon it again, plunging him into a brief period of vulnerability. Such a state was untenable. Sheng frowned, recognizing that while relying on the nine heavens' divine thunder to vanquish spectral entities was manageable, engaging in combat with fellow beings posed a dire threat. After unleashing a burst of the nine heavens' divine thunder, he would be left in a state of weakness, rendering him utterly defenseless. This was a critical flaw. In recent days, he had been diligently seeking a remedy, aspiring to regulate the attack radius of the nine heavens' divine thunder in order to mitigate its energy consumption. Yet, the nature of the nine heavens' divine thunder as an area effect skill made it inherently uncontrollable. Once invoked, it enveloped a vast expanse of land, expending immeasurable energy and depleting his reserves instantaneously. Sheng had endeavored numerous times to reduce the area of effect, yet all attempts had ended in failure. While unleashing a destructive grade skill was relatively straightforward, mastering its control proved to be an arduous endeavor. With a resigned expression, Sheng contemplated the alternative of acquiring a new skill, as mastering the nine heavens' divine thunder seemed a distant prospect. He activated his spatial wristband and began to rummage through it. In recent days, he had amassed a considerable collection of skill tomes, which now formed a small mountain in one corner of the wristband. Fireball technique? No, that would not do. It was a skill of fire-based ghost arts, unsuitable for a celestial master. Sheng cast aside a vibrant red skill book and picked up another. Barbaric charge? This is unacceptable. This is a skill book for ghost combat, and it cannot be learned. Sheng meticulously sifted through the books, discarding those he could not learn. After rummaging through half a small mountain, he finally let out a soft gasp. Oh, a Taoist skill book? This is a form of swordsmanship. The exorcism sword? Sheng held a golden skill book in his hands. Although it was a Taoist skill book, it indicated learnable. Indeed. Even though he was currently a celestial master, he had originally transitioned from a Taoist. The celestial master is, after all, a more formidable existence among Taoists. So it stands to reason that he could learn the Taoist skill book. With a gleam of joy in his eyes, Sheng gazed at the skill book titled Exorcism Sword. Detected learnable skill Exorcism Sword. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Learning. Without hesitation, Sheng opted to learn this Taoist skill, the Exorcism Sword. Ding. Exorcism Sword learned successfully. Common skill, Exorcism Sword, LV1, one of the ordinary sword techniques of Taoism. Attack power increased by 5. Damage to ghostly entities increased by 2. Note, as the skill level rises, the percentage of damage can gradually increase. So weak. Sheng frowned at a mere glance. The enhancement attributes of the Taoist Exorcism Sword were exceedingly mundane. The attack power only increased by 5. Although there was an enhancement against ghostly entities, it was merely 2. Sheng felt quite dissatisfied, unaware that this was the standard level for the masses. Just as his discontent brewed, a prompt echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Detected a new skill. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master is activated, and the demon-slaying sword automatically upgrades to the level of destruction. Chapter 13, New Destruction Level Skill. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master has triggered, and the demon-slaying sword is automatically upgraded to the destruction level Vajra demon-slaying sword. The Vajra demon-slaying sword. Indeed, the passive talent heart of the Celestial Master has activated once again. Haha. Sheng's expression brightened with joy. However, he was curious about the effects of this new destruction level skill, the Vajra demon-slaying sword, with eagerness. Sheng pulled up the skill introduction for the Vajra demon-slaying sword. Destruction level skill, Vajra demon-slaying sword, LV1, a single target attack skill, one of the pinnacle Taoist demon-slaying sword techniques. Attack power increased by. Damage to ghostly entities increased by. A single target attack skill? Sheng's gaze swept across the description, and upon seeing single target attack skill, his heart surged with exhilaration. Single target attack skills consume far less than area attack skills. This undoubtedly resolves the issue that had been troubling him. The power enhancement is remarkably strong as well. Sheng gasped in astonishment. The attack power increase of the Vajra demon-slaying sword astonishingly reaches. The damage to ghostly entities is astounding. In comparison to the Taoist skill, demon-slaying sword, which only offers a 5 attack power increase and a 2 increase against ghostly entities. This is a significant enhancement beyond mere measure. It is simply outrageous. Sheng was left in shock. Furthermore, he realized that since the Vajra demon-slaying sword is a single target attack skill, the increase in attack power far surpasses that of Nine Heavens' divine thunder. The attack power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder has increased significantly, while the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword has reached an even higher level. However, this does not imply that the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword is superior to the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Rather, it is to be noted that both possess unique strengths. The Diamond Demon Subduing Sword exhibits formidable single-target prowess, while the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder excels in area attacks. In this regard, the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword cannot compete. With a hearty laugh, Sheng felt considerably more agile, having shed his period of weakness. After a little over 10 minutes, the energy within Sheng had replenished significantly, prompting him to resume his journey. He was also eager to test the power of the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword. Equipped with such a devastating single-target skill, vanquishing bosses would become a far simpler endeavor, eliminating the need to unleash the wide-ranging Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, which often caused considerable commotion. Where to go next? Sheng consulted his electronic map and swiftly pinpointed a location, the Headless Ghost Valley. This seemed to be the perfect choice, for it was said that a formidable boss known as the Headless Ghost King resided there. Defeating it might yield the crucial items required for his transcendent transformation. With his target established, Sheng set off towards the Headless Ghost Valley. Situated deep within the wilderness, the Headless Ghost Valley was shrouded in eerie ghostly flames, with countless headless ghosts drifting ominously throughout the terrain. These headless apparitions were all level 90 entities of the first transition, rendering the valley exceedingly perilous. Yet, this was merely the beginning of the threat. Deeper within the valley lurked the supreme boss of the first transition, the Headless Ghost King, a significant deterrent that had instilled fear in countless cultivators. At this moment, the Headless Ghost Valley appears to have recently endured a fierce battle. Numerous cliffs have collapsed, transforming into heaps of debris. Additionally, there are considerable amounts of white powder, remnants of the headless ghosts that were slain. In the depths of the valley, a towering figure known as the Headless Ghost King stands over 10 meters tall, roaring in rage. True to its name, this entity is devoid of a head. Instead, it possesses a robust, imposing body. Its eyes and mouth are grotesquely situated upon its chest. Reminiscent of the mythical figure Sheng, the Headless Ghost King's eyes glow of fierce crimson, and its enormous maw brims with sharp fangs, relentlessly assaulting a golden shell-like protective barrier. Within this shimmering barrier, four figures sit in a state of disarray, relying on its protection for their very survival. This golden shield is indeed remarkable, withstanding the attacks of the Headless Ghost King for the time being. However, the discerning observer can easily note that the barrier is riddled with cracks and is unlikely to endure much longer. Should the golden shield shatter, the four individuals within would surely meet a grim fate, to be devoured whole by the Headless Ghost King, with no chance of escape. At this moment, had Sheng been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the four trapped souls. They are none other than the Tsangming squad, who had previously captured him and brought him deep into the wilderness. For reasons unknown, they now find themselves ensnared within the Headless Ghost Valley, facing imminent peril. What to do? I do not wish to perish. Shan, a formidable figure clad in golden-grade armor, is now beset by fear as he gazes upon the pacing Headless Ghost King, sensing the approach of doom. At this moment, the woman in the gray robe, Li, had lost her previous composure. Her hair was disheveled, and her complexion was pale, embodying a state of utter disarray. Observing Shan's flustered demeanor, she attempted to steady herself and reprimanded, "What are you panicking for? There will surely be a way to escape." Shan, gazing at the Headless Ghost King outside, was on the brink of collapse, and to his astonishment, he began to weep. "Escape? It is impossible. We are in a dire situation. The Tsangming squad is doomed." As he spoke, his countenance twisted with rage as he turned to Li, exclaiming, "Li, this is all your fault. You insisted on confronting the Headless Ghost King. Now look, none of us will survive." In his fury, Shan lunged towards Li, attempting to grasp her by the throat. This scene horrified the other two members of the squad, who hurriedly intervened to restrain him. Although Shan was halted, the exchange left Li Ying's expression exceedingly grim. Once Shan calmed down, a member of the Tsangming squad managed a wry smile and remarked, "Who could have anticipated that the Headless Ghost King had mutated? It possesses 30 times the strength of an ordinary level 100 warrior. A level 100 boss typically wields 10 times the power of an ordinary warrior. Stronger bosses may reach 20 times, but 30 times is undeniably a mutation. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. When faced with one, the only recourse is to hide. Yet, despite their rarity, we have encountered it. It feels unjust." The Tsangming squad had prepared meticulously to confront the Headless Ghost King. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired a supreme ghost-suppressing talisman valued at 3 million, capable of weakening the power of the Headless Ghost King with the formidable strength of a few companions. We believed we could vanquish it and procure exquisite equipment. However, we had not anticipated that the Headless Ghost King had just undergone a mutation, amplifying its power by 30-fold. Even with the exceptional talisman, we found ourselves no match for it, which led us to be ensnared within the Valley of the Headless Ghosts. The golden light array was on the verge of collapse. One of the team members cast a glance at the golden array plate held by the gray-robed woman, Li Ying, his expression filled with despair. The reason we had survived thus far was entirely due to Li Ying's protective treasure, the golden light array plate. Yet now, under the relentless assaults of the Headless Ghost King, the array plate was riddled with cracks, threatening to fail at any moment. Chapter 14. A reunion with the Tsangming squad. The gray-robed woman, Li Ying, bit her lip, gazing at the fractured golden light array plate in her hands, her face equally grim. Suddenly, amidst our despair, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the valley's entrance, followed by a violent tremor, accompanied by a cloud of dust billowing forth. It appeared that a powerful being had arrived at the Valley of the Headless Ghosts, charging in with unrestrained ferocity. This sudden turn of events left Li Ying and Xiao Shan, along with the others, momentarily stunned, instinctively turning their gaze toward the valley's mouth. Faintly, they could discern a formidable figure dashing into the Valley of the Headless Ghosts, wreaking havoc with abandon. The sword lighted unleashed, devoid of finesse, was capable of obliterating even a level 90 Headless Ghost in an instant. Its overwhelming aura was astonishing. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Shan was the first to react. His eyes alight with fervent joy as he exclaimed, "A master has entered the Headless Ghost Valley. We are saved." The other two members of the Tsangming team, upon recognizing this sudden twist of fate, were equally exhilarated. They had not anticipated that a glimmer of hope could emerge from their dire predicament. Li Ying, taken aback, gazed towards the valley's entrance, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she observed the formidable figure boldly venturing into the Headless Ghost Valley. She pondered in astonishment. What kind of master dares to traverse the Headless Ghost Valley alone? The other two members of the Tsangming team responded solemnly, "This individual is extraordinary." Indeed. To effortlessly slay a level 90 Headless Ghost, one must be at least a level 100 master in the first transformation. Otherwise, such strength would be unattainable. The two displayed remarkable discernment, recognizing that the having effortlessly vanquished a horde of charging headless specters, Sheng turned his gaze towards the depths of the Headless Spectre Valley. Musing, "My objective here is the Headless Spectre King. I wonder if the beast has already been slain?" Roar. As if in response, a deafening spectral roar echoed forth, accompanied by billowing waves of nether energy surging from within the valley. "It lives," Sheng exclaimed, his reaction one of elation rather than fear. Recognizing the roar as belonging to the Headless Spectre King, he quickened his pace, pressing deeper into the valley. Moments later, he arrived at the innermost reaches, his presence marked by an indomitable aura. However, upon surveying the scene, Sheng's expression faltered. Within the depths of the Headless Spectre Valley, besides the colossal, 10-meter-tall Headless Spectre King, there were others. A golden protective barrier, riddled with cracks, sheltered for disheveled figures. They now fixed their hopeful gazes upon Sheng. Yet, as Sheng recognized their faces, he was taken aback. "The Azure Abyss Squad. It's you." Sheng stammered, astonished to encounter the Azure Abyss Squad in this place. It appeared they were on the verge of being devoured by the Headless Spectre King. "It's you." The quartet recognized Sheng simultaneously, equally stunned. Only a few days had passed, and they had not forgotten the individual they had once apprehended to fill their ranks. How did one undergo such a remarkable transformation to become an extraordinarily powerful being? The display of combat prowess is simply unfathomable, far surpassing that of their Tsangming squad. It is truly astonishing. Am I dreaming? Xiao Shan stood in a daze, with the most profound impression of Sheng. Back then, he had merely grabbed Sheng by the collar and brought him to the teleportation array. At that time, Sheng was merely an inconsequential novice. Yet how could he have metamorphosed into a formidable force beyond imagination in just a few short days? I must be dreaming. This is too surreal. Xiao Shan pinched his thigh hard. The sharp sting jolted him back to the realization that this was no dream. Everything was indeed real. How could this be possible? Li Ying was equally stunned. She recognized Sheng as the young man they had once captured to make up their numbers. But how had he now transformed into such a fierce warrior? Even she could only look up to him in awe. The rapidity of this change was simply too extraordinary. The other two members of the Tsangming squad were likewise left speechless. They must have mistaken him for someone else. The two spoke in unison, convinced that there were merely two individuals with similar appearances. After all, how could an inconspicuous novice evolve into a master in just a matter of days? This seemed as unreal as a myth. Indeed, they must have made a mistake. Shan nodded vigorously. Even Li Ying could not help but privately agree with this notion. However, in the next moment, a single utterance from Sheng shattered their fleeting hopes. "Everyone, it is good to see you all." Sheng spoke, his gaze laden with profound meaning as he looked at the four, his expression tinged with amusement. Upon hearing this, the four felt as if struck by lightning. Sheng's words undeniably confirmed his identity. "It is truly you." Li Ying gazed incredulously at Sheng, while Shan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Who else could it be? Sheng shrugged his shoulders, a playful smirk dancing upon his lips as he regarded the four individuals before him. Once, they had treated him like an insignificant insect, dragging him to the teleportation array. Now, he had ascended to the pinnacle of his power, a level 100 transcendent. Far beyond the reach of the Tsangming team, who were merely level 90 experts. Senior, it's all a misunderstanding. Shan, driven by a fierce instinct for survival, rapidly shifted his demeanor, beginning to humbly submit to Sheng. The other two members of the Tsangming team followed suit, bowing their heads in desperate pleas. In the face of death, even the slightest shred of dignity could be cast aside. Though they remained oblivious to the reasons behind Sheng's swift ascent to such formidable strength, he was now their sole beacon of hope for survival. Sheng cast his gaze across the group, landing on Li Ying, cloaked in gray robes. Her expression was resolute, her pride forbidding her from bowing to Sheng. Yet, witnessing the desperate entreaties of Shan and the others, her countenance fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed. Ultimately, she found her voice. "Senior, please, save us." Li Ying offered Sheng a smile that was more painful than tears, her once charming face now flushed with embarrassment. The disdain she had once harbored for Sheng now mirrored her contempt for herself. Chapter 15, The Might of the Diamond Demon-Slaying Sword. "Save you? What a grand delusion." Sheng scoffed coldly, intending first to deal with the headless ghost king, his eyes shifting towards the formidable entity. Altered. Upon closer inspection, Sheng discerned that the aura of this headless ghost king was exceptionally powerful. Sheng estimated that the combat prowess of this headless ghost king reached an astounding 30 times that of an ordinary level 100 first transformation warrior. In contrast, the bosses he had previously encountered typically exhibited only 10 to 20 times the strength. With a thunderous roar, the headless ghost king charged toward Sheng with great strides. How fortuitous! Sheng's gaze remained indifferent as he paid no heed to this headless ghost king. His strength far surpassed that of the headless ghost king, reaching an impressive 100 times. Furthermore, when augmented by the annihilation grade skill Vidra subduing demon sword, his ultimate power could soar to a staggering 260 times. Indeed, 260 times. Beyond the inherent 100 times from his dark gold equipment, the annihilation grade skill Vidra subduing demon sword alone could elevate Sheng's combat strength by an additional 160 times. The sum of both was an astonishing 260 times. This overwhelming ratio of 260 to 30 signified an absolute domination. The ground trembled as the headless ghost king charged forth, resembling a small mountain, causing the entire headless ghost valley to experience a minor earthquake. Enveloped in a torrent of rolling dark energy that surged like ominous clouds toward Sheng, the atmosphere was terrifying. Observing this, Sheng's expression remained unfazed. Meanwhile, under such formidable pressure, the four members of the Tsangming team fell silent. Whether Sheng could rescue them hinged upon his ability to contend with this headless ghost king. Should he fail, all would be in vain, and they would perish together in this headless ghost valley. Suddenly, the white jade sword in Sheng's hand radiated a blinding golden light. Beneath his feet, an enormous Vajrabhadwa formation unfolded. The formation surged with golden light, intricate and profound Bhagwa patterns swirling within. In an instant, Sheng stood upon the intricate diagram of the 8 trigrams, basking in golden radiance, his white robe enhancing his ethereal presence. Li Ying gazed at him anew, her eyes widening in astonishment. How could this figure resemble the novice she once knew? Suddenly, the headless ghost king charged forward with remarkable speed, arriving at Sheng's side in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous roar, it struck with a palm as massive as a rooftop, unleashing a chilling wind that could shatter stone with mere gusts. In response, Sheng unsheathed his sword. As he did so, countless Vajra demon-subduing runes danced in the air, accompanied by a colossal golden sword light that surged forth, cleaving through the valley before him. Viewed from above, one might see a celestial swordsman in white unleashing a magnificent beam of golden light that engulfed the entire valley. Within the valley, the headless ghost king found itself in the path of this radiant strike. In an instant, its mountainous form began to dissolve upon contact with the sword's brilliance. First, Its arms, followed by its legs, melted away. In the blink of an eye, this formidable boss, boasting 30-fold combat power, was reduced to nothingness. A resounding explosion echoed as the sword light, having vanquished the Headless Ghost King, continued its descent into the valley behind, causing the entire Headless Ghost Valley to tremble violently, raising clouds of dust into the air. Countless Vajra demon-subduing runes flitted about, purifying the dense ghostly fog surrounding them. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the valley. As the dust settled, Li Ying and her companions stood in stunned silence, gazing at the flattened expanse of Headless Ghost Valley. What had transpired? Qiao Shan wore a dazed expression. What had he just witnessed? With a single stroke, Sheng had slain the Headless Ghost King, a creature of 30-fold strength. Li Ying too was left in disbelief. She had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet, they had not anticipated such a sudden conclusion. That was a mutated boss with 30 times the combat power. Their team, having exerted their utmost, was no match for it. Yet, it was effortlessly slain by Sheng. What an immense disparity! Li Ying stood in a daze. It seemed that Sheng's level of power had reached an unimaginable apex. Indeed, Sheng paid no heed to the four individuals, instead gazing at the spot where the Headless Ghost King had evaporated, a grin spreading across his face. He was exceedingly pleased with the might of the Diamond Demon suppressing sword. With a combat power multiplier of 260, he had become a true anomaly among anomalies. Even donning a full set of first transformation legendary equipment would hardly compare, would it? Sheng chuckled. Moreover, when it came to single-target combat, the Diamond Demon suppressing sword far surpassed the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Its potency was not merely superior, but staggering. Furthermore, its energy consumption was minimal. Sheng assessed the energy within him and discovered that executing a single strike with the Diamond Demon suppressing sword consumed only about 20% of his energy. This meant he could unleash 5 consecutive strikes. For this, Sheng felt quite satisfied. With such formidable power, he could hardly believe anyone could withstand the might of his 5 strikes and survive. On the other side, boom. After the Headless Ghost King was vanquished, an explosion of equipment erupted, as if a rain of items was falling from the sky. Hundreds of pieces of equipment cascaded like raindrops. Upon hitting the ground, they surged forth in vibrant rays of light, illuminating the entire silent Headless Ghost Valley. In an instant, it became a kaleidoscope of colors. It dazzled the eyes of Li Ying and her companions. An explosion. A magnificent explosion. Watching the torrential downpour of equipment, the eyes of Li Ying and her 3 companions turned crimson in an instant. This had originally all belonged to them. Now, it had all fallen into Sheng's hands. Heavens, that is a piece of dark gold equipment. Qiao Shan suddenly widened his eyes, witnessing several beams of dark gold light cascading down, erupting into astonishing pillars of dark gold. This left the 4 of them breathless. In that moment, even Li Ying's eyes turned red. Although each of them adorned golden tier equipment, they had never possessed a single piece of dark gold equipment. This had always been their lingering regret. It is worth noting that a piece of dark gold equipment could enhance one's combat power tenfold, far surpassing the strength of golden equipment. Qiao Shan's mouth watered as he fixated on those dark gold pillars, wishing he could press them into his very eyes. Sheng cast a glance, seemingly indifferent. It was merely a first-tier dark gold equipment. He had already assembled a complete set. No amount of additional drops would hold any value for him. Suddenly, a dazzling orange beam shot skyward. This radiant column was astonishing, even dispersing the clouds above, showcasing an extraordinary phenomenon. This unexpected occurrence caught Sheng's attention. What? Legendary tier equipment. Li Ying and the others nearly bit their tongues, their expressions a mix of disbelief. The emergence of this orange beam took everyone by surprise. How could this be possible? Li Ying exclaimed in astonishment, as if caught in a dream. This Headless Ghost King had actually dropped a piece of legendary tier equipment. Legendary equipment? Sheng was momentarily stunned, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He never anticipated such fortuity, resulting in the acquisition of a legendary piece of equipment. Legendary equipment. It not only offers unparalleled attributes, but its drop rate is exceedingly low, rendering it exceptionally precious. The Headless Ghost King has yielded a treasure, and such fortune can only be described as extraordinarily fortunate. For a moment, Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 16. This lad is likely in grave peril. His luck is truly off the charts. Sheng sighed in wonder. Suddenly, a white orb of light rolled forth, accompanied by a melodious chime. The sound captured Sheng's attention, and as he turned to look, his expression transformed into one of elation. Within the white orb lay a strand of pure white feather, immaculate and radiating a soft, milky glow. The sight of this white feather brought him greater joy than that of discovering legendary equipment. A class change item. At long last, it has emerged. Sheng erupted into hearty laughter. The class change item was precisely what he had longed for. For days, he had been tirelessly pursuing this goal. Once obtained, he could summon the thunderous tribulation and ascend to the second-tier Ghost Master realm. The aura of class change items is always white, leaving no doubt that this was indeed one. Splendid, 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 Sheng exclaimed thrice, reveling in his bountiful harvest. Subsequently, under the envious gazes of Li Ying and her companions, Sheng stepped forward towards the equipment. Lad, I advise you not to move. A chilling laugh echoed suddenly, laced with a mocking undertone. This caused Sheng to falter in his stride, instinctively turning to glance back. Thereupon, he beheld two figures standing upon a distant hillside, their hands clasped behind their backs, grinning maliciously as they fixated on Sheng in the valley below. Their eyes glinted with greed as they beheld the legendary orange light pillar, their intentions unmistakably clear. They were here for the legendary equipment. Two formidable practitioners of the second transformation Ghost Master realm? Upon seeing the two individuals, Sheng's gaze sharpened as he discerned their status as second transformation Ghost Masters. Achieving the second transformation Ghost Master realm undoubtedly places one among the ranks of the elite, for they have successfully weathered a lightning tribulation. Within the myriad factions, those of the second transformation Ghost Master realm can effortlessly assume the role of guest elders, with annual salaries soaring into the millions. For any faction, such individuals represent a vital core strength. Previously, his younger brother, Lu Ming, had boasted of having a second transformation Ghost Master aiding his ascension, enjoying substantial benefits. Likely, these two were drawn here by the towering orange pillar of light. Sheng cast a glance at the radiant column, which was visible even from 100 miles away. Given the speed of a second transformation Ghost Master, Bai Ziliang wore a sinister smile, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casually scrutinizing Sheng. It appears that fortune is on our side, he remarked. Beside him, Bai Zishu chuckled knowingly. He had disowned that Sheng was merely a first-tier cultivator, with no chance whatsoever against a second-tier Ghost Master, especially when there were two of them. Although the legendary grade equipment had been obtained by Sheng, their mere presence meant it was now theirs. Thus, rather than attributing good luck to Sheng, it was more accurate to say that they were fortunate. Sheng had no opportunity to claim the items for himself. Hand over the goods, and we may spare your life. Bai Ziliang extended a hand, mockingly gazing at Sheng, overtly taking advantage of his lower cultivation level. Bai Zishu's eyes glimmered with greed. A piece of legendary grade equipment was something even second-tier Ghost Masters would regard with utmost seriousness. Sheng let out a cold snort, disregarding the two, and turned to gather the equipment. Suddenly, a flash of a blade swept in from behind, striking with remarkable precision. Sheng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. A thunderous roar erupted as the blade collided with a distant mountain, the tremendous force causing it to crumble and unleash a cloud of dust. This attack was exceedingly malicious. Had Sheng not reacted in time, he would have been cleaved in two. Bai Ziliang sheathed his blade, stroking the edge with a smirk. I told you, that item belongs to us. Seeking death, Sheng's eyes flashed with a hint of malevolence. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Shan, Li Ying, and the others surged forth, seizing the opportunity while Sheng was preoccupied, racing towards a pile of equipment at an astonishing speed. One individual swiftly seized a piece of equipment and turned to flee from the valley, their movements fluid and decisive. The other three displayed remarkable intelligence, opting not for the legendary grade equipment, fully aware that it was the coveted prize of two formidable second-tier Ghost Masters who would not allow their escape. Instead, they chose a relatively precious dark gold equipment. Conversely, Li Ying made a different choice, selecting a white orb of light. She had already discerned through Sheng's gaze that this item held great significance for him. Her intention was to irk him by absconding with the class change item. The four moved with astonishing speed, being first-tier, level 90 experts. In a mere second, they had vanished beyond the valley. This scene ignited an unnameable fury within Sheng. Particularly infuriating was Li Ying, who had audaciously taken the class change tool that he had painstakingly acquired over several days. Seeking their demise, Sheng bellowed in rage, his voice reverberating throughout the valley. Since embarking on his path of cultivation, he had never been so enraged nor encountered such shameless individuals as the Songming team, who persistently tested his limits. Turning to retrieve his equipment and pursue them, he was met with the mocking expressions of Bai Ziliang and his companion. who intended to block his path. "Kid, I told you. Leave the items." Bai Ziliang sneered, sealing off Yi Sheng's route. In that instant, their faces became utterly detestable in Yi Sheng's eyes. With his patience exhausted and his gaze darkened, he swung his sword with fury. Outside the Headless Ghost Valley, a triumphant laugh echoed. "We made it out." Qiu Shan laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement, embodying the feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster. The other two shared in his joy. Not only had they evaded danger, but one of them had also acquired a piece of dark gold equipment. What a thrill. Aha! This trip was far from in vain. That young lad must be seething with frustration. What a futile endeavor. The mere thought of Yi Sheng provoked another round of laughter from the two. Li Ying gazed at the white orb in her hand, smiling as she remarked, "Whether he can survive is still a matter of debate." Indeed, they were two formidable second-tier ghost masters. "That young man is in dire straits." The two concurred. "Let us move. Delay may bring unforeseen changes." Li Ying, ever cautious, warned. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the Headless Ghost Valley. The group instinctively turned their heads, only to be met with a pallid visage. They beheld a scene that filled them with however, the two second-tier ghost masters fell silent. A trace of fear flickered in Li Ying's eyes. Those two must have been killed. What? Qiu Shan was taken aback, unable to believe it. Li Ying's suspicions were not unfounded. Just moments ago, Yu Xing had effortlessly slain Bai Ziliang and his companion with a single sword strike. The two had died with expressions of disbelief. In this world, there existed such an anomaly as Yu Xing, whose power had reached an astonishing 260 times. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was already too late. They were obliterated in an instant by Yi Sheng's sword. Run. Fear was evident in the eyes of Qiu Shan and his two companions. At that moment, true terror gripped them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, especially as they beheld the figure in white robes, akin to a demonic god, rapidly pursuing them. A profound sense of despair welled up within the trio. If this monster could annihilate even second-tier ghost masters, who could possibly stand against him? Alas, Yu Xing's speed was unparalleled. The dense energy surged within him, propelling him forward with incredible swiftness, even without any martial techniques. In the blink of an eye, he had blocked their escape route, his gaze icy as he regarded the four. "Spare us." Qiu Shan and his companions fell to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It was over. Li Ying, however, stood frozen in despair, fully aware that Yu Xing would not allow them to escape. Death. Yu Xing, filled with fury, struck out. A golden sword light flashed, engulfing the four in an instant, dismissing any need to waste words on these contemptible beings. Boom. Following the strike, a long ravine was carved through the forest. The four were completely vaporized, leaving only 4 spatial rings behind. Yi Sheng waved his hand, stowing away the 4 spatial rings. After a thorough search, he discovered the white orb within Li Ying's spatial ring. The presence of the class change item brought him a sense of relief. This journey had not been in vain. It was time to depart. Yi Sheng cast a sweeping glance around before leaping forward, swiftly vanishing into the forest. With the class change item in hand, he could summon the lightning tribulation and step into the realm of the second transition as a ghost master. Half an hour later, a figure rushed towards the Headless Ghost Valley, emanating an aura of the same second transition ghost master realm. Boom. The figure landed within the valley, unleashing a formidable force that cracked the ground beneath. This figure, exuding immense strength, stood upright and revealed itself to be a middle-aged man, clad in battle armor. His attire was extravagantly luxurious, each piece radiating a dark golden glow. He was adorned in a full set of dark golden great equipment. His aura as deep and vast as an abyss. Furthermore, the middle-aged man's dark golden equipment was not of the first transition, but rather an astonishing second transition dark golden grade. Just this set of armor could amplify his combat power by 100-fold. This in comparison to other second transition ghost masters, not first transition ones. In comparison to Yi Sheng, he was incomparably more formidable. Were Yu Xing present, even with the destructive skill Vidra subduing demon sword, he might not stand a chance against this man. The disparity in their realms was too great, their equipment levels not on the same tier. At this moment, Bai Tingyu surveyed the chaotic scene within the Headless Ghost Valley with a grim expression. Just moments ago, he had brought along 2 members of the Bai family, Bai Ziliang and Bai Zishu, only to find their life signals had inexplicably vanished. The disappearance of life signals signifies that the 2 individuals have perished. Otherwise, such signals would never cease to exist. Here, the life signals of Ziliang and Zishu have vanished. A heavy cloud of despair loomed over Bai Tingyu's countenance, almost as if it were on the verge of shedding tears. It was incomprehensible that two distinguished scions of the Bai family had been slain right under his very eyes. For decades, the Bai family had dominated Ghost Mountain City, and never before had they encountered such an event. Who would not steer clear upon hearing the name of the Bai family? After an exhaustive search, Bai Tingyu indeed discovered a severed head among a pile of rubble. The visage of this head was marred with blood, and upon closer inspection, Bai Tingyu recognized it as that of Bai Ziliang. The expression on Bai Ziliang's face was one of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something beyond comprehension in his final moments. Ziliang. Bai Tingyu could not contain his sorrow, weeping for the loss. Bai Ziliang and Bai Zishu had been nurtured under his watchful eye since childhood, and he had harbored great expectations for them. They had not disappointed at a young age. They had successfully overcome the tribulation of thunder, emerging as stars of the younger generation of the Bai family, with boundless potential. Yet now, all of it lay in ruins. Soul-searching talisman. Bai Tingyu suppressed his grief and retrieved a talisman inscribed with intricate runes, from which emanated a chilling aura. He let a drop of blood fall upon this crimson talisman. As he rubbed his hands together, the soul-searching talisman ignited with ethereal green ghostly flames. These ghostly flames enveloped the remnants of Bai Ziliang's severed head. In due course, a fleeting memory from Bai Ziliang's final moments materialized above the head. Within that vision, one could discern a figure clad in white robes wielding a sword, unleashing a strike of immense power, accompanied by a flurry of 8 trigrams runes swirling in the air. The moment the strike connected, the image abruptly vanished, exceedingly brief. Bai Tingyu gazed at the image, his countenance darkened. The soul-searching talisman possesses the ability to extract the final moments of a deceased's memories, manifesting them as vivid images. However, there exists a temporal constraint. Should the duration exceed 1 hour, even a talisman valued in the millions would prove ineffective. Bai Ziliang had just passed away a mere half-hour ago. Remaining within this critical time frame, the figure clad in white, Bai Tingyu furrowed his brow. That apparition appeared exceedingly unfamiliar. Regrettably, the golden light obscured the individual's features, rendering them indistinct. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for this tracking talisman could encapsulate the essence of this person. Bai Tingyu summoned forth another talisman, the tracking talisman. This talisman floated in the void, emitting a faint glow as it gathered the surrounding energies, recording them meticulously. Should he encounter a trace of the recorded essence once more, the talisman would illuminate, revealing the identity of the pursued. Moreover, the tracking talisman could indicate the approximate direction of the fleeing individual. When oriented towards the escapee, the talisman would emit a gentle light, guiding the pursuit. Of course, the efficacy of the tracking talisman hinges on its quality. The talisman in Bai Tingyu's possession was evidently of the finest caliber, likely worth tens of millions. Humph, young man, you shall not evade capture. Those of the Bai family are not so easily slain. A glimmer of malice flickered in Bai Tingyu's eyes. Chapter 18, Legendary Great Equipment. A day later, deep within the wilderness, a 5-member team advanced with utmost caution. This formidable group possessed exceptional strength, with each member being a level 100. First transformation expert at the pinnacle of their realm. Even for such a formidable team, caution is paramount upon venturing into the depths of the wilderness. Ever vigilant against the onslaught of powerful spirits and ghostly tides, let us take a moment's respite, commanded the robust captain, halting his advance. His breath was slightly ragged, a testament to the considerable energy expended during their prolonged journey. After gesturing with his hand, Zhang Kuei sought out a large, dark stone slab upon which he settled to recuperate his inner vitality. The remaining 4 members of the team exhaled in relief, for they too were on the brink of exhaustion. In this profound wilderness, their spirits had remained taut, and prolonged tension inevitably led to fatigue. As time wore on, the weariness became palpable. Once seated, a youthful member named Wang Yu voiced his grievances, nearing his limit. Over the past fortnight, the team had vanquished 4 formidable bosses, faced 2 sudden onslaughts of ghostly tides, and narrowly escaped a crossing of spectral soldiers. The other 3 turned their gazes toward the captain, evidently contemplating retreat. Zhang Kuei stroked his bearded chin, casting a glance at his weary companions, and offered a wry smile. He too recognized that should they fail to withdraw from the depths of the wilderness, the team might encounter dire consequences. Upon hearing his words, the 4 members collectively exhaled, their bodies relaxing. Wang Yu, in particular, chuckled softly, envisioning the luxurious life that lay ahead. Be cautious. There is someone. Zhang Kuei suddenly bellowed, alerting the others. Instantly, their previously relaxed bodies tensed once more. In a heartbeat, a figure emerged from the thicket. The figure appeared youthful, exuding an ordinary aura. Although he was a first transformation expert at level 100, his presence lacked any amplification, rendering him merely an average practitioner of that stature. Humph, I had anticipated a formidable opponent. Wang Yu mused, curling his lip as he relaxed his posture once more. Among the 5 members of Zhang Kuei's small team, each possessed an aura amplified by 20 or 30 times. Even the weakest among them, Wang Yu, had a tenfold increase, bolstered by a piece of dark gold equipment. In contrast, this young man radiated no amplification, embodying the essence of a typical first transformation expert at level 100. Young man, you've startled us. Will you not offer some form of compensation? Wang Yu called out as the youth emerged from the forest, intent on continuing his journey. The young man frowned and turned his gaze towards Wang Yu and his companions. However, Zhang Kuei waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he addressed the youth. Misunderstanding. Please, carry on. Upon hearing this, the young man nodded and disregarded the 5, leaping gracefully into the depths of the forest. Once the young man had departed, Wang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. Captain, why let that lad go? What a splendid opportunity to press our advantage. Wang Yu, unimpressed, believed his captain to be overly cautious. Meanwhile, in the woods, Sheng, the very individual of unremarkable presence, continued on his path. This disguise ring truly proves its worth, Sheng thought, glancing at the golden ring adorning his wrist. This golden ring was recently unveiled as a legendary grade equipment, named the Ring of the Disguised. It possessed an array of remarkable functional attributes. Firstly, the Disguiser's ring is a spatial bracelet, possessing an interior space vast enough to accommodate 10 football fields. It is far superior to the inexpensive spatial bracelets previously distributed by the Federation. With such an expansive capacity, Sheng will no longer suffer from the dilemma of insufficient storage for his equipment. Furthermore, this disguise's ring boasts 2 divine abilities, disguise and concealment. The disguise feature allows one to mask their own aura as any desired essence. Sheng has experimented and found he could emulate the aura of a 3rd-tier ghost general, though he could not surpass that due to his own level limitations. Just moments ago, Zhang Kuei and others perceived him merely as an ordinary 1st-tier, level 100 cultivator, which can be attributed to the prowess of the disguiser's ring. As for concealment, it is even more extraordinary. It enables the bearer to briefly enter a state of invisibility, rendering them undetectable to the naked eye and completely obscuring their aura for a duration of 3 seconds. Although this fleeting invisibility may seem brief, it is sufficient for a formidable being to strike down an adversary multiple times. Regrettably, while the disguiser's ring is an artifact of immense value for assassins, for me, it is somewhat dispensable. Sheng shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, it remains a legendary grade piece of equipment, with staggering worth. He confirmed his direction. He was not far from Thunder Mountain Gorge. This journey was intended for him to undergo tribulation there. The environment of Thunder Mountain Gorge is exceptionally unique, possessing a mysterious magnetic field that can disrupt tribulation lightning, thereby diminishing its potency to some extent. Many powerful cultivators seek out such extraordinary natural conditions to enhance their chances of successfully overcoming their tribulations. The Thunder Tribulation is exceedingly perilous. No amount of caution can be deemed excessive. Sheng would rather journey for an entire day to reach Thunder Mountain Gorge than arrogantly attempt to confront the tribulation directly. After all, it is his inaugural experience with the tribulation, and lacking any prior experience, it is prudent to proceed with caution. Half an hour later, Sheng finally arrived at Thunder Mountain Gorge. The gorge appeared desolate, its rocky surfaces charred black, a testament to the powerful beings who frequently underwent tribulations here. When the Thunder Tribulation descends, it reduces the surrounding trees and vegetation to mere ashes. The gorge was enveloped in silence, and upon observing the absence of others, Sheng felt a wave of relief. He wished to avoid any disturbances during his tribulation. Given the inherent dangers of the Thunder Tribulation, any interruption could be fatal. This will do, Sheng thought, casually selecting a large black stone to sit upon, his expression turning serious. As he extended his palm, a white orb of light manifested within it. The orb emanated a gentle glow. Upon closer inspection, Sheng noticed a white feather floating within the orb, an item that had erupted from the Headless Ghost King, a class change item. Is this truly the class change item of a Celestial Master? Sheng mused, intrigued by the item. Class change items vary greatly, each more bizarre than the last. For instance, a warrior's class change item might be a broken longsword or a battered axe. They come in all forms. What significance does this white feather hold? Sheng pondered, his gaze fixated on the feather. Never mind, he decided. It would be wiser to focus on successfully navigating the tribulation and advancing to the second-tier Ghost Master. With this thought, Sheng took a deep breath. For he had long yearned for the second-tier Ghost Master realm. Chapter 19. A single sword to vanquish the Thunder Tribulation. Once the class transition item is crushed, the second transformation will commence. Sheng gazed intently at the white feather in his hand. The transition to a new class is, in fact, remarkably straightforward. As long as one reaches level 100 in the first transformation, crushing the transition item will initiate the metamorphosis, evolving towards the second transformation of the Ghost Master realm. However, this transformation from weakness to strength is inherently against the natural order, defying the laws of heaven. Should the supreme rules perceive such an act, a heavenly tribulation shall descend, obliterating the defiant life form to maintain the cosmic balance. Thus, the origin of the heavenly tribulation is established. It will not be so easy to extinguish me. With a smile, Sheng promptly crushed the white feather in his hand. The feather shattered, transforming into countless specks of white light that entered Sheng's body. In an instant, he was enveloped by an array of luminous white dots. As these points of light permeated his being, they seemed to dissolve a certain barrier within him. With the obstruction removed, Sheng's body began its metamorphosis. His flesh, muscles, and bones grew stronger under the nurturing energy. His blood surged like boiling magma, continuously purging impurities and becoming increasingly pure. His internal organs radiated a soft glow, signaling the onset of evolution. As Sheng underwent this transformation, dark storm clouds began to gather above the Thunder Mountain Gorge. The supreme rules had sensed the evolution of a life form. The clouds thickened, gradually turning pitch black, enveloping an area of 100 miles and casting a shadow over the surroundings. As the ominous clouds formed, countless spirits lay in wait, rendering the vicinity into a profound silence. A rumble echoed from the depths of the storm clouds. Crackle, as the ominous thunder rumbled. Torrential raindrops cascaded from the dark tempestuous clouds, crashing violently into the depths of Thunder Mountain Gorge. A single droplet struck a piece of charred timber, bursting into a spray of water that seeped into the parched, cracked earth surrounding it. Has it arrived? Sheng lifted his gaze towards the shadowy clouds looming above him, feeling the overwhelming majesty of the heavens. The tribulation of thunder. Countless formidable practitioners have shied away from confronting it. His classmate, Zhou Ming, had postponed for an entire year, perpetually reluctant to face the trial. Yet at this moment, Sheng stood resolute before the thunder tribulation. Come forth. His eyes sparkled with determination. Within him, a transformation was underway, progressing towards the second transition of the Ghost Master realm. However, this metamorphosis required time. It could not be completed in an instant. Should he falter midway and fail to endure the thunder tribulation, his body would be reduced to ashes, and all would come to an abrupt end. Yet, should he successfully navigate the tribulation and ascend to the second transition of the Ghost Master realm, he would enter an entirely new echelon. Everything would change. Crack. Suddenly, after a moment of brewing, the tribulation clouds unleashed the first bolt of divine lightning. This bolt undulated like a massive serpent, illuminating the pitch-black expanse of the heavens and the earth. Dozens of miles away, someone was undergoing the tribulation. Zhang Kuei was astounded, gazing at the sudden darkness enveloping the world. Wang Yu and the others were equally taken aback, rising in unison, neglecting their rest. All of them were at the first transition, level 100, and were no strangers to the tribulation. They knew that to advance to the second transition of the Ghost Master realm, they must overcome this challenge. They were acutely aware of the significance of the Thunder Tribulation. It was in the direction of Thunder Mountain Gorge. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, looking towards that direction. Who is undergoing the tribulation? Zhang Kuei stood in stunned silence, gazing towards the direction of Thunder Mountain Gorge, enveloped in ominous storm clouds. His eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and admiration. He was astonished to witness someone undertaking the tribulation, striving for a higher realm of existence. His admiration stemmed from the universally acknowledged peril of thunder tribulations, which are notoriously difficult to navigate. Once initiated, there is no turning back. Without meticulous preparation, the only inevitable outcome is death, reduced to ashes beneath the thunder's wrath. The inherent danger has deterred countless first transformation, level 100 experts from taking that crucial step. Zhang Kuei and his companions, all of whom are first transformation, level 100 experts, had long reached the threshold for tribulation. They had even prepared their transformation items in advance. Yet, they hesitated to shatter the items and confront this pivotal moment, always feeling that they were still a step short, perpetually seeking further readiness. Particularly for Zhang Kuei, who had lingered at level 100 for 5 long years. His combat prowess reached 30 times that of an ordinary first transformation, level 100 expert. Nevertheless, the fear that gripped his heart held him back from facing the thunder tribulation and ascending to a higher realm. It was akin to a mental demon, tormenting him day and night with the desire to transcend, yet paralyzing him with dread. At this moment, Zhang Kuei lifted his gaze towards Thunder Mountain Gorge, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Observing someone brave enough to confront the thunder tribulation, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. This solitary display of courage surpassed his own. Who could this person be, daring to face the tribulation? Wang Yu stood equally astonished. Having been trapped at level 100 for an entire year, hesitant to undertake the same perilous journey, he pondered whether this individual would emerge victorious. Within the team, one member remarked gravely, "It is indeed a daunting challenge." Another person shook his head resolutely, expressing skepticism. "Indeed, it is challenging," Zhang Kuei remarked with a wry smile. "It would be remarkable if 2 out of 10 could successfully endure the thunder tribulation. Though this individual possesses courage, reality often reveals the harsh truth." Indeed, the others echoed his sentiment, acknowledging that if traversing the thunder tribulation were so simple, they would have attempted it long ago. Over the years, they had witnessed numerous practitioners of equal caliber perish beneath the thunder tribulation. How many of these tribulations could this individual withstand? Zhang Kuei mused. There are a total of 9 heavenly thunders in the tribulation. Only by enduring all 9 strikes can the dark clouds of tribulation dissipate. Once one has withstood them, the practitioner achieves success and may ascend to the second transition of the Ghost Master realm. Wang Yu chuckled, stating, "I believe even the first strike is a formidable challenge." Boom. At that moment, a serpentine bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the storm clouds, illuminating the pitch-black expanse and plunging towards the Thunder Mountain Gorge below. "Here it comes. It has begun." Zhang Kuei and the others narrowed their eyes, realizing that the tribulation had commenced. Soon after the thunder tribulation descended, a beam of golden sword light surged forth from the direction of the Thunder Mountain Gorge. The golden sword light was astonishing, accompanied by swirling bagua symbols that danced through the air, colliding with the heavenly thunder. It had chosen to confront it head-on. Then, to the incredulous gazes of Zhang Kuei and his companions, the overwhelmingly powerful heavenly thunder was directly obliterated by this beam of sword light. Indeed, it was utterly obliterated. Following the annihilation of the heavenly thunder, even the dark clouds of tribulation fell into a moment of silence, as if in a daze. Unable to comprehend that someone could vanquish the thunder tribulation. What? A single sword strike obliterated the thunder tribulation? Zhang Kuei and the others were left utterly bewildered. They had witnessed grand spectacles before, yet witnessing the annihilation of a thunder tribulation was something they had never encountered in their lives. Ordinary individuals facing tribulations typically strive for defense. How could one dare to take the initiative to attack? Yet, within the Thunder Mountain Gorge, this individual not only launched an assault, but also obliterated the first bolt of heavenly tribulation. How could this be possible? Zhang Kuei stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a method of transcending tribulation before. Just as the others were left in a daze, the dark clouds of tribulation seemed to have been provoked. After a brief moment of brewing, the second bolt of thunder crashed down. This bolt's power surged exponentially, striking the Thunder Mountain Gorge with immense force. Chapter 20. What an anomaly. Transcending tribulation as easily as sipping water? The might of the second bolt of thunder was formidable. The obliteration of the first tribulation appeared to have further enraged the dark clouds, which unleashed yet another bolt of thunder, only to be effortlessly severed once more. This spectacle nearly left Zhang Kuei and his companions slack-jawed. It felt as though the one undergoing tribulation was not engaged in a trial, but rather enjoying a leisurely vacation. Then came the third bolt of thunder, the fourth, the fifth. Each was swiftly cleaved by the being within the Thunder Mountain Gorge, with each act appearing remarkably effortless. Minutes passed, and Zhang Kuei gazed in astonishment at the direction of the gorge, where 8 bolts of heavenly thunder had been dispatched. His expression turned numb. Only one remained. Zhang Kuei declared, if the creature within the gorge could withstand this final bolt, the tribulation would come to an end. Boom. The ninth bolt of thunder roared with overwhelming force. The figure in the Thunder Mountain Gorge seemed to have grown serious. A resplendent golden sword light surged forth, as if wielding all its might to collide with the ninth bolt of thunder. Boom! The golden sword light flashed like a shooting star before Zhang Kuei and the others. An unbelievable scene unfolded. This strike not only severed the ninth bolt of tribulation but also disrupted the dark clouds above. Witnessing this, Zhang Kuei and his companions were rendered utterly speechless. It was the first time in their lives that they had heard of a calamity cloud being dispersed. What? Wang Yu was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he felt that this tribulation was nothing extraordinary and that even he could handle it. Fortunately, he had not lost his composure, understanding that such a feat could only be accomplished by a creature of immense power within the Thunder Mountain Gorge. If it were he, it would not be so effortless. What manner of creature lurked in the depths of the Thunder Mountain Gorge? After a long pause, the remaining 3 members of the team finally found their voices, astonished and speechless. Zhang Kuei's expression turned solemn. Let us proceed to the Thunder Mountain Gorge and discover what sort of anomaly resides there. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Kuei leaped ahead, heading towards the gorge. Wang Yu and the others were momentarily stunned before quickly following suit, their curiosity piqued by this formidable entity. Their speed was remarkable, as they were all perfected level 100 first transformation experts. Within mere minutes, they beheld the Thunder Mountain Gorge from a distance. Zhang Kuei slowed his pace, casting a wary glance in the direction of the gorge, hesitating to rush forward any longer. The creature had just completed its tribulation and was likely in the process of nurturing its cultivation. Should they recklessly approach and disturb it, they feared that none of them would survive. Wang Yu and the others mirrored his caution, trailing behind Zhang Kuei. Were it not for their overwhelming curiosity, they would not dare to investigate this place. Moments later, they emerged from the forest, gazing at the charred wasteland of the Thunder Mountain Gorge. Particularly, Wang Yu's eyes widened in anticipation, eager to witness the prowess of this formidable individual who had traversed the tribulation with such ease. Surely, a figure of through the mountains and forests, Zhang Kuei, Wang Yu, and others beheld a charred Lei Mountain Gorge. The calamity of thunder had just concluded, and many scorched boulders still emitted wisps of smoke. Countless strands of fragmented lightning danced across the ground, lingering in the air. Amidst the desolation of the Lei Mountain Gorge, they spotted a figure seated atop a large stone. The figure was still enveloped in radiant thunder, eyes closed in deep meditation, nurturing his cultivation. The aura of a first-level practitioner had vanished from him, replaced by the enviable presence of a second-level ghost master, emanating continuously. Although he had only just stepped into the realm of a second-level ghost master, there was no doubt as to his status. However, upon recognizing the figure's visage, Zhang Kuei and the others were momentarily stunned. They knew this anomaly. No, to be precise, they had encountered him not long ago. How could it be him? Wang Yu could not restrain a gasp, his eyes nearly falling from their sockets as he gazed at the figure on the black stone. Zhang Kuei and the others were equally taken aback. They had all seen the figure on the black stone just a short while ago. This very figure had passed by their resting place. Wang Yu had even intended to provoke him, but was stopped by Zhang Kuei, thus avoiding conflict. Wang Yu had regarded him with disdain, considering him merely an ordinary first-level, 100-level practitioner. Yet, this seemingly ordinary first-level practitioner was an astonishing prodigy, navigating the thunder calamity with the ease of drinking water. How could it be him? Zhang Kuei, too, was bewildered, having recognized Yu Sheng. He distinctly remembered that when he last encountered Yu Sheng, he was even weaker than the most feeble member of their team, Wang Yu. However, now this ordinary cultivator, who has transcended to level 100, has become an astonishing anomaly. In the Thunder Mountain Gorge, Yi Sheng is enveloped in crackling thunder and radiates the aura of a second-tier ghost master. With his eyes closed, he revels in the transformations occurring within him, his heart brimming with joy. He feels an unprecedented surge of power in this moment. After successfully breaking through to the second tier of Ghost Master, the shackles that had long plagued Yi Sheng have finally vanished. His body feels as if it has been completely emptied. If previously, his body resembled a vessel filled to the brim with water, incapable of accommodating any more energy to grow stronger. Now this vessel not only has been emptied but has also expanded tremendously. It possesses tenfold the capacity of its former self. He can continue to store energy, becoming even more formidable. Is this the essence of the second-tier Ghost Master? Yi Sheng feels elated, akin to a child. The transformations after reaching the second tier are indeed monumental. Everything feels like a fresh start. His power can be enhanced once more. He can hunt monsters, accumulating experience to level up. His skills can also evolve into something even more powerful. Most importantly, he is now able to equip second-tier gear. This represents a profound qualitative change. Equipment holds immense significance, particularly high-quality gear. This was validated during his first tier. Yet, second-tier equipment far surpasses that of the first tier in strength. While his first-tier dark gold gear is formidable enough, enhancing his power 100-fold, it pales in comparison to the strength provided by a single piece of second-tier golden equipment. This disparity is a matter of levels. Quantity cannot compensate for it. The energy contained within second-tier equipment is far greater. Their combat prowess is significantly superior. Previously, Yi Sheng's fortunate triumph over two formidable second-tier ghost masters was indeed a stroke of luck. The two individuals had merely just entered the second-tier ghost master realm, their levels not exceeding the 10th rank of the second tier, and they were unable to don many of their equipment. Only after ascending to the second tier did their basic combat power experience a significant enhancement. It was also unfortunate for them to encounter an anomaly like Yi Sheng. With his entire set of dark gold equipment and the catastrophic skills he wielded, his power was amplified to a terrifying 260-fold. Surviving such an encounter was nearly impossible. Second-tier equipment could only be worn by those above the second tier, granting Yi Sheng a tremendous opportunity for further growth. With a sense of elation, Yi Sheng opened his eyes. He had already sensed the approach of individuals near the Thunder Mountain Gorge who were lurking at a distance, observing him. However, after his elevation to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, Yi Sheng's perceptive abilities had grown immensely. He discerned that the few individuals watching him from afar were merely first-tier cultivators at level 100, posing no threat to him. Thus he chose to disregard them. Chapter 21, Bounty Notice. A grave mistake. Do you have business here? Within the Thunder Mountain Gorge, Yi Sheng opened his eyes, casting a cold gaze toward the 5 individuals not far away. He recognized them from a previous encounter in the forest. They had likely come to investigate the commotion caused by his tribulation. And no, nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei and the others appeared visibly anxious, hastily waving their hands. Before Yi Sheng, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Only Wang Yu's complexion had turned pale. He had initially intended to provoke Yi Sheng, but had been deterred by Zhang Kuei's intervention, fearing that he might have caused a grave error. A being that could traverse tribulations as effortlessly as drinking water was not one to be trifled with. Zhang Kuei cupped his hands in salute, saying, "We have merely come to observe and extend our congratulations on your successful tribulation. Some individuals, during their tribulation, invite friends and family to witness the occasion." Yi Sheng, however, had never extended such an invitation. "Leave this place." Yi Sheng's voice was devoid of warmth, and after ascending to the second transition of the Ghost Master realm, his aura had grown increasingly composed and profound. He regarded the few individuals before him as mere insects, lacking any inclination to trouble himself with them. "Just go. Just go." Zhang Kuei sighed in relief upon hearing this, recognizing Yi Sheng's disdain for them. This realization filled him with a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and gratitude, an internal conflict that was deeply unsettling. The sorrow stemmed from the fact that their group of 5, each a formidable expert at level 100 of the first transition, was seen as insignificant by Yi Sheng. The gratitude, however, arose from the chance to leave this place alive. In this world, once one steps into the wilderness, there are no laws to govern, only the brutal principle of survival of the fittest prevails. Whether one survives an encounter with a stronger being depends entirely on the latter's disposition. In these desolate outskirts, killing is as trivial as breathing. Once dead, a body may never even be found. Moments later, Zhang Kuei and his companions turned and vanished into the forest, distancing themselves from Yi Sheng. To Yi Sheng, these 5 were merely a fleeting episode, unworthy of further consideration. Now, I have attained the second transition of the Ghost Master realm. Yi Sheng exhaled a deep breath, acknowledging the arduous journey he had traversed, having faced numerous tribulations along the way. It is no wonder that many find it exceedingly difficult to transcend into higher realms. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng opened his class group chat. He had been preoccupied for so long that he felt on the verge of becoming a recluse, disconnected from the world. Glancing at the other messages, he noticed that only Lu Ma had sent him a single message. As for Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, it was unsurprising that they had never inquired about him. This realization left Yi Sheng with a sense of desolation. In this lifetime, he seems destined never to experience the warmth of familial affection. Alas! Fortunately, he was not deprived of this in his previous existence. Yi Sheng shook his head. In his past life, His family was harmonious and complete. Having accomplished all this, Sheng finally turned his attention to the open class group chat. Within the group, Zhou Ming remained the most active participant. He had stagnated at level 100 for quite some time. Seeking advice from his peers regarding the nuances and techniques of overcoming tribulations, fervently gathering theoretical knowledge. Indeed, he had learned a great deal. Zhou Ming was positively delighted. Witnessing this scene, Sheng couldn't help but smile. In comparison to Zhou Ming, the theoretical expert, he had already taken the practical step forward. He successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to the realm of a second-tier ghost master, standing among his peers at the same level. Sheng chuckled, disregarding Zhou Ming, and continued to peruse the conversations of other classmates to stay abreast of current events. He soon noticed two girls gossiping. Recently, the Bai family had issued a bounty notice. The reward amount astonishingly reached 200 million federal coins. Such a staggering sum, exclaimed one girl in disbelief. A bounty of 200 million is indeed a considerable reward. Zhou Ming took over the discussion, questioning who would dare provoke the Bai family. What could possibly incite them to issue a bounty? That girl replied, someone killed 2 of the Bai family's disciples. This directly enraged the Bai family. It is said that many high-ranking members of the Bai family were infuriated, leading to the issuance of the bounty, with a stern vow to find this person and obliterate them. Is that so? Zhou Ming was taken aback. Astonished that anyone would dare to kill members of the Bai family, Sheng glanced over, slightly furrowing his brow. The Bai family. He had some knowledge of them as well. Within the confines of Ghost Mountain City lies a formidable faction, a conglomerate of immense scale. Among its ranks are numerous individuals who have attained the 4th realm of ghostly cultivation. And even a venerable elder who has reached the 5th realm of Ghost King resides at its helm. The Bai family exerts a domineering presence in Ghost Mountain City, their influence permeating every facet of society, rendering them untouchable. On ordinary days, anyone who encounters a member of the Bai family instinctively veers away. Who would dare to harm them? In response, Sheng merely shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter. The Bai family's status was far beyond his current reach. Although he had ascended to the 2nd realm of ghostly mastery, he was still a significant distance from the 4th realm of ghostly sects, let alone the 5th realm of ghost kings. As for the bounty notice issued by the Bai family, it held even less relevance for him. However, Sheng soon found himself unsettled. A girl giggled as the Bai family had circulated an image that bore a striking resemblance to one of their former classmates. Is that so? Quickly share it, Zhou Ming urged, intrigued by the unfolding drama. In an instant, the group chat was flooded with the image, drawing the attention of many classmates. They exchanged glances, and indeed, the likeness matched one of their own. Sheng's gaze swept across the image, and his expression changed dramatically. The individual depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Nearly identical upon closer inspection, the posture and aura were remarkably similar. How could this be? Sheng's countenance paled, his eyes fixated on the image as thoughts raced through his mind. The Bai family, 2 young scions. The more he pondered, the graver his expression became. Suddenly, he recalled the recent events in the Headless Ghost Valley, where he had indeed taken the lives of 2 individuals. The 2 individuals were quite youthful, both possessing the formidable strength of a 2nd-tier ghost master. They sought to seize the legendary equipment he had unleashed, only to be utterly vanquished by a single stroke of his sword. Were these 2 from the Bai family? Sheng's lips twitched violently. He realized he might have stirred a considerable hornet's nest. The amalgamation of various traits led him to nearly conclude that he was the very person the Bai family sought to place a bounty upon. Particularly, the portrait was evidently crafted by a master who meticulously enhanced the features, culminating in an image strikingly similar to his own, nearly 70% alike. Had he unwittingly incurred the wrath of the Bai family? Sheng pondered. He was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the Bai family, and such a colossal entity was far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Chapter 22. You can't truly believe it's Sheng, can you? In the student group. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. That portrait bears an uncanny resemblance to that little rascal Sheng, Zhou Ming remarked, pointing at the image and laughing heartily. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to Sheng. Many classmates began to speculate. Having spent 3 years together in high school, they were all quite familiar with one another. It wasn't surprising that no one could dismiss the connection. Could it really be Sheng? Zhou Ming teased, a mischievous grin on his face. A female classmate chimed in with a laugh. That's hard to say, given how similar the portrait appears. Indeed, such coincidences are rare. Another girl nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming widened his eyes and exclaimed, Hey, you can't genuinely think it's Sheng, can you? Just based on him? Zhou Ming's expression was exaggerated. Amongst his peers, Sheng seemed as inconspicuous as a passerby, struggling to integrate into their circle. A hush fell over the group of classmates. It is widely acknowledged that Sheng is merely an ordinary individual, and his current status regarding job transition remains uncertain. If one were to assert that the reward issued by the Bai family pertains to Sheng, they would be met with staunch disbelief. It is simply a matter of resemblance. Suddenly, Zheng Gang interjected, casting a glance at the portrait and asserting his conviction. As a formidable second-tier ghost master, his words carry considerable weight within the group. If he dismisses it, then it must indeed be dismissed. Moreover, the notion of Sheng slaying 2 second-tier ghost masters sounds almost fantastical. Zheng Gang then shifted the topic, inviting fellow second-tier ghost masters to venture into the netherworld ghost domain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming remained silent. The netherworld ghost domain is a perilous high-level realm, rife with second-tier ghost entities and even the occasional 3rd or 4th-tier specter, making it exceedingly hazardous. First-tier cultivators would be regarded as mere novices within. One must possess at least second-tier ghost master skills to survive there. Is anyone interested in teaming up? Let us meet in Netherworld City, Zheng Gang inquired with a frown. As his invitations were met with refusals, the thought of venturing alone into the netherworld ghost domain instilled a lack of confidence in him, considering that even for second-tier ghost masters, it is a treacherous place. After a brief moment, all second-tier classmates declined his invitation for various reasons. Prompting a sigh from Zheng Gang, it seemed he would have to embark on this journey alone. Just then, a significant figure made an entrance, a 3rd-tier ghost general classmate. Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Zheng Gang was elated and expressed his gratitude profusely. Jiang Hao, as a 3rd-tier ghost general, surpassed him by a considerable margin. And according to Zheng Gang's understanding, Jiang Hao had been thriving exceptionally well in Netherworld City. In the ghostly pavilion, he held an esteemed position. With his presence in the ghostly city, he felt invulnerable to the scorn of others. Zheng Gang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Jiang Hao waved his hand, exclaiming jovially, "We are all classmates. It is only natural to support one another, so there is no need for such formality." With that, Jiang Hao swiftly exited the group chat. His abrupt appearance and equally swift departure left everyone in awe, a testament to his prowess as a 3rd transition ghost general. This group of classmates, numbering in the dozens, was divided into circles. Naturally, Jiang Hao, a 3rd transition ghost general, associated more with fellow 3rd transition ghost general classmates, while those at the 2nd transition ghost master level found it challenging to engage him in conversation. In this world, strength dictated everything. With Jiang Hao's assurance, Zheng Gang joyfully exited the group chat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sheng and the Bai family. There exists an esteemed ancestor at the 5th transition of the Ghost King realm, and numerous formidable individuals at the 4th transition of the Ghost Sect realm. The 3rd transition of the Ghost General realm is even more populous. Sheng stroked his chin, contemplating strategies. After a moment of reflection, he declared, "There exists no other solution but to continue fortifying oneself. This is the supreme truth." Should he ascend to the 4th transition of the Ghost Sect realm, or even the 5th transition of the Ghost King realm, all dilemmas would dissipate into thin air. At that juncture, even the Bai family would be powerless against him. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his own inadequacy. Sheng sighed. In this world, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. Only strength holds the key to supremacy. Furthermore, while the Bai family is formidable, he too possesses hidden trump cards of terrifying magnitude. The Celestial Master. This vocation ranks 1st in the world. Each move embodies cataclysmic power. It could be said to be invincible within its realm. Once he steps into the 4th transition of the Ghost Sect realm, none within that realm shall stand against him. And upon entering the 5th transition of the Ghost King realm, even the ancestors of the Bai family would be at his mercy. A glimmer of fierce resolve flickered in Sheng's eyes. In his previous life, he was characterized by an indomitable spirit, and in this life, it remains unchanged. No matter how powerful the forces may be, they shall not compel him to bow. However, until he attains greater strength, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. The ring of the pretender shall be employed forthwith. Sheng glanced down at the legendary bracelet encircling his wrist. This bracelet possesses the ability to disguise. Since it is a disguise, it can alter one's appearance. Although the wanted poster bears a resemblance to him that is merely 70% accurate, it is sufficient to summon boundless troubles. If he were to venture out bearing his current visage, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the individual depicted in the poster, swiftly embroiling him in an endless quagmire. Sheng is neither a person who lacks adaptability nor someone so stubbornly earnest that he becomes endearingly foolish. Disguise. Sheng uttered a soft command, activating the camouflage feature of the disguiser's ring, his visage visibly transforming. In a fleeting moment, Sheng's appearance metamorphosed into that of a completely unfamiliar individual. This new countenance would likely render even those such as Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, who are exceedingly familiar with him, incapable of recognizing him. As for others who are unaware of his identity, they would certainly be none the wiser. After donning this disguise, Sheng felt considerably more at ease. Where to next? He pondered, contemplating his forthcoming objectives. Now, having surpassed the Thunder Tribulation, he has attained the realm of a second-tier Ghost Master, albeit at level 0. It could be said that he has merely taken his first steps into the second tier of Ghost Mastery. He needs to find a place to continue his ascension. Sheng remarked, "There is no need for further deliberation. To resolve matters concerning the Bai family, he must continue to grow stronger." Additionally, the federal entrance examination is drawing near. Should he gain admission to Fengdu University, he could likewise address the issues with the Bai family. Students of Fengdu University are not to be trifled with. Even a mere ordinary instructor from Fengdu University possesses the ability to instigate tremors throughout the entire Guishan city. And as for his peers, he looks forward to meeting them at the federal entrance examination. Sheng felt a twinge of discomfort at being looked down upon by his classmates. Chapter 23, Ghostly Wooden Boat. An encounter with Zhang Gang. Several days later. Deep within the wilderness, a figure was rushing forward at an astonishing pace. This figure resembled a wild dragon, exuding a formidable aura as it surged ahead at a speed of 236 meters per second, creating a fierce gust of wind in its wake. Along the way, when encountering some ghostly beings, this figure merely charged past them with ease. Subsequently, the spectral entity was violently dispersed, akin to being struck by a meteor, vanishing in an instant, leaving it perplexed until its demise, unable to comprehend the manner of its death. Boom! Sheng's figure abruptly halted, as he casually sought a large stone platform to sit upon and recuperate his internal energy. The relentless journey over the past few days, coupled with maintaining an exceedingly high velocity, had taken a substantial toll on his energy reserves. Breathing heavily, Sheng lamented, "At this pace, I might truly exhaust myself." Though he voiced his grievances, he found no better means of travel. There were merely 3 methods to traverse distances. The first was the teleportation array. However, such arrays were not ubiquitous, and they did not necessarily reach every destination. The second method involved the use of flying artifacts, which excelled in covering long distances. Under the guidance of a cultivator, one could channel their internal energy into the flying artifact, enabling it to travel at remarkable speeds. Yet, Sheng lacked a flying artifact. He had contemplated acquiring one, but the exorbitant prices deterred him. A casual search on the federal trading platform revealed that even the most economical flying artifact was valued at 500 million. This left Sheng astounded. With only 100 million federal coins in his account, he was far from affording the 500 million required. It was simply out of reach. Previously, Sheng had considered himself immensely wealthy with 100 million federal coins, yet in this moment, that sum appeared woefully inadequate. Upon reaching higher realms, 100 million federal coins could hardly accomplish anything. Even a piece of second-tier dark gold equipment exceeded that amount. As for the third method, Sheng could hardly entertain the thought of ascending to the third-tier Ghost General realm. Upon reaching the realm of the third transition Ghost General, one possesses an immense reservoir of energy, enabling the ability to soar through the skies. However, Sheng currently finds himself only at the nascent stage of the second transition Ghost Master, a substantial distance from the third transition Ghost General. Thus, it is prudent to restore his energy and continue his journey. Seated upon a large stone, Sheng meditates to recuperate his strength, finding no need to employ any of his 3 methods. His objective for this expedition is the Netherworld Ghost Domain. After several days of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to venture towards this domain, deeming it the most suitable place for his impending advancement. The Netherworld Ghost Domain is an expansive and secretive region, where the ghostly entities are far more formidable than the first-tier creatures found in the wilderness. In this domain, even a first-tier ghost at level 100 is merely the lowest tier. Second-tier ghosts are as common as waves, hardly noteworthy, while third-tier ghost general entities abound. Remarkably, even 4th-tier ghost sovereigns and 5th-tier ghost kings can be found in considerable numbers. The Netherworld Ghost Domain is a grand and magnificent secret realm, teeming with myriad factions and a tumultuous mix of beings, yet it is also a haven for the powerful. From Sheng's understanding, many of his peers have ventured into the Netherworld Ghost Domain, including several who have reached the third transition Ghost General stage, such as Jiang Hao. Notably, the illustrious Sheng, a fourth-tier Ghost Sovereign and Campus Belle, also resides within this domain. In contrast to the rural wilderness, the Netherworld Ghost Domain serves as the true stage for conflict and ambition. Sheng reflects on his previous minor skirmishes in the wilderness, the Netherworld Ghost Domain, with its plethora of powerful beings and concentrated forces, is the genuine arena for competition. At that moment, a beam of light swiftly approached, moving with remarkable speed towards Sheng. Upon hearing the commotion, Sheng lifted his gaze and gasped softly, "Oh, is that a flying magical artifact?" In his line of sight, a ghostly wooden boat soared through the sky. This ghostly craft, the most commonplace of flying treasures, held a value of 500 million. Yet, even the most ordinary ghostly wooden boat made travel far less arduous than traversing on foot. As he beheld the ghostly vessel, Sheng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be to possess one, sparing him from such strenuous journeys. In the heavens, the ghostly wooden boat transformed into a streak of light, propelling itself at high speed. Within it sat a figure in meditation, continuously channeling energy into the boat, skillfully guiding it through the skies. Fortune seemed to favor him, as he had the protection of Jiang Hao. Zheng Gang smiled, his spirits slightly lifted. However, his brow soon furrowed again. The challenge of crossing the Netherworld Ghost Realm to reach Netherworld City was no trivial task. Zheng Gang felt a twinge of frustration. Arriving at the Netherworld Ghost Realm did not signify an arrival at Netherworld City. There remained a perilous journey of 3,000 miles to the renowned Netherworld City within the realm. This stretch was fraught with danger. It was common knowledge that the Netherworld Ghost Realm was treacherous. The second transformation of ghostly tides was an everyday occurrence, and one could occasionally encounter third transformation ghost generals. Though Zheng Gang was a second transformation ghost master, confronting a third transformation ghost general could lead to dire consequences. A single misstep could result in his demise. The path to Netherworld City over these 3,000 miles would indeed be treacherous. The most prudent course of action is to journey in the company of others, ensuring mutual support. Yet, to my dismay, my companions have all declined for various reasons. Lamented Zheng Gang. Is there someone below? Zheng Gang sensed the presence of a skilled practitioner seated cross-legged within the forest below. From his perception, it appeared to be an adept who had just embarked upon the second transition to the Ghost Master realm. Although not as formidable as his own level 50 in the second transition, this individual was undoubtedly a genuine second transition Ghost Master, a rarity in these wilds. It seemed he too was en route. Zheng Gang gazed downward, astonished to observe that this person appeared to lack any flying artifacts. It struck him as peculiar. Generally, those who ascend to the second transition Ghost Master realm possess considerable wealth, sufficient to acquire a flying artifact for transportation, especially for such a long journey. Given the exorbitant costs of teleportation arrays, flying artifacts represent the most economical means of travel. Even the most affordable ghost wooden boat would typically be in their possession. Yet, this individual seemed to be in dire straits, lacking even a single ghost wooden boat, seated there to recuperate energy, as if relying solely on his own speed for travel. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Gang's mind began to whirl with ideas. Though this second transition Ghost Master was merely at the initial stage, he was still a second transition practitioner. If he were to invite this individual to accompany him, they would have mutual support upon reaching the Nether Ghost Domain, ensuring a smooth arrival at Nether City to reunite with his old classmate, Jiang Hao. Thus, with this thought in mind, Zheng Gang steered his ghost wooden boat downward, descending into the forest below. Chapter 24, Sheng? A name shared. I've landed. Sheng looked up at the ghostly wooden boat passing by, only to have it suddenly turn and fly towards him, a sense of caution rising within him. Those who possess a ghostly wooden boat are typically not ordinary practitioners. At the very least, a first transformation cultivator cannot afford such a vessel. Whoosh! In an instant, the ghostly wooden boat descended rapidly into the forest, stirring up a powerful gust of wind that caused the surrounding trees and leaves to rustle violently. Sheng rose to his feet, his white jade sword already in hand, his expression calm as he regarded the approaching figure. In these wildernesses, acts of murder and theft are commonplace. One must remain vigilant. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. A voice soon emanated from the ghostly wooden boat, attempting to assuage Yi Sheng's apprehension. Subsequently, the boat halted before Yi Sheng, and a young figure descended from it. Clad in battle armor, the young man exuded a formidable aura. Indeed, he was a second transformation ghost master. As he stepped down from the ghostly wooden boat, Yi Sheng's gaze fell upon him, and his expression momentarily froze in astonishment. The figure descending from the boat was none other than Sheng, an old classmate from his high school days. He had ascended to the second transformation ghost master realm early on. Yi Sheng never expected to encounter him here. Just recently, Yi Sheng had seen a message from Sheng in their group chat, indicating that he was heading to the underworld ghost domain. The same destination Yi Sheng was aiming for, yet here they were meeting in the wilderness. Yi Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the uncanny coincidence. However, Sheng, upon alighting from the ghostly wooden boat, failed to recognize Yi Sheng. At this moment, Yi Sheng's visage had been entirely disguised, bearing no resemblance to his former appearance. Even Lu Shushan could not recognize him, let alone Sheng. He regarded Yi Sheng merely as an unfamiliar master of the second transition in the realm of ghostly practitioners. I am Sheng, just passing by here, and I couldn't resist the urge to meet you. Sheng smiled, sensing Yi Sheng's wariness, and courteously cupped his hands in greeting. That is, Yi Sheng. Since his appearance had changed, the name was of little consequence. Yi Sheng? Sheng was taken aback by the name and began to scrutinize Yi Sheng closely. What? Is there a problem? Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow, intentionally inquiring, wishing to ascertain through Sheng's eyes whether others could recognize him. After a moment of observation, Sheng waved his hand in explanation. No misunderstanding intended. It's just that you share the same name as a classmate of mine, which caught me off guard. Clearly, Sheng had not recognized Yi Sheng and smiled amiably. Yi Sheng felt a sense of embarrassment within. He mused that the ring of the impostor was indeed extraordinary. Sheng had not sensed anything amiss and had completely failed to recognize him. What a remarkable coincidence. Yi Sheng touched his nose and chuckled. It truly is a bit coincidental. Sheng smiled back, merely thinking that their names were the same, never once considering that they could be the same person. This was quite normal. In Sheng's memory, Yi Sheng was simply an ordinary individual. Even if he had transitioned, he was likely still a novice of the first transition. How could he possibly be the formidable presence before him, radiating the aura of a second transition ghostly practitioner? That was simply implausible. What brings you here? Yi Sheng inquired with curiosity, noting that Sheng had descended unexpectedly, clearly with a purpose in mind. Are you perhaps intending to journey to the Nether Ghost domain? Sheng asked. Indeed. Yi Sheng nodded. Upon hearing this, Sheng's expression shifted, and he began to explain. It's nothing. I merely wish to invite Brother Yi to accompany me. Sheng elucidated his intentions, seeking to invite Yi Sheng to journey together to the Nether City, as having a companion would provide mutual support. After all, two second-tier ghost masters traveling together would ensure greater safety. To the Nether City? Yi Sheng pondered for a moment. His true destination was merely the Nether Ghost domain. He had not intended to visit the Nether City. However, considering Sheng possessed a ghostly wooden boat, traveling together seemed advantageous, sparing him the arduous task of making the journey alone. If he were to embark on this journey solo, it would likely take him an arduous 7 days to reach the Nether Ghost domain. Such a lengthy endeavor would leave him utterly fatigued, devoid of energy to slay monsters and level up. Yet, with the ghostly wooden boat, he could arrive in merely 3 days. Moreover, the journey would be exceedingly comfortable. Why not seize the opportunity? Visiting the Nether City would also provide a chance for new experiences. With this thought, Yi Sheng lifted his gaze to Sheng and smiled. Brother Sheng, then I shall impose upon you. Upon hearing this, Sheng's face brightened. Yi Sheng had agreed to accompany him. Impose? Not at all. Brother Yi, please. Sheng hurriedly cleared a space on the ghostly wooden boat for Yi Sheng to board. Without further ado, Yi Sheng leaped onto the vessel. Moments later, the ghostly wooden boat transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the air as it sped toward the Nether Ghost domain. With the aid of the ghostly wooden boat, their speed increased exponentially. 3 days later, Yi Sheng and his companion had not only entered the Nether Ghost domain but were also nearing the Nether City. The journey thus far has been relatively smooth for the two, despite encountering numerous challenges along the way, all of which they have successfully navigated. Brother Yi, we are merely 100 miles from the city of Netherworld. We shall soon arrive. On the ghostly wooden boat, Sheng wore a smile, his spirits lifted by the fact that they approached the city of Netherworld without incident. Additionally, through their days of companionship, Zheng Gang had come to understand Yi Sheng's character somewhat, finding him quite agreeable and commendable. Given that they were both at the second transformation of the Ghost Master realm, a bond began to form between them. Indeed, they were nearing their destination. Yi Sheng also felt a sense of relief. The dangers within the netherworld were palpable, with second transformation ghost tides lurking everywhere. On one occasion, they even spotted a third transformation ghost general from a distance, howling through the heavens, emanating waves of malevolent energy. As it swept through the terrain, scattering dust and debris like a malevolent specter. Fortunately, due to Zheng Gang's extensive experience, he swiftly concealed the ghostly wooden boat within a valley and activated the concealed breath array inscribed upon it, preventing the third transformation ghost general from detecting their presence. Otherwise, had they been discovered, escaping would have been an arduous task. A third transformation ghost general possesses the ability to traverse the skies with remarkable speed, making evasion nearly impossible. Even with the ghostly wooden boat, Zheng Gang remarked, "Brother Yi, our temperaments align. We must look out for one another in the city of Netherworld." He then added with utmost seriousness, "Brother Yi, this city of Netherworld is unlike other places. Its power dynamics are intricate and convoluted, with various sects and formidable forces converging. Upon our arrival, it would be wise to tread carefully. Offending a significant power could lead to dire consequences." Yi Sheng chuckled softly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He possesses a certain understanding of the city of Hades, the core of the ghostly domain, a realm inhabited by hundreds of powerful factions and a congregation of experts. This metropolis boasts a population in the millions, far surpassing that of Ghost Mountain City. Chapter 25, The City of Hades. Classmate Jiang Hao. Naturally, the influence of Ghost Mountain City is also present within the city of Hades, yet it is merely a minor faction among many, hardly significant. This is one of the reasons why Yi Sheng chose to come here. Ghost Mountain City is inconsequential, and the Bai family holds even less weight within the city of Hades. Numerous factions far more formidable than the Bai family exist in this realm. Nonetheless, Yi Sheng finds himself in agreement with Zheng Gang's assertion that exercising caution in the city of Hades is indeed prudent. In such a grand city teeming with powerful beings, a mere second-level Ghost Master is but a novice, while the ranks of third-level Ghost Generals are plentiful. Only those of the fourth-level Ghost Sect possess the freedom to act without restraint. The mention of the fourth-level Ghost Sect inevitably brings to mind the illustrious figure of Sheng, both a school belle and classmate. During their school days, she had already ascended to the fourth-level Ghost Sect, and one can only imagine her current prowess. Surely, even in a great city like Hades, her status would be relatively ordinary now. Brother Yi, do you have a specific destination upon arriving in the city of Hades? Zheng Gang inquired. Not yet, Yi Sheng replied, shaking his head. As a complete newcomer in the city of Hades, he knows no one and thus lacks a concrete plan. Zheng Gang responded with a smile. In that case, why not join the Xuanming Pavilion like I did? Xuanming Pavilion? Yi Sheng was taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with this faction. Hearing of it for the first time, Zheng Gang elucidated. The Xuanming Pavilion is a formidable force within the city of Yuming. Do not underestimate the Xuanming Pavilion, for it is a first-rate power, truly a colossal entity. Unlike other factions and martial arts schools, the management of Xuanming Pavilion is rather loose, composed of various individuals. On ordinary days, one can accept tasks within the pavilion and freely trade with other formidable practitioners, offering a high degree of autonomy. Zheng Gang turned to Yi Sheng and remarked, since you are new to the city of Yuming, joining the Xuanming Pavilion may prove challenging without a referral. However, with my recommendation, you will be able to join smoothly. Upon noticing Yi Sheng's hesitation, he added, without any identity. You would be expelled from the city by the city guards during the night, but with the affiliation of the Xuanming Pavilion, you need not worry in the future. Hearing this, Yi Sheng could only smile and say, then I must trouble Brother Zheng. Zheng Gang chuckled heartily, then with an air of mystery, continued, moreover, one of my classmates is a formidable figure at the third transformation of the Ghost General realm, currently holding an important position within the Xuanming Pavilion. My intention is to seek refuge with him. With my classmate's protection, life within the Xuanming Pavilion will be quite comfortable. Brother Yi, if you accompany me to join my classmate's ranks, you will have a solid backing in the city of Yuming, ensuring you are not bullied. Yi Sheng regarded him. Realizing that the classmate he mentioned, at the third transformation of the Ghost General realm, must be Jiang Hao. Yi Sheng had previously witnessed their conversation in the class group. Zheng Gang's journey was indeed to seek Jiang Hao's support. As they conversed, The distance of over 100 miles was swiftly covered by the ghostly wooden boat, and soon, a grandiose city emerged before Yisheng's eyes. In the realm of the Nether City, the formidable walls tower majestically, reaching heights of several hundred meters. From a distance, they resemble a colossal beast residing in the ghostly domain. Their surface is a deep ebony, perpetually emanating an ethereal glow. Countless incantations and intricate sigils are etched upon the walls, forming complex formations that render this grand city akin to an impregnable fortress, capable of withstanding any onslaught of spirits. As one approaches, it becomes evident that sentinels clad in pitch-black standardized armor patrol the ramparts. Yisheng gazed upon these soldiers in astonishment. Remarkably, each of them was a formidable second-order spirit master, their auras far surpassing his own at present. This undeniable display of strength further illuminated the extraordinary nature of the Nether City. Before the city gates, Sheng stowed away the ghostly wooden boat. To enter the city, one must relinquish control of the vessel. Flying over the walls would invite merciless arrows from the city guards. Those walls are fortified with rows of powerful crossbows. Only a fifth-order spirit king possesses the audacity to traverse them without fear. Brother Yi, shall we head directly to the Xianming Pavilion headquarters and see my classmate? Sheng proposed once they entered the city. Very well. Yisheng nodded in agreement. Sensing Yisheng's consent, Sheng led him straight to the headquarters of the Xianming Pavilion. The headquarters itself is a towering edifice of over 100 stories. True to its reputation as a premier force within the Nether City, the building occupies a conspicuous position in the city center, exuding an air of grandeur. Those who enter and exit are either impeccably dressed in tailored suits or adorned in fashionable skirts, all members of high society. Naturally, as the heart of the Xianming Pavilion, the majority of its visitors are powerful cultivators. Sheng and Yisheng entered the grand edifice, where a charming attendant promptly approached to offer her services. Welcoming them to the Xianming Pavilion, Sheng stated directly, "I am here to see Elder Jiang Hao." The attendant inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" Upon hearing their intention to see Jiang Hao, her demeanor shifted to one of greater respect. "Yes," Sheng replied. "The 46th floor, please follow me." The attendant bowed and led them to the elevator. The 46th floor exuded an air of tranquility. Sheng and Yisheng were escorted into a tea room, where they awaited the arrival of Elder Jiang Hao for half an hour without any sign of him. Sheng, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "My classmate is an elder of the Xianming Pavilion, and he has many affairs to attend to. Let us wait a little longer." "No rush," Yisheng replied with a smile. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, footsteps echoed from outside the tea room, approaching their direction. Soon, a young man of similar age to Sheng and Yisheng entered the room. He had a short crop of hair, and his demeanor was as sharp as a blade, with a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Upon entering, Sheng and Yisheng immediately recognized him as their classmate. Jiang Hao. Sheng's eyes lit up, though he felt a tinge of restraint and did not step forward. The current status of this former classmate was now vastly different. He was an elder of the Xianming Pavilion and a formidable figure at the third tier of the Ghost General realm. While Sheng was merely at the second tier of the Ghost Master realm, their statuses were worlds apart. "Old classmate," Jiang Hao exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing Sheng. He quickly discerned Sheng's discomfort and opened his arms to embrace him. This gesture instantly dissolved the barriers between them. Jiang Hao patted Sheng on the shoulder and chuckled, "We are classmates, and our 3 years of camaraderie should not be taken lightly. There is no need for such formality between us." Indeed, Sheng laughed heartily, feeling considerably more at ease, sensing that Jiang Hao remained unchanged and held this bond of friendship in high regard. Such a rarity. And who might this be? After reminiscing, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Yisheng, noticing the unfamiliar face, and inquired of Sheng. Sheng hurriedly introduced, "He is a friend I encountered on the road, and we share a kindred spirit, so I invited him to join us in seeking your company. Coincidentally, this friend's name is the same as one of our former classmates." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Hao smiled, looking at Yisheng with curiosity about which of his classmates he shared a name with. Chapter 26, The Bronze Steward. "I am Yisheng." Yisheng clasped his hands, his gaze complex, feeling the pressure from the Bai family, which prevented him from revealing his true identity. "Yisheng?" Jiang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ah, it's that fellow." Yisheng had left a strong impression on Jiang Hao, known for his unwavering pride. Although just an ordinary student during their time, he never sought to ingratiate himself with the cultivator classmates or forge connections. This set him apart from the others. He focused solely on his own affairs, and his eyes occasionally bore a profound depth, far from that of an ordinary youth, which piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity about him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hao, Sheng had lived 2 lives, with remarkable life experience and a maturity of character. What a coincidence! Jiang Hao shook his head, chuckling. He glanced at Sheng, who appeared unfamiliar at this moment, not resembling the classmate he once knew. The remaining time was consumed by Jiang Hao and Zheng Gang reminiscing, both of whom no longer paid attention to Sheng, who, in turn, did not disturb them. After half an hour, Jiang Hao took his leave. As a formidable figure at the 3rd level of Ghost General and an elder within the Xianming Pavilion, his schedule was exceedingly busy, making it a rare occasion for him to spare half an hour to entertain the two. Zheng Gang and Sheng exited the tea room. With Zheng Gang chuckling, "Brother Yi, I apologize for the earlier neglect. I hope you can forgive me. I was so engrossed in catching up with Jiang Hao that I nearly overlooked your presence. It is quite all right. It is only natural for old friends to reunite. And I, as an outsider, have inadvertently caused a distraction," Sheng replied. Zheng Gang laughed heartily, taking Sheng by the hand. "Enough of that. Let me take you to register your identity with the Xianming Pavilion. With Elder Jiang Hao's endorsement, you are virtually guaranteed to gain admission. Once you possess this identity, you will be able to move freely within Yuming City, without the fear of being expelled by the city guard." As they conversed, they descended from the 46th floor. With Jiang Hao's guarantee, Sheng swiftly registered as a member of the Xianming Pavilion and was appointed as a steward. Zheng Gang patted Sheng on the shoulder, grinning. "As a practitioner at the 2nd level of Ghost Master, you stand apart from the ordinary members at the 1st level. According to the rules, you are eligible to become a steward of the Xianming Pavilion. This role offers numerous conveniences. However, since you are only just stepping into the 2nd level of Ghost Master, your rank will be that of a bronze steward." Sheng lowered his gaze to the bronze token in his hand. The front bears the inscription Xianming Pavilion, while the reverse displays the word steward. This signifies Sheng's identity within the Xianming Pavilion, as well as his position therein. According to Zheng Gang, the stewards within the Xianming Pavilion are categorized into 3 ranks: bronze steward, silver steward, and gold steward. He himself ranks as the lowest, a mere bronze steward, slightly superior to a 1st transformation cultivator among the members of the Xianming Pavilion. Nonetheless, he possesses certain powers, being able to mobilize 10 1st transformation members to carry out various tasks within the pavilion. Sheng turned to Zheng Gang and inquired, "Brother Zheng, what rank of steward do you currently hold?" "I am a silver steward," Zheng Gang replied with a smile. "Once your cultivation reaches the threshold of level 50 in the 2nd transformation, you may apply to become a silver steward." "Level 50 in the 2nd transformation?" Sheng pondered. "That is indeed a minor watershed, akin to level 50 in the 1st transformation. Achieving level 50 signifies reaching the mid-stage of this realm. And what about the gold stewards? What are the requirements?" Sheng asked, lifting his gaze. Zheng Gang explained, "Naturally, only those who have attained the perfect realm of level 100 in the 2nd transformation can become gold stewards." When discussing gold stewards, Zheng Gang did not forget to caution. The status of gold stewards within the Xianming Pavilion is quite significant. "Brother Yi, should you encounter them, be sure not to offend." "Of course." Sheng nodded in agreement. Zheng Gang continued, "According to the regulations of the Xianming Pavilion, you will be assigned to a small team." Upon hearing this, Sheng furrowed his brow, as he was averse to being constrained. Teams typically consist of 5 members, and the thought of having to collaborate, "Please, allow me to finish." Upon noticing Sheng's furrowed brow, Zheng Gang clarified, "The team only convenes while executing missions for the Xianming Pavilion. Once the task is completed, should you wish to remain with them, you may. If not, you are entirely free to act independently. After all, the Xianming Pavilion is not a charitable organization. Members must contribute a certain amount to be part of it. This is something you must understand." Upon hearing this, Sheng ceased his objections. Since he had accepted the significant identity of the Xianming Pavilion, it was only proper to make some contributions. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zheng Gang continued, "Rest assured, you will earn contribution points while completing tasks. These points are exceedingly valuable and can be exchanged for items in the contribution pavilion. Do not underestimate this pavilion. With sufficient contribution points, one could even acquire 2nd-tier legendary equipment. Furthermore, as a steward, albeit the lowest rank of bronze steward, the Xianming Pavilion will arrange for you a residence in the city of Nether." Seeing Sheng's indifferent demeanor, Zheng Gang chuckled. "Do not underestimate this housing arrangement. You must realize that in the city of Nether, land is incredibly precious. A mere housing unit is worth over 5 billion Federation coins, which is beyond the reach of most individuals. Over 5 billion Federation coins for a single housing unit. Sheng was taken aback. He currently possessed 100 million Federation coins and had originally thought that acquiring a home in the city of Nether would be a simple task. However, upon hearing this, he realized his funds were woefully inadequate. Gang sighed indeed. And this is merely the price in a remote corner. Properties in the central areas start in the hundreds of billions. Additionally, in the Netherworld, the federal currency is exceedingly inexpensive. The true hard currency is the Ghost Spirit Stone. Among practitioners, transactions are predominantly conducted using Ghost Spirit Stones rather than federal currency. As he spoke, Gang flipped his palm, revealing a stone that emanated a ghostly glow. Sheng looked down, encountering the Ghost Spirit Stone for the first time. He sensed that this stone seemed to harbor an exceptionally pure energy. Noticing Sheng's confusion, Gang continued to elucidate. The Ghost Spirit Stone has numerous applications. It can be used for array formations, alchemy, and equipment tempering. Most importantly, it can enhance experience points. Enhance experience points. Sheng was taken aback, questioning how this was possible. ISNT experience typically acquired through defeating monsters? How could it be derived from a spirit stone? Gang replied earnestly. The Ghost Spirit Stone contains concentrated energy. Absorbing this energy will convert it into experience points. If one possesses enough Ghost Spirit Stones, one could elevate from level 0 to level 100 in the second transition. Of course, the cost would be exorbitant, and generally, no one would squander resources in such a manner. Sheng posed a question of great concern. Then, is the federal currency rendered useless? Since practitioners in the Netherworld predominantly trade with Ghost Spirit Stones, the federal currency appears rather superfluous. Chapter 27. The Art of Spirit Manipulation. Gang responded, not entirely. To put it this way, 100 million federal currency can be exchanged for 100 Ghost Spirit Stones. What? So inexpensive? Yishin was utterly astonished. The 100 million federal currency in his possession suddenly seemed far less appealing. Gang patted Sheng on the shoulder and said, Brother Yi, if you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you. Sheng expressed his gratitude. After parting ways, Sheng arrived at the residence arranged for him by the Xianming Pavilion. It was a modest dwelling of over 100 square meters, yet its location was impeccable. Situated in the heart of the city and in close proximity to the Xianming Pavilion building. Inside the house, Sheng sighed with relief. The steward indeed had certain advantages, sparing him the trouble of searching for accommodation like a first-tier member of the Xianming Pavilion, who would have to endure exorbitant rental prices. The rented places were often in the obscure corners of the underworld city, proving to be exceedingly inconvenient. As night fell, Sheng stood by the window, gazing at the bustling scene of Underworld City. Truly, Underworld City lived up to its reputation as a metropolis with a population in the millions, far more vibrant than Ghost Mountain City. When night descended, neon lights flickered, and towering buildings were omnipresent. Unlike the nighttime silence of Ghost Mountain City, where no one dared to venture out for fear of vengeful spirits, the nights in Underworld City were lively and filled with the aroma of street food. The entire Underworld City resembled a forbidden domain for spirits, primarily due to the multitude of powerful cultivators within. If any specter dared to intrude into such a territory, it would likely be dealt with swiftly by passing cultivators before it could even venture a few meters. Even spirits as formidable as those at the fourth tier of the Ghost Sect would not dare to set foot within Underworld City. Subsequently, Sheng took a hot shower and enjoyed a restful night of sleep. By the following day, he felt rejuvenated, his spirit restored to its zenith. Upon stepping outside, he savored a delightful breakfast before settling in a CAF, indulging in a cup of coffee while observing the ceaseless flow of people through the floor-to-ceiling window. There, on the information display screen, recruitment notices continuously rolled by, one of which read, Hiring security, requirements, first tier, level 100 cultivators only, monthly salary, 1 Ghost Spirit Stone. Recruitment for Academy Mentors is underway, with the minimum requirement being a second transition to the Ghost Master realm, offering a monthly remuneration of 3 Ghost Spirit Stones. The information regarding this recruitment is incessantly scrolling. Sheng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, the city of Nether is utterly absurd. A first transition, level 100 cultivator is relegated to security work. Although the compensation is substantial, with 1 Ghost Spirit Stone per month, it feels akin to having squandered 50 years, prematurely indulging in a life of leisure. Never mind, I shall cease my perusal. Were I to participate in this recruitment, my role would merely be that of an academy mentor, earning 3 ghost spirit stones monthly. I must exert more effort. This initial foray into the second transition of the Ghost Master realm is truly not a significant achievement. Sheng reflected. He opened his skill attribute panel. Destruction Grade Skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, LV1. Upgradable. One of the supreme Taoist secret arts summons the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to cleanse impurities and exterminate evil. With a coverage radius of 100 miles. Attack power increased. Damage to ghostly entities increased. Note: evolved from lightning summoning technique due to its immense power and extensive coverage. Use with caution. Destruction Grade Skill, Vidra Demon Suppression Sword, LV1. Upgradable. A single target attack skill, one of the pinnacle Taoist techniques for demon suppression. Attack power increased. Damage to ghostly entities increased. Sheng glanced over and noticed a marked difference. Now, both formidable destruction grade skills, after his ascension to the second transition of the Ghost Master realm, are indicated as upgradable. This signifies that the potency of these 2 destructive skills can indeed be further enhanced, becoming even more formidable and exaggerated. This is the advantage of elevating one's realm, allowing for comprehensive empowerment. However, upgrading these 2 destructive skills requires proficiency. Sheng cast a glance at the 2 devastating skill bars, each adorned with a proficiency progress bar. Presently, the progress bar 4, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, languished at a mere 2, likely due to the fact that he had only utilized it once before. In contrast, the proficiency bar 4, Vajra Demon Slaying Sword, boasted a somewhat healthier 12, a reflection of its frequent usage. Yet, the distance to upgrade to LV2 remained considerable. It appeared that with increased application, proficiency would rise, which did not seem overly challenging. One could only wonder how formidable the 2 devastating skills would become once they reached LV2. Sheng stroked his chin, filled with anticipation. If the LV1 versions of these skills were already so extraordinary, what might their power be upon further enhancement? Concealing the 2 skill bars, Sheng activated the Disguiser's Ring. The previous spatial bracelet had been replaced. The new Disguiser's Ring possessed a far greater capacity, akin to the size of 10 football fields. Ample enough for Sheng to store a multitude of items. The spoils from his recent encounters were also contained within. As he perused the contents of the Disguiser's Ring, he pondered whether any new Taoist skill books had been acquired. Diligently sifting through a pile of skill books, Sheng recalled the numerous spectral entities he had vanquished in the Headless Ghost Valley, including a formidable Headless Ghost King, yielding an impressive array of items. Initially, he had hastily collected everything, amassing a mountain of treasures without the time to organize them. The equipment was of secondary concern. What truly captivated Sheng's interest was the potential discovery of new skill books to study. To his delight, he indeed found one. After searching for over 10 minutes, Sheng indeed found a learnable Taoist skill book amidst a pile of skill manuals. What skill is this? Spirit summoning technique? Sheng glanced at the cover of the dark green skill book in his hand, curiosity etched on his face. Common skill, spirit summoning technique. One of the Taoist methods for controlling spirits, capable of capturing malevolent ghosts and commanding them in battle. Success rate for capturing ghosts, 3. Number of captures, 3. Note: can only capture ghosts of a lower level than oneself. Such a meager offering. Sheng couldn't help but scoff. Not only was the number of captures limited to 3, but the requirement to only capture ghosts below his own level rendered the skill utterly trivial. What use could ghosts of a lower level possibly serve? The assistance they could provide was negligible at best. Leveling up necessitated the extermination of higher-level spirits. And if he were to venture forth with lower-level ghosts in tow, he would likely be torn apart by those vengeful spirits before he even got close. Completely useless. Too weak. Sheng shook his head, dismissing the spirit summoning technique. Beep. New skill spirit summoning technique detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Despite his disdain, Sheng opted to learn it. After all, he possessed the powerful passive ability, Heart of the Celestial Master, which could elevate ordinary skills to the level of destruction. Upon successfully learning the skill, it indeed triggered his innate passive ability, Heart of the Celestial Master. Beep. New skill spirit summoning technique detected. Innate passive Heart of the Celestial Master activated. Spirit summoning technique automatically upgraded to destruction level. Chapter 28. Summoning Spirits and Commanding Generals. Sheng's eyes widened as he gazed ahead. Upon the activation of his innate passive ability, Heart of the Celestial Master, a brilliant white light illuminated his skill bar. When the radiance subsided, the information within the skill bar transformed. Sheng focused intently, and his breath instantly quickened. Destructive skill, Spirit Binding and Summoning LV1. One of the advanced Taoist secret arts, an evolved version of the ghost binding technique. Success rate for capturing spirits, 100. Number of captures, 10. Note: upgraded from ghost binding technique, capable of capturing spirits that are one major realm above oneself. Caution: spirits exceeding one major realm may be excessively violent. What? Sheng's eyes widened, particularly fixating on the final enhancement. The ability to capture spirits above his current realm. What did this signify? Now that he was at the second transformation of the Ghost Master realm, being one major realm above meant encountering the third transformation of the Ghost General realm. This implied that he could capture spirits at the Ghost General realm to aid him in battle. The capture limit remained at 10. The success rate was also 100. This indicated near infallibility. Even if he faced a formidable ghost of the third transformation, he could directly bind it to serve his purpose. Sheng was rendered speechless. This, spirit binding and summoning, was utterly outrageous. To bind spirits of the third transformation at the second transformation, and to command 10 of them, was this not invincible? He had witnessed such spirits during his journey to the city of Hades. These entities could traverse the skies, their presence enveloping the surroundings in a chilling aura, causing even the second transformation ghost tide to retreat. Had it not been for Zheng Gang's timely evasion, he might have perished at the hands of that third transformation ghost general. But now, I can actually bind such a fierce spirit. Sheng felt utterly astounded. After a long moment, he sighed, exclaiming, "Truly, a celestial master. Each skill is extraordinarily powerful." Upon reflection, Sheng considered it quite reasonable. After all, a celestial master ranks first on the heavenly path list. To dominate so many SSS-grade monstrous professions is no simple feat. Each of these devastating skills befits the identity of a celestial master. Next, he would summon 10 third transformation ghost generals. His own advancement would become exceedingly effortless, requiring no effort on his part. The mere thought of those 10 third transformation ghost generals toiling away for him brought an uncontrollable laugh from Sheng, who found the notion immensely amusing. He drained his coffee cup, his eyes sparkling as he declared, "It is time to set forth. First, I must strive to reach the perfect second transformation at level 100. Achieving the second transformation at level 100 would bring numerous benefits. It would allow him to ascend to the position of Golden Steward within the Xuanming Pavilion. Golden Stewards enjoy a multitude of privileges, far surpassing the current status of a Bronze Steward. Zheng Gang, now a Silver Steward, enjoys benefits that far exceed those of Sheng, and he has previously mentioned this to him. He urged Sheng to diligently elevate his realm, ensuring that his position within the Xuanming Pavilion becomes increasingly secure. Especially in the city of Nether, everything is dictated by strength. Even without Zheng Gang's admonitions, Sheng would have pursued this path. He is eager to grow powerful. He cannot remain shrouded under the shadows of the Bai family forever. Just then, as Sheng was preparing to rise and leave the CAF, a notification sound chimed. "Is it the Bronze Steward token of the Xuanming Pavilion?" Sheng exclaimed softly as he retrieved the Bronze Steward token, realizing that someone had utilized it to establish contact with him. Was it the team he had been assigned to? A fleeting glance revealed to him that the 4 members of this team had reached out, indicating that they were ready to commence their mission and urging him to meet at the Xuanming Pavilion headquarters. Was the task arriving so soon? Sheng furrowed his brow but soon found solace in the thought. Zheng Gang had mentioned that new members would receive a task shortly after joining the Xuanming Pavilion. A task that must be accomplished. This served 2 purposes: to ensure that new members contributed swiftly to the pavilion and to assess their capabilities through this mission. Failure would result in immediate expulsion, for although the Xuanming Pavilion was relatively loose-knit, it did not harbor incompetence. After all, how could it maintain its status as a premier force in Yuming City? Nevertheless, completing the task would yield contribution points, making the endeavor worthwhile. Sheng gathered his thoughts, glanced at the designated meeting location with the 4 members, and departed from the CAF, heading straight for the Xuanming Pavilion headquarters. At the Xuanming Pavilion headquarters, within a lounge, 4 figures awaited with palpable impatience. Each of these individuals exuded formidable energy, all possessing the prowess of a second-tier ghost master. Among them stood a burly man, a bald elder, a young man silently seated with a long blade cradled in his arms, and a woman radiating an aura of coldness. At that moment, a beautiful attendant entered with a selection of tea and snacks, casting a cautious glance at the 4, recognizing them all as silver stewards of the Xuanming Pavilion. Several minutes passed. The beautiful waitress, after placing down her items, bowed gracefully and cautiously exited the lounge, careful not to disturb the four individuals. What an audacious fellow! Making us wait for so long, the burly man remarked, his expression dark and brooding. The balding elder chuckled. We shall all be part of the same team in the future. A little wait is of no consequence. He then turned his gaze to the taciturn young man wielding a blade and the woman exuding an aura of icy chill. The cold woman cast a sweeping glance at the three and coldly retorted, whether we can form a team depends on your abilities. If you do not measure up, it would be wiser for us to operate separately. Huh, such bravado. Shall we settle this with a little demonstration now? The burly man challenged defiantly. The balding elder quickly intervened. Gentlemen, let us not be hasty. If you wish to gauge each other's strength, that can certainly be done after our expedition to the Nether City. There is no need for conflict here. Meanwhile, the young man with the blade remained with his eyes closed, offering no glance to the three, enveloped in silence. The balding elder continued, once our final companion arrives, we shall be ready to depart. As the conversation unfolded, a figure entered the lounge, capturing the attention of the group. Even the previously silent young man with the blade opened his eyes to observe. My apologies for the wait, everyone, Sheng greeted as he entered, smiling and clasping his fists in respect. This very lounge was the designated meeting place for the four. All four were formidable second transformation ghost masters, and Sheng believed he had not erred in his choice. The four scrutinized Sheng, and the burly man was the first to inquire, "Where is your attendance token?" As the conversation unfolded, one retrieved their steward's token, a means to ascertain Sheng's identity. The bald elder and his companions also produced their respective tokens. Sheng glanced over, his gaze shifting slightly. The steward's tokens in the hands of the four were all marked as silver stewards. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, Sheng revealed his own token. Chapter 29, Elevating Proficiency. A bronze steward. Upon Sheng's unveiling of the token, the burly man and his companions were momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the token in Sheng's grasp. You are merely at the initial stage of the second transition Ghost Master realm? The burly man seemed incredulous. At that moment, Sheng suppressed his aura. He could only sense the presence of a second transition Ghost Master, yet the precise level remained elusive to him. Indeed, Sheng nodded, unashamedly confirming his status as a newcomer at the initial stage of the second transition Ghost Master realm. The burly man fell silent. The icy woman, however, scoffed derisively. What nonsense is this? Why has the Xianin Pavilion assigned us a bronze steward? Is this not merely a burden to us? Her words were blunt, her icy gaze fixed on Sheng, offering him no semblance of respect, a stark reflection of reality. The bald elder found himself at a loss for words. Although the four possessed varying levels of strength, they were all silver stewards, each having attained levels exceeding 50 in the second transition realm. This level of attainment indicated that each had toiled extensively within the second transition Ghost Master realm. Sheng, a mere novice at the initial stage, was simply not on par with them. The icy woman continued her derisive laughter. Our task here is to venture to the Blood Moon Valley, in the Valley of Blood Moons. The malevolent spirits are approximately level 50 with a second advancement. For a novice, just stepping into the second advancement, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Most importantly, it would hinder us. The ice maiden fixed her gaze upon Sheng, regarding him as a burden. At this moment, the taciturn young man with the sword finally spoke, suggesting, in my opinion, with the four of us, we are sufficient. After uttering these words, he closed his eyes once more. This declaration momentarily stunned the balding elder, indicating a desire to abandon Sheng and proceed with only their quartet. I concur. Shortly thereafter, the burly man was the first to voice his agreement, deeming it a sound plan. For individuals, indeed, the ice maiden scoffed. Yes, that should suffice for our mission in the Valley of Blood Moons. I too agree. Subsequently, the trio turned their attention toward the balding elder. He cast a glance at Sheng and, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. Such matters often yield to the majority's will. The ice maiden regarded Sheng coldly, remarking, "Young man, it seems you must accomplish this alone. Should you fail and be expelled from the Xianing Pavilion, it is your misfortune, and you may not blame anyone else." With that, she was the first to rise and exit the lounge. The burly man and the sword-bearing youth followed suit, departing without casting a glance at Sheng. Before leaving, the balding elder offered Sheng a sympathetic glance but said nothing further as he exited the room. Moments later, Sheng found himself alone in the lounge. Have I been cast out of the team? He mused, then remarked, perhaps this is for the best. Moving independently might prove more convenient. A smile crept across Yi Sheng's face as he relished the prospect of solitary action, finding it a welcome relief. He possesses skills of catastrophic magnitude, rendering any need for teamwork utterly unnecessary. Any task, to him, poses no challenge whatsoever. Yi Sheng examined the mission details provided by the Xianing Pavilion. The task required him to venture to Blood Moon Valley and collect 100 stalks of Blood Moon grass. Raising his gaze to the task description, Yi Sheng could not help but ponder. The mission further elucidated that this Blood Moon grass was sought by a formidable figure within the Xianing Pavilion, a master of the fourth transition in the Ghost Sect, which prompted the issuance of this task. Fortuitously, it fell upon their small team. It was indeed a case of the higher-ups issuing commands, and all this peril merely for a handful of Blood Moon grass. Yi Sheng reflected on the privileges wielded by the strong in this world. Once they set their minds to it, becoming the most powerful was undoubtedly the true path. Yi Sheng grasped this principle with clarity. Let the first transition to the dark gold grade set has already become obsolete as I enter the second transition. Presently, one must rely on annihilation level skills to enhance combat power, Yi Sheng declared. As for the Blood Moon Valley quest, completing it later is still acceptable. With a clear mindset, Yi Sheng set his sights forward, leaping onwards into the depths of the Nether Ghost domain. He sought the second transition Ghost Tide to hone the proficiency of 2 annihilation level skills. A day later, within a certain region of the Nether Ghost domain, ominous clouds suddenly gathered. Countless golden lightning bolts danced within the clouds. After a brief moment of brewing, they unleashed a torrential downpour upon the densely packed Ghost Tide below. At this moment, the Ghost Tide being struck was comprised of second transition ghost entities, numbering in the thousands. Each ghost entity was equivalent to a formidable second transition ghost master, ferocious beyond measure. They were significantly stronger than their first transition counterparts. This was validated by the fact that under the baptism of golden lightning, many second transition ghost entities could withstand multiple strikes without succumbing, roaring as they charged forth. However, the density of the golden lightning was overwhelming. Ultimately, the entire Ghost Tide, formed by these thousands of second transition ghost entities, was utterly obliterated. The spectacle of the entire process was profoundly astonishing. Whoosh! Following a round of 9 heavens divine thunder, Yi Sheng's figure emerged. The air was particularly humid at this moment. Each appearance of the 9 heavens divine thunder brought forth torrential rain. Simultaneously, an area was scorched black from the relentless thunder strikes. Yi Sheng gazed at the still smoldering ground and stroked his chin, remarking, truly impressive for second transition ghost entities to endure the onslaught of the 9 heavens divine thunder. Yi Sheng found it somewhat inconceivable. The attack power of the 9 heavens divine thunder has indeed increased. The most terrifying aspect lies in the restraint against the spectral entities, as the damage inflicted upon these apparitions is significantly enhanced. This factor poses a grave threat. Typically, such entities cannot withstand much. However, it was indeed astonishing for Yi Sheng to witness that the second-tier specters could endure several strikes of lightning. After obliterating thousands of these second-tier apparitions, Yi Sheng accessed his attribute panel to assess his current level. Quite commendable. Having vanquished these thousands of second-tier specters, he had ascended to level 10 of the second tier. Yi Sheng nodded, only to shake his head moments later. He sensed that upon advancing to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, leveling up had become exceedingly arduous. Even a mere increment of 1 level required an astonishing amount of experience, incomparable to the first tier. After a full day, he had only managed to progress 10 levels. From level 0 of the second tier to level 10. Chapter 30, Swift Ascension. Yi Sheng shook his head, reflecting on the difficulty of leveling up after reaching the second tier. With his 9 heavens divine thunder, a skill of vast destructive capability, even his progression was fraught with challenges. Ordinary cultivators would likely have to rely on time to gradually accumulate their experience. During this period, battling ferocious spectral entities, one could only imagine the multitude of perils faced. Yi Sheng mused. In this light, those who can ascend to level 50 in the second tier are indeed remarkable. No wonder they have become silver stewards of the Xianming Pavilion. It was at this moment that Yi Sheng truly appreciated the extraordinary nature of those silver stewards. His thoughts wandered to the burly man, the bald elder, the taciturn young man wielding a blade, and the icy woman. Shaking off such thoughts, he decided to check the proficiency of his 2 devastating skills. Yi Sheng reined in his thoughts and summoned the skill panel. The proficiency of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder has surged from 2 to 23. Meanwhile, the mastery of the Vajra demon-slaying sword has escalated from 12 to 46. The progress is indeed encouraging. To enhance such proficiency within a single day is quite commendable. Sheng retracted his skill panel and exhaled a breath of relief, declaring, "Let us continue our relentless pursuit. I must elevate these two cataclysmic skills to LV2 as swiftly as possible." Sheng lifted his gaze, discerning the direction of the netherworld ghost domain, and leaped forth, resuming his quest against the tide of spirits. In this netherworld ghost domain, spectral beings surge like a relentless tide, omnipresent and far surpassing the wilderness beyond Ghost Mountain City. 3 days later, in a secluded valley, tens of thousands of ghostly entities were swept away by Sheng in several rounds of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Subsequently, a blinding white light of ascension enveloped his body. Haha, I have reached the second transition at level 50. Sheng erupted into joyous laughter, his mirth resounding. After 3 days of intense effort and the annihilation of countless spirits, he had finally elevated his level to the second transition at level 50. He now stood on par with the formidable 4. Achieving level 50 in the second transition signifies a considerable advancement to the mid-phase of the second transition. Compared to the initial phase, where his aura had been unstable, he had now matured tremendously, and his strength had soared to new heights. With a gleeful expression, Sheng turned his attention to his skill panel. Upon inspection, his spirits lifted even further. The Vajra demon-slaying sword had upgraded to LV2 a day prior. Amplifying its might significantly, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder presented more of a challenge. However, its proficiency had now reached 100. The enhancement button had appeared. After clicking to upgrade, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder successfully ascended to LV2. Behold the transformation of these two cataclysmic skills. Sheng hurriedly cast his gaze upon the two newly upgraded cataclysmic skills. Cataclysmic skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, LV2, one of the supreme Taoist secret arts, summons the divine thunder from the 9 heavens to purify and exterminate evil. With a coverage radius of 100 miles. Attack power increased by. Damage to supernatural entities increased by. Note, evolved from Thunder Summoning Technique, due to its overwhelming power and extensive range. Use with caution. Cataclysmic skill, Diamond Demon Subduing Sword, LV2, a single target attack skill, one of the pinnacle techniques for subduing demons in Taoism. Attack power increased by. Damage to supernatural entities increased by. Such formidable power. Sheng's eyes gleamed with joy. The attack power of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, which initially increased by only, now surged to. Furthermore, the damage to supernatural entities escalated from 2. With such a substantial enhancement in might, the annihilation of second-tier ghostly beings would be considerably easier, Sheng remarked. Previously, vanquishing second-tier ghostly beings had posed a challenge, requiring multiple bolts of golden thunder to obliterate them. But now, with such a remarkable amplification of power, he could likely achieve instantaneous kills. Consequently, the efficiency of progressing from second-tier level 50 to level 100 would likely accelerate. The prowess of the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword had also multiplied exponentially. Sheng continued. The attack power of the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword had reached an astonishing. The damage to supernatural entities was even more terrifying at. Such elevated damage ensured that no second-tier ghostly being could withstand a single strike. This Diamond Demon Subduing Sword, with its fearsome single-target attack amplification, was a prime weapon for confronting bosses. Sheng was thoroughly satisfied with its formidable capabilities. Regrettably, in recent days, I have encountered no second-tier boss-level specters, only a multitude of second-tier elite specters. Moreover, aside from these two formidable skills, there exists the ability known as spirit binding and dispatching. However, I have not had the opportunity to employ this skill in the past few days. Spirit binding and dispatching allows the capture of third-tier ghost generals, a truly formidable power. Yet, I have not come across such high-level specters lately. Utilizing it merely to capture second-tier specters seems somewhat of an underutilization. It is better to await the chance to capture third-tier specters, I mused. At level 50 of the second tier, I contemplated that I could now apply to become a Silver Steward. With a flick of my hand, a Bronze Steward token materialized in my palm. The Bronze Steward token appeared crude and lacked luster, far inferior in quality to the Silver Steward tokens held by the Bald Elder and his companions. Most importantly, becoming a Silver Steward would confer upon me numerous privileges within the Xianming Pavilion. Upon applying for the Silver Steward position, I would be rendered equal to formidable figures such as the burly man and Sheng. As I toyed with the bronze steward token, I pondered. My qualifications for applying for the silver steward position were met. I simply needed to use the bronze steward token to contact an elder steward of the Xianming Pavilion. The process was straightforward. The challenge lay in achieving the second-tier level 50 proficiency. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to stow away the bronze steward token, abandoning the thought of applying for the silver steward position. Instead, I resolved to wait until I reached the pinnacle of level 100 in the second tier before directly applying for the golden steward title. A single leap to my goal would spare me the hassle. I smiled, altering my intent. Upgrading to the pinnacle of level 100 in the second transition may seem troublesome to others. However, for Sheng, it is merely a matter of a few days. Especially with the two catastrophic skills having ascended to level 2, his power has surged significantly, expediting his progress even further. Rather than applying for two separate occasions, it is far more efficient to accomplish it in one go, thus sparing the esteemed elder from the Xianming Pavilion the trouble of making two trips. With a smile, Sheng set forth after a brief pause, journeying deeper into the abyssal ghost domain. 5 days later, at the haunted slope. Even within the abyssal ghost domain, the haunted slope is notorious for its perilous nature. Few cultivators dare to tread here, for the specters within are all level 100 ghosts of the second transition. Even a single one could easily decimate a burly man or a balding elder of a mere level 50 squad, coupled with the relentless tide of ghostly beings. This place has become even more forbidding to the living. In the past, the haunted slope was eerily silent, rarely visited by anyone. Yet in recent days, a formidable figure has arrived, transforming this locale into a sanctuary for monster hunting. Chapter 31. The Haunted Slope. An abundance of experience points. Since this individual's arrival, the skies above the haunted slope have been filled with ominous storm clouds. Within a span of 5 days, under relentless waves of golden lightning strikes, numerous areas of the slope have turned charred and blackened. Thunder rumbled. At this moment, a surge of divine thunder had just passed, and the storm clouds lingered in the sky. Almost immediately, new clouds began to coalesce, heralding yet another wave of divine thunder. The interval between these occurrences was astonishingly brief, merely a few minutes, leaving one in awe. After a brief moment, dark clouds gathered, and another wave of golden lightning descended like raindrops, cleansing the infamous Ghost Hill. Countless formidable spirits of level 100 were harvested as if they were mere grass, transforming into an immense bounty of experience points. Indeed, Ghost Hill is renowned for its perilous nature. The tide of spirits surged relentlessly, advancing towards a figure clad in white. Soon, Sheng sat cross-legged in midair, his aura becoming exceptionally potent. A hint of an impending fullness emanated from his being. Were there any top-tier experts of level 100 present, they would be astounded to recognize this as the aura of one on the cusp of achieving the perfect realm of level 100, a clear indication that his level had ascended to at least 98. If not 99. After a little over 10 minutes, a brilliant white light erupted from Sheng's form. Boom. An overwhelming aura of completeness finally radiated from him. Ha! As this aura spread, Sheng let out a hearty laugh. After 5 days of relentless effort, he had ascended from level 50 to the perfect realm of level 100. Truly, this is nothing short of extraordinary. It is noteworthy that Sheng advanced from level 0 to level 100 in less than 10 days. In such a brief span, while others might struggle to gain even a single level, Sheng soared a full 100 levels. Such an accomplishment is hard to believe. Ghost Hill indeed lives up to its fearsome reputation. Sheng laughed heartily. The spirits of Ghost Hill, all at level 100, yield the highest experience points when vanquished. Moreover, Sheng had not teamed up with anyone. He had traversed the journey alone, reaping the utmost experience points. The accumulation of experience was indeed remarkable. In merely 5 days, he ascended to the pinnacle of the second transition at level 100. This achievement was undoubtedly attributed to the enhancement of 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder to level 2. Furthermore, with the elevation of his level, the energy within Sheng surged like a mighty river, far removed from the previous state of frequent exhaustion. Now, as long as his energy was at full capacity, Sheng could unleash the 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder twice in succession without succumbing to fatigue. This undoubtedly expedited his progression. However, he was out of experience points. A glance at his experience bar revealed that hunting ghosts no longer yielded any experience. Sheng understood that this was a phenomenon following his ascension to level 100 in the second transition, akin to his experience at level 100 in the first transition. The next step was to obtain a class-changing item from the boss, which would summon the second transition's Thunder Tribulation. Only by overcoming this tribulation and advancing to the third transition as a ghost general could he continue to progress. The prospect of challenging the third transition so swiftly was almost unbelievable to Sheng. How quickly time had passed since his class change. Less than a month. The thought of striving for the third transition as a ghost general seemed surreal. Others would scarcely believe it. Such rapid advancement appeared unrealistic. Yet, when it pertains to the top-ranked profession, Celestial Master, it becomes entirely plausible. Surely, among the 100 bizarre professions listed on the Heavenly Tao rankings, there are others capable of achieving similar feats. Sheng had never underestimated the peculiar professions listed on the Heavenly Tao rankings. Being among the top 100 in the world is no trivial matter. Sheng was acutely aware that his future rivals would likely be among these individuals. He swiftly departed from the menacing ghost slope. Despite having vanquished spirits for 5 consecutive days, malevolent apparitions continued to emerge from the depths of the slope, as if there were a nest of phantoms tirelessly producing these entities. Although Sheng harbored no fear of these spectral beings, their incessant disturbances proved to be somewhat troublesome. After leaving the menacing ghost slope, Sheng sought a tranquil spot to meditate. He contemplated his eligibility to apply for the title of Golden Steward. According to the regulations of the Xianming Pavilion, one could attain the status of a Golden Steward upon reaching the second transition at level 100 in the perfected realm. The Golden Stewards held a significant position within the Xianming Pavilion, possessing a certain level of prestige. The number of individuals at this tier had begun to dwindle, rendering each second transition level 100 powerhouse exceedingly precious to the Xianming Pavilion, serving as a vital source of combat strength. Many matters that the second transition level 50 Silver Stewards could not resolve would necessitate the intervention of the second transition level 100 Golden Stewards. Consequently, the Xianming Pavilion extended considerable privileges to the Golden Stewards, bestowing upon them numerous advantages over their silver counterparts. Sheng retrieved his Bronze Steward token, which no longer befitted his rising status. Subsequently, he utilized the Bronze Steward token to activate a luminous interface. Within this interface lay a comprehensive introduction to the various privileges associated with the Golden Steward role, which Sheng felt compelled to review. Moments later, after perusing the information, Sheng remarked in astonishment, "The privileges of the Golden Steward are indeed plentiful. Upon becoming a Golden Steward, one is bestowed with a splendid 500 square meter villa in the city of the Nether, complete with the attentive service of a butler and servants." Sheng is well aware of the astonishing value of such a villa within the city of the Nether. Most importantly, acquiring a villa of this magnitude is nearly impossible, even for the wealthiest, as the land in the city of the Nether is predominantly controlled by various powerful factions, who monopolize it for their own members' exclusive use. Wealth alone cannot secure such a property. This magnificent villa is merely the foundation of the privileges one receives. Sheng was astounded by the numerous benefits he encountered. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon one particularly tangible privilege, a salary. Indeed, upon attaining the status of Golden Steward, one is entitled to a monthly remuneration of 100 Ghost Spirit Stones, with the option to receive an annual salary of 200 Ghost Spirit Stones in a single advance. This represents a substantial income, with the conversion rate of 100 Ghost Spirit Stones equating to 100 million federal coins. Becoming a Golden Steward guarantees a monthly salary of 100 million federal coins. This is a fixed income, effortlessly earned. The benefits are indeed abundant. Sheng mused, stroking his chin. Without hesitation, he resolved to submit his application. There is no downside to becoming a Golden Steward of the Xianming Pavilion, in the city of the Nether. The protection of such a formidable faction instills a sense of caution in many powerful individuals, deterring them from recklessly extinguishing lives. To do so would invite enmity with the Xianming Pavilion. While ordinary members might be disregarded, the assassination of a Golden Steward would undoubtedly demand the pavilion's serious attention. After all, who would dare to act against the Xianming Pavilion with such audacity in the future? Chapter 32. Nearly causing the Steward Elder to drop his jaw. Application. Sheng gazed at the Bronze Steward token in his hand, which enabled him to connect with an Elder Steward from the Xianming Pavilion. Moments later, a silhouette materialized upon the token, constructed of luminous wisps, representing a form of remote communication. The figure was an elderly man clad in loose martial attire, exuding a formidable aura, a powerful being at the third transition of the Ghost General realm. "What is it?" Li Zhongyang inquired, nonchalantly yawning as he glanced at the bronze steward token in Yi Sheng's grasp, his expression indifferent. For someone of his stature, a mere bronze steward held little significance. He typically did not spare a glance at such individuals. Given the current circumstances, it was likely a trivial matter. Young man, casually summoning an elder for minor issues will lead to consequences. Li Zhongyang cast a sidelong glance at Yi Sheng, laden with warning. Yi Sheng smiled and articulated his intention. Senior, I wish to apply for the status of Golden Steward. Li Zhongyang, mid-yawn, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, looking incredulously at Yi Sheng. What did you say? He rubbed his ears, convinced he had misheard. A bronze steward who had yet to ascend to silver was audaciously seeking the position of a golden steward? Was this lad jesting with him? Yi Sheng, feeling helpless, reiterated his request. Li Zhongtang's expression darkened. Young man, are you making a fool of me? Initially believing he had encountered a naive youth attempting to provoke him, Li Zhongtang's incredulity escalated when, in the next moment, Yi Sheng exuded the aura of a fully realized second transition at level 100. Upon reaching level 100 in the second transition, Li Zhongtang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yi Sheng was indeed not jesting. Achieving level 100 in the second transition certainly qualified him to apply for the esteemed position of Golden Steward within the Xianin Pavilion. After a brief pause, Li Zhongtang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as he looked at Yi Sheng with a playful rebuke, questioning how someone with such prowess had only attained the rank of a bronze steward. Given Yi Sheng's capabilities, even without having reached level 100 in the second transition prior, he ought to have been recognized as a silver steward, making the current situation quite perplexing for Li Zhongtang. Yi Sheng, unsure of how to elucidate his circumstances, could not possibly reveal that he had just ascended from level 0 to level 100 in the second transition. This revelation was rather astonishing and could potentially startle Li Zhongtang. Nevertheless, with sufficient strength and rightful identity as a member of the Xianin Pavilion, Li Zhongtang earnestly verified Yi Sheng's credentials. The authenticity of the bronze steward insignia was confirmed, and coupled with Yi Sheng's combat prowess at level 100 in the second transition, he indeed qualified for the title of Golden Steward. Suddenly, a miniature teleportation array materialized before Yi Sheng, orchestrated by Li Zhongtang. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent golden steward insignia was transmitted and landed in Yi Sheng's grasp. As he gazed at the golden insignia, a smile graced his face. Acquiring this golden insignia signified the bestowal of numerous privileges within the Xianin Pavilion. Li Zhongtang then acknowledged the bronze steward insignia in Yi Sheng's possession and, with everything settled, prepared to take his leave. However, before his departure, Li Zhongtang turned to Yi Sheng with a beaming smile and said, Young friend, my name is Li Zhongtang, an elder of the Xianin Pavilion. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Let us grow closer. With that, Li Zhongtang's form dissipated into the ether. Yi Sheng chuckled softly, recognizing Li Zhongtang's intention to cultivate a rapport with him. The number of golden stewards within the Xianin Pavilion is limited, and each golden steward aligns themselves with a particular elder. The more golden stewards an elder possesses, the greater their influence and the more solidified their standing within the Xianin Pavilion. These elders are akin to factions within the pavilion, and in the face of conflicting interests, the strength of their respective influences becomes paramount. This was a truth well understood by Yi Sheng. Becoming a golden steward was merely the initial step in Yi Sheng's grand design. He accessed the Contribution Pavilion, which is akin to a Federation trading platform, albeit exclusively for the internal affairs of the Xianin Pavilion. Within, one can find numerous rare treasures not available on the Federation trading platform, in addition to redeeming contribution points. The Contribution Pavilion also facilitates the trading of ghost spirit stones. Many of the treasures listed here are offered by the powerful within the Xianin Pavilion, including those of the third and even fourth transformations, who equally require ghost spirit stones as a form of currency. Currently, Yi Sheng lacks ghost spirit stones, but as a newly appointed golden steward, he is entitled to an advance on a year's salary, amounting to 1,200 ghost spirit stones. This should suffice to procure a considerable number of items from the Contribution Pavilion. With the Golden Steward's token in hand, Yi Sheng activated the Contribution Pavilion, revealing a pale blue luminescent screen before him. He gazed at it intently. Yi Sheng discovered that the treasures within the Contribution Pavilion were indeed plentiful, including equipment for the third transition Ghost General Realm and even the fourth transition Ghost Sect Realm, with no shortage of dark gold grade gear among them. However, the prices were astonishingly exorbitant. The collection of second transition dark gold grade equipment was even more abundant. Sheng examined each item meticulously. The second transition dark gold grade chest armor, black demon armor, was priced at 320 ghost spirit stones, while the second transition dark gold grade weapon, fire cloud spear, was offered at 480 ghost spirit stones. After scrutinizing for a while, Sheng couldn't help but frown, realizing that the prices for these second transition dark gold grade items were quite steep. To assemble a complete set of second transition dark gold grade equipment would require no less than 10,000 ghost spirit stones. Furthermore, even if he managed to gather such an amount, he would still be left with a haphazard assortment of second transition dark gold grade items, lacking a cohesive set. Upon glancing at the contribution pavilion, he found that even within it, assembling a complete set was a formidable challenge. The prices were simply outrageous. Sheng lamented. He had initially felt confident, but upon seeing the prices, he realized that his annual salary of 200 ghost spirit stones was utterly insignificant. He couldn't even afford a single piece of second transition dark gold grade equipment. It was rather absurd. As for acquiring a second transition dark gold grade set, that was an unattainable dream. He felt a headache coming on. Dark gold grade equipment had an exceedingly low drop rate from ordinary ghost entities, making it difficult to obtain. Only boss-level ghost entities had a relatively higher drop rate. Well, with the diamond demon cleaving sword in his possession, the urgency for dark gold grade equipment diminished. Sheng gathered his thoughts, deciding against the purchase of dark gold grade equipment for the time being, as the enhancement provided by the devastating skill diamond demon cleaving sword was sufficiently formidable, more formidable than an entire set of dark gold equipment enhancements. Even without a single piece of second transformation dark gold gear, it does not hinder his invincibility in the realm of second transformation. His greatest reliance lies in the cataclysmic skills. Chapter 33. The Ghost Mist Ship, valued at 2 billion. No longer fixated on second transformation dark gold equipment, Sheng cast a glance at other grades of equipment, his interest waning. While they could augment his combat power, they were superfluous to Sheng, who possessed cataclysmic skills. Purchasing them would merely squander ghost spirit stones. It was wiser to conserve them for a pivotal moment. Oh, a flying artifact? Sheng rummaged through his belongings and discovered several flying artifacts, his eyes lighting up. Equipment could wait, but this flying artifact was indispensable. For a long time, Sheng had relied solely on his own 2 feet for travel, which undoubtedly hampered his efficiency, wasting considerable time on the journey. For instance, traveling to Ghostly Slope had consumed an entire day. Most importantly, relying exclusively on his legs for travel was exhausting. He had long coveted Zheng Gang's ghost wood boat. The ghost wood boat required 450 ghost spirit stones. Sheng had spotted one for sale in the contribution pavilion, significantly cheaper than purchasing with federal currency. However, Sheng now regarded the ghost wood boat with disdain. It was merely a rudimentary mode of transportation, with a speed capped at 300 kilometers per hour. In the contribution pavilion, Sheng observed numerous flying artifacts, capable of reaching speeds of 800 kilometers per hour. Some even exceeded 1,000 kilometers per hour. The Black Fiend boat could attain a staggering 2,000 kilometers per hour. Yet, its price was rather exorbitant. A staggering 6,000 ghost spirit stones. Sheng gasped in awe. Though immensely tempted, he realized that with his current capabilities, he could not afford such a sum. Perhaps it would be wiser to purchase the Ghost Mist boat instead. Capable of reaching a speed of 850 kilometers per hour, it was also quite spacious. The vessel was inscribed with a ghost mist formation, allowing for stealthy navigation, making it an exceptional value. Sheng glanced at the Ghost Mist boat, priced at 1,200 ghost spirit stones, equivalent to his annual salary. Compared to the basic Ghostwood boat, it was vastly superior. Moreover, the Ghost Mist boat was a popular item. Zheng Gang had boasted to Sheng about soon amassing enough wealth to buy one. Now, it seemed that the opportunity had presented itself to Sheng first. Having made up his mind to acquire the Ghost Mist boat, Sheng utilized his Golden Steward token to contact the Xianming Pavilion, requesting an advance on his yearly salary. 1,200 ghost spirit stones were procured. Subsequently, he made the purchase directly from the contribution pavilion. Moments later, a miniature teleportation array materialized before him, and with a flash of light, a Ghost Mist boat, no larger than the palm of his hand, was delivered. Sheng marveled at the tiny vessel. Reminiscent of a model, he knew it was indeed wondrous. Although it appeared small, akin to a mere model, A simple toss into the air would cause it to expand instantaneously, just as Zhengang's ghost would boat functioned. This flying artifact could not be produced by mere mortals. It was entirely the work of a refiner. Sheng mused that aside from combat professions, there existed numerous supportive vocations, with refiners being among them. In fact, high-ranking refiners often held a status that surpassed even that of combat professionals, enjoying greater wealth and prestige. For instance, this ghost mist ship, once successfully crafted, could yield substantial profits. Numerous powerful factions typically support such artisans. Sheng fondled the ghost mist ship, unable to part with it. In terms of Federation currency, this ghost mist ship far surpasses even the most luxurious vehicles, boasting a staggering value of 1.2 billion. With this ghost mist ship, travel would be significantly expedited. As the pace of his journey quickened, Sheng's thoughts began to flow freely. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. With the ghost mist ship, he could venture deep into the netherworld to capture several third-order ghost general entities for his own use. Once this notion took root, it became irresistible. Third-order ghost general entities possess formidable combat prowess. Moreover, the spirit binding and commanding technique guarantees a 100% success rate for capture. The quantity could reach 10. As long as he located third-order ghost general entities, he could seize them in an instant. If he were to have 10 third-order ghost general entities by his side, he would undoubtedly gain 10 powerful allies. Should he encounter a second-order adversary, he could easily overpower them, perhaps without even lifting a finger. With the ghost mist ship at his disposal, delving into the depths would require little time. Considering this, Sheng resolved to set forth. He tossed the ghost mist ship into the air. Upon ascending, the ship expanded with the wind, swiftly transforming into a towering vessel, 12 meters high and over 20 meters long. The ship's hull, as dark as ink, was etched with intricate array patterns. These patterns continuously emitted wisps of ghostly mist, cloaking the entire vessel in an air of profound mystery. Sheng understood that the ghost fog array was an inherent feature of the ghost fog ship. Once activated, the fog would thicken to the point where the vessel itself became invisible. Ascending into the air would allow him to evade the gaze of malevolent spirits, making it appear as though mere clouds had drifted past, significantly enhancing his safety. Indeed, Sheng leaped gracefully onto the deck of the ghost fog ship, seated himself in meditation, and proceeded to activate the vessel. Whoosh! Despite its considerable weight, the ghost fog ship moved with remarkable swiftness, transforming into a streak of light, soaring through the skies at a velocity of 850 kilometers per hour. 2 hours later, Sheng arrived deep within the netherworld ghost domain, at which point the ship's speed began to diminish, becoming more cautious. In this profound region, encountering second-tier ghostly beings was exceedingly rare. Any further encounters would likely involve the formidable third-tier ghost generals, posing a significant threat. It was prudent to remain near the periphery. Sheng exercised great caution, for the third-tier ghost generals represented a substantial leap in power. Having undergone another transformative evolution, their life essence had ascended to a dramatically superior level, rendering their combat prowess immensely formidable. If quantified, their strength was 1,000-fold greater than that of second-tier ghost masters. Such a claim bore little exaggeration. Third-tier ghost generals possessed vast reserves of energy, enabling them to traverse the skies, a feat utterly unattainable for second-tier ghost masters. As fellow beings of the third tier, the combat capabilities of other ghostly entities were equally terrifying. With a disparity of 1,000 times, even with his apocalyptic skills, Sheng would still be far from a match. With a clear mind, Sheng carefully maneuvered the ghost fog ship along the outskirts of the netherworld ghost domain, wary of venturing deeper. After more than 10 minutes, Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a dark cloud sweeping across the distant sky, resembling the emergence of a ghostly king. Strands of terrifying hair surged forth from the ominous cloud. This was a female specter known as 3,000 silken threads. Each strand of her hair extended hundreds of meters, swirling chaotically in the air. Wherever she passed, a chilling aura lingered. Sheng recognized this female ghost. Her long, flowing hair served as her weapon, striking with a sharpness surpassing that of the finest blade. With a thunderous roar, Sheng witnessed the spectral woman's hair sweep across a small mountain, instantly shattering it to pieces. This was it. Sheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he resolved to capture this formidable entity of the third-tier ghost general realm. Chapter 34, Summoning Spirits and Dispatching Generals. 3,000 silken threads. With a swift motion, Sheng commanded his ghostly mist ship, hastening towards 3,000 silken threads. It was indeed the ghostly mist ship that enabled him to pursue such a third-tier ghost general entity, as it not only allowed him to traverse the skies, but also boasted remarkable speed. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Sheng found himself in a thrilling yet safe predicament. He sat cross-legged aboard the ghostly mist ship, a small gray orb orbiting his form. This gray orb was none other than the third-tier ghost General 3000 Silken Threads, under the might of summoning spirits and dispatching generals. The specter had yet to mount any resistance before being effortlessly captured. Haha, this was indeed a formidable force. Sheng laughed heartily. The 3000 Silken Threads represented a third-tier, level 10 ghost general, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness. Yet one was not sufficient. Sheng stowed the gray orb away, wary of releasing 3000 silken threads too readily. The apparition released was indeed quite terrifying to behold, a sight that could instill fear. With 9 slots remaining for capturing spirits, Sheng smiled as he steered the ghostly fog ship deeper into the periphery in search of more. Soon, he approached the gathering place of the 3000 silken threads, encountering 9 more entities. He grew weary of seeking out additional 3-turn ghost generals, opting instead to capture them using his spirit-binding technique. In merely half a day's time, 10 gray orbs encircled him, all representing the 3-turn ghost generals known as 3000 silken threads. Sufficient. Sheng wore a satisfied expression as he gazed at the 10 gray orbs surrounding him. Should he encounter formidable foes ahead, unleashing these 10 3000 silken threads would undoubtedly render him invincible against any adversaries beneath the 3rd turn. Having completed this task, Sheng refocused his thoughts and declared, "It is time to tackle the mission of the Blood Moon Valley." The task associated with Blood Moon Valley did not vanish with Sheng's elevation to Golden Steward. It remained a necessity. However, with his current strength at the pinnacle of the 2nd turn, level 100, completing such a task would prove to be a trivial endeavor, consuming little time. Sheng adjusted his course, steering the ghostly fog ship directly towards the Blood Moon Valley. Blood Moon Valley, named for the blood-red moon that hung high above night and day, was drenched in a sinister crimson hue under its eerie illumination, casting a peculiar atmosphere throughout. Within the valley, shadowy figures shrieked and darted about. Any unwary mortal who ventured into the valley would swiftly find themselves possessed by these blood shadows, their lifeblood drained in an instant. At this moment, 4 disheveled figures stumbled forth from the depths of Blood Moon Valley. The moment they stepped out of Blood Moon Valley, the 4 figures could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground, each gasping for breath. A sense of relief, akin to a second lease on life, was evident on their faces. These 4 were none other than members of the same team as Sheng. Disparaging Sheng as a burden, they had resolved to embark solely as a quartet to fulfill their mission within the valley. However, their journey through Blood Moon Valley had nearly cost them their lives. Their survival was indeed a stroke of luck. The bald elder lay on the ground, laughing heartily as if he had just escaped a calamity. The taciturn young man with the sword bore an unusual expression, his complexion fluctuating between pallor and a fleeting flush, a consequence of being possessed by the blood shadow ghost within the valley. The residual, dense blood aura within him was not easily dispelled. His long sword, cradled in his arms, bore a gash, a testament to the brutal battles endured in Blood Moon Valley that had led to such a dire state. It is all the fault of the Xianming Pavilion for assigning us a bronze steward. The icy woman, her face like frost, lamented as she bore a wound from a ghostly hand piercing her shoulder. Had it not been for her formidable physique as a 2nd-tier ghost master, she would have surely bled to death by now. She cursed the Xianming Pavilion for pairing them with someone like Sheng, a mere bronze steward. The burly man interjected. This Blood Moon Valley mission was designed for 5 individuals. With 1 less, the challenge has naturally intensified. Yet, we have managed to complete it. Cough, cough. As he spoke, a fit of violent coughing ensued, and he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, evidence of his serious injuries. Dear comrades, regardless of the circumstances, we have fulfilled our mission and emerged alive. The balding elder chuckled, his palm flipping to reveal over 20 stalks of blood moon grass. The very objective of their current mission. They required more than 100 stalks to be distributed among 5 individuals, which amounted to over 20 stalks each. Collectively, they would possess nearly 90 stalks, leaving the remaining deficit to be addressed by Sheng, a matter that did not concern them. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must depart swiftly, declared the burly man, rising with renewed vigor after a brief respite. The others nodded in agreement, acutely aware of their precarious situation. The young man wielding a blade bore the most severe injuries, his body continuously assailed by malevolent energy. Yet he mustered the strength to stand. The icy maiden enveloped herself in a shroud of frigid air, an aura lethal to the specters that lurked nearby. "Let us go," she commanded with a resonant voice, leaping gracefully into the distance, her companions following closely behind. Not long after their departure from Blood Moon Valley, a swirling mass of ghostly mist surged rapidly through the sky. Upon reaching the valley, the mist abruptly halted, dissipating to reveal a jet-black vessel. Sheng sat cross-legged upon the deck of the ghostly ship, and upon glimpsing the Blood Moon Valley below, a smile crept across his face. "If I were to travel on foot, it would surely take days. Ha." With a hearty laugh, Sheng summoned the ghostly vessel and leaped down towards the valley. Moments later, his feet touched the ground, and he surveyed the scene before him. Blood Moon Valley lay shrouded in a sinister crimson glow, its ambience foreboding. Nevertheless, Sheng remained unfazed. After all, this valley was merely a level 60 perilous zone. For Sheng, a consummate master at level 100 with a second transformation, Blood Moon Valley could merely be regarded as a low-level perilous domain, one that posed no threat to him whatsoever. The four individuals he sought had presumably departed. Sheng cast a glance into the depths of Blood Moon Valley, but found no trace of the robust men. He began to stride forward, yet paused after only a couple of steps. Unbeknownst to him, the golden insignia of the steward he held in his embrace began to radiate an alarming heat, an intensity that was quite startling. Sheng understood that this was a signal emitted only when the Xianming Pavilion had urgent matters at hand. What had transpired? Sheng furrowed his brow and retrieved the golden insignia. Chapter 35, The Crimson Missive. Extortion? Sheng beheld a letter of a blood-red hue. This crimson missive emanated a glaring red light, signifying the urgency of the situation that demanded immediate attention. Upon opening the letter, Sheng scrutinized its contents. After a brief moment, he appeared contemplative. This was an urgent task, assigned solely to him. He was instructed to hasten his journey to the Icewind Valley, the sooner, the better. The letter indicated that due to the fact that he was the only golden steward in the vicinity of Icewind Valley, the responsibility of the mission had fallen upon his shoulders. Moreover, the reward for the task was exceedingly generous, an astonishing 2,000 contribution points. This was truly remarkable. It is worth noting that within the contribution pavilion, one contribution point equated to one ghost spirit stone. Thus, 2,000 contribution points corresponded to 2,000 ghost spirit stones. A piece of second transformation dark gold equipment was valued at merely 1,500 ghost spirit stones. The offer was nothing short of lavish. What calamity could have occurred that warranted the urgent mobilization of a golden steward? Sheng remained pensive. The golden steward generally enjoys a rather leisurely existence, free from significant disturbances. However, the necessity for one of their own to intervene suggests that the matter at hand is exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, the generous remuneration offered indicates that the task is likely to be quite challenging, perhaps even perilous. Should I accept this assignment? Sheng pondered. This task was not obligatory. It was issued by a prominent figure within the Xianming Pavilion. He had the option to accept or decline. As Sheng hesitated, the reward unexpectedly increased once more, soaring to 3,000 contribution points. This clearly reflected the urgency of the request. What? Sheng was astonished. A reward of 2,000 contribution points was already substantial, equivalent to a piece of second-tier dark gold equipment. Yet, only after a brief moment of contemplation, it had escalated to 3,000 contribution points. It appeared that the individual behind the task was indeed in a great hurry. Sheng remarked. Additionally, it was likely that he was the sole golden steward in the vicinity of the Icewind Valley. Should I wait a little longer? With such urgency, the reward might increase further. Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was not particularly afraid of the task's dangers. With his combat prowess, he could handle anything short of a third-tier ghost general. Upon seeing the initial 2,000 contribution points, he had already resolved to accept the task. Now that it had risen to 3,000 points, he found it difficult to refuse. After all, one should act with kindness. Given the other party's desperation, he would consider it a means of fostering a favorable connection. Sheng shook his head, deciding against exploiting the situation further. The individual who issued the task might very well be a formidable fourth-tier ghost sect master within the Xianming Pavilion. The sound of the bamboo stick striking resonates delightfully. Yet it may offend this formidable figure, rendering it unwise in the long run. Sheng has no intention of departing from the Xianming Pavilion just yet. There is no need to cultivate enmity. Without further contemplation, Sheng resolutely accepted the task. However, he must first complete the mission at the Blood Moon Valley. The task at Blood Moon Valley would not require much effort. With a leap, Sheng ventured towards the Blood Moon Valley. Upon entering the valley, countless blood shadow specters surged forth. Sheng remained unfazed, charging through with abandon towards the depths of Blood Moon Valley. For the burly man, the bald elder, and their companions, the treacherous Blood Moon Valley posed a grave danger. Yet to Sheng, it resembled a familiar garden. Although the blood shadow specters were peculiar, they were merely second-tier, level 60 entities, posing no threat whatsoever to Sheng. The coveted Blood Moon grass could only be found deep within the valley. Sheng delved further in, effortlessly collecting over 20 stalks of Blood Moon grass. Merely a little over 10 minutes later, Sheng emerged from Blood Moon Valley, having accomplished his task. Were the burly man, the bald elder, and their companions to witness this scene, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Their arduous journey, fraught with peril and spanning nearly 10 days to complete the task, had been achieved by Sheng in just a matter of minutes. The disparity was nothing short of astronomical. Having secured the 20-plus stalks of Blood Moon grass, Sheng did not linger, lest he jeopardize the task. The urgency of the mission was palpable, indicating that circumstances were exceedingly dire. He set his sights on the Icewind Valley. This location was merely over 1,000 miles away, and with the speed of the Ghost Mist ship, he would reach it swiftly. Sheng launched the Ghost Mist ship into the air. The Ghost Mist ship swelled in the wind, swiftly transforming into a towering vessel, standing at an impressive height of 12 meters, suspended in midair. Sheng leaped onto the deck of the Ghost Mist ship, urging it to morph into a streak of light, racing towards the Icewind Valley in the northwest. Meanwhile, as Sheng hurried towards the valley, the bald elder, having recovered somewhat from his injuries, remarked with a relaxed demeanor, "Fortunately, this time we faced only minor dangers. 100 contribution points equate to 100 ghost spirit stones. When converted into Federation currency, that amounts to a staggering 100 million. The reward is quite substantial, compensating for the perilous ordeal we endured." The robust man chuckled. "From now on, the four of us shall form a small team. Let us grow closer." "Indeed," the bald elder concurred. This time, even the icy woman displayed a softened expression, refraining from dissent. Following their harrowing journey through Blood Moon Valley, each of them acknowledged one another's strength. She was an ice element ghost practitioner, her physical form fragile. Throughout the expedition, the brawny man and his companions had ensured her protection, particularly the sword-bearing youth, who sustained considerable injuries while trying to save her from the blood shadow ghost. The ice woman turned to the sword-bearing youth and softly inquired, "How is your injury?" "No worries," he replied, shaking his head and, in a rare moment, smiling broadly, "It's merely a bit of negative energy, which I have already dispelled." "That's good to hear." I owe you a favor," she said, biting her lip. "We are all part of the same team. Such formalities are unnecessary," he responded, shaking his head. The burly man expressed his regret, saying, "Alas, we are but 4 in number. How much stronger we would be if we had a 5th member, making our mission considerably easier." The icy woman scoffed, "Humph. That brat will undoubtedly fail the Blood Moon Valley mission. Should he falter, he will be expelled from the Xianming Pavilion. At that point, the pavilion will naturally supplement our team with another ally." The bald elder chuckled, "Indeed. As long as we can add another silver steward, our team's strength would be sufficient." Having experienced life and death together, the camaraderie among the 4 had significantly deepened. However, during their conversation, their expressions suddenly shifted in unison. The silver steward token they held began to emanate heat simultaneously. They were compelled to halt, each withdrawing their respective tokens for inspection. It was an urgent summons. The burly man glanced at the token, and, upon raising his gaze, his expression changed drastically. The other 3 also bore expressions of dismay. "Is it not possible to ignore this?" the icy woman inquired. Chapter 36. Let us go and meet that esteemed golden steward. "No. This is an urgent directive. It is mandatory and cannot be refused. Should we decline, we shall be expelled from the Xianming Pavilion." The burly man replied with a grave demeanor, extinguishing the icy woman's hopes. The bald elder concurred, "Indeed, we are merely silver stewards. Only golden stewards possess the privilege to choose whether to accept or decline. As silver stewards, upon receiving an urgent directive, we must hasten without delay, for even a moment's tardiness is unacceptable." Yet, The icy woman's countenance darkened. For their current combat prowess could only sustain 70% of its peak. A few individuals bore solemn expressions, and the burly man took the initiative to calm them, saying, "Do not be anxious, everyone. The task prompt indicates that we have a golden steward leading the team. With such a distinguished individual among us, the pressure we face is quite manageable." Indeed, the bald elder nodded, and upon learning that a golden steward was at the helm, his heart felt a modicum of relief. Golden stewards are all formidable beings, having reached the pinnacle of the second transition at level 100. They stand but a step away from the third transition into the ghost general realm, far surpassing their own ranks of second transition, level 50 ghost masters. The burly man continued, "Everyone, let us hasten to meet this esteemed golden steward. Delays may lead to accountability." "Very well," the icy woman replied, her expression one of resignation. In such matters, compliance was not merely optional. Thus, the group turned and made their way towards the gathering point known as the Icewind Valley. Icewind Valley, perpetually besieged by frigid gales, maintained a temperature that hovered around -70 degrees Celsius. Such astonishing cold rendered the area inhospitable to ordinary folks. Any reckless intrusion would result in being encased in ice, with no hope of escape. Moreover, the valley was home to swarms of second transition, level 70 frost spirits. Their numbers astonishingly vast. At this moment, as they journeyed towards Icewind Valley, powerful figures moved swiftly, racing towards their destination. Each individual among them was a silver steward of the Sheng Pavilion, boasting levels above 50 in the second transition, their presence exuding a profound aura and their gazes frigid. In the outside world, they would hold considerable status. Moments later, they found themselves a mere 10 miles from Icewind Valley, amidst a frost-laden forest. More than 30 silver stewards have arrived here, seated in the frost-laden forest, quietly awaiting the arrival of others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For figures hastened towards the frosty woods, astonished to see the assembly of over 30 silver stewards already in meditation. These four are none other than the robust men. So many silver stewards. The ice woman, upon entering the frost-laden forest, is struck with astonishment at the sight. It is her first encounter with such a multitude of silver stewards gathered in one place. The scene is truly remarkable. The balding elder wears a grave expression. What could have transpired? Why have so many silver stewards been urgently summoned here? Moreover, it appears that even more are on their way. This perplexity is not limited to the four. Every silver steward present in the frost-laden forest shares the same sentiment. Engaging in a cacophony of discussions. "Everyone, please remain calm." A silver steward stands and gestures for silence. "Once all have arrived, we will ascertain our mission objectives." Gradually, the crowd quiets. Upon entering the frost-laden forest, the balding elder spots numerous old acquaintances among the throng and approaches to greet them. "Zhao, old ghost. You two have been summoned." One silver steward exclaims with a hearty laugh upon recognizing the balding elder. The balding elder chuckles wryly, moving closer to the individual. "Indeed. Just completed a task in Blood Moon Valley. Barely had a moment to catch my breath before being dispatched to this Icewind Valley. It truly feels like a matter of life and death," he says, patting his subtly aching shoulder. The silver steward chuckled. "Those summoned this time are all individuals closest to the Frostwind Valley. It seems the situation is urgent, and there is a golden steward overseeing the operation. Zhao, you need not worry. With this golden steward in command, our safety is assured." The prowess of the golden steward is something these silver stewards have deeply experienced. The bald elder glanced towards the direction of Frostwind Valley and nodded. "Indeed. This Frostwind Valley is a perilous location for those at level 70 of the second transition. As a silver steward at level 50 of the second transition, my role is quite limited. My being summoned is merely to assist this esteemed golden steward. You have a clear understanding of your position." The silver steward laughed heartily. The bald elder surveyed the surroundings and curiously inquired, "Has the esteemed golden steward arrived?" "Not yet." The silver steward replied, "Let us be patient." Moments later, as two figures leaped into the frostwood forest, the assembly of 50 silver stewards was complete. Such a formidable lineup could only be gathered by the Xianming Pavilion in such a short span. Once the 50 were gathered, the tokens of the silver stewards began to radiate warmth as they received the details of the mission. Curiosity spread among them as they glanced at the contents. After a brief pause, they raised their heads, each wearing an expression of bewilderment. It was merely to rescue a junior trapped in the Frostwind Valley. One silver steward spoke solemnly, "The mission is quite clear. We are to rescue a junior ensnared within the Frostwind Valley. However, this junior is no ordinary individual. He is the grandson of a prominent figure within the Xianming Pavilion, a fourth transition ghost sect master. He possesses extraordinary talent and holds an S-class profession, bestowed with great expectations by the esteemed figure from the Xianing Pavilion, a formidable fourth-tier Spectre sect master. I found myself embroiled in conflict after slaying a young scion of the Shura sect. Consequently, I was cornered in the Icewind Valley by two formidable Shura sect warriors, both at the pinnacle of second-tier cultivation. Had it not been for the involvement of two other factions engaging the Shura sect, my demise would have been inevitable. A silver steward rose, his demeanor grave. Esteemed colleagues, this mission involves two second-tier perfected warriors. We must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, a murmur of apprehension surged among the silver stewards. They were merely silver stewards, while the perfected second-tier warriors were akin to golden stewards of Xianing Pavilion. Confronting such adversaries seemed utterly hopeless. The balding elder and the burly man exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. While they felt somewhat confident in dealing with the icy specters within Icewind Valley, they harbored no illusions about facing two perfected second-tier warriors. The balding elder reassured, "Fear not. We are merely strategizing from the sidelines. The true engagement will be executed by the golden steward who is yet to arrive." The burly man nodded in agreement, his mind somewhat eased. "Let us proceed. The mission directives indicate that we are to rendezvous with the golden steward at the periphery of Icewind Valley." As he spoke, several silver stewards had already set off towards the valley's outskirts, and the four of them hurriedly followed suit. Nestled between two towering mountains, Icewind Valley possesses but a single entrance, flanked by sheer cliffs that resemble blades hewn by an artisan's hand. The valley is beset by relentless icy gales, slicing through the air like a myriad of frozen daggers, inflicting sharp pain upon exposed skin. At the entrance of the Icewind Valley, two factions stand in a tense standoff. Chapter 37. The Golden Steward of the Xianing Pavilion has arrived. One faction consists of two formidable, fully realized second transformation experts from the Azura sect, seated calmly at the valley's mouth. They have also established a formidable array from which billowing black mist emanates, seemingly possessing an irresistible allure for countless malevolent spirits, who screech and dive into its depths. Within the array, a colossal specter is gradually materializing, as if it seeks to manifest an even more powerful entity. On the opposing side, two forces, the Bai family and the Gyue Tower, find themselves blocked at the valley's entrance by the Azura sect. Together, the Bai family and Gyue Tower boast over 100 members, each led by a second transformation expert. Yet, despite such overwhelming strength, they remain thwarted outside the Icewind Valley, unable to penetrate its defenses to rescue their comrades. Isn't the Xianing Pavilion's contingent here yet? Gyue Qing's brows furrow slightly, revealing her growing dissatisfaction. "No need to rush." Bai Tingyu responds with a smile. "No need to rush." Gyue Qing shoots him a cold glance, her concern palpable. For trapped within the Icewind Valley is a direct descendant of the Gyue lineage, alongside a junior from the Xianing Pavilion. There are also a scion from the Bai family and a member of the Gyue Tower, all of whom ventured into the Icewind Valley together, only to encounter the Azura sect's young master, leading to a fierce conflict. They subsequently united to slay the young master of the Azura sect, thus inciting a grave disaster. Now, a host of Azura sect elites has descended upon the valley, relentlessly besieging the three. At the entrance of the valley, two formidable experts from the Shura sect of the second transformation obstructed the way, halting Bai Tingyu and Gyue Qing. Bai Tingyu let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonant. "Gyue Qing, are not the disciples of my Bai family also ensnared within? I share your urgency." "Humph." Gyue Qing replied with a cold snort, her gaze fixed upon the entrance of the Icewind Valley. The two Shura sect masters were clad in dark robes, and the black mist of their formation grew increasingly dense behind them. Bai Tingyu discerned her thoughts, recognizing her desire to breach the valley and rescue those trapped inside. He remarked, "With merely the two of us, it would be exceedingly difficult to overcome their blockade. Furthermore, the Shura formation they have established leaves us no opportunity to enter. Should we recklessly charge into the formation, these two Shura experts would already pose a significant challenge, and should we encounter a third transformation ghost general as well, we may very well meet our demise." A third transformation ghost general. Even Bai Tingyu and Gyue Qing would find such an adversary quite formidable. After all, the disparity in power between the second transformation ghost master and the third transformation ghost general is monumental, thousands of times greater. It is a vast chasm, nearly impossible to bridge. Bai Tingyu continued with a smile, "Miss Gyue Qing, it would be wise to await the arrival of the Golden Steward from the Xianming Pavilion. With the combined strength of the three of us, our chances of breaking through the formation would be significantly enhanced. He sought to reassure Gu Yueqing, who understood the logic in his words, but found herself increasingly agitated by her impatience. She felt that the speed of the Xianming Pavilion's response was woefully inadequate. Just as Gu Yueqing's anxiety peaked, a throng of figures emerged from the distant forest. There were over 50 individuals, each one a silver steward from the Xianming Pavilion. Upon the arrival of the silver attendants outside the Icewind Valley, they congregated, emanating a formidable aura. Bai Tingyu, witnessing this, turned to Gu Yueqing with a smile, exclaiming, "Hasn't the Xianming Pavilion arrived?" Gu Yueqing swept his gaze over the crowd and soon scoffed. "They are merely silver attendants. The golden attendants of the Xianming Pavilion have yet to arrive." Reminded by his words, Bai Tingyu also noticed the absence of the golden attendants, his brow furrowing in concern. Indeed, the people from the Xianming Pavilion had arrived. Numerous formidable figures from the Bai family and Guyu Tower cast their gazes upon the silver attendants, murmuring in discontent. They had awaited the Xianming Pavilion for a considerable time, and now that their presence was finally acknowledged, why were the golden attendants still missing? Could it be that this time, the Xianming Pavilion sent only a cadre of silver attendants? What purpose could they serve? They would be utterly incapable of breaching the obstacles set forth by the Shura sect. What was the Xianming Pavilion thinking? Many strong individuals from the Bai family and Guyu Tower voiced their grievances. After waiting for so long, they were met with a mere gathering of ineffective silver attendants. A powerful figure from the Bai family shouted at the silver attendants, "Hey, does your Xianming Pavilion not even possess a single perfected second-tier expert?" Indeed, this was rather disappointing. How could they still dare to claim to be a top-tier force in the Nether City? Even the members of Guyu Tower began to murmur. In the distance, the silver attendants of the Xianming Pavilion, upon hearing these remarks, felt their faces flush crimson. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was true that their golden attendants had yet to arrive. Only they, the silver attendants, had made it thus far. Nonsense. Who says we lack golden attendants? A silver steward, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, erupted with a barrage of insults. On the other side, the members of the Bai family and Guyu Tower, witnessing the audacity of Xianming Pavilion to retort, immediately began to mock. The silver steward, possessing a contingent of over 50 individuals, ignited a fierce exchange of verbal assaults. Amidst the throng, for figures, a burly man and a balding elder, exchanged glances, bewildered by the chaos unfolding before them. The elder inquired, "Why is our golden steward from Xianming Pavilion yet to arrive?" The burly man, caught up in a heated argument, replied, "Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has delayed him." The sword-wielding youth remained his usual taciturn self, refraining from engaging in this farcical display, occasionally opening his eyes to gaze into the distance. Seemingly awaiting the arrival of the golden steward, Yu Yueqing observed the tumultuous scene without intervening, seeking to vent her dissatisfaction with Xianming Pavilion. Bai Tingyu also watched, equally silent in his restraint. Amidst the discord, a swirling mist appeared in the distant sky, signaling an arrival. "Look, a ghostly fog ship," someone shouted. "Is it the golden steward of Xianming Pavilion? Who can say? It may not be." The gazes of many from the Bai family and Guyu Tower turned towards the enveloping mist. The silver stewards of Xianming Pavilion awaited eagerly, as their numbers alone were insufficient to quell the uproar. "Surely, it must be our golden steward arriving." A wave of hope washed over the silver stewards. During the earlier exchange of insults, their esteemed Xianming Pavilion had been branded as lacking in formidable talent, which was an affront too great to bear. After all, Xianming Pavilion was a premier force within the realm of Yuming City. How could such humiliation be tolerated? They had never before encountered such a situation in the realm of the spectral domain. It must surely be the golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion. The burly man and the balding elder widened their eyes, gazing at the swirling mist with expressions filled with hope. Even the sword-bearing youth, who had remained silent with closed eyes, now opened his gaze towards the enigmatic cloud. Chapter 38. How could it be him? Surely, I must be dreaming. Is it truly the golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion? Yu Yueqing looked into the distant sky, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Bai Tingyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, also gazed towards the mist, chuckling, "We'll find out soon enough." In the distant sky, the ghost mist ship was enveloped in a shroud of fog, racing towards the Icewind Valley at remarkable speed. On the deck of the ship, Sheng sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the Icewind Valley. This mission was merely a rescue? Sheng's eyes flickered. En route to the Icewind Valley, he had already learned the entirety of the mission's details. They were tasked with rescuing a young disciple. However, This young man was no ordinary individual. He was the grandson of a formidable fourth-tier ghost sect master from the Xianming Pavilion, endowed with an S-level occupational talent. He had been cherished beyond measure. It was no wonder they were willing to pay a high price. The grandson of an S-level talent was indeed worthy of cultivation. Sheng smiled. An S-level occupation is exceedingly rare. If he can grow successfully, his future combat prowess will be formidable. His potential may even surpass that of the fourth-tier ghost sect master of the Xianming Pavilion. However, the adversaries were two second-tier perfected realm experts from the Shura sect. Sheng stroked his chin, retrieving a small gray orb to toy with in his hand. The gray orb is none other than the three-turn ghost general entity known as 3,000 Silks. Sheng possesses a remarkable 10 of these gray orbs. With these 10 three-turn ghost general entities at his disposal, he can effortlessly eliminate any two-turn ghost master. Sheng chuckled, eagerly anticipating the moment he would unleash the 10 3,000 Silks. At last, the ghost mist ship traveled with incredible speed, arriving at Icewind Valley in the blink of an eye. There are dozens of silver stewards? Sheng's gaze swept downwards, taking note of the numerous individuals present. He also observed the throngs of silver stewards. The mission's details had indeed indicated that several silver stewards would assist him during this endeavor. Initially, Sheng thought there would be merely a dozen, but to his surprise, nearly 50 silver stewards had assembled. Truly, the Xianming Pavilion is a top-tier force within Yuming City, capable of gathering such a multitude of skilled individuals in such a brief span. Ordinary factions would find it impossible to achieve the same. Sheng shook his head. Whoosh. Guiding the ghost mist ship, he descended towards the valley below. At the entrance of Icewind Valley, under the gaze of all present, a ghost mist ship gracefully descended, coming to a halt before the assembly of silver stewards from the Xianming Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, many were visibly intrigued. As the ghost mist ship settled, the ethereal fog enveloping it dissipated, revealing the figure on the deck. It was a young man clad in a white robe. His expression calm, his gaze sweeping over the crowd gathered in Icewind Valley. An aura emanating from him signified his mastery at the two-turn completion level. Realizing this, everyone was left assured that the newcomer was undoubtedly a golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion. Sheng's arrival felt akin to a stabilizing force amidst the chaos. In an instant, the silver attendants were filled with exhilaration. The golden attendant from the Xianming Pavilion had finally arrived. Many silver attendants cast gleaming glances towards the Bai family and the Guyu Tower, seemingly saying, "Did you not claim that our Xianming Pavilion lacked skilled practitioners? Behold, our golden attendant has indeed come. It would be prudent for you to silence your tongues without delay. Greetings, esteemed sir." Over 50 silver attendants bowed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Not far away, the members of the Bai family and Guyu Tower fell silent, scrutinizing Sheng, the golden attendant. Among the silver attendants, a burly man, after bowing, let out a hearty laugh, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce verbal battle with the Bai family and Guyu Tower, though he had felt somewhat insecure deep down. The arrival of the golden attendant instantly fortified his confidence, akin to finding a solid backing. The bald elder also wore a smile. After the four of them bowed in respect, they all raised their heads to gaze at the golden attendant. However, upon doing so, they were collectively stunned. They clearly recognized Sheng's visage. How could it be him? The icy woman turned pale. Immediately recognizing Sheng as the bronze attendant they had deemed a burden and expelled from their team. How could he have transformed into the golden attendant of the Xianming Pavilion, now holding a status above theirs? They had viewed him as their support. This must be an illusion. The burly man stammered, vigorously rubbing his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The sword-wielding youth's gaze narrowed, his pupils dilating in shock. Clearly, he too was in disbelief, questioning the reality of the situation. How could this be? The balding elder's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment, as he simultaneously recognized Sheng. Surely, I must be dreaming. How has he become the golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion? The ice-cold woman appeared to be in a trance, her entire being somewhat dazed. The balding elder shook his head and focused intently on Sheng. After a moment, he discerned the unmistakable aura of a perfected secondary transformation. Indeed, the balding elder murmured to himself. At this moment, Sheng had not concealed his presence. He repeatedly verified that he could indeed sense the formidable aura characteristic of a perfected secondary transformation emanating from Sheng's body. Yet, this only deepened the confusion in the elder's eyes. How could Sheng have become a golden steward in merely 10 days? This is almost mythical. Could it be that I misjudged him initially? Did I fail to recognize a mountain for its grandeur? Was this individual already a golden steward, merely wielding a bronze steward's insignia? A flurry of conjectures raced through the minds of the four individuals. However, their expressions soon changed dramatically, especially the ice-cold woman, whose pallid face drained of color. She bit down hard on her lip, realizing she may have stumbled into a significant predicament. Back then, she had subjected this golden steward to extreme ridicule, being the first to cast her vote to discard him. This undoubtedly had gravely offended him. The burly man's companions also bore expressions of dismay, their gazes evasive as they lowered their heads, fearful that Sheng might notice their presence in the crowd. Suddenly, Sheng retracted the ghost mist ship, descending gently from the sky, his gaze sweeping over the 50 or so silver stewards. Observing the throng of skilled individuals, he couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. 10 days ago, he was merely a lowly bronze steward, a newcomer to the Xianming Pavilion. Zheng Gang, a silver steward, was a figure he deemed unreachable. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he not only surpassed Zheng Gang but ascended to the rank of a gold steward within the Xianming Pavilion, a status that far eclipsed that of the silver stewards. At this moment, they had to rely on his formidable prowess. From the glances exchanged among the silver stewards, Sheng discerned that they regarded him as a pillar of support. He mused quietly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp as his eyes landed on a group within the throng. Were they? He spotted 4 silver stewards, their heads bowed, deliberately avoiding eye contact, as if evading someone. Although their heads were lowered, Sheng immediately recognized them. They were the 4 burly men who had once deemed him a burden. Chapter 39. Identity revealed. Each with hidden motives. What a coincidence. So, you are the gold steward of the Xianming Pavilion? A voice, cool and detached, resonated from behind him. Sheng turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman, her gaze icy and tinged with discontent, seemingly reproaching him for his tardiness. May I inquire, esteemed lady, who you are? He replied with a respectful gesture. The task at hand had mentioned not only the Xianming Pavilion, but also 2 other factions involved in the forthcoming conflict. However, the details regarding these factions were not disclosed, leaving Sheng unaware of the identity of the woman before him. Guyu Tower, Guyu Weqing. Guyu Weqing let out a cold snort, but still revealed her origins. I am Bai Tingyu, from the Bai family. On the other side, Bai Tingyu chuckled and cupped his hands in greeting. Sheng glanced at him, and upon hearing he hailed from the Bai family, his gaze involuntarily narrowed slightly. Then he cautiously inquired, which Bai family? Bai Tingyu puffed out his chest proudly and declared, the Bai family of Ghost Mountain City. The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City is considered a top-tier force in the underworld city, boasting the presence of a 5-turn Ghost King-level expert. In fact, there may be more than one. Their strength is formidable. Even the Underworld Pavilion holds them in great respect. Upon hearing Bai Tingyu proclaim the Bai family of Ghost Mountain City, Sheng's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. While there may be many Bai families, there exists but one Bai family of Ghost Mountain City. He had not anticipated encountering a bounty hunter from the Bai family here. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sheng lifted his gaze towards Bai Tingyu, maintaining a facade of calm to avoid revealing any hint of his thoughts. Simultaneously, he began to assess Bai Tingyu. The latter was quite robust, clad in battle armor that exuded a dark golden sheen. This indicated that all of Bai Tingyu's equipment was of dark gold quality. It was even possible that it constituted a complete set rather than mere individual pieces. Given the power of the Bai family, it was quite plausible for Bai Tingyu to possess an entire dark gold set. As Sheng scrutinized Bai Tingyu, the latter also surveyed Sheng, particularly noting the equipment adorning Sheng's form, which sparked a glint of intrigue in Bai Tingyu's eyes. Although Sheng's gear also shimmered with a dark golden luster, its aura suggested that it was merely of the 1-turn level. It was rather peculiar for a perfected 2-turn expert to be equipped with an entire set of 1-turn dark gold gear. In an instant, Bai Tingyu felt that the golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion was rather impoverished. It wasn't just Bai Tingyu. Guyu Weqing also wore an expression of bewilderment. Both were formidable warriors at the second transition's pinnacle. Bai Tingyu boasted a full set of dark gold equipment, and Guyu Weqing was no less impressive, equally adorned in a complete second transition dark gold ensemble. Such a comparison rendered Sheng's apparent lack of wealth even more glaring, placing him on an entirely different echelon than the two. It appears you have quite an interest in my Bai family, Bai Tingyu remarked, noticing Sheng's constant scrutiny and probing into her background, which piqued her curiosity. The Bai family had a significant presence in the city of Yume. Bai Tingyu chuckled heartily. Might I inquire your esteemed name? You seem rather familiar. Given the limited number of golden stewards in Xianin Pavilion, she had encountered many, yet had never seen Yu Sheng among them. "I am Yu Sheng, having recently joined the Xianin Pavilion," he replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. His demeanor calm. "Pleasure to meet you, Brother Yi. Let's cultivate a closer friendship moving forward." Bai Tingyu laughed heartily. He was a master of socializing, with many friends. As a prominent force in Yume City, he naturally welcomed connections. However, Bai Tingyu's laughter soon faltered. This was due to the sudden illumination of a tracking talisman within his spatial ring. This talisman was crafted from the essence of a mysterious, powerful entity he had encountered in the Headless Ghost Valley. It would glow whenever near that enigmatic figure, thereby locking onto his target. He had been in the Icewind Valley for some time, and the talisman had remained dormant. Yet now, in proximity to Yu Sheng, it emitted a faint glow. This indicates what is already evident. Yi Sheng is the mysterious powerhouse from the Headless Ghost Valley. Bai Tingyu's eyes momentarily flashed with a murderous intent as he gazed at Yi Sheng. However, he swiftly concealed that flicker of malice within his gaze. It was not yet the opportune moment to strike down Yi Sheng. He would need to leverage Yi Sheng's strength to overcome the obstruction of the Shura sect and rescue the Bai family disciples trapped in the Icewind Valley. Engaging with Yu Sheng now would not only diminish his chances of subduing him, but also delay the crucial task at hand. After all, Yi Sheng is a genuine second transformation perfected realm expert, a formidable opponent of equal standing. Yet, Bai Tingyu found himself perplexed. How could a distinguished second transformation perfected realm expert like Yu Sheng resort to violence against two young members of the Bai family? What could be the underlying reason? "Brother Yi." Bai Tingyu maintained his smile, bowing courteously once more, intending to placate Yu Sheng. Nevertheless, the fleeting ferocity that had briefly flickered in Bai Tingyu's eyes did not escape Yi Sheng's keen observation. Noticing his opponent's persistent smile, Yu Sheng reciprocated with a grin and a subtle bow, calmly responding, "Brother Bai." For a moment, while the two appeared to be at peace on the surface, both were secretly devising schemes to eliminate one another. Meanwhile, Gu Yueqing, unaware of the undercurrents between them, urged, "Now that everyone is present, what are we waiting for? Let us eliminate those two from the Shura sect and swiftly charge into the Icewind Valley to rescue our kin." "Of course," Bai Tingyu replied with a smile, narrowing his eyes to glance at Yu Sheng, who nodded in agreement. Bai Tingyu gazed toward the entrance of the Icewind Valley, now shrouded in black mist, and remarked, "However, it seems that the Shura array has likely coalesced into a third transformation ghost general, while the three of us can suppress the two from the Shura sect. This third transformation fierce ghost proves to be quite formidable." "The Shura array?" Yi Sheng lifted his gaze, also observing the valley's entrance. He had heard of the Shura array before. It was a renowned ghost consolidating formation that could amalgamate numerous low-level specters into a singular, higher-tier fierce ghost. Once the array was set, it would exert a powerful allure over malevolent spirits, causing them to uncontrollably rush into its confines. Subsequently, these spirits, influenced by the formation, would devour one another, ultimately manifesting a ghost of even greater caliber. This was indeed the Shura sect's forte. Nevertheless, the Shura array was not without its weaknesses. The forcibly condensed third transformation ghosts possessed limited combat prowess, far inferior to true third transformation ghost generals. At the very least, their strength fell significantly short compared to the 3,000 silken threads he had captured. Chapter 40, Blood Summoning Technique. The fierce battle at the front of the Icewind Valley. Certainly, as third transformation ghost generals, these entities were still quite challenging for those at the second transformation ghost master level. Even skilled practitioners like Gu Yueqing and Bai Tingyu would find their odds of victory against the third transformation ghosts rather slim. A disparity of 1,000-fold in combat strength is not easily bridged. Gu Yueqing turned to Bai Tingyu, inquiring, "Do you possess any solutions? Do not keep us in suspense. Those inside may not endure much longer." Gu Yueqing's expression was one of urgency. Blood summoning technique. Bai Tingyu's lips moved, though no sound emerged. Only Gu Yueqing and Yi Sheng heard his words. Could it be a secret transmission? Yi Sheng was taken aback, listening to the voice of Bai Tingyu beside him. The skill of transmitting sound covertly was a unique ability that did not require a specific profession. One merely needed to acquire the corresponding skill book to learn it. However, such skill books were exceedingly rare and quite valuable. Blood attraction technique? Upon hearing this, Gu Yueqing's expression grew uneasy. Yi Sheng, on the other hand, was somewhat perplexed, unaware of what this blood attraction technique entailed. Yet, since Bai Tingyu had mentioned it specifically, it was likely pertinent to their current predicament. Bai Tingyu glanced at Gu Yueqing and Yi Sheng, Noticing Yi Sheng's confusion regarding the blood attraction technique, he proceeded to elucidate the matter through covert transmission. After listening, Yi Sheng's countenance shifted slightly. It turned out that the blood attraction technique involved using a person as bait. By applying this technique on an individual, Bai Tingyu observed the look of reluctance on Gu Yueqing's face and advised, "Miss Yueqing, your Guyu Tower has numerous guest elders. Sending out 5 should suffice. We, the powerful factions, support these guest elders precisely for such purposes." As he spoke, Bai Tingyu let out a cold laugh. He naturally had no intention of dispatching members of the Bai family. Instead, he intended to send the Bai family as attendants. The Bai family had an abundance of these attendants, and the loss of a few would be of little consequence. They could easily recruit more. Conflicted, Gu Yueqing ultimately acquiesced. For it was the direct lineage of Guyu Tower that was ensnared within the Icewind Valley. "Brother Yi, what are your thoughts?" After Gu Yueqing's agreement, Bai Tingyu turned to Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng nodded, having already contemplated his choices, but he curiously inquired, "Why must it be 5? Bai Tingyu chuckled, "If there are fewer, they cannot delay those 3-turn ghost general entities for long." "Ah, so that was the concern." Yi Sheng scoffed inwardly. It was evident that these powerful families regarded human lives as mere trifles. Moments later, 5 members from the Bai family emerged, followed suit by 5 from Guyu Tower. Both groups were composed of attendants, lacking any core descendants. Upon their exit, the individuals appeared perplexed, yet they could not refuse the orders of their leaders. Furthermore, with 3 formidable second-turn perfected realm experts present, they did not perceive any imminent danger. On the side of Shinming Pavilion, a robust man, a balding elder, an icy woman, and a young man wielding a blade stepped forth. Their expressions were grim, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in their hearts. They had intended to decline, but alas. Yi Sheng held the title of Golden Steward. Defiance could very well lead to their demise. "Why are there only 4? Bai Tingyu furrowed his brow. Yi Sheng casually remarked, "There are only 4 left." Upon hearing this, Bai Tingyu waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the loss of 1. Following that, he quietly employed the blood summoning technique on the 14 individuals, withholding any prior explanation of their forthcoming actions, simply awaiting commands. "Let us begin." Gu Yueqing's captivating eyes glinted with a fierce determination as she gazed at the 2 formidable experts from the Shura sect. "Attack." Bai Tingyu was the first to charge forward, laughing heartily as he lunged at a Shura sect expert at the second transition, perfected realm. Gu Yueqing followed closely behind. And Yu Sheng, realizing that this was not the moment for hesitation, stepped forward in unison with them. The trio surged ahead, prompting a cold snort from the 2 Shura sect warriors, who were already prepared for battle and rose to confront them. In an instant, 5 experts of the second transition, perfected realm, were embroiled in a fierce struggle at the entrance of Icewind Valley. Gu Yueqing brandished a fiery red silk ribbon into the air. The ribbon blazed with an inferno, emanating a terrifying heat. Though it appeared delicate, its movement was akin to that of a powerful whip. With a resounding crash, the flaming silk struck the nearby mountainside, shattering it to pieces with overwhelming force. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that this fiery red silk was a second transition, dark gold grade weapon, coupled with Gu Yueqing's entire dark gold grade ensemble. The aura she exuded was immensely formidable. Should Yu Sheng lack his cataclysmic skills, he would find himself overshadowed by her presence. The dark gold grade ensemble of the second transition significantly amplified her combat prowess. The Shura sect expert, clad in a black robe, hastily unleashed a palm strike, a dark hand imprint colliding with the flaming silk. His hand was similarly adorned with a second transition, dark gold grade glove. And he too was clad in a complete dark gold grade ensemble, not to be outdone by Gu Yueqing. Bai Tingyu also donned a complete set of second transition dark gold armor. His robust physique radiated a vibrant yellow aura, drawing forth the earth's elemental power. Countless rocks enveloped his arms, swiftly forming 2 massive stone appendages. As he swung them forward with a resounding crash, the earth trembled under the sheer force of his attack, reminiscent of 1,000 mountains quaking. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Sheng felt a flush of embarrassment. All 4 combatants were clad in second transition dark gold armor, while he remained woefully under-equipped in his first transition dark gold set. With a mere gesture, Yi Sheng unleashed a symbolic strike, a golden sword ray slicing through the air, accompanied by a multitude of flashing hexagram runes, yet its might was disappointingly feeble. A skilled warrior from the Shura sect easily deflected the blow. The sword's weakness stemmed from Yi Sheng exerting only a fraction of his strength. Having reached level 2 with the diamond demon-slaying sword, he had gained mastery over its power. Sheng was acutely aware that his true adversary was biting you, and a genuine life-and-death struggle was imminent. He needed to conserve his strength for this confrontation. Moreover, should he unleash his full power now, he risked revealing his true capabilities and inciting caution in his opponent. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 41. The Corpse of the Ice Maiden. Seizing the opportunity while Sheng occupied one opponent. Biting you and Guiyuqing cunningly coordinated to ambush a skilled warrior from the Shura sect. Taken by surprise, he was struck down and sent crashing into a nearby mountainside. Violently coughing up blood, upon glancing down, he discovered that his chest armor lay shattered, prompting a dramatic change in his expression. His chest armor was a rare second-tier dark gold equipment, yet it shattered so easily. This clearly demonstrated the ferocity of the two individuals who sought his life. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief. Had it not been for this, he feared he would have perished under their combined assault. However, with the destruction of his chest armor, the attributes of his set immediately dissipated, significantly diminishing his combat strength and widening the gap between him and Bai Tingyu, Guiyuqing. The confrontation between powerful beings is inherently volatile, and when even a slight disparity in strength emerges, it becomes all the more effortless for the opponent to exploit weaknesses and deliver a fatal strike. Retreating into the Shura formation, he relied on the third-tier ghostly powers to ambush the three adversaries. The Shura sect expert whose chest armor had shattered let out a fierce shout, summoning his comrade who was held back by Sheng. Good. The Shura sect expert blasted through the distracted Sheng and joined his companion, retreating into the Shura formation. In the blink of an eye, the two Shura sect experts vanished into the swirling black mist of the formation. You all go in. Biting You finally directed his gaze toward the 14 individuals who had been subjected to the blood summoning technique. The expressions of the 14 shifted dramatically. This was a command for them to enter the Shura formation first. Were they not being led to their doom? Biting You's demeanor softened as he deceitfully assured them. Do not worry, we will follow closely behind. You only need to scout the way. As he spoke, his expression bore a threatening undertone, suggesting that should the 14 refuse, they would meet immediate demise. Disobedience in such dire circumstances was intolerable to any high-ranking official. The 14, with no choice but to comply, rose and leaped into the Shura formation. Meanwhile, the sturdy men among them appeared pale. We shall enter as well. Upon witnessing the 14 enter the Shura formation, Guiyuqing immediately declared. Bai Tingyu raised his hand to halt the proceedings, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he said, "There's no rush. Let these 14 draw away the formidable ghosts of the third transformation." Guiyuqing opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Sheng cast a cold glance, his expression unyielding. The fate of the 4 burly men was of no concern to him. After all, they had once cornered him. And had it not been for his own considerable abilities, he might have found himself in a dire predicament. Sheng was no paragon of virtue. In his previous life, he firmly believed in the principle of retribution for even the slightest grievance. He harbored no illusions about maintaining a cordial demeanor towards those who sought to humiliate him. After a few moments, Bai Tingyu deemed it sufficient and slowly uttered, "All right, let us proceed." With that, he took the lead into the Shura formation. Guiyuqing and Sheng promptly followed suit. Within the Shura formation, a torrent of black mist surged, obscuring the entrance to the Icewind Valley. Countless vengeful spirits were drawn in, flooding the area. Suddenly, 3 figures dashed into the fray. Sheng scanned the surroundings, his brows knitting slightly. He noted the absence of any third transformation ghostly beings within this formation. They must have been lured away by the 14 practitioners employing blood summoning techniques. The whereabouts of the 2 Shura sect masters were also unknown. Follow me. Biting You seemed to possess an uncanny ability to pinpoint the locations of those 2 Shura sect masters. He stepped forward, venturing deeper into the Shura formation, with Guiyuqing and Sheng trailing behind. As they delved further in, Sheng's gaze flickered. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 lifeless bodies, those of the practitioners among the 14. These corpses lay in tatters, having been rent asunder by ghostly claws. Amidst the macabre tableau, Sheng espied the frigid maiden's lifeless form, her chest eviscerated by spectral talons, her very heart excised, leaving her prone and bereft of animation by the wayside. Her eyes, even in death, were wide with terror, as if she had beheld some unspeakable horror in her final moments, or perhaps disbelief at her own demise. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, such ends are commonplace, with countless cultivators meeting their doom each day. As for the trio, including the balding elder, Sheng had yet to find them, presuming they had fled deeper into the abyss, pursued by the wraiths of the third transformation ghost general realm. Continuing onward. The path was littered with more corpses, testament to the grim reality that few second transformation cultivators could hope to evade the clutches of third transformation ghost generals. Soon, Sheng came upon the mangled remains of the saber-wielding youth and the balding elder, their bodies torn asunder, leaving only bloodied heads as grim reminders of their fate. With a hardened gaze, Sheng pressed on, following Yu deeper into the spectral domain. Before long, the trio was assailed by the thunderous roars of enraged specters. As a maelstrom of energy churned in the distance, there, a formidable ghoul, towering over 3 meters in height, pursued the last vestiges of fleeing figures with relentless ferocity. Nearby, 2 experts from the Azura sect wore expressions of dismay, their attempts to quell the rampaging third transformation wraith proving futile. Upon spotting Yu and his companions, they knew their machinations had come undone. With the third transformation ghost general engaged, the 2 Azura sect members were no match for Yu's trio. To linger would surely mean their own demise. Little did they expect that their carefully laid Azura formation would be so easily shattered. One of the Azura sect experts cast a disdainful sneer towards Sheng and the others. "Let us depart." Upon uttering these words, the 2 formidable experts from the Shura sect decisively abandoned their mission, recognizing the futility of their endeavor. "Do not pursue them," Gu Yuiqing interjected, halting Yu. Her objective this time was to rescue others, not to engage in combat. Particularly, the 2 Shura sect masters were of the second-tier perfection realm. If they were intent on fleeing, there was no way to detain them. Very well. Yu ceased his steps, a smile gracing his features. The immediate crisis had been resolved smoothly. "Shall we save these individuals?" Gu Yuiqing inquired, glancing at the few remaining souls being hunted by the third-tier malevolent spirits. Yu shook his head. "No rescue. We must rely on them to hold off the third-tier spirits." Understood, Gu Yuiqing bit her lip, lamenting the demise of her 5 comrades from the Guyu Tower. The remaining individuals were members of the Bai family and the Xianming Pavilion, and she felt no obligation towards them. With a swift motion, the 2 set forth deeper into the Icewind Valley, closely followed by Sheng. He held this mission in high regard, not only for the promise of 3,000 contribution points, but also for the potential favor he could earn from a 4th-tier ghost sect master, a lucrative reward indeed. "Help me." As they passed a 3rd-tier malevolent spirit, a disheveled figure glanced at Sheng and cried out in terror. Sheng turned to see that a burly man, still alive but grievously injured, was stained with blood and on the verge of collapse. Yet, this robust man was not without his own faults. One could only blame himself for his misguided intentions in the past, which had led to this dire consequence. As the saying goes, he had narrowed his own path. Chapter 42. Where are your experts from the Xianming Pavilion? Deep within the Icewind Valley, 3 youthful figures, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, stood back to back, fiercely engaged in combat. Surrounding them were dozens of formidable warriors from the Shura sect, their strikes ruthless, intent on eliminating the trio in the shortest possible time to avenge their young master. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Bai Ziyu's complexion was ashen, lamenting his fate. Beside him, Song Xiaotian gritted his teeth, declaring, "Even if we cannot endure, we must hold on. Someone will surely come to our rescue." Gu Yuejiao, clad in a pink garment, cast a disdainful glance at Bai Ziyu and retorted, "I, a mere girl, do not complain, yet you, a grown man, wail incessantly." Amidst their banter, a hearty laughter echoed from beyond the valley. "Ziyu, your 8th uncle has come to save you." The laughter was boisterous, reverberating through the air. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziyu's expression transformed to one of elation as he turned to gaze towards the valley's edge. A towering figure, enveloped in earthy energy, charged forward, cutting a path through the chaos. Accompanying him were several members of the Bai family. With a hearty laugh, Bai Ziyu turned to Gu Yuejiao and Song Xiaotian, exclaiming, "The Bai family has arrived. We are saved." In critical moments, one must rely on the Bai family. His face radiated pride. Gu Yuejiao snorted in disdain. Unable to tolerate his smugness, her gaze fixated on the valley's entrance, unwavering in her belief that her own family would come to her aid. Indeed, just behind Yu, a woman adorned in flowing fiery silks appeared, exuding a powerful aura, a practitioner at the 2nd stage of perfection. It's Sister Yuiqing. Gu Yuejiao's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Ziyu cast a dramatic glance at Song Xiaotian and exclaimed, "Song Xiaotian, where are your comrades from the Xianming Pavilion? Why has no one come to your rescue? This time, you truly benefit from our presence." Gu Yuejiao chimed in with a playful laugh. Song Xiaoyan's expression darkened, for he could not deny that he had yet to see anyone from the Xianming Pavilion. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that his grandfather would not abandon him and would undoubtedly send someone to aid him. Moments later, behind Baiting Yu and Gui Wuqing, a figure appeared, strolling leisurely. Clad in a white robe and with hands clasped behind his back, he emanated the aura of someone at the peak of the second transformation. Confusion washed over Song Xiaoyan, as he had never encountered this individual within the Xianming Pavilion. Just as he was pondering the identity of this figure, a throng of silver-ranked stewards from the Xianming Pavilion materialized behind him. "It is indeed one of our own from the Xianming Pavilion," exclaimed a golden steward. A wave of joy washed over Song Xiaoyan's face. After the arrival of Baiting Yu and the others, the numerous elite members of the Shura sect were swiftly eradicated. Bai Ziyu and his companions, having escaped peril, each set off in search of their respective elders. "Are you Song Xiaoyan, the grandson of Elder Song Tianhui?" Sheng inquired, looking intently at him. "Indeed." Song Xiaoyan nodded, his face lighting up with joy as he gazed at Sheng, feeling a deep affinity for this older brother who had rescued him from danger. "My name is Sheng," he declared with a smile, sensing the goodwill emanating from Song Xiaoyan. "Brother Yi," Song Xiaoyan obediently called out. Although he was merely 12 years old, his extraordinary talent, marked by an S-grade profession, promised a boundless future. As conversations flowed among the crowd, everyone gradually relaxed, particularly the silver stewards from the Xianming Pavilion, who, despite the perilous nature of their mission, were relieved to have successfully completed it. Thunderous roars resonated through the Icewind Valley at that moment. As the entire landscape trembled, a surge of earthy brilliance erupted forth. With boundless energy of the earth rising from the depths, coalescing into towering, ochre columns that sent tremors rippling through the ground. This unforeseen upheaval caught everyone off guard, prompting them to turn in unison. To their astonishment, Baiting Yu was discovered to be in the midst of arranging something. An overwhelming surge of earth energy enveloped him as he forcefully embedded several precious ochre talismans into the nearby rocks. Harnessing the power of the earth to forge an astonishing formation, the Earth Spirit Array. "Baiting Yu, what are you doing?" Gui Wuqing exclaimed furiously, casting a sharp glance at him. The Earth Spirit Array was a formation designed to ensnare foes, and once successfully established, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Baiting Yu's sudden actions left even her unprepared, and the array was nearly complete before she could react. Yet, Gui Wuqing was perplexed by Baiting Yu's intentions. After all, the members of the Shura sect had already retreated. Who, then, was he targeting? Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Spirit Array was successfully set, ensnaring everyone within its confines. Upon the completion of the formation, those trapped within felt an overwhelming weight descend upon them, rendering even the simplest movement a Herculean task. This undoubtedly hindered everyone's speed. With the Earth Spirit Array established, Baiting Yu felt a sense of control, letting out a hearty laugh as he turned to Gui Wuqing and declared, "Gui Wuqing, this matter does not concern you." With that, he shifted his gaze toward Sheng, his eyes glinting with malice. At long last, the moment had arrived to reveal his true intentions. Sheng maintained a calm demeanor. Having anticipated this very scene, his heart unperturbed. Gui Wuqing discerned that Baiting Yu's target was Sheng, momentarily taken aback. However, upon confirming that this matter did not concern her, she resolved not to involve herself. With the entourage of Gui Welu, she retreated to avoid becoming collateral damage. Once a considerable distance away, Gui Wuqing halted and cast a glance at Sheng, shaking her head. She held little faith in the capabilities of the Golden Deacon from Xianming Pavilion. Despite holding the title of Golden Deacon, he was exceedingly weak. Not only did he possess merely first-tier dark gold equipment, but his earlier display of strength in combat against the Azura sect was also unimpressive. He was simply not on the same level as her and Baiting Yu, both of whom were adorned in second-tier dark gold sets of armor. Gu Yuejiao, puzzled, inquired as to why they were suddenly on the brink of confrontation. "This has nothing to do with us at Gui Welu. We must not meddle." Gui Wuqing gently ruffled her hair and replied, "Haha, a splendid show is about to unfold. Uncle Ba is about to unleash his might." Bai Ziyu withdrew to a safe distance. Observing his uncle preparing to confront a fully fledged second-tier powerhouse, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His gaze towards Song Xiaoyan brimming with intrigue. "By family, what are you planning to do?" Numerous silver deacons from Xianming Pavilion reacted in shock, realizing that Baiting Yu intended to ambush their own golden deacon, leaving them astonished. This was unforeseen. A silver deacon, with a grave expression, remarked, "This is dire." The assembly of silver deacons discerned the significant disparity between their golden deacon and the adversary. should a conflict arise. It would likely culminate in the downfall of their golden deacon. At that juncture, they could only wonder if they would be embroiled in the aftermath. Panic ensued amongst several silver deacons. "Brother Yi." Song Xiaotian looked up at Yu Sheng with a face full of concern. Yu Sheng smiled at him, patting his shoulder, encouraging him to seek out the group of silver deacons behind. Once he had reassured Song Xiaotian, Yu Sheng turned his gaze to Baiting Yu, flipping his palm to reveal 10 small gray orbs that he began to play with thoughtfully. His eyes, when directed at Baiting Yu, took on a playful glimmer. Chapter 43. The Terror of 3,000 Silken Threads. Yi Sheng's gaze was filled with amusement. He had captured 10 third-tier ghost generals, the 3,000 Silken Threads, and was still conducting experiments. Yet here was Baiting Yu, eagerly rushing forward to test his blade. One could only wonder what expression Baiting Yu would wear when besieged by 10 third-tier ghost generals. A smirk of intrigue danced on Yi Sheng's lips, his demeanor utterly unperturbed. Not far away, Gui Weiqing observed this scene, her delicate brows furrowed. She truly wondered from where Yi Sheng drew his confidence, remaining so unfazed at such a critical moment. Little did he know, encountering him this time was indeed a fortuitous surprise. Baiting Yu laughed heartily, offering no explanation to the onlookers, and launched into action without hesitation. He feared that delay might lead to unforeseen changes. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of earth energy enveloped Baiting Yu, his stature soaring to an astonishing 2 meters. His entire form clad in a layer of rocky armor. He began to stride purposefully toward Yu Sheng, a bloodthirsty smile playing upon his lips. The earth spirit formation generated a powerful gravitational force that hindered Yi Sheng's speed. However, it did not affect Baiting Yu in the slightest. Many spectators closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Yi Sheng was merely an ordinary second-tier pinnacle expert, boasting only a rank without the full complement of equipment. Baiting Yu, adorned in a second-tier dark gold ensemble, experienced an astronomical surge in combat power, increasing by several hundredfold. The disparity between the two was staggering. Baiting Yu alone could vanquish 10 Yu Shengs. Meanwhile, Song Xiaotian, who had been hiding behind a group of silver attendants, wore an expression of astonishment. Gui Weiqing shook her head, convinced that this time, Yi Sheng was doomed. Yi Sheng, seemingly paralyzed by fear, stood motionless, devoid of any intention to retaliate. However, as Baiting Yu approached within striking distance, Yi Sheng suddenly cast aside 10 small gray orbs he had been toying with. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 gray orbs shot forth like arrows, leaving trails of gray afterimages in their wake. What could this possibly mean? Gui Weiqing was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Faced with the ferocious Baiting Yu, Yi Sheng did not consider a means of defense, but instead hurled forth 10 mysterious gray orbs. Was he attempting to crush the advancing Baiting Yu? Gui Weiqing was not the only one perplexed by Yi Sheng's actions. Others were equally bewildered. Throwing out 10 seemingly powerless gray orbs seemed utterly childish. Had he truly been struck dumb by fear? Baiting Yu erupted into laughter, casting a glance at the 10 gray orbs hurtling toward him. Realizing they posed no threat, he disregarded them entirely, even too lazy to defend himself. Though the 10 gray orbs whistled ominously towards him, they bore no power, likely incapable of even shattering his rock armor. The boy must truly have lost his wits. A glimmer of malice flickered in Baiting Yu's eyes as he prepared to take Yu Sheng's life. But in the next moment, a scene that would astonish everyone unfolded, leaving Baiting Yu in utter shock. As the 10 gray orbs soared towards him, they abruptly began to transform midway, morphing into malevolent spirits with long hair flowing wildly and grotesque visages, screeching as they lunged at Baiting Yu. With the emergence of these 10 vengeful apparitions, a wave of terrifying sinister energy erupted throughout the Ice-Wind Valley. In an instant, the ominous aura surged like a tide, shrouding the heavens and the earth. Amidst this sudden upheaval, someone screamed in horror, feeling their body plunged into an extreme state of icy dread. The sinister energy emanating from those 10 spirits was overwhelmingly terrifying. Almost tangible, chilling waves of malevolence assailed everyone's bodies, while their hearts sank further into fear. What is this? A third-tier ghost general? Someone cried out in terror, incredulously watching the 10 horrifying spirits charge towards Baiting Yu. Each individual felt a chilling sensation, sensing that disaster was imminent. Impossible. Gui Weiqing's complexion paled, her disbelief directed at the 10,000 silken tresses. She recognized the 1,000 silken tresses all too well. Genuine third-tier ghost generals. They were incomparable to the single third-tier ghost blocked at the valley's entrance. That ghost was merely a patchwork of countless second-tier ghosts, fundamentally weak. But the 1,000 silken tresses before them were authentic third-tier ghost generals. And there were 10 of them. How could he possibly command such power? How could he wield third-tier ghosts as his own? Gu Yueqing was astounded, and as she glanced at Sheng, a tempest of emotion surged within her. The prospect of a second-tier ghost master subduing a third-tier ghost general is truly an astonishing feat. Could this be related to his profession? A thought flashed through Gu Yueqing's mind. Brother Yi. Song Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Sheng unleash 10 third-tier ghost generals. It was indeed incredible. These third-tier ghost generals possess combat power that far exceeds that of second-tier cultivators by thousands of times. Although Bai Tingyu is formidable. Equipped with a full set of second-tier dark golden gear, his combat strength is only enhanced by a few hundred times at best, leaving a vast chasm when compared to the thousand-fold might. It seems unlikely he could contend with even one third-tier ghost general. Panic surged within Bai Tingyu as he beheld 10 gray orbs morph into 10 third-tier ghost generals, hurtling towards him. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen. Not only can he command third-tier ghost generals, but he does so at innumerable strands of hair constricted, akin to keen steel wires, cleaving through Bai Tingyu's form, causing him to shatter into countless fragments. A crimson rain cascaded from the heavens. A profound silence descended upon the entirety of Icewind Valley. A gentle zephyr stirred, carrying the sanguine droplets, bespattering Bai Ziyu's countenance. Eighth uncle. Bai Ziyu dazedly wiped the ichor from his face, his frame then quivering involuntarily. He was incredulous. His own eighth uncle had perished in battle, so swiftly vanquished in less than a breath. For a moment, Bai Ziyu felt ensnared in a dream. Unable to accept the veracity of the scene, not only he, but all others seemed plunged into a dreamscape, each rendered speechless in stunned disbelief. Chapter 44, Sheng. An existence of invincible realm. The events transpired with bewildering celerity, occurring in the mere blink of an eye. Bai Tingyu, a formidable expert of the Second Revolution completion realm, had been annihilated, rent asunder by 10 Third Revolution Ghost General Realm Spectres. With Bai Tingyu's demise, the 10 entities of 3,000 silken strands did not relent. The Bai family suffered a calamity, subjected to a massacre by the 10 3,000 silken strands. Soon after, a miasma of gore permeated the entirety of Icewind Valley. The Xianming Pavilion's assembly of silver-robed stewards, witnessing the scene from the rear, swallowed hard, their gazes toward Sheng now fraught with trepidation. Particularly upon beholding the 10 Third Revolution Ghost General Realm Spectres, now flitting about Icewind Valley, having butchered the Bai family, a deeper dread gripped each of their hearts. An invincible realm, one among the Xianming Pavilion groaned. With these 10 Third Transformation Ghost Generals at their disposal, the esteemed Golden Steward has already ascended to the realm of the Second Transformation Invincible, with 10 strands of 3,000 silken threads at hand. Who could possibly rival him in the Second Transformation realm? Meanwhile, the members of the ancient Moon Tower appeared pallid, gazing skyward at the 10 Third Transformation Ghost Generals soaring and howling in the air. These specters had just slaughtered the Bai family members. Moreover, Third Transformation specters possess the ability to fly. Should Sheng harbor any murderous intent at this moment, none among them would escape. Brother Yi. Gu Yueqing managed to muster a smile that was more pitiable than tears. She feared that Sheng might silence her, especially since he had already slain Bai Tingyu, a direct descendant of the Bai family. The Bai family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Sheng flashed her a grin, and upon seeing it, Gu Yueqing nearly burst into tears. His smile bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the Grim Reaper. Particularly when he smiled, it became all the more chilling. Gu Yueqing swore that she had never felt such dread towards anyone in her life. She remained silent, paralyzed by fear. Yet, Sheng paid her no mind. He was not a bloodthirsty fiend. The ancient Moon Tower bore him no grudge, and he would not strike without reason. To slay these individuals would only invite animosity from the ancient Moon Tower. Brother Yi. Song Xiaoyan's face gleamed with joy as he looked at Sheng, clearly astonished by the outcome of this battle. It was evident that everyone had underestimated this Brother Yi. My lord. The silver stewards of the Xianming Pavilion collectively bowed, their eyes reflecting awe. Their previous deference towards Sheng had merely been superficial, but now, the silver stewards held a genuine reverence for him. Sheng was undoubtedly a formidable force within the Second Transformation Invincible realm. Invincible indeed. This is exceedingly rare, similar to the likes of Gu Yueqing and Bai Tingyu, who possess a complete set of Second Transformation dark gold equipment, amplifying their combat prowess by several hundredfold. There are indeed many such masters. However, those who can be deemed as invincible in the Second Transformation are exceptionally scarce, for it is an arduous feat, Who among the same tier would dare to casually proclaim invincibility? Only a select few can achieve such a status. Sheng is one of them. In the realm of the second transformation, he can command 10 formidable third transformation ghost generals, rendering him nearly unmatched. He is truly one who dares to declare himself invincible, and others harbor no dissent. Only a profound respect emanates from their hearts. Such is the nature of this world. Strength reigns supreme. Everything is dictated by the might of one's fists. With a swift motion, Sheng raised his hand, and the 10 ethereal wisps of 1,000 green silks swiftly converged towards him. A chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Song Xiaodian, who stood beside Sheng, to shudder. In a fleeting moment, the 10 wisps transformed into 10 gray orbs, swirling gracefully around Sheng, dissipating the cold aura that had previously pervaded the space. This brought a measure of relief to the surrounding silver attendants, yet their gaze towards Sheng, as he effortlessly commanded the 10 orbs, deepened in reverence. Let us depart. Sheng stowed away the 10 gray orbs, casting a glance at the crowd from Guyu Tower before leading the way out of the Icewind Valley. Song Xiaodian and the other silver attendants promptly followed. This time, they could hold their heads high before those from Guyu Tower. Half a day later, in the skies of the Netherworld Ghost Domain, a ghostly mist ship glided forward at a leisurely pace. On the deck, Sheng sat cross-legged in white attire, while Song Xiaodian lay idly beside him, content in the knowledge that they would successfully acquire 3,000 contribution points. Sheng sat in contemplation, his gaze reflecting deep thought as he pondered the unfolding situation. Biting Yu was dead, and he had been slain before the eyes of many. While the atmosphere seemed calm at present, it was certain that a tempest was brewing. This affair would not conclude so easily. Given the Bai family's vengeful nature, how could they possibly let him go? The last time he had eliminated 2 of their younger members, the Bai family had placed a bounty. How much more so for a figure as significant as Bai Tingyu? They would undoubtedly seek retribution. The enmity between himself and the Bai family had only deepened. Sheng shook his head in resignation. Such was the nature of entering the realm of cultivation, where entanglements with others were inevitable. Yet the ultimate outcome remained clear. The strong would survive. If one lacked power, they could only await their subjugation. What was to be done next? Sheng mused on how to navigate the impending storm from the Bai family. The banner of the Xianming Pavilion would finally come into play. Sheng contemplated the peculiar circumstances. Although he had assassinated Bai Tingyu in plain sight, it was precisely this that rendered the situation manageable. Everyone had witnessed Bai Tingyu's initial aggression towards him. Moreover, from an outward perspective, there appeared to be no justification for his actions. The onlookers were unaware of the motivations behind Bai Tingyu's assault. They had only seen him suddenly strike, intent on his demise. Sheng had been compelled to defend himself, resulting in Bai Tingyu's death. In this light, Sheng positioned himself at the moral high ground. How could one be permitted to attack him without the right to retaliate? What logic is there in such a world? If one is outmatched and perishes, who could they blame? Moreover, the Xianming Pavilion cannot remain passive while being targeted by the Bai family. The current predicament arises from their mission, which has led to unwarranted attacks against them. Now, in the face of adversity, does the Xianming Pavilion intend to hide away? Will they disregard the lives of their subordinates and adopt a cowardly stance? If the Xianming Pavilion truly resorts to such actions, it would surely become a laughingstock throughout the entire Yuming city, and who would dare to align themselves with the Xianming Pavilion thereafter? The ramifications of such behavior are immensely significant. All these considerations prompted Sheng to decisively eliminate Bai Tingyu in the Icewind Valley. Not only could he eliminate those pursuing him, but he could also leverage the Xianming Pavilion to suppress the incident, achieving 2 objectives with one action. Why would Sheng not seize such an opportunity? Brother Yi. At this moment, Song Xiaodian interjected, interrupting Sheng's contemplation. Sheng looked at him in confusion. Chapter 45, Zheng Gang's Guarding Task. Song Xiaodian flashed a grin and said, "There is a way station of our Xianming Pavilion ahead. Let us take a moment to rest. I am quite fatigued." Upon hearing this, Sheng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Given that Song Xiaodian had been trapped in the Icewind Valley for so long, he was indeed exhausted and in need of a respite. Even Sheng, after such an extended period, felt a tinge of weariness. It would be prudent to rest for a night at the way station and set out the following day. A way station serves as a temporary resting point established in the wilderness. Within its confines, one can briefly recuperate. Numerous powerful factions, when conditions permit, establish such way stations in the wild to allow their elite members to rejuvenate. Furthermore, way stations also function as intelligence-gathering hubs. As a premier force in Yuming City, The Xianing Pavilion naturally has an extensive network of way stations scattered throughout the wilderness. The Ghost Fire Station is a modest outpost established on Ghost Fire Mountain. This place is manned year-round by a few individuals who take turns in their duties. At this moment, outside the Ghost Fire Station, a withered tree stands. Its branches adorned with a few desiccated leaves that tremble and fall with the slightest breeze. Beneath this tree, two individuals engage in a game of chess. A dried leaf drifts down and lands precisely on the chessboard, obstructing one player's piece. The player removes the yellowed leaf and, with a smile, gazes at the person opposite. Inquiring, "Brother Zhenggang, how long have you been at the Ghost Fire Station?" In response, Zhenggang lets out a wry smile, placing a piece on the board as he replies, "It has been nearly half a month." Sun Zhuo complains, "Both of us, as silver attendants, find ourselves in a rather dismal situation. We are only marginally better off than those bronze attendants. Both are silver attendants tasked with guarding the Ghost Fire Station. While Ghost Fire Mountain is not excessively perilous, it nonetheless requires at least 2 silver attendants of level 50 or above for its protection. In addition to the 2 responsible for security, a few service personnel manage the daily operations of the station, with time hanging heavily upon them. The 2 resort to chess to pass the hours, for the profound silence of Ghost Fire Mountain can be quite unbearable. Indeed, Zhenggang nods in agreement, acknowledging the weight of their duty at the station for the past half-month. After placing his piece, however, he ponders another individual, murmuring to himself, "I wonder how Sheng is faring these days? It has been half a month, and there has been no word from that fellow." Zhenggang strokes his chin, recalling that Sheng, upon his entry into the Xianming Pavilion, was merely a bronze attendant. In the depths of the Xianming Pavilion, the life of the bronze steward is far from pleasant. The arduous tasks that the silver stewards are reluctant to undertake often fall upon their shoulders. It is likely that Sheng has also been dispatched to carry out a mission, Zhenggang speculates. Sun Zhuo remarks, "Brother Sheng, you are somewhat fortunate. Having Elder Jiang, how's your backing? Many of the arduous tasks are spared from you. I, however, dread the next mission. It may very well be a matter of life and death." Upon hearing this, Zhenggang chuckles knowingly. In any circumstance, having support is a matter of great significance. With a strong backing, many matters become considerably easier, particularly when benefits are reaped. One is among the first to enjoy them. Conversely, lacking such support changes the situation drastically. Every perilous task is thrust upon you first. Even in the face of death, there is no one to represent your interests. The disparity is it is somewhat astonishing. The Silver Stewards are formidable beings, at least level 50 and above in their second transition, and their fall is not an everyday occurrence. The demise of 4 Silver Stewards at once is even rarer. Such a calamity would only arise amidst a fierce conflict between factions. Typically, it is quite uncommon to witness the downfall of Silver Stewards. Those who attain the rank of Silver Steward possess considerable experience and tend to avoid perilous locales. When did this transpire? Where did it occur? Zheng, intrigued, inquired. It is said to have happened in the Icewind Valley. The news has just emerged, and there are no confirmed details yet. Sun Zhuo replied, "The Icewind Valley? That is a treacherous place for those at level 70 in their second transition. What business do these 4 Silver Stewards have in such a dangerous area? Are they courting death?" Zheng shook his head in resignation. The underworld ghost domain is fraught with peril. Although they are Silver Stewards of level 50 and above, they are not particularly formidable within the underworld ghost domain. Wandering carelessly could easily lead to a loss of life. Sometimes, one finds themselves compelled by circumstances, Sun Zhuo remarked. As the two conversed, Sun Zhuo received a message. He opened it, and his expression changed to one of alarm as he hastily looked up at Zheng and said, "Brother Zheng, prepare yourself quickly. A golden steward will be passing through our Ghost Fire Station. Accompanying him is a young master from the Xianming Pavilion. These 2 are not individuals we can afford to provoke." "A golden steward is coming?" Zheng was momentarily taken aback. How could a golden steward pass through such a desolate place as the Ghost Fire Station? As the 2 had yet to inform the attendants at the station, they caught sight of a ghostly fog ship soaring towards them from the distant horizon. Upon glimpsing the spectral vessel, Sun Zhuo's expression turned anxious. "There is no time to waste. Let us go forth to greet it, lest we be perceived as disrespectful by this esteemed individual." "Indeed. It makes sense to extend a proper greeting," Zhenggang concurred, nodding in agreement. The pair advanced to the front of the Ghost Fire Station, standing with their hands respectfully clasped, gazing with reverence at the approaching ghostly ship. "Brother Yi, ahead lies the Ghost Fire Station of Ghost Fire Mountain," Song Xiaodian exclaimed with palpable excitement, peering down from the deck of the ghostly vessel at the mountainous terrain below. Through the misty haze enveloping the ghost fire mountain, an ancient station emerged, marked by a withered old tree standing solemnly at its entrance. Chapter 46. The surge begins. Surely, I must be dreaming, Sheng declared. As night falls, we shall rest here for the night and set forth for the city of Netherworld on the morrow. One night will suffice. Song Xiaodian nodded contentedly. Being cultivators, a single night's rest would restore their vigor to its zenith. He felt immensely satisfied. Thank you, Brother Yi. Song Xiaodian expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. The ghostly ship glided through the skies with remarkable speed, arriving at the ghost fire station in the blink of an eye, and began its gentle descent. It has arrived. Sun Shuo and Zheng Gang looked up, their eyes fixed upon the ghostly ship as it descended towards the ghost fire station. The vessel was shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the figures aboard. Sun Shuo's excitement was palpable. A golden steward arrived at the outpost he was assigned to. This presented a splendid opportunity for flattery. Should he flatter well, he might just earn the favor of this esteemed golden steward. Sun Shuo had endured the trials of lacking connections and was keenly determined to impress a notable figure. Beside him, Zheng Gang maintained a demeanor of calm composure. With Jiang Hao as his backing, he felt no need to curry favor with others, unless, of course, they were a formidable figure of the fourth realm of the ghost sect. Nevertheless, even Zheng Gang's expression was marked by profound respect. The Golden Steward held a significantly higher position within the Xianin Pavilion than the Silver Stewards. Being a complete Second Realm Master, someone not to be easily offended. A complete Second Realm Master, indeed. Zheng Gang gazed at the descending ghost mist ship with a sense of nostalgia. Once, he had fervently aspired to reach the Second Realm perfection himself, but the path was arduous. Upon reaching level 50 of the Second Realm, even a single level advancement required several years of dedication. The journey to cross levels and attain complete mastery in the Second Realm was exceedingly protracted, without extraordinary circumstances. One might only hope to accumulate enough experience in old age. Whoosh! The ghost mist ship descended from the sky, its enveloping mist gradually dissipating. Subsequently, two figures emerged from the deck. We meet again, my lord. Sun Shuo and Zheng Gang bowed their heads, refraining from lifting their gazes immediately. Sheng stepped down from the ghost mist ship, and, after casting a glance at the modest ghost fire outpost, his eyes settled on the two silver stewards. He was aware that each outpost was guarded by silver stewards, yet upon recognizing one of them, he was taken aback. Zheng Gang! Sheng exclaimed in surprise, astonished to encounter Zheng Gang, whom he had not seen for half a month, in such a place. Zheng Gang was perplexed, for the golden steward before him had unexpectedly called out his name, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Instinctively, he raised his head to look. Sheng. Upon recognizing that it was indeed Sheng, Zheng Gang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. He never imagined that the person standing before him would be Sheng. Do you two know each other? Sun Shuo inquired, casting a curious glance at the two. As it was evident they were acquainted. Acquainted? More than that. Zheng Gang replied with a wry smile, continuing, Brother Sun Shuo, I fear we have been misled. My friend Sheng here is merely a bronze steward. The person we are meant to await is likely someone else. With that, Zheng Gang relaxed. Having initially assumed that a golden steward had disembarked from the ghost mist ship, to his surprise, it was Sheng. Moreover, that ghost mist ship must belong to the young man beside them. Given Sheng's financial standing, he could hardly afford such a flying artifact. Wait, are you certain we have been misled? Sun Shuo asked, momentarily taken aback. Zheng Gang nodded emphatically, waving his hand dismissively. Absolutely. He is not the person we are waiting for. What are you two discussing? Song Xiaodian interjected, unable to restrain himself. Casting a puzzled look at Zheng Gang and Sun Shuo, the two silver stewards appeared rather odd, whispering to one another as if belittling others. Who did they think they were looking down upon? Feeling a surge of indignation, Song Xiaodian straightened his posture and cast a sidelong glance at Sun Shuo and Zheng Gang, stating, Hey, the message regarding your reception was sent to you both by me through the Xianming Pavilion. The individuals you await are none other than myself and Brother Yi. Furthermore, Brother Yi is far from the so-called bronze steward you have disparagingly mentioned. Song Xiaodian cast a warning glance at Zheng Gang, indignation evident in his demeanor. How could this person dare to insult Brother Yi by labeling him a mere bronze steward? Is there truly such a formidable bronze steward in existence? Ridiculous. Sun Shuo was utterly bewildered. Zheng Gang, too, appeared perplexed. He glanced at Song Xiaodian, then turned his gaze towards Sheng, his eyes filled with confusion. Noticing their reactions, Sheng let out a wry smile, realizing it was time to clarify. At that moment, he restrained his aura, making it imperceptible to Zhang Gang, whose cultivation level was insufficient to see through it. Zhang Gang, the person you are waiting for is indeed me, Sheng declared, no longer tempering his second stage perfected aura, allowing it to gradually envelop the surroundings. As Sheng's presence unfurled, the others felt as if an immense mountain had descended upon them. It was undeniably the aura of a second-stage perfected cultivator. Zhang Gang, sensing Sheng's overwhelming presence, widened his eyes in astonishment, his pupils nearly popping from their sockets. He stammered, "How is this possible?" Sheng, when did you ascend to the second-stage perfected realm?" Zhang Gang was in a daze, his mind resonating with a cacophony of disbelief, as if tumultuous waves were crashing within. He distinctly remembered that when he first met Sheng, he had merely just stepped into the second-stage Ghost Master realm. How could he have ascended to the second-stage perfected realm in the blink of an eye? Am I perhaps dreaming? Zhang Gang slapped his face, a sharp pain jolting him back to reality, yet everything felt so surreal. Ignoring the erratic behavior of Zhang Gang, Sun Jue turned to Sheng with a warm smile and extended an invitation, saying, "My lord, please enter the post station." Sheng glanced at Zhang Gang, recognizing that he would not be able to comprehend the situation immediately, and chose to disregard him. Following Sun Jue's lead, he, along with Song Xiaodian, made his way toward the Ghost Fire Post station, while Zhang Gang, in a daze, trailed behind. That night, the Ghost Fire Post station was illuminated by faint lights. Inside the hall, several tables were arranged for dining, and at one of them sat Zhang Gang, still wearing a bewildered expression. Only Sun Jue kept him company. "Brother Zhang, do you truly know this esteemed golden steward?" Sun Jue asked incredulously. It was astonishing how many powerful individuals Zhang Gang seemed to be acquainted with. Knowing Elder Jiang Hao, a third-tier ghost general, was one thing, but now there was yet another golden steward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gang was momentarily stunned. Those who could serve as offerings for the Bai family were certainly formidable second-tier ghost masters. The slaughter of dozens of such masters at once was indeed monumental news. Sun Jue continued, "The massacre of dozens of offerings is merely a minor matter. There is something even more sensational." "Something even more sensational?" Zhang Gang was taken aback. Sun Jue glanced around before leaning closer to Zhang Gang and whispering, "Bai Tingyu has been killed. He was one of the core figures of the Bai family. He was ruthlessly slain in the Icewind Valley." "What?" Zhang Gang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in shock. "By whom?" As he posed this question, he instinctively raised his gaze towards a guest room, trembling as he pointed. "You can't be saying it was him, can you?" "Indeed. It was that esteemed golden steward." Sun Jue nodded, casting a wary glance at the guest room. The massacre of dozens of second-tier ghost masters was an achievement that not just anyone could attain. It required immense strength and, moreover, a hint of madness. This, Zhang Gang stammered, looking towards the guest room as if he was seeing Sheng in an entirely new light. This individual could undoubtedly be regarded as a harbinger of death, with the stench of blood lingering upon his hands. Sun Jue patted Zhang Gang's shoulder, remarking, "To be acquainted with such a friend, who can say whether it is a blessing or a curse." Zhang Gang was rendered speechless. The following morning, after a night of rest, Sheng and Song Xiaodian shook off their previous fatigue, appearing revitalized and full of vigor once more. Particularly, Song Xiaodian has regained the vibrant spirit characteristic of youth. At the entrance of the Ghost Fire Station, Sheng and Song Xiaodian boarded the Ghost Mist vessel. "Take care, my lord." Sun Jue beamed, offering a respectful gesture towards Sheng. Moments later, the Ghost Mist vessel soared into the sky, embarking on its journey into the distant horizon. Phew. At last, they have bid farewell to this harbinger of misfortune. Observing the departure of the Ghost Mist vessel, Sun Jue felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had intended to flatter Sheng, for associating with a golden steward would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, upon hearing of Sheng's actions in the Icewind Valley, he promptly abandoned that notion. Indeed, he is a figure of death. Yet, having caused such an unprecedented disaster in the Icewind Valley, whether he would survive the aftermath remains uncertain. With the Bai family suffering such tremendous losses, it is evident they would not let the matter rest easily. To seek favor with Sheng at this juncture would be akin to courting death, willingly entangling oneself in this tempestuous whirlpool. Sun Jue is not that foolish. This situation has escalated dramatically. In the sky, the Ghost Mist vessel advanced at a speed of 850 kilometers per hour. On the deck, Sheng, clad in white robes, sat cross-legged. Beside him were Song Xiaodian and Zhang Gang. Zhang Gang, Observing the transformed Sheng, felt a lingering sense of unease. Sheng, why did biting you suddenly strike at you? Zhang Gang inquired, perplexed, unable to contain his curiosity regarding the events in the Icewind Valley. He sought to ascertain whether Sheng was indeed responsible. Sheng smiled and recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving nothing concealed. Sheng shook his head, naturally refraining from revealing the underlying reasons. His identity must remain concealed, once exposed. The Xianin Pavilion would undoubtedly perceive this as a personal vendetta against the Bai family, providing them with justification to abandon him. By keeping his identity hidden, he still retained the status of a golden steward within the Xianin Pavilion. The conflict arose solely from his duties to the pavilion, compelling them to protect him. It remains unclear. Perhaps only biting you is privy to the truth. With a smile, Sheng pondered the matter. How peculiar. Zhang Gang scratched his head and remarked, however, the forthcoming events may prove troublesome. If the Bai family pursues this matter, it is uncertain how the higher-ups of the Xianin Pavilion will perceive it. Sheng nodded, while his plan was meticulously crafted. Its success ultimately depended on the opinions of the pavilion's senior officials. If they disregarded the consequences and insisted on surrendering him to the Bai family to mollify their wrath, all his efforts would be in vain. Song Xiaotian patted his chest and declared, Brother Yi, the Xianin Pavilion would never resort to such actions. Moreover, there rests my grandfather to consider. Who is your grandfather? Zheng Gang inquired with curiosity. He had always known that Song Xiaotian's identity was extraordinary. Yet the specifics of his background remained a mystery to him. Song Tianhui is my grandfather. Song Xiaotian replied with unabashed pride. Song Tianhui? The formidable fourth transformation ghost sect master of the Xianin Pavilion? Zheng Gang was momentarily taken aback. Half a day later, aboard the ghost mist vessel, they traveled at remarkable speed. And soon the majestic walls of Yuming City came into view. The walls of the city of Netherworld rose majestically, as dark as ink, inscribed with countless arcane symbols that rendered it nearly impossible for any spectral entity to breach its threshold. Whoosh! Sheng and his companions arrived aboard the ghostly mist vessel. In this grand city, luxurious flying artifacts were ubiquitous, making their humble vessel seem woefully inadequate, unworthy of the refined atmosphere. Sheng even beheld a 100-meter-long ghostly dragon soaring overhead, descending towards the city of Netherworld. Upon the dragon's crown stood a formidable figure, exuding an aura of profound strength. Certainly a fourth-tier ghost sect expert. Sheng shook his head, feeling like a mere country bumpkin, acutely aware of the long journey that lay ahead. Soon, they approached the city gates where Sheng stowed away the ghostly mist vessel. In the city of Netherworld, any foolhardy enough to attempt entry aboard a flying artifact would swiftly find themselves under the lethal gaze of the archers atop the walls. The guards stationed there were no less than second-tier ghost masters, with numerous third-tier ghost generals patrolling the vicinity. Only those of fifth-tier ghost king status could traverse the defenses of the city of Netherworld with impunity, entering unchallenged. Otherwise, one had no choice but to humbly walk through the gates. Let us proceed. After landing, Sheng led his companions through the city of Netherworld's gates. Stepping into the vast metropolis, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The last time he departed from this city, he was merely at the threshold of the second-tier Ghost Master realm. Now, upon his return, he had attained full mastery of the second tier. Chapter 48. Becoming a notable figure in the Xianming Pavilion. The Xianming building stood towering with over 100 stories. A plethora of luxury vehicles lined the front, with numerous affluent individuals and professionals coming and going. Among them were the powerful figures of the Xianming Pavilion. Sheng, accompanied by Song Xiaotian and Zheng Gang, stepped into this grand edifice. In the grand hall of the building, a constant flow of people could be observed, with masters of various skills present throughout, including several formidable figures at the third transition of the Ghost General realm. Upon Sheng's entrance into the hall, he unexpectedly drew the attention of many. Is he the famed Sheng? Numerous individuals paused to gaze at him, some having recognized him. Indeed, it is he. I have perused the internal documents of our Xianming Pavilion, and the photograph therein is indeed of him. Ah, here stands a veritable god of death. Remarkable indeed. I find his character quite appealing. You find it appealing? He has stirred up a considerable storm. Someone scoffed, noting that this golden steward possesses an audacity that knows no bounds, having slaughtered dozens of the Bai family's offerings, along with a core member. The crowd buzzed with conversation, the news seemingly reaching every corner of the Xianming Pavilion. Yet, there were those who were scrutinizing Sheng's prowess. This individual is a rare second transition master of the invincible realm. Some regarded Sheng with grave expressions, examining him as if he were a rare species. The Invincible Realm. It denotes not only a level of achievement but also serves as a title of respect. If you can attain such heights, it is an arduous endeavor. Who dares to declare themselves invincible? Among the second transition prodigies, even in a first-rate power like the Xianming Pavilion, there are but a handful. Now, the Xianming Pavilion has gained another Yi Sheng. It would be difficult not to gain notoriety. Is it true? The ability to control third transition ghostly beings is indeed astonishing. And to command 10 of them? Some widen their eyes in disbelief. If this holds true, he could truly be deemed invincible. And even those few at the Invincible Realm may not stand a chance against him. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the hall. No wonder he could effortlessly vanquish a master like Bai Dingyu and slay dozens of Bai family's offerings. Indeed, such power exists. Zheng Gang, listening to the discussions around him, stood behind Sheng, gazing enviously at his figure. The Unrivaled Realm. Although merely the second tier of the Unrivaled Realm, it was still the Unrivaled Realm. If he could attain such an achievement, it would be a lifelong source of pride for Zheng Gang, especially among his peers. He would stand tall with confidence. Alas, Zheng Gang felt he lacked such talent. Brother Yi, it seems you have already made a name for yourself in the Xianming Pavilion. Song Xiaodian, overhearing the conversations, couldn't hide his excitement and felt genuinely happy for Yi Sheng. At the same time, he urged himself to reach the heights that Brother Yi had attained. The second tier of the Unrivaled Realm. He believed he could achieve it too. After all, he possessed an S-level profession. Even his grandfather, Song Tian Wei, had high hopes for him. Yu Xing, however, frowned at the chatter around him. He had no desire to become the center of attention, as it contradicted his usual low-profile demeanor. Furthermore, the acts of killing Bai Dingyu and slaughtering dozens of offerings from the Bai family seemed to be more serious than he had anticipated. Let us go, Yu Xing said, stepping towards the Xianming building. Upon returning to the Xianming Pavilion, Zheng Gang took his leave, having earned 3,000 contribution points. In the following 3 days, Yu Sheng remained in the accommodation assigned by the Xianming Pavilion, honing his skills while keeping a close eye on the developments in Icewind Valley. As Yu Sheng had anticipated, the Bai family did not relent. Instead, they aggressively pressured the Xianming Pavilion for justice. The pavilion's response was divided into 2 factions. One chose to protect Yi Sheng fiercely, denouncing the Bai family. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Yi Sheng encountered conflict with the Bai family while undertaking a mission for the Xianming Pavilion, initiated without provocation by Bai Dingyu, who struck first. This incident was witnessed by over 50 silver stewards, and even members of the Guyue Tower were present. Subsequent confirmations rendered the Bai family's claims indefensible. In light of this, should they surrender Yi Sheng, it would severely undermine the prestige of the Xianming Pavilion. Would anyone dare to seek refuge in Xianming Pavilion thereafter? The faction advocating for Yi Sheng's protection firmly believes that he should not be handed over and insists on holding the Bai family accountable for Bai Tingyu's unwarranted aggression against their golden steward. The Bai family must provide an explanation. Conversely, another faction, unable to withstand the pressure from the Bai family, argues against incurring enmity with such a powerful clan over a single golden steward. They caution that the losses to Xianming Pavilion could be substantial, and that external members might even face pursuit and retribution from the Bai family. In such a scenario, the sacrifices would not be limited to just one golden steward. For 3 consecutive days, the 2 factions engaged in relentless debate, yet no resolution emerged. The pressure from the Bai family intensified with each passing moment. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Sheng had become an indelible figure within the Xianming Pavilion. In the confines of his chamber, Yi Sheng felt a sense of heaviness. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. He despised the feeling of being unable to control the unfolding situation, especially when his very life hung in the balance of others' deliberations. His power was simply insufficient. Yu Sheng's gaze flickered as he observed the world outside. Although he possessed the strength of a perfected second transformation, when confronted with the formidable entity that was the Bai family, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Had it not been for the protection of the Xianming Pavilion, the adversary could have effortlessly extinguished his life. It is imperative to swiftly transcend the tribulation and ascend to the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm. This is the true path. After a prolonged moment, Yu Sheng exhaled a heavy sigh. Relying on the Xianming Pavilion is but a temporary measure. Regardless of whether he can navigate through the current crisis, it is clear that such reliance cannot sustain him in the long run. Only by cultivating his own strength can he attain true righteousness. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the door. Enter. Yusheng gathered his thoughts, striving to project an air of composure. His nature, even in his previous life, was to remain unflappable in the face of immense pressure, not wishing to reveal any vulnerability to outsiders. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Zheng Gang as he stepped inside. Over the past 3 days, Zheng Gang had visited almost daily, fretting over Yusheng's predicament and exploring every possible avenue to assist him. This devotion deeply moved Yusheng, especially considering that the others in the Xianing pavilion had kept their distance, wary of entangling themselves in trouble. Yisheng, guess who I've brought with me? Zheng Gang chuckled, stepping aside to reveal another figure behind him. Jiang Hao. Yisheng's gaze shifted to the individual standing behind Zheng Gang, who was indeed Jiang Hao. Upon seeing Yisheng, Jiang Hao let out a sigh. He was well aware of Yisheng's situation and had originally intended to remain uninvolved. After all, Yisheng was merely an acquaintance of Zheng Gang, with little significance to him. However, after 3 days of Zheng Gang's relentless persuasion, he had finally agreed to meet with Yusheng. Chapter 49. Coveting the spirit binding and dispatching the general, you have truly surprised me, Jiang Hao remarked, taking a seat across from Yisheng, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he regarded him. When I first encountered Yisheng, he was merely a fledgling cultivator at the second transition of the Ghost Master realm. Yet, in just a few days, Yisheng transformed into a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the second transition. No, to be precise, he has reached the invincible state of the second transition. The mastery of ghost manipulation he possesses is something even I covet immensely. This revelation clarifies why Yisheng could ascend to such heights in such a brief period. With 10 formidable third transition ghost generals at his disposal, his progress was undoubtedly accelerated. In recent days, many strong figures within the Xianming Pavilion have engaged in extensive discussions regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Zheng Gang, upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, wore a complex expression. It was sheer luck. Yusheng chuckled softly. In truth, he possessed numerous hidden cards, far beyond the mere ability to summon spirits and command them. Jiang Hao inquired. Is your ghost manipulation technique a secret art? A secret art. It differs from a skill. A secret art can be learned by anyone. Jiang Hao's inquiry stemmed from his desire to ascertain whether Yisheng's ghost manipulation was a secret art or a professional skill. If it were a secret art, and Yisheng was willing to divulge it, many prominent figures in Xianming Pavilion could rally to his defense, rendering even the Bai family powerless against him. However, if it were a professional skill, there would be no recourse. It is well known that professional skills cannot be imparted. To be frank, even Jiang Hao harbored an intense desire for Yisheng's ghost manipulation technique. He did not articulate this desire, but instead cast a veiled glance at Yusheng. Understanding the implication behind his gaze, Yusheng knew precisely what he meant. Setting aside the fact that summoning spirits and commanding them was his professional skill, if indeed, the art of ghost taming is undeniably a professional skill. There is no recourse now. Such skills cannot be transmitted externally, and even if Yusheng were to be eliminated, it would be futile. This, without a doubt, extinguished the hopes of many formidable figures within the Xianing Pavilion. Jiang Hao coughed lightly. Returning to the matter at hand, Yusheng, your situation is quite precarious. I can only promise to do my utmost to mediate on your behalf. However, the outcome will ultimately depend on your fortune. Thank you. My resources are limited, and I cannot influence the decisions of the high-ranking officials of the Xianing Pavilion. It is already commendable that they are considering this. After concluding his words, Jiang Hao rose to take his leave. Zheng Gang opened his mouth, expressing helplessness. Yisheng, this is the utmost I can achieve. Zheng Gang felt a twinge of shame, as his abilities only allowed for such a contribution. Yisheng patted his shoulder, smiling. I shall remember this favor. In the following 2 days, the Bai family intensified their pressure, demanding the Xianing Pavilion surrender the individual in question. The high-ranking factions within the Xianing Pavilion were embroiled in heated debates, unable to reach a decision. Just as the tension reached its peak, unexpectedly, a prominent figure from the Xianing Pavilion stepped forward to advocate for Yisheng, vowing never to hand him over to the Bai family. This individual was none other than Song Tianhui, the grandfather of Song Xiaodian, a formidable fourth-tier ghost sect powerhouse within the Xianing Pavilion. Song Tianhui's declaration undoubtedly solidified the resolution of the matter. The factions immediately fell silent. Being one of the senior members of the Xianing Pavilion, his endorsement carried considerable weight, and everyone naturally extended him due respect. The prior inclination of some to agree to Yisheng's surrender stemmed from the fact that he was merely an insignificant youth without any backing. rendering him inconsequential to the Xianying Pavilion. However, with the intervention of high-ranking officials willing to vouch for him, the situation immediately took on a different hue. Nonetheless, although Song Tianhui's involvement managed to ensure Yi Sheng's safety, it only guaranteed that he would not be handed over. It could only assure his protection within the confines of the Xianming Pavilion. It could not genuinely resolve the animosity between him and the Bai family. Should Yi Sheng step outside the Xianming Pavilion, he would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of the Bai family. This predicament, even Song Tianhui could not rectify. Although he is a formidable figure at the 4th level of the Ghost Sect, the Bai family is not without its own formidable adversaries of that caliber. Even with his influence, it is impossible for him to compel the Bai family to relent. As expected, the Bai family subsequently issued a statement laden with sarcasm, declaring that unless Yi Sheng chose to live the life of a turtle, forever hiding within the Xianming Pavilion, the moment he dared to step outside, he would meet a fate worse than death. Inside the Xianming Tower, in a high-end lounge, an elderly man with white hair reclined on the sofa, leisurely watching television while flipping through channels with a remote control. The old man appeared amiable, his demeanor calm and composed. Completely inconspicuous as a formidable figure at the 4th level of the Ghost Sect. "Grandfather, please think of another way. We cannot allow Brother Yu to be confined in the Xianming Pavilion for eternity." Song Xiaotian pleaded as he gently shook Song Tianhui, persistently pressing for a solution. While it seemed that Yi Sheng's predicament was resolved, it also felt unresolved to Song Xiaotian. He was unwilling to accept the situation, dazed from the incessant shaking. Song Tianhui chuckled wryly. "Xiaotian, ensuring he is not surrendered to the Bai family is the utmost limit of what I can do. As for the fact that the Bai family will pursue him should he leave the Xianming Pavilion, I am equally powerless. Even if I were to intercede, the Bai family would not grant me any face. How could that be? You are indeed at the 4th transformation of the Ghost Sect, and the Bai family would surely show some respect." Song Xiaotian remained undeterred, convinced that there was nothing his grandfather could not accomplish. After all, his grandfather was a formidable 4th transformation Ghost Sect expert. Song Tianhui sighed in resignation, feeling the urgency to convey the gravity of the situation to his grandson. "Xiaotian," he began, "the individual who was killed is none other than Biting You, one of the core figures of the Bai family. With someone of such stature deceased, how could the Bai family simply let this go? Do they not value their reputation? Unless a 5th transformation Ghost King were to intervene, I fear that no one's influence would suffice." Upon hearing that a 5th transformation Ghost King would need to step in, Song Xiaotian was instantly rendered speechless. What a jest! A 5th transformation Ghost King? How could he possibly summon such a high-ranking expert? The Xianming Pavilion does have 2 such individuals, but they are ancestral figures. It is inconceivable that they would be disturbed for a matter like this. Like a deflated balloon, Song Xiaotian's expression fell, and he despondently remarked, "Is there truly no way out? Brother Yi encountered this predicament while trying to save me. It is I who have brought this upon him." Song Tianhui replied, "If it were not for you, I would not have intervened. However, if I persist in this matter, it would mean an irreconcilable feud with the Bai family. At that point, even I could face demise." He continued earnestly, "Do not underestimate the Bai family. As a first-rate force, they not only possess 5th transformation Ghost Kings, but also a considerable number of 4th transformation Ghost Sect experts. I, your grandfather, am still unable to challenge such a powerful lineage." Chapter 50. Is he reckless enough to risk his life? Song Tianhui sighed and remarked, "As long as this lad remains within the confines of the Xianming Pavilion, his life will be safeguarded. With the passage of time, circumstances may eventually shift. The Bai family cannot possibly keep a watchful eye on him indefinitely." He produced a remote control and resumed flipping through the television channels. Song Xiaotian, upon hearing his grandfather's analysis, wore an expression of resignation. It appeared that this matter could only unfold in such a manner. It was regrettable for Brother Yi, who would likely be confined to the Xianming Pavilion henceforth. They could only hope that the Bai family would eventually forget about the incident. Yet, everyone knew how arduous, if not impossible, that would be. On the 46th floor of the Xianming building, in an office, Jiang Hao shook his head, acknowledging, "This is the best outcome we could hope for. As long as he remains in the Xianming Pavilion, his life will be secure. Given time, even the exceedingly rare legendary equipment frequently drops in the ancient lands. Remarkably, it is even possible to acquire red mythical gear, enticing countless skilled individuals to venture forth." Zheng Gang remarked, "I have heard that Sheng is also within the ancient lands." Upon mentioning Sheng, Jiang Hao's expression turned intricate. She was one of their classmates, among the select few who had ascended to the fourth transformation of the ghost sect. Her talent was extraordinary, and her combat prowess was immensely formidable. During their time at school, she was not only the belle of their class, but also one of the school's most admired figures, a veritable icon of excellence. Even Jiang Hao could only look up to Sheng in admiration. Indeed, she was present within the ancient lands. Jiang Hao's gaze was laden with complexity. He had always aspired to match Sheng Ying's strides, yet ascending to the fourth transformation of the ghost sect was a daunting endeavor, akin to scaling the heavens. The fourth transformation's tribulation was particularly perilous, often leading to dire consequences. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a figure hurriedly entered the office. Elder Jiang. A grave matter has arisen. This individual was Jiang Hao's assistant, who entered the office with urgency. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, asking, "What is the rush?" "Speak slowly." The assistant replied, "Your friend Sheng has departed from the Xianming Pavilion." "What?" Zhang Gang exclaimed, nearly leaping from the sofa. Sheng has left the Xianming Pavilion? How could this be? Is he courting death? However, Jiang Hao remained unfazed, gazing at his assistant with a look of astonishment. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. It just transpired," the assistant affirmed with utmost conviction. In reality, Sheng had not only left the Xianming Pavilion, but had done so in a remarkably ostentatious manner, leaving no effort to conceal his whereabouts. Thus, he boldly stepped out of the City of Shadows. This audacious act left countless powerful figures from the Xianming Pavilion in a state of disbelief, silently questioning if he had lost his senses. Was he not courting death? Without the protection of the Xianming Pavilion, the Bai family would undoubtedly take immediate action. A mere second-tier cultivator, though invincible in his realm, would likely be swiftly subdued by a genuine third-tier ghost general. He was recklessly endangering his life. Zheng Gang was anxious, while Jiang Hao shook his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "I truly underestimated him." For the first time, Jiang Hao viewed Yisheng through a different lens. Under such immense pressure, Yisheng not only refrained from retreating into the safety of the Xianming Pavilion, but instead chose to leave the City of Shadows with great fanfare. This boldness of Yisheng's character was evident. He did not intend to bow to the Bai family, but rather opted for a direct confrontation. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder from where his confidence stemmed. Jiang Hao shook his head. Although Yisheng's courage was commendable, this course of action was undoubtedly a path to destruction. Did he truly believe that 10 third-tier ghost generals would suffice? Jiang Hao chuckled softly. While third-tier ghost generals were formidable, they were particularly effective against second-tier cultivators. When faced with a genuine third-tier cultivator, they would stand no chance at all. On another front, Song Tianhui also learned of the news, his expression reflecting considerable surprise. "Your brother Yi is indeed extraordinary," he remarked with a smile. However, Song Xiaodian appeared utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Yi Sheng would make such a choice, standing alone against a colossal entity like the Bai family. "Grandfather." Song Xiaodian glanced towards his grandfather. Before he could speak, Song Tianhui remarked, "I have done all that I can, since he has made his choice. All that remains is to see what fate has in store for him." Yi Sheng's decision took even the Bai family by surprise. By the time they regained their composure, Yisheng had already vacated the city of Yuming. This action led the Bai family to instinctively believe that Yisheng was attempting to flee. A mere half-hour after Yisheng departed from Yuming, the Bai family's response was remarkably swift. 3 figures emerged from the Bai Group's headquarters, a cruel smile gracing their lips. Among them were 2 formidable warriors of the 3rd rank in the Ghost General realm and a prodigy of the Bai family at the 2nd rank of the Invincible realm. As the trio exited, they ascended into the air, pursuing Yi Sheng with determination. Many witnesses observed this scene. The members of the Xianming Pavilion shook their heads, having already concluded that Yi Sheng could not possibly survive being hunted by 2 genuine 3rd-rank ghost generals. A mere 2nd-rank ghost master stood no chance of evading them. The higher-ups of the Xianming Pavilion, upon hearing the news, merely expressed mild surprise before turning their attention away from the matter. Yi Sheng was, at best, a 2nd-rank cultivator. He did not warrant their further concern. Since this was Yi Sheng's own choice, his life and death were no longer of consequence to the Xianming Pavilion. Outside the city of Yuming, after Yi Sheng exited alone, he summoned the ghost fog ship, transforming it into a streak of light as he ventured deeper into the city. Escape? That was never an option for him. This proactive departure from the Xianming Pavilion was driven by a singular ambition: to directly break through to the 3rd rank of the Ghost General realm. Once he stepped into this domain, even the Bai family would find it challenging to contend with him effortlessly. As for the other path, it is utterly impossible for him to remain hidden within the depths of the Xianming Pavilion. Such behavior is incompatible with his character. On the deck of the Ghost Mist ship, I await your arrival in the profound abyss of the underworld. Let us see whether the Bai family can vanquish me, or if I shall annihilate the formidable members of your clan. After Yi Sheng uttered these words, he burst into laughter and steered the Ghost Mist ship away. Chapter 51. Ascension of Spirit Binding and Commanding. In the ensuing days, two formidable figures from the Bai family, both at the third transformation of the Ghost General realm, accompanied by a second transformation peerless genius, relentlessly pursued Yi Sheng. This fellow is rather slippery. Bai Jinping furrowed his brow. As a third transformation Ghost General, he held a respectable position within the Bai family. This time, the family dispatched Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, two third transformation Ghost Generals, to track down Yi Sheng, determined to eliminate him. Uncles, this person cannot escape. Bai Zedong scoffed, his expression one of arrogance. Having achieved such prowess, he commanded immense respect among the younger generation. The Bai family placed great importance on him, recognizing that this promising talent, upon reaching the third transformation Ghost General realm, would far surpass his peers in combat strength. He might even aspire to attain the second transformation of the Peerless realm. Upon learning that Yi Sheng was also a second transformation Peerless, Bai Zedong's fighting spirit ignited, and he eagerly volunteered to join the hunt, eager to measure his might against Yi Sheng and determine who truly reigns as the Peerless. Bai Jinping smiled, affirming, indeed, with this tracking talisman, he cannot evade capture. However, I am surprised that this fellow has not fled the underworld but instead meanders within its confines. Bai Jinping's brow knitted in confusion. According to reason, when pursued by two formidable third transformation Ghost Generals, Yi Sheng should have sought refuge outside the realm of the underworld. However, this young man made a different choice. Bai Jinping manipulated the tracking talisman in his hand. Once the talisman pointed southwest, it immediately emitted a faint yellow glow. Observing this, Bai Jinping smiled slightly. This young man is located in the southwestern direction. Let us pursue him. Indeed. Bai Jinyu nodded in agreement. Bai Zedong, with a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes, declared, Uncles, upon encountering this individual, he must be delivered to me. He shall serve as the stepping stone on my path to invincibility. As he spoke, a dazzling light radiated from Bai Zedong's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng had been traversing the fringes of the underworld for several days, seeking the second transformation level 100 boss ghosts, hoping to procure a class-changing item that would summon a thunderstorm for his ascension to the third transformation. Simultaneously, he tirelessly practiced the skill spirit binding and dispatching, yearning to elevate it to level 2. Boom. In one particular area, the third transformation ghost tide surged, shrouding the skies with malevolent energy. 10 third transformation vengeful spirits were engulfed by the ghost tide, instantly torn to shreds. In a dark corner, Yi Sheng concealed his presence and, upon witnessing the fragmentation of the 10 vengeful spirits, quietly captured another 10 amidst the third transformation ghost tide. Subsequently, these 10 spirits were once again annihilated. This cycle continued, rapidly enhancing his proficiency in spirit binding and dispatching. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Sheng gazed in astonishment as the proficiency of spirit binding and dispatching reached 100. This is sufficient. Yi Sheng chuckled. He then clicked to upgrade, and in the next moment, the devastating skill of spirit binding and dispatching successfully ascended to level 2. Yi Sheng gazed ahead, noting that after the upgrade to level 2, his capturing capacity had surged to an astounding 50. This was a 5-fold increase from the previous 10. 50? Such a substantial number. Yi Sheng inhaled sharply, astonished by the magnitude of this enhancement. With 50 third-tier fierce ghosts at his disposal, the sheer quantity was sufficient to instigate a qualitative transformation, akin to a wave of third-tier ghostly entities. How intriguing! Yi Sheng glanced backward, sensing that his pursuers were drawing near once more. He decided to capture this giant axe bull demon. The third-tier fierce ghosts within this onslaught were all third-tier level 20 giant axe bull demons. Each ghost stood at a towering height of 3 meters, wielding rusted and worn-out axes, possessing immense strength. As for the 3,000 silken tresses, they had long been torn apart by the ghostly tide during Yi Sheng's skill enhancement. Capture. Yi Sheng acted swiftly, his eyes sharp and hands quick. This time, he aimed to capture a total of 50 third-tier fierce ghosts. Even with a 100% success rate, it was a laborious endeavor. After several minutes of effort, he finally managed to secure the required quantity. Surrounding his body were 50 gray orbs, exuding an eerie aura. He decided to depart from this location. Sheng rose and made his way into the distance. He was too close to the third-tier ghost tide. Should he become ensnared, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Half a day later, within a canyon, Sheng sat cross-legged, appearing to rest while awaiting someone. Moments later, 3 figures approached at remarkable speed. 2 of them traversed the air with formidable presence, one of whom was carrying a young man. Yet, even while bearing this youth, it did not hinder his velocity in the slightest. Such was the overwhelming power of a third-tier ghost general. The combat prowess is 1,000-fold that of a second transformation cultivator. Entering this realm signifies a qualitative leap. Such an immense disparity renders second transformation cultivators mere spectators. Boom. The 2 figures, lifting one individual, arrived in an instant, their formidable presence causing the surrounding air to churn violently, stirring a tempest within the canyon. "Kid, why aren't you fleeing?" Bai Jinping scoffed, casting a curious glance at Sheng, who sat cross-legged in the gorge, sensing something amiss. It seemed as though this youth was awaiting their arrival. "It appears he has no intention of escaping," Bai Jinyu remarked, arms crossed behind his back. Bai Zedong scrutinized Sheng with piercing eyes. "Are you Sheng?" he inquired, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, finding nothing remarkable about the young man before him. How could such a person dare to claim invincibility? Was he not tarnishing the very concept? "Do you even deserve it?" Bai Zedong, still held aloft, maintained his arrogant demeanor. He turned to his 2 uncles, declaring, "Uncles, hand him over to me, and witness how I claim his head. Let him experience what true invincibility entails." Bai Jinyu laughed heartily. "Zedong truly possesses the spirit of an invincible one. Very well, this lad shall be entrusted to you." Put me down." Bai Zedong squirmed slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. At this moment, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu remained suspended in midair, and he was still being carried like a chicken by Jinping's grasp, which was somewhat embarrassing. Bai Jinping released his hold. Bai Zedong leaped to the ground. Sheng opened his eyes and regarded the 3, unperturbed. Even with 2 third transformation ghost generals blocking his path, revealing no hint of panic, Bai Jinping observed the scene with a slight furrow of his brow. Setting aside other matters, this very disposition unsettled him. He felt that this young man must not be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated, for otherwise he would surely bring calamity upon the Bai family in the future. "I have waited for you for quite some time. You were truly slow." Sheng yawned, his demeanor casual, yet this provocation ignited Bai Zedong's fury. "You insolent brat, are you seeking death?" A flicker of menace appeared in Bai Zedong's eyes. Sheng, taken aback, replied with confusion, "Your words are rather peculiar. Did you not come to kill me? Such needless prattle." "You." Bai Zedong was momentarily speechless, struggling to find his words. Chapter 52. I shall stand firm. "You strike." Bai Zedong's sinister smile spread across his face as he stepped forward, and suddenly, a fierce, ethereal blue flame ignited around him. Behind him unfurled a pair of ghostly blue wings of fire. As this otherworldly blue flame manifested, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted dramatically. The light seemed to be engulfed, casting the area where Bai Zedong stood into an eerie semblance of the underworld. Sheng's gaze narrowed at this sight, a glimmer of wariness surfacing in his eyes. The ghostly blue flames surrounding Bai Zedong were particularly strange. Rather than exuding a terrifying heat, they instead radiated an intense chill. As the ghostly blue flames rose from his form, a layer of frost visibly spread across the ground beneath him, rendering Bai Zedong akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld. Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu hovered in the air, their hands clasped behind their backs. Upon witnessing the ghostly blue flames enveloping Bai Zedong, Bai Jinyu remarked with a smile, "Zedong's ghostly flame has become increasingly refined. The fiery essence of the haunting flames consumes the very flesh and blood of the afflicted, ultimately leaving behind naught but a desiccated skeleton. This is particularly devastating for spectral entities." Sheng furrowed his brow, recognizing that those capable of achieving the invincible realm are never trivial adversaries. Such individuals can establish themselves as unbeatable within their tier, cultivated with utmost care by various factions. Upon reaching the second transformation, one can attain the invincible realm, and by the third, utilize this prowess to further solidify their invincibility, especially at the fourth transformation and beyond. One can only fathom the significance of a fifth transformation invincible existence to any faction. Bai Zhanyu turned to Sheng. his demeanor cautious. This lad is rumored to be of the invincible realm too. I hope no unforeseen incidents arise in Zidong. Rest assured. Bai Zhan replied with an air of calm confidence. With the two of us present, nothing will go awry in Zidong. Indeed, Bai Zhan, you felt a slight alleviation of concern. If any unexpected occurrences were to transpire, the two of them could effortlessly subdue Sheng and rescue Bai Zidong. This exemplified their unwavering confidence in their absolute power. In the canyon, Bai Zidong stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Sheng, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Young man, do not say I did not afford you an opportunity. I have heard. You are capable of commanding 10 formidable third transformation ghost generals, are you not? As he spoke, he pressed forward with an air of invincible battle intent, confident in his supremacy within the second transformation realm. He believed he could suppress any challenger. Bai Zidong is the true embodiment of the invincible realm. The ghostly flames can scorch any adversary, though recently he has relied heavily on spirit binding and general summoning, leading others to mistakenly perceive it as his greatest trump card. Let us test this young man with the diamond demon-slaying sword. This technique has yet to taste human blood. Sheng mused. The power of the Vajra demon's subduing sword is truly formidable. It is a singularly destructive skill, particularly after reaching level 2. The increase in attack power is astonishing. An enhancement of attack power by a staggering percentage. Who could possibly withstand such force? At the very least, within the realm of the second transformation, none can stand against it. Only the might of a third transformation ghost general possesses such exaggerated strength. The disparity is widened to 1,000-fold, leaving Sheng with no alternatives. Yet if we speak of equals, Sheng would assert himself as second. And none would dare claim the title of first. He is truly invincible within the realm of invincibility. Sacrificing this lad to his sword to slay a second transformation invincible genius would surely cause the Bai family to grieve, wouldn't it? Sheng remained unperturbed, casting his gaze towards 2 third transformation ghost general experts not far away. He reckoned that only these two might be able to withstand his strike. However, should they be caught off guard, they might not react in time. Bai Zidong stepped forward, his entire being aflame with ethereal blue ghost fire, and wherever he tread, the ground was blanketed in thick frost. A peculiar smile graced his lips, as if he were about to relish the slaughter of an invincible foe, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Isn't it time to unleash those 10 third transformation malevolent spirits? Bai Zidong approached Sheng step by step. Sheng glanced at him, his expression peculiar. He contemplated whether this fellow was overly cooperative, advancing towards him as if fearing he could not reach him. Drawing so close, was he not merely presenting his neck for the strike? The position was conveniently chosen. Thus, Sheng, with no need for courtesy, summoned a long sword, its blade igniting with a luminous glow. As he observed Bai Zidong inching closer, Sheng refrained from any further conversation. The Vajra demon subduing sword was suddenly unleashed. A sword technique? Bai Zidong was taken aback. He had been anticipating the arrival of Sheng's 10 formidable third transformation malevolent spirits. However, as the sword light flared, before he could even react, the entire world around him was engulfed by a dazzling golden radiance. With a resounding roar, Sheng had mustered all his strength for this strike. As the sword descended, the entire canyon trembled. The towering cliffs on either side crumbled, and countless boulders tumbled down, producing a thunderous cacophony. Viewed from above, the canyon appeared to rise like a golden sun, which then transformed into a brilliant sword light that cleaved through the entire gorge. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. As the sword light gradually dissipated, an eerie silence enveloped the canyon. Sheng waved his hand to disperse the lingering dust and glanced at the ground before him. There lay a deep gash carved by the sword light, where Bai Zidong had stood. As for Bai Zidong himself, he had simply vanished, vaporized by the diamond demon's sword. Sheng was at a loss for words. Bai Zidong had been overly confident. After delivering his strike, Bai Zidong had almost no defense, recklessly absorbing the blow with his flesh. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible not to be obliterated. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 figures hovered in midair, staring blankly at this scene, as if caught in a dream. It was no fault of theirs. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zidong approached Sheng, selected his position, and then Sheng unleashed his sword. It was as if they had coordinated their actions perfectly. I stand ready. You strike. And then Bai Zidong was erased from existence. All that remained on the ground was a profound sword mark. Where was the invincible prodigy of the Bai family now? Chapter 53, 50 giant axe bull demons. The subterranean cavern. Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were utterly incredulous. Their confidence had been unshakable with their presence. They believed that Yixing would not be able to stir up any significant turbulence. They were certain of the safety of Bai Zidong. However, their own invincible prodigy was slain right before their eyes. They had no time to react. Everything transpired far too swiftly. "You, audacious fellow!" Bai Jinping glared at Sheng, his face reddening with evident fury. Bai Zidong was a promising talent of the invincible realm, and now he was lost. At this moment, Bai Jinping's heart bled. Everyone had underestimated him. A monstrous genius. Bai Jinyu's eyes were filled with shock. "Kill him." "Huh?" Yixing sneered, relishing the sight of the two furious three-turn ghost generals approaching him. Just as Bai Jinping and his companions soared toward him, a sudden manifestation of 50 gray orbs appeared beside Yixing, which he then flung toward the two men. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 50 gray orbs shot forth like bullets. In the momentary daze of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, they transformed in midair into 50 colossal axe-wielding demons. Each stood over 3 meters tall, brandishing rusted gigantic axes, charging toward the two with a fearsome roar. These axe-wielding demons were elite level 50 three-turn ghosts, immensely powerful. Their ghostly bodies were tough and resilient. With a staggering number of 50, they surged forward like a miniature ghost tide, exuding waves of ominous energy and thickening the surrounding mists. The spectacle was far grander than the mere 3,000 strands they had encountered before. "This is bad. It's a horde of elite level 53 turn ghosts." As Bai Zhan's expression shifted, he reacted swiftly, striking with a palm to repel a massive axe-wielding demon that charged towards him. However, he was soon besieged by an increasing number of such demons. In an instant, Bai Zhan found himself immobilized. Bai Jinyu was similarly ensnared, utterly astounded. Isn't this fellow only capable of commanding 10 third transformation malevolent spirits? Just a mere 3,000 strands of dark energy at the third transformation, around level 10. Where did these elite third transformation malevolent spirits, level 50, come from? And in such overwhelming numbers? Bai Jinyu was taken aback. Surely, even with the support of the underworld's ghostly flames, Bai Zidong would be overwhelmed by the tide of 50 elite third transformation malevolent spirits, leaving no hope for survival. Furious, Bai Zhen exclaimed, "Why concern yourself with such details? We must eliminate these level 50 malevolent spirits and prevent this brat from escaping." The death of Bai Zidong would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. This would result in a significant loss for the Bai family, as we would be sacrificing a powerful potential successor. Regaining his composure, Bai Jinyu resolved to unleash his full strength. Although both were cultivators at the third transformation, approximately level 30, they found it relatively easy to contend with the level 50 malevolent spirits, owing to their impressive equipment. Each of them bore shimmering legendary orange light, indicating that they possessed at least one piece of third transformation legendary grade gear. Such equipment would undoubtedly elevate their combat prowess to a terrifying degree. Observing the two entangled in battle, Yixing turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, acting with remarkable decisiveness. He understood clearly that attempting to defeat the two with 50 elite third transformation malevolent spirits was utterly unrealistic, unless they were 50 third transformation spirits at the pinnacle level of 100. The 50 elite level wraiths at the third transition, each at level 50, could manage to ensnare the two individuals for a brief moment, which was quite commendable. In such circumstances, human cultivators are significantly more formidable than spectral entities. Even with a disparity of 20 or 30 levels, they can vanquish these apparitions. Of course, this is contingent upon the insufficient numbers of the wraiths. Should they surge forth in overwhelming waves, human cultivators would have no choice but to flee, unable to confront them directly. "Take your time, gentlemen. I shall not accompany you any longer." Yixing chuckled heartily, turning away amidst their gazes, exuding an air of tranquility as though he had orchestrated the entire affair, merely awaiting their misfortune to unfold. This scene evidently infuriated Bai Jinping, nearly causing him to lose his grip, risking a fatal blow from the colossal axe of the bull demon. As Sheng departed, he continued his journey in search of second transition boss-level specters, intent on acquiring a job change item to facilitate his ascension into the third transition realm. However, obtaining such an item proved to be quite challenging. Over the next 3 days, Yixing dispatched no fewer than 30 second transition boss-level wraiths. Yet none yielded the coveted item. Instead, he amassed a complete set of second transition dark gold grade equipment, replacing his previous first transition dark gold grade set. In a secluded forest, Yixing sat cross-legged upon a sturdy branch, cradling a yellow skill book in his hands. Yellow bell spell? A defensive skill? He pondered as he scrutinized the tome. This was yet another Taoist skill book, acquired over the past few days. The drop rate for skill books is inherently low, and obtaining one specific to his profession is even more arduous. Yi Sheng's spatial bracelet brimmed with numerous skill books, yet only a handful pertained to the Taoist class. Ding. Detected a learnable skill, yellow bell spell. Would you like to learn it? Without hesitation, Yi Sheng chose to learn the Taoist skill, the Huangzhong spell. Upon its successful acquisition, he was likely to obtain a skill of catastrophic proportions. Ding. Huangzhong spell learned successfully. Taoist skill, Huangzhong spell, LV1. One of the Taoist defensive spells. Defense increased by 25. Damage reduction from spirits by 12. Description: condenses incantations to summon a protective Huangzhong barrier, shielding against external harm. As the skill level increases, the defense can be progressively enhanced. Yi Sheng couldn't help but shake his head at the apparent weakness of the Taoist skills. Although the Huangzhong spell was a defensive spell, its enhancements were rather feeble. A mere 25 increase in defense and a 12 damage reduction from spirits. It was no wonder the Taoist profession was rated so low, far inferior to some A-rated or even S-rated professions. Just as Yi Sheng was lost in thought, an expected notification echoed in his mind. Eureka! A smile spread across his face as he realized that his innate passive ability was triggered. Ding! New skill detected. The innate passive heart of the Celestial Master is triggered. Huangzhong spell automatically upgraded to a catastrophic level. Chapter 54. The new catastrophic skill, Zhen Tian Shenzhong. The innate passive heart of the Celestial Master is triggered. Huangzhong spell automatically upgraded to the catastrophic Zhen Tian Shenzhong. Zhen Tian Shenzhong. Yi Sheng gasped in astonishment. Just the name alone suggested that this skill was extraordinary. He was filled with immense curiosity about the effects of the newly acquired catastrophic skill, Zhen Tian Shenzhong. Yi Sheng eagerly unveiled the introduction to the Heavenly Bell of Suppression, a skill of catastrophic caliber. Destruction level skill, Heavenly Bell of Suppression, LV1, a defensive skill. One of the paramount defensive spells of Taoism. Defense enhancement, damage reduction from specters. Such an alarming increase in defense. Yi Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The defense boost of the Heavenly Bell of Suppression was astonishing. The reduction in damage from specter-type entities was even more remarkable. In comparison, the Huangzhong spell appeared almost pitiable. Yi Sheng sighed. The Huangzhong spell offered a meager defense enhancement of only 25. With a specter damage reduction of 12, it barely scratched the surface of what Heavenly Bell of Suppression could achieve. It truly is the strength of the profession that reigns supreme. Yi Sheng reflected. The Celestial Master is ranked as the world's foremost SSSS-level profession. The amplification of skills learned is entirely beyond the reach of lower-tier professions. Even the so-called freakish SSS-level professions pale in comparison. They cannot hold a candle to the Celestial Master. After consecutively acquiring several destruction-level skills, Yi Sheng gradually comprehended the terrifying prowess of the Celestial Master. The further one progresses, the more formidable the Celestial Master becomes. Just imagine, if the Heavenly Bell of Suppression were to be elevated to LV10, how terrifying would its defense enhancement be? At that point, who could breach its defenses? The Diamond Demonic Sword, once elevated to LV10, would wield power as profound as the abyss. Even the spirits summoned and commanded would be unfathomable entities. A day later, on a dark plane, a second transformation boss-level specter was effortlessly vanquished by Yi Sheng with a single strike. Its colossal form crumbled with a resounding crash, dissipating into ghostly flames. After the formidable second transformation boss was vanquished, Yi Sheng gazed upon the scene, eager to discern what treasures might emerge. Suddenly, vibrant beams of light cascaded from the remains of the second transformation boss, each hue more captivating than the last. Among them, 2 beams of dark gold shimmered enticingly. However, at that moment, Yi Sheng felt little excitement towards the dark gold beams. He had already amassed sufficient second transformation dark gold equipment, rendering any further finds futile. What he truly sought was the second transformation class change item. As Yi Sheng's attention remained focused, a dazzling white beam burst forth amidst the array of colors. It radiated a creamy luminescence, enchanting in its beauty. Upon witnessing this magnificent white beam, Yi Sheng's expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy, followed by hearty laughter. At last, it had appeared. The moment was indeed hard-won. Yi Sheng strode confidently towards the resplendent white beam, reaching out to collect it with a swift motion. He also gathered several dark gold beams, dismissing any other equipment as inconsequential. Let us proceed. Summon the Thunder Tribulation and ascend to the third transformation, Ghost General Realm. Yisheng's eyes sparkled with a brilliant intensity. With his current combat prowess, he could effortlessly transition into the third transformation, Ghost General Realm. The third transformation, Thunder Tribulation, posed no challenge for him. The delay had merely been due to his inability to acquire the class change item until now. Once he crossed into the third transformation, Ghost General Realm, his foundational combat strength would amplify by thousands of times. Yisheng felt a surge of anticipation. This was truly an exhilarating prospect. The transition to the third transformation, Ghost General Realm, represented a profound metamorphosis, a significant elevation in the essence of life itself. Otherwise, his combat capability could not possibly exceed that of the second transformation, Ghost Master, by such a staggering margin. Once Sheng transcended into the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm, his foundational combat prowess skyrocketed 1,000-fold. Coupled with the terrifying augmentation of his apocalyptic skills, this transformation heralded a qualitative leap in his power, rendering him exceedingly formidable. The two pursuers were drawing near, weren't they? In recent days, Sheng had been evading them through clever maneuvers, relying on 50 captured specters to impede their progress, much to their chagrin. Once I ascend to the third transformation, their demise shall be imminent. Sheng leapt into the air, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, venturing deeper into the abyss. In the ghostly realm of the underworld, within a dark valley, Sheng eradicated the specters in the area with a single sweep, then seated himself upon a large stone. With a flick of his hand, a white orb of light materialized in his palm, and as he focused his gaze, he discerned a golden fragment of bone within it. This golden fragment was adorned with mysterious ghost-restraining runes, and it even harbored a trace of divinity. Whose leg bone could this be? What an extraordinary phenomenon, Sheng pondered, but then decided to hasten the summoning of the Thunder Tribulation. Without hesitation, he shattered the golden fragment in his grasp. With a resounding crack, golden rays began to emanate from his palm. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds rapidly coalesced above the valley. In mere moments, the heavy storm clouds enveloped the entire dark valley. Sheng looked up, inhaling deeply. Within the dense storm clouds, bolts of lightning danced, seemingly gathering for the impending 9 heavenly thunders. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu followed the guidance of their tracking talismans. Arriving at this location with somber expressions, a mere second-tier cultivator has managed to elude them for several days. It is utterly incredulous that a dignified third-tier spectral general could not apprehend a second-tier practitioner. Who would believe such a tale? This fellow is exceedingly slippery, Bai Jinyu lamented, having never encountered such a formidable second-tier cultivator before. Bai Jinping's expression darkened. Had it not been for those 50 third-tier spectral entities, it would have been impossible for him to escape for so long. The mere mention of the 50 third-tier spectral entities ignited his ire. Logically speaking, capturing third-tier spectral beings as a second-tier practitioner is nothing short of defying the heavens. Even if it were possible, it should be exceedingly arduous. Yet, the unfolding events left him utterly astounded. Sheng wielded third-tier spectral generals as if they were inexhaustible. After vanquishing one wave, another would surge forth, maintaining a consistent count of 50, none missing. This left Bai Jinping fuming. Could it truly be so effortless to capture 50 third-tier level spectral beings? A success rate of 100%? How could that be? This fellow must be nearing his limits, Bai Jinping naively conjectured. Little did he know, Sheng's captures were indeed always fresh, boasting an absolute success rate. Brother, that fellow seems to be undergoing tribulation, Bai Jinyu suddenly exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the distant sky. Chapter 55, The Celestial Master's Edict. The Divine Bell of Suppression. What? Bai Jinping, taken aback, swiftly turned his gaze towards the distant skies over a black valley. Above it, dense tribulation clouds rapidly converged, shrouding the entire valley in a matter of moments. Bolts of lightning brewed within the ominous clouds, emanating a terrifying spectacle. This scene was all too familiar to Bai Jinping. He had once endured such a tribulation himself. After enduring countless tribulations, he finally managed to reach the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm. Stop that brat. Bai Jinping's expression shifted dramatically. However, Bai Jinyu chuckled. Brother, this fool is courting death. Perhaps we need not intervene, as he may very well perish beneath the thunder tribulation himself. There is always a possibility. Should he succeed in transcending to the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm, eliminating him would become even more formidable. Bai Jinping's demeanor turned grave. We can seize the opportunity to extinguish him while he is undergoing the thunder tribulation. Let us go. With that, the powerful aura within Bai Jinping surged, lifting him into the air as he raced towards the distant horizon. Reluctantly, Bai Jinyu followed suit. Meanwhile, within the Obsidian Valley, the oppressive thunderclouds above wrought havoc upon the atmosphere, saturating it with the potent essence of lightning, as spheres of thunder danced through the air. Yixing's expression was solemn. This third transformation thunder tribulation was far more terrifying than the previous second transformation. Each bolt of lightning coursing through the black thunderclouds was notably thicker, exuding an even more formidable might. Even the first heavenly lightning strike bore greater power than the 12th bolt encountered during the second transformation. According to federal statistics, fewer than 30% could withstand this treacherous thunder tribulation, which had claimed countless skilled practitioners. The path to ascend to the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm was fraught with difficulty. Here it comes. Yixing's pupils constricted. Suddenly, the world around him brightened as a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from the thunderclouds, descending upon him without warning. Boom! The first heavenly lightning struck. In response, a golden sword light surged forth, the diamond demon-subduing sword. The air shimmered with swirling 8 trigrams runes as they collided with the first bolt of heavenly lightning. Bang! The impact reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Ultimately, the initial bolt of heavenly thunder was shattered by the terrifying power of the Vajra demon-slaying sword. Not only that, but the sword's radiance surged into the tribulation clouds, causing them to churn tumultuously. Crack! The second bolt of heavenly thunder swiftly followed. This strike was even thicker, illuminating a radius of over 100 miles. Yet, it too was cleaved apart by the golden sword light. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. The thunder rumbled incessantly, shaking the entire Black Valley as if it had plunged into an ocean of thunderous waves. Countless electric serpents writhed chaotically, and the valley trembled under immense power, with numerous rocks shattering and collapsing with a resounding roar. It was as though this place had descended into an apocalyptic realm. Amidst the tumultuous tribulations, one figure remained steadfast, calmly enduring each successive bolt of thunder. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 silhouettes appeared outside the Black Valley, gazing in astonishment at the terrifying spectacle within. Bai Jinping wore a look of shock as he beheld Yixing, sitting cross-legged amidst the vast ocean of thunder, exclaiming, "Indeed, this lad is undergoing tribulation. He has reached the 7th bolt of heavenly thunder. It seems he remains entirely unfazed." Bai Jinyu's face, however, displayed a hint of panic. Unlike the tension and fear others exhibited during their tribulations, Yixing's demeanor was too composed, as if he were on holiday rather than facing calamity. This extraordinary composure alone instilled fear, prompting a desire to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, should this child grow, he would undoubtedly become an unfathomable existence. We must stop him. Bai Jinping revealed his anxiety. At this rate, it was highly probable that the lad would withstand the 9-fold heavenly tribulation and ascend to the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm, becoming an entity of their level. Boom! Bai Jinping's figure transformed into a projectile, soaring into the Black Valley in a bid to eliminate Yixing, intending to extinguish him in his infancy. Bai Jinyu, too, recognized that this might be the singular opportunity to eradicate Yixing, and hastily followed suit. The 2 formidable third-rank ghost generals surged forth. In the Black Valley, Yixing looked up and, upon seeing the approaching duo, let out a cold chuckle. He had long been prepared. 50 gray orbs materialized around him, and with a flick of his wrist, they shot forth like bullets to intercept the 2 assailants. These 53rd-rank vengeful spirits should suffice to delay them for a brief moment, granting him ample time to endure the impending tribulation of 2 heavenly bolts once more. After casting the 50 gray orbs, Yixing chose to disregard Bai Jinping and his companion, redirecting his focus to the impending heavenly tribulation above. As the 50 orbs ascended, they morphed into 53rd-rank vengeful spirits, clawing and gnashing as they charged at Bai Jinping and his ally. Here they come again. Bai Jinping seethed with rage upon witnessing this maneuver. The relentless stream of third-rank vengeful spirits from this wretch seemed inexhaustible, an unending tide he could scarcely keep at bay. He had lost track of how many third-rank vengeful spirits he had already vanquished in his pursuit of Yixing. Meanwhile, Yixing continued to face his tribulation. After weathering the 6th heavenly bolt, the 7th and 8th bolts descended in rapid succession, all of which Yixing adeptly navigated. However, as the 8th bolt concluded, he raised his head with a grave expression. He observed that the storm clouds above had thickened to a suffocating extent, and the ninth heavenly bolt was conspicuously absent, instead brewing ferociously. The final bolt of lightning was imminent. Sheng was acutely aware. Among the 9 heavenly tribulations, the ninth bore the most terrifying power. Many skilled individuals can effortlessly navigate through the initial 8 trials, yet they often meet their demise at the final challenge, rendering their efforts futile. Meanwhile, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu have finally vanquished 53rd transformation vengeful spirits and are now advancing toward Sheng. In this moment, Sheng finds himself in a perilous predicament for the first time in his life. Confronted with the impending 9th heavenly thunder as well as the onslaught from Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Bai Jinping's face contorts into a sinister expression as he approaches, and upon closing the distance of several dozen zhang, he thrusts his spear forward, unleashing a formidable spear light that coalesces in the air, hurtling toward Sheng. Aha, your fate is sealed. Bai Jinyu, positioned nearby, supports his companion with a devastating strike of his own. Both are formidable 3rd transformation ghost generals, and their combined assault possesses immense power. Boom. At that instant, the heavens and earth suddenly illuminate. The 9th heavenly thunder, having gathered its energy, descends furiously upon Sheng, intent on thwarting his ascension to the 3rd transformation ghost general realm. What will you use to defend against this? Bai Jinping's expression is one of malevolence, his eyes glimmering with a hint of satisfaction. With the 9th heavenly thunder and their combined strike, this boy is certain to perish. Block it. Sheng's long black hair billows as beams of piercing light emanate from his eyes. He recognizes the critical moment at hand. If he can withstand their joint attack and the 9th heavenly thunder, he will transcend into the 3rd transformation ghost general realm. Talisman of the Celestial Master. Divine Bell of Heaven's Suppression. With a complex series of hand seals, Sheng proclaims. In the next moment, a resounding chime reverberates through the cosmos. Suddenly, a resplendent golden divine bell materializes, enveloping Sheng's form. Chapter 56. How many invincible techniques does this kid possess? The divine bell of tranquility. This magnificent bell, shimmering with golden brilliance, stood over 5 meters tall. Its surface was adorned with intricate Bagua inscriptions, and countless ethereal creatures manifested around it. Celestial cranes soared gracefully. The white tiger of the 4 spirits roared through the mountains, and golden dragons leapt into the clouds. All these elements vividly highlighted the extraordinary nature of this divine bell. Yet, it was still insufficient. Sheng abruptly raised his head, his eyes radiating golden light. Although the defensive power of the divine bell had increased by a certain percentage, it remained at level 1, and its might had not yet reached its full potential. He feared that a single divine bell would not withstand the assault of the 9th thunderbolt along with Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. Onward, Sheng performed a hand seal. Boom. Another resounding chime echoed forth. Astonishingly, a new divine bell manifested atop the first, creating a double-layered protective barrier. Still inadequate, still insufficient. More. Driven by desperation, Sheng continued to execute his seals. The bells began to stack. 2, 3, 4, up to 9. However, upon reaching the 10th bell, the energy within Sheng was utterly depleted. He could no longer summon additional divine bells. In that moment, Sheng felt as though he were encased within a protective shell, surrounded by 10 divine bells, bracing for the impending cataclysmic strike. Boom! A colossal spear of light surged forth, crashing against the layers of the divine bells. Following this spear, a blade of light sliced through the air, equally wielding the power of the 3rd transformation, colliding with the bells as well. After these 2 assaults, the 9th thunderbolt arrived. The 9th thunderbolt was swift, following closely behind and striking with ferocity. Boom. Crack. The first heavenly suppression bell shattered instantly, yet it diminished the might of the 3 assaults by a considerable 2/10. Subsequently, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th heavenly suppression bells continued to fracture. However, by the time the 4th bell shattered, the brilliance of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu's weapons had dissipated, their power exhausted and completely countered by the 4 heavenly suppression bells. This seemingly straightforward occurrence was, in fact, astonishing. It is essential to recognize that Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were formidable beings of the 3rd transformation of the Ghost General realm, their foundational combat prowess surpassing that of Sheng by over 1,000-fold. If we liken Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu to elephants, Sheng would, at best, appear as a lion in their presence. The disparity was immense. Yet, to neutralize the full force of their attacks with merely 4 heavenly suppression bells was nothing short of incredible. Impossible. Upon witnessing the nullification of their assaults, Bai Junping and Bai Jinyu were momentarily taken aback, their expressions oscillating between disbelief and astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Previously, they had regarded Yi Sheng's use of spirit binding and general dispatch as mere cunning. However, now, Yi Sheng had confronted them head-on and effortlessly repelled their full-force strike. Even with the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning assisting, it still proved ineffective against Yi Sheng. Bai Junping felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He was humiliated by a second transformation cultivator. In an instant, his face alternated between shades of green and white, while Bai Jinyu nearly screamed in disbelief. This was utterly unfathomable. Some might possess the aura of a celestial prodigy, destined to gather the fortunes of heaven and earth. Their potential for immense power as they mature could serve as the backbone of a formidable faction. But what of Yi Sheng? If this matter were to spread, others would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Is there truly such a prodigy in this world? It seems utterly impossible. If such a being existed, how would others continue to play? Without dwelling on the astonishment of the two, Yi Sheng remained focused on the formidable 9th heavenly thunder. Indeed, the 9th heavenly thunder defied the heavens. After shattering 4 of the heavenly protective bells, it subsequently destroyed another 4. With 8 heavenly protective bells in ruins, only 2 remained to shield Yi Sheng's body, leaving him astounded. He simultaneously recognized that acquiring the heavenly protective bells had come too late. Had he obtained them sooner, he would have had the time to elevate their level. If he could have upgraded them to LV2, the 9th heavenly thunder would likely have been incapable of shattering even a single bell. This is not mere boastfulness on Yi Sheng's part. It is based on past experiences, as each enhancement of a destructive skill brings with it terrifying amplification. The heavenly protective bells are probably no exception. However, Yi Sheng found comfort in the fact that after the 9th heavenly thunder obliterated the 8 bells, its power was thoroughly exhausted. The remaining flicker of electricity, upon striking the next heavenly protective bell, merely produced a deafening chime before dissipating. He had triumphed. Witnessing this, Yi Sheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. With all 9 bolts of heavenly thunder successfully traversed, it signified that he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the 3rd transformation Ghost General. No one could impede his progress now. The ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse. The torrential rain brought forth by the tribulation had ceased, leaving a damp scent in the air. Simultaneously, a charred aroma lingered, a result of the thunderous tribulation singeing the surrounding rocks and trees. This young man has successfully transcended the tribulation. Bai Jinyu stood in a daze, gazing at the figure seated within the golden divine bell. He could sense that the figure was undergoing a metamorphosis, completing the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier of existence. Once accomplished, he would ascend to the realm of the 3rd tier Ghost General, akin to themselves. His fundamental combat prowess would increase by a staggering 1,000-fold. Bai Junping's expression darkened to an extreme. This young man had nearly succeeded in his tribulation right under his very nose. He had never encountered such a prodigy before. During the tribulation, not only did he require no one to guard him, but even their relentless assaults had failed to thwart his success. This was utterly inconceivable. It could only signify one thing. The potential of this young man was overwhelmingly immense, his talents astonishing, bordering on the monstrous. What could his profession be? At this moment, Bai Junping finally realized how terrifying this young man's vocation might be. An S-rank profession? No. Almost immediately, Bai Junping shook his head, dismissing the possibility. It could not merely be an S-rank profession. It was far too extraordinary. An SS-rank profession? Bai Junping's mind buzzed. Brother, what shall we do next? The successful tribulation of Yi Sheng left the two of them momentarily at a loss, unsure of their next course of action. Particularly Bai Jinyu, who, upon looking at Yi Sheng's figure, felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Retreat. Bai Junping, resolute, recognized that with Yi Sheng's successful transcendence into the 3rd tier Ghost General realm, the prospect of eliminating him was now impossible. Chapter 57, Breakthrough. 3rd tier Ghost General. Bai Junping stepped back, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and the realization that the tide had turned against them. At the moment of his 2nd transformation, they were powerless against him. How much more so now that he has entered the 3rd transformation, standing on equal ground with them? It is imperative that the Bai family dispatches a more formidable force to eliminate this youth. Bai Junping retreated, his voice filled with venom. This youth is far too monstrous. The outside world remains oblivious. If we do not strike him down while he is still weak, once he grows, he will become uncontrollable, a calamity for the Bai family. Bai Junping resolved silently. However, a voice suddenly emerged from behind, causing his body to stiffen mid-motion. Where do you think you are going? From behind Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu came a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, chilling and devoid of any emotion. As if it had already fixed its gaze upon the two. Their bodies froze, and they gradually turned to look. In the charred, dark forest, the golden divine bell dissipated, and a figure rose tall. At this moment, Yi Sheng's aura had undergone a metamorphosis. He radiated the essence that only a third transformation ghost general could possess. Now standing on the same level as Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, his foundational battle power had increased by 1,000-fold, achieving a qualitative leap. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng stepped forward, his internal energy surging like a mighty river. With each step, his body seemed to rise as if ascending steps in the air. The most significant distinction after reaching the third transformation was the ability to traverse the skies with one's own power, a feat unattainable by second transformation cultivators. Bai Jinping hovered in midair, a cold laugh escaping his lips as he derided, "You think that just because you have entered the third transformation, you can contend with us? What a joke." Bai Jinping was brimming with confidence. Although Yi Sheng had entered the same realm as them, he had merely taken his first steps. Bai Jinping believed that it was impossible to eliminate Yi Sheng, but the notion of Yi Sheng slaying them? That was absurd. How could a third transformation cultivator be so easily vanquished? Bai Jinyu gazed at Yi Sheng, feeling a tingle of unease at the back of his neck. A foreboding sensation loomed over him, especially as he watched Yi Sheng approach them step by step. The closer he drew, the more intense that feeling became. "Brother, perhaps we should retreat for now. This fellow is exceedingly formidable," Bai Jinyu said with a lack of confidence. He had been thoroughly unnerved by Yi Sheng's antics over the past few days. "Look at your lack of resolve. What can he possibly do to us?" Bai Jinping retorted angrily, feeling his brother's cowardice was utterly disgraceful. After all, he was merely an initial third transformation ghost general cultivator. And what of them? They had long since immersed themselves in this realm. At this moment, Yi Sheng felt an unprecedented surge of power. His foundational combat strength had amplified 1,000-fold. This bridged the vast chasm that lay between him and Bai Jinping, Bai Jinyu, placing him on the same level. Now that they were on equal footing, Yi Sheng was confident in his invincibility. Although the diamond demon-slaying sword remained at level 2, its attack power had increased significantly. However, it was the foundational combat strength that transformed. With an increase of 1,000-fold, utilizing the diamond demon-slaying sword once more would undoubtedly yield a different magnitude of power. This is easily comprehensible. Previously, as a second transformation cultivator, if the foundational combat strength was 1, the diamond demon-slaying sword merely enhanced that by a percentage. But now, the foundational combat strength had risen to 1,000. Thus, the enhancement would be based on 1,000. The difference in power produced by the two scenarios was fundamentally incomparable. Although Yi Sheng has just begun his third transformation, he possesses a cataclysmic skill that ensures his invincibility within the same realm as soon as he ascends to a higher plane. He is destined to soar to the pinnacle of this realm, an unparalleled existence, the invincible state of the third transformation. Achieving such a level would typically require others to reach the complete culmination of the third transformation at level 100 first. Yet, Yi Sheng has accomplished this feat upon merely stepping into the third transformation. While this may sound somewhat exaggerated, it is indeed within Yi Sheng's capabilities. The amplification of his annihilative skill is extraordinarily formidable, allowing him to ascend effortlessly and sparing him years of arduous effort that others must endure. With determination, Yi Sheng strides forward without engaging in idle chatter with the two adversaries. A longsword materializes in his grasp. Bai Jinping smirks, wielding a spear in preparation to teach this young man a lesson and instill a sense of reality. They are both in the third transformation. Neither can truly best the other. In the next moment, Yi Sheng unleashes a sword strike. An extraordinarily exaggerated golden sword light soars into the air, slicing toward the two. Upon witnessing this radiant blade, Bai Jinping's smile vanishes in an instant. He senses an overwhelming might emanating from the sword light, one that he cannot possibly withstand. The power of invincibility? How could this be possible? Bai Jinping's eyes widen as he perceives the aura of invincibility within that sword light. This is truly beyond comprehension. Immediately, upon sensing the might of the sword light, Bai Jinping opts to retreat. Reluctantly, he acknowledges the folly of confronting it. After all, he is merely a level 30 practitioner of the third transformation, far inferior to the formidable invincibility of a level 100 completion. It is utterly impossible for him to withstand such a strike. Only a true pinnacle of the third transition could stand against Yi Sheng. What baffled him was that Sheng had only just entered the third transition, yet possessed the might of an invincible realm. It was utterly inconceivable. Alas, the sword light was too swift. Despite the valiant efforts of brothers Bai Zhenping and Bai Jinyu to resist, they could not contend with a strike befitting the invincible tier. With a thunderous roar, the earth split, carving a profound chasm, and vast expanses of forest were laid to waste. When the golden sword light dissipated, blood rain fell from the sky. The figures of the Bai brothers had long been reduced to mere fragments. The might of Sheng's sword had utterly evaporated them. With a crack, the long sword in Sheng's hand shattered after delivering such unparalleled power, scattering into a multitude of shards upon the ground. It was alarmingly fragile. Sheng glanced down and shook his head. This sword was a dark gold-grade weapon of the second transition. Yet, even such a quality weapon could not withstand the formidable force of Sheng's strike after his ascension to the third transition. Its material simply lacked the requisite fortitude. It appeared that only a weapon of the third transition would suffice. Sheng shook his head, recognizing the magnitude of his enhancement after entering the third transition. His foundational combat power had surged by 1,000-fold, representing a profound qualitative leap that created an insurmountable gap between the second and third transitions. 2 pieces of legendary-level equipment from the third transition? Sheng's gaze swept across the side of the Bai brothers' demise, where 2 items radiating an orange glow of legend floated. He recalled that these were the legendary pieces of equipment worn by Bai Zhenping and Bai Jinyu. Unlike the other gear that had been shattered by his strike, these had been preserved. However, their spatial rings lay in ruins. Sheng shook his head in regret. At the side of the duo's demise, he did not observe the spatial rings that belonged to them. It was highly probable that they had shattered alongside other equipment. Once a spatial ring is broken, its internal space detonates, causing the items within to be lost to the chaotic void, leaving no opportunity for retrieval. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Spatial rings were inherently fragile. Chapter 58. Exit from the Xianming Pavilion. He was filled with resentment. With a swift motion, Sheng collected 2 pieces of legendary orange equipment. Indeed, they were worthy of their status as third transformation legendary grade gear, exhibiting remarkable durability. Sheng marveled at their resilience. At that moment, he possessed a legendary spear and a legendary breastplate. Both had withstood the impact of his sword without sustaining any damage, remaining in pristine condition. The spear was currently useless, lacking any relevant skills, and the legendary breastplate required a third transformation at level 30, which he could not yet equip. After glancing at the 2 pieces of equipment, Sheng furrowed his brow slightly and decided to store both legendary items. Given his current combat power, which rivaled that of an invincible third transformation warrior, possessing legendary gear would be advantageous, yet its absence was not a pressing concern. Moreover, the levels of these 2 legendary pieces were not particularly high. Both were third transformation level 30 equipment, rather than the pinnacle legendary gear of level 100. Sheng shook his head, noting that even legendary equipment was categorized by levels, with each tier spanning a decade. For instance, the weakest was the third transformation level 10 legendary equipment, followed by level 20, and so forth. The most formidable was the third transformation level 100 top-tier legendary equipment. The value of the items varied according to their levels. After stowing away the 2 legendary artifacts, Sheng took a deep breath, feeling the immense power within him surge like a mighty river, his spirits soaring to new heights. At last, he had reached the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm. It had indeed been a challenging journey. With a hearty laugh that echoed far and wide, Sheng reveled in his newfound status. No longer was he merely a minor character. Both his strength and identity had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Even the Bai family would find it impossible to deal with him as casually as they did during his second transformation. Entering the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm conferred upon him a status akin to that of an elder in any faction, an authority worthy of respect. With a swift motion, Sheng revealed the Golden Steward's token from the Xianming Pavilion in his palm. A cold smirk played on his lips as he regarded the token. After this experience, he had come to see through the true nature of these factions. Whenever an issue arose that did not align with their interests, they would readily discard you. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. With this realization, he questioned the purpose of remaining in the Xianming Pavilion. With a disdainful snort, he exerted force in his hand crack. The Golden Steward's token shattered under his grip, fragments cascading through his fingers. Having crushed the token, Sheng sent a message to the Xianming Pavilion, formally announcing his resignation. After completing this act, he hovered in the air, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Moments later, A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Having been pursued by the Bai family for so long, it was time to collect some interest. Now that he had attained the third transformation of the Ghost General realm and possessed the combat prowess of the Invincible realm, he was fully capable of eliminating the Bai family's third transformation elder-level powerhouses. Sheng contemplated with clarity, since he was locked in a deadly feud with the Bai family. It would be prudent to inflict severe harm upon them. In doing so, the impending crisis would naturally dissipate. He was not one to suffer in silence when others dared to strike at him. Those who initiated aggression would pay tenfold in blood. Thus, he resolved to journey to the ancient land, where the Bai family maintained numerous strongholds, and where the third-tier elders had gathered in force. The ancient land was known to be the most perilous region within the realm of the Netherworld. It was replete with ancient ghost cities, each guarded by countless spectral soldiers and generals. Even the weakest of these spectral soldiers possessed a complete mastery at level 100 in the second tier, while the remaining forces comprised formidable third and fourth tier entities. Yet, danger often accompanied tremendous opportunity. The ancient land boasted an exceptionally high drop rate for treasures. Golden-grade equipment was commonplace, while dark gold items were readily available, allowing one to assemble complete sets with ease. Most significantly, the ancient land frequently yielded legendary-grade equipment, with occasional occurrences of red mythical-grade equipment that sparked widespread excitement. Consequently, a steady influx of powerful individuals surged toward the ancient land, many of whom emerged victorious, clad in complete legendary sets and wielding unimaginable strength. With such legendary armaments, they attained a level of invincibility. In addition to seeking vengeance against the Bai family, Sheng recognized that to enhance his own power, a visit to the ancient land was imperative. Resolute and undeterred, he glanced upward to ascertain his direction before soaring into the skies, his departure resonating with a thunderous roar. Time passed swiftly, and one day later, within the serene confines of an upscale lounge in the Xianming building, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Two third transformation elders were smiling as they engaged in a game of chess, while the fragrant incense wafted gently from the table beside them, adding an air of elegance. "Brother Huang, have you heard? That young man with the surname Yi boldly declared his withdrawal from our Xianin pavilion after making his move." Chao Sui remarked with a chuckle. "The young man with the surname Yi? Which elder's junior is he?" Huang Chen paused, momentarily unable to recall who the young man might be. Soon, however, realization dawned upon him. "Are you referring to that junior who was pursued by the Bai family?" Originally, Sheng, a mere golden steward, would not have garnered such attention from the elders. Yet, due to the incident with the Bai family, Sheng's existence had become common knowledge among all. "Indeed, it is he." Chao Sui nodded, but his expression soon darkened. This young man shattered the golden steward token and brazenly announced his departure from the Xianin pavilion. Now, this matter is known throughout the entire pavilion. Everyone is abuzz with gossip. He shattered the golden steward token? Huang Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. The steward token symbolizes the Xianin pavilion and represents its dignity. To have it shattered so carelessly is undoubtedly a sign of disrespect towards the pavilion. How audacious of him. Does he truly consider himself a significant figure? Huang Chen scoffed. Throughout their time, the high-ranking members of the Xianin pavilion had never regarded Sheng as a serious player, merely a pawn of little consequence. Yet now with the young man's defiant act of shattering the golden steward token, he had undeniably slapped the faces of the pavilion's high-ranking officials. It was a blatant declaration of their incompetence and uselessness. He bore a grudge. Chao Sui held a piece in his hand, not yet played, and let out a series of cold laughs. Huang Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "Many are discussing this matter. After all, this individual is a potential prodigy of the second transition, and we should have found a way to preserve him rather than abandon him so easily. There are many who harbor dissent regarding the higher-ups' decision." Chao Sui chuckled dismissively. "Brother Huang, this individual is not a direct descendant of our Xianming pavilion, nor is he a relative of any fourth transition powerhouse. He is merely an extraneous figure. Such individuals are prone to harboring rebellious thoughts and defecting. Furthermore, our Xianming pavilion has several prodigies of the second transition. We do not lack for his presence." Chao Sui's disdain was palpable. When mentioning the few prodigies of the second transition within the Xianming pavilion, Huang Chen sighed. It remains uncertain how many of these individuals will successfully navigate the tribulation and ascend to the third transition. The path to the third transition is exceedingly arduous. Even for those at the second transition, certainty is not guaranteed. Chapter 59. For the glory of the Liu family. Huang Chen nodded. "Indeed, the tribulation is immensely challenging. I wonder how many must be eliminated along the way. Xiao Sui placed a piece down and smiled, however. Yi Sheng's shattering of the Golden Steward's order has already provoked the ire of a fourth transition powerhouse. He has personally declared that no one shall shelter this young man. Huang Chen laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Even if this fourth transition powerhouse were to remain silent, no one would dare to accept him into their ranks. Those who leave our Xianming pavilion will find no refuge. Xiao Sui chuckled. Indeed, this young man is also being hunted by the Bai family. He should just wish for his own good fortune. In Ghost Mountain City, within the Yuling community, the laughter of Lu Shushan echoed far and wide. Xiao Ming has truly achieved remarkable success, having successfully navigated the tribulation and ascended to the realm of the second transition Ghost Master. The ancestral graves of the Lu family are surely basking in glory. In the living room, Lu Shushan laughed heartily, his expression brimming with joy. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Ming emanated the aura characteristic of a second transition Ghost Master. Although he had only just begun this journey, it was undeniably the aura of the second transition. Father, I told you I would bring honor to the Lu family. Lu Ming chuckled, a proud smile adorning his face. The Lu family had been passed down through generations without a single second transition Ghost Master. He was the first. Just yesterday, he had successfully overcome the second transition tribulation and entered this esteemed realm. While the speed of his ascent seemed swift, it was quite reasonable given the resource allocation from the Tianfeng group. The rank was elevated through the assistance of powerful allies, and the transitional items were obtained with their accompaniment. The true challenge lay in overcoming the tribulation. Lu Ming was exceedingly fortunate, although it was somewhat arduous. He managed to pass through without peril, achieving the status of a second transition Ghost Master. Not far away, however, Lu's mother was in tears. Wiping her eyes as she lamented, "This path of cultivation is far too perilous. Xiao Ming nearly lost his life under the tribulation. I say, we should abandon the cultivation route from now on. Finding a stable job would be just as good." Lu Ming's tribulation had evidently frightened his mother. She only wished for her child to live a peaceful life, not wanting to witness him endure such dangers again. Observing this, Lu Shushan's expression darkened, and he admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you, a woman, understand? Only by becoming stronger can one survive in this world with quality. Moreover, Xiao Ming has bravely faced life and death to enter the realm of the second transition Ghost Master. This is a tremendous blessing. Why are you crying instead of celebrating?" Lu Shushan's expression was somewhat grim. It was not easy for the Lu family to have a promising member, and how could they simply abandon that? Lu Ming reassured, "Mother, please do not worry. My A-class profession is quite formidable. Merely a second transition Thunder Tribulation is nothing. Even the upcoming third transition Thunder Tribulation will be easily surmountable." Lu Ming exuded confidence, believing that Thunder Tribulations were trivial, and he was certain he could successfully cross into the third transition Ghost General realm. After a moment of respite, Lu's mother ceased her weeping, her face etched with concern. "Where has Xiao Sheng gone? It has been nearly a month without a trace." "Do not mention that boy," Lu Shushan interjected, his demeanor instantly darkening. Yi Sheng had seemingly vanished from existence, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Lu Shushan had hoped for Yu Sheng to secure a job and contribute financially to the household, but at this rate, such hope seemed utterly futile. "Dad, I need to embark on a journey tomorrow." Lu Ming interrupted the conversation. "Where to?" Lu Shushan asked, taken aback. "To the ancient land." "The ancient land?" Lu Shushan's face reflected confusion. As an ordinary person, he had never heard of such a place, known only to high-tier cultivators. After a thorough explanation from Lu Ming, he continued, "After I overcome the Thunder Tribulation, Tianfeng Group has designated me as a key talent for cultivation. I am to lead a group of second transition prodigies like myself to the ancient land for intensive training and preparation for the upcoming federal grand examination." Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan's expression changed, and he expressed his rare concern. "If what you say is true, then even the weakest specters in the ancient land are at the perfected second transition level, with even stronger third and fourth transition specters? That would be exceedingly perilous. Is it possible to refrain from going?" Lu Ming smiled broadly. "Not at all. This is a rare opportunity. Several esteemed elders at the third transformation Ghost General level will be leading the expedition. Safety is assured. Furthermore, the ancient grounds are a veritable treasure trove, where I might procure an entire set of legendary equipment. Consequently, my prospects for the upcoming federal grand examination would be significantly enhanced." Upon hearing federal grand examination, Lu Shushan fell silent. The Federal Grand Examination is a globally recognized assessment established for the admission into the prestigious Fengdu University at that time. The world's most exceptional talents will converge to engage in a fierce competition. The victors will gain entry into this esteemed institution, a veritable dreamland for all young aspirants. What Lu Shushan particularly valued was that upon graduating from Fengdu University, one could at the very least become the lord of a city. If exceptionally talented, one could even graduate directly into a high-ranking supervisory position, thereby transforming their life. Lu Ming earnestly stated, "Father, this ancient ground represents an opportunity. My chances of being admitted to Fengdu University hinge upon this journey. Moreover, with only a month remaining before the Federal Grand Examination, time is of the essence." Possessing an A-level profession, Lu Ming naturally aimed to excel in the Federal Grand Examination. Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan ceased his objections. "You must exercise caution," he urged. "All right, I shall take my leave now. I need to rest, for I will be departing with the third transformation elders tomorrow." This left Lu Shushan and Lu Ma in a tranquil silence. After a long pause, Lu Ma spoke. "Do you think Xiaoming might encounter any danger?" "Not at all. Did you not hear that esteemed elders at the third transformation level are leading the team?" Lu Shushan waved his hand. His eyes filled with reverence as he spoke. "That is a formidable three-transformation ghost general, capable of traversing the skies with immense power. With their presence, Little Ming's safety is assured." "What about Xiaosheng? Are we truly to disregard him?" Lu Ma asked, her expression tinged with concern. Lu Shushan replied, "He is merely out for work. There is no peril involved. What is there to worry about?" Lu Ma glanced around, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Shushan, do you think those mysterious individuals would approve of our treatment of Xiaosheng? They send us a considerable sum each year, specifically for his care. Yet, we have diverted those funds to nurture our little Ming. Are you not afraid that sending Xiaosheng to work may provoke these enigmatic figures?" Upon hearing the mention of the mysterious individuals, Lu Shushan's demeanor shifted noticeably. The mysterious individuals referred to by Lu Ma were a group of exceptionally powerful beings, each exuding an aura as profound as an abyss. They remained hidden from view, always appearing in dark attire, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Sheng before swiftly departing. Shrouded in mystery. Each year, a significant sum would reach Lu Shushan through unconventional channels, both as gratitude for raising Yi Sheng and to ensure his well-being. However, these individuals were exceedingly secretive. They seemed to harbor reservations, never lingering for too long. They would merely catch a glimpse before hastily departing, oblivious to our actions. Lu Shushan lowered his voice further. "It is of no consequence. These individuals are shrouded in mystery, and they appear to have their own reservations." Lu Ma sighed, her heart heavy with guilt. "Alas, I truly feel remorse for Xiaosheng." Chapter 60. A month later, encounter at the Federal Examination. On the journey to the ancient lands, a ghostly mist ship sped through the waters. On the deck, Yu Sheng sat cross-legged in his white robe. The ghostly fog ship seemed to be moving rather slowly. Yu Sheng shook his head, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with the vessel's speed. Currently, he could soar through the skies at a velocity of 1,000 kilometers per hour, while the ghostly fog ship only reached 850 kilometers per hour. However, prolonged flight severely drained his internal energy. So Yu Sheng had no choice but to navigate the ghostly fog ship towards the ancient land. He resolved to acquire a more efficient flying artifact at the earliest opportunity. In a moment of idle curiosity, Yu Sheng opened the class group chat to glean some insights into the outside world. The atmosphere in the group seemed rather subdued, with few people engaging in conversation. This starkly contrasted with the usual lively exchanges. Yu Sheng found this peculiarity intriguing. Indeed, the group had grown noticeably quieter of late. At that moment, Zhou Ming lamented in the chat, "The conversations have dwindled these past few days. With the federal examination drawing ever closer, everyone is busy preparing for it. I've heard from Jiang Hao that all classmates at the third transition to the Ghost General realm have already entered the ancient land. They wish to make a final push to strengthen themselves." Even Jiang Hao set off for the ancient land 2 days ago. As Zheng Gang spoke, a hint of loneliness seeped into his words. Since Jiang Hao's departure to the ancient land, he had scarcely spoken to anyone. Unfortunately, he lacked the qualifications to venture into the ancient land himself. To enter, one must at least reach the second transition's perfected realm or have someone to escort them. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Zheng Gang was merely at the second transition, level 50, still far from reaching perfection. "The ancient land," Zhou Ming exclaimed, for he too lacked the qualifications to embark on such a journey. Sheng observed the two conversing, leaning from their scattered remarks that those at the third transition in the Ghost General realm had all unanimously ventured to the ancient grounds. This was hardly surprising, as the ancient grounds were renowned for their capacity to rapidly enhance one's prowess. Particularly for those at the third transition, it could be considered a veritable treasure trove, with no logical reason to abstain from such an opportunity. Should fortune favor them, they might acquire a complete set of legendary grade equipment from the ancient grounds, undoubtedly securing an overwhelming advantage in the forthcoming federal examination. The federal examination. Fengdu University. Sheng sat cross-legged on the deck, momentarily lost in thought. The federal examination was a global competition established for the purpose of gaining admission to the prestigious Fengdu University. At that time, the world's elite would converge. Engaging in a fierce contest, the federal examination is an event he must attend, and his determination is unwavering. However, his current capabilities still leave much to be desired. The upcoming examination will feature countless formidable competitors, including individuals like Sheng, who has reached the fourth transition of the Ghost Sect. The competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Although being at the third transition appears strong, it remains insufficient. He has a month to elevate his rank, at least to the fourth transition of the Ghost Sect. To match Sheng, Sheng gazed into the distance, as if he could already envision the ancient land. To achieve such significant progress in a short time, only the ancient land could assist him. He exited the class group chat, dismissing further thoughts. In a month, he would reunite with these former classmates at the federal examination. He wondered what expressions of astonishment would adorn their faces upon seeing him. Half a day later, a ghost fog ship finally penetrated the region of the ancient land. The atmosphere was shrouded in a yellow haze, with spatial rifts intermittently tearing open, unleashing terrifying spatial storms. Is this truly the ancient land? On the deck of the ghost fog ship, Sheng surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. The spatial barriers of the ancient land appeared highly unstable, frequently ripping apart to reveal chaotic spatial currents within. Caution is imperative should one inadvertently enter a spatial rift. They may become lost in the endless turmoil of the spatial currents. Sheng adopted a vigilant demeanor. This was merely the periphery of the ancient land, far from its core. He shook his head and continued to navigate the ghost fog ship onward. Meanwhile, within the yellow-tinged expanse of the ancient land, a colossal flying warship advanced cautiously, skillfully avoiding the perilous spatial rifts along its path. The colossal vessel stretches an impressive 100 meters in length and rises over 50 meters in height. The prow is adorned with a menacing and gigantic dragon's head, while the hull resembles that of a fearsome dragon. This warship is famously known as the Ghost Dragon's Lament. Its exorbitant price reflects its construction. A formidable flying artifact crafted through the collaborative efforts of thousands of skilled artisans. It is designed to accommodate a substantial number of passengers. Accessible only to the wealthiest of factions, beyond the reach of ordinary powers. Within the confines of the Ghost Dragon's Lament, hundreds of figures sit restlessly in meditation. Upon closer observation, it becomes evident that all these figures are formidable beings of the second transformation, each at the pinnacle of their realm, an astonishing sight indeed. What faction possesses the resources to amass such a multitude of second transformation masters simultaneously? Deeper within the ship's interior, several third transformation ghost generals are seated, tasked with escorting these second transformation experts to the ancient lands. Among them, a middle-aged woman of the third transformation opens her eyes and casts a glance over the hundreds of second transformation masters, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The number of strong members in our ancient moon tower is steadily increasing. Feng Yuqin beams, one of the elders responsible for this escort mission. She is entrusted with guiding these promising disciples to undergo trials in the ancient lands. Each disciple is remarkable in their own right, being chosen specifically for their mastery at the second transformation's peak. May this journey yield one or two third transformation ghost generals from among them. Feng Yuqin hopes. Such figures are rare and invaluable to any faction. The more, the better. At that moment, amidst the throng of figures, one individual shifts uneasily, her expression tinged with anxiety. The destination is the perilous ancient lands, and to claim otherwise would be a falsehood. Should Yi Shengru be present, she would undoubtedly recognize her. The individual in question is none other than Gu Yueqing, with whom there was a previous collaboration in the Icewind Valley. Gu Yueqing possesses the strength of a perfected second-tier realm, and this time, as the ancient moon tower organized an expedition to the ancient land, she ardently secured a spot for herself. However, upon arriving in the ancient land, she felt a tinge of nervousness. Chapter 61. The Transit of the Shadow Soldiers. We have entered the ancient land. Nearby, a group of disciples from the ancient moon tower gazed out through the ship's window. The world outside had transformed into a hazy yellow expanse, a sight that marked their entry into the ancient land. They were merely at the periphery. The true heart of the ancient land, the city of shadows, lay ahead. It is said that the shadow soldiers within this entire city are all perfected second-tier beings. Flowing in like a tide, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, some nodding gravely in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. However, that was merely the weakest of the shadow cities. The more formidable cities are teeming with third-tier shadow soldiers and even ghost generals of the fourth tier. Now, that is truly terrifying. It is rumored that the shadow energy here has become tangible. Is this place truly safe for us? Some listeners turned pale, their faces drained of color. Legendary-grade equipment is reportedly dropped daily. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, I went to great lengths to secure my qualification for this expedition to the ancient land. Even going so far as to bribe an elder with half of my fortune, a young man lamented. Not far away, Gui Weqing listened to the discussions with a sense of melancholy. Those of them at the perfected second-tier realm usually considered themselves quite capable. Yet upon arriving in the ancient land, they felt like novices, reliant on others to escort them through this parallel. For instance, Gui Weqing, when she ventured out to perform her duties, was always respectfully addressed as Milady. Yet now, Gui Weqing shook her head and clenched her teeth, resolutely declaring, "This time, I must find a way to ascend to the third rank of the Ghost General realm. I have lingered at the second rank for far too many years. I have even prepared the necessary items for promotion, yet I have hesitated to shatter them, as I lack absolute confidence in withstanding the tribulation. My journey to the ancient lands is also aimed at acquiring 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment to enhance my chances of success during the tribulation. Do you see those rifts in space?" Someone chuckled ominously. "I do. What of it?" replied another, looking puzzled. The first person continued. "It is said that these rifts connect to the depths of the ancient lands, where numerous ghost cities lie, and occasionally, spectral soldiers may cross through. If we encounter them, we are most certainly doomed." "Stop with your ominous predictions. We can't possibly be that unfortunate," someone retorted. "Is it truly that perilous?" A few individuals, upon hearing this, appeared apprehensive, their voices trembling. Noticing their fear, another person immediately reassured them, "Fear not. The ghost dragon's defenses are formidable. And with the elders Feng Yuqin and others escorting us, we are certain to encounter no trouble." As he spoke, he cast a warning glance at the previous speaker. "Do not speak such nonsense." The latter, upon hearing this, obediently fell silent. Deep within her heart, however, an unsettling premonition lingered, as if some unforeseen event were on the brink of unfolding. Gradually, the occupants of the cabin grew weary, losing their enthusiasm for conversation. A heavy silence enveloped the space, with no one daring to speak, all simply hoping to reach the core of the ancient land swiftly. There lay the base of the Guyu Tower, along with a multitude of elders from the Guyu faction. Upon arrival, a sense of safety seemed to envelop them. However, as the crowd began to succumb to drowsiness, the vessel known as Ghost Dragon, Great Calamity, was suddenly jolted by a violent tremor, akin to being struck by some colossal entity, rousing all from their slumber. "What has transpired?" inquired one, opening his eyes with an expression of bewilderment. "Uncertain," came the reply from another, shaking his head. Gui Yuqing, ever vigilant, also opened her eyes, but after the intense shaking, the ghost dragon stabilized once more. At that moment, someone peered through a porthole, glancing upwards, and stammered, "Look, what is that?" The others, upon hearing this, crowded beside the window, their gazes directed outward. The sight before them drained the color from their faces, and many widened their eyes in sheer terror. "It is the passage of the spectral soldiers. We have encountered the spectral soldiers. Damn it." Instantly, chaos erupted within the cabin. If one were to observe from afar, a horrifying scene would unfold. The ghost dragon, Great Calamity, was traversing when a rift in space abruptly tore open above. Subsequently, it appeared as though a deluge of dark water was cascading forth, surging towards the warship. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no ordinary black water. It was a tide of spectral soldiers. Due to their overwhelming numbers, they poured forth from the rift, creating the illusion of a torrent of dark liquid. Faced with such a multitude, the ghost dragon instinctively launched a counterattack, dark light erupting to incinerate swathes of spectral soldiers. However, the sheer volume of the spectral soldiers was insurmountable. And what was even more dire was that all those emerging from the rift were of the third transformation. The sheer force was far too overwhelming for a mere warship to withstand, resulting in its immediate obliteration. Boom. High above. The Ghost Dragon warship succumbed after only a fleeting struggle, erupting into a ball of fire. Hundreds of figures were ejected in haste, plummeting like a cascade of raindrops toward the forest below. Among them was Sheng, her body hurtling earthward like a projectile. The events unfolded with breathtaking rapidity. One moment, the passengers were slumbering. The next, such a cataclysmic event had transpired. The Ghost Dragon warship was instantly annihilated. In a daze, she followed the others, leaping out and plummeting toward the ground. As a mere second-stage cultivator, she lacked the ability to levitate, but her robust physique would prevent a fatal fall. Shortly thereafter, boom. Sheng crashed into the earth like a cannonball, creating a sizable crater. Her face ashen, she disregarded the searing pain in her legs and gazed upward. What she beheld was a scene of savage conflict unfolding in the sky above. The elders of Guyu Lu, who had been escorting them, were locked in a desperate battle against the unexpected spectral tide. Heavens! We've truly stumbled upon a spectral army's march. And a third-stage one at that. Curse that harbinger of doom! Someone cried out in terror. Faced with a third-stage spectral tide, these second-stage cultivators were utterly helpless. No, it's Elder Feng Yuqin. She's been impaled through her limbs by spectral chains and captured. Someone else exclaimed, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at the aerial battle. Guyu looked up, her own eyes instantly turning crimson. She saw Feng Yuqin engaged in fierce combat with the spectral tide, but several third-stage, perfect realm spectral soldiers had singled her out. The chains impaled Feng Yuqin, binding her in place, rendering her struggles futile. The other elders were too occupied to offer assistance. In the ensuing moment, the disciples of Guyu Lu witnessed the most dreadful scene imaginable. Feng Yuqin was dismembered by several third-stage completion soldiers, her body exploding into countless fragments, showering the sky with a rain of blood. Elder Feng Yuqin. Countless Guyu Lu disciples cried out in anguish at the sight. Simultaneously, a ghost mist ship drifted leisurely from over 100 miles away. Chapter 62. A casual sword strike. Crisis averted. Yuqin. A Guyu Lu elder in the sky roared in grief, witnessing Feng Yuqin's dismemberment by the third-stage soldiers. Below, numerous Guyu Lu disciples wept bitterly. Feng Yuqin had always been caring and considerate towards them, like a kind elder, but now she had fallen before their very eyes, and they were powerless to do anything. Why are you still here? An elder of Guyu Lu roared at the disciples below, his eyes bloodshot. The other elders were also doing their utmost to hold back the tide of soldiers, fearing they would descend and slaughter the hundreds of second-stage completion disciples below. If the third-stage soldier tide were to reach them, none of the hundreds of second-stage completion disciples would survive. The elders were acutely aware that these hundreds of second-stage completion disciples were the foundation that Guyu Lu had accumulated over many years, and they could not afford to lose them. An elder cried out in anguish, "Scatter and flee. Save who you can. We cannot hold them back for long." "That's right. Go now. We'll hold them off." Another elder coughed blood, his chest pierced, yet he maintained a smile, unwilling to burden the disciples below with worry. In this dire predicament, none of the elders of Guyu Tower chose to flee. This scene brought forth tears from the numerous disciples who had attained the second level of perfection. Boom. In the sky, yet another third-level elder succumbed, torn apart by the spectral soldiers, and a rain of blood began to fall. Cackle, cackle, cackle. From the heights, the sound of eerie laughter echoed incessantly. These spectral soldiers from the city were unlike ordinary spirits. Each wielded various ancient weapons, swords, bows, chains, and more, especially when led by certain ghost generals, maintaining a semblance of military formation, advancing and retreating with purpose. They seemed to retain the instincts of warfare from their past lives, proving exceedingly difficult to contend with. A robust youth stood aloft, witnessing yet another elder fall, and calmly addressed the hundreds of disciples of Guyu Tower. "Everyone, flee at once. We must not allow the sacrifices of our elders to be in vain. Indeed, depart." Some gritted their teeth, though their hearts bled. They could no longer afford to hesitate, leaping towards the distance. Amidst the crowd, Guyu bit her crimson lip, her face etched with sorrow. Without the elders of Guyu Tower to hold them back, the tide of third-level spectral soldiers was poised to descend like locusts, ready to slaughter them. Just then, an astonished voice broke the tension, causing many to halt in their tracks. "Look, what is that? Oh my heavens! It is a ghostly fog ship, approaching us. Is he risking his life?" As this exclamation rang out, many paused, turning their heads to gaze. In the vast expanse of the sky, a phantom mist ship leisurely approached, its course directed straight towards the swarm of third-turn spectral soldiers, reminiscent of a hive of bees. It was as if the vessel's captain remained oblivious to the impending tide of these spectral warriors, treating them as though they were mere figments of imagination, resolutely steering onward. Had he lost his senses? How could he dare to advance towards the throng of third-turn specters, unperturbed by the thought of being torn to shreds? The disciples of the ancient moon tower were left in a state of bewilderment. Did he not perceive the ominous mass that obscured the heavens? Moreover, the blood rain continued to fall from the sky, a grim testament to the bloodshed of several elders from the ancient moon tower, vividly recalling the recent brutality. They could hardly believe the captain of the ship was ignorant of such a spectacle, if he was indeed aware, yet chose to proceed. Then two possibilities emerged. Either the captain had been rendered senseless by fear, forgetting to alter his course, or he was entirely indifferent to the peril before him. But how could that be? These were the third-turn specters responsible for the demise of numerous elders of the ancient moon tower. What manner of individual could so brazenly disregard such a threat? The onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching as the phantom mist ship glided toward the spectral tide. As the vessel drew nearer, many closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending doom they envisioned, the ship shattering, its captain consumed by the sanguine wrath. Suddenly, just at that moment, the captain of the phantom mist ship stirred into action. A brilliant golden sword light erupted from the vessel, radiating with an extraordinary brilliance. As if a resplendent golden sun were rising, accompanied by a flurry of mystical hexagrams swirling in the air, it effortlessly cleaved through the oncoming tide of third-order spectral warriors. Many disciples of the ancient moon tower found their eyes stung by the blinding radiance, instinctively shutting them tight. Yet, a greater number gazed in astonishment as this golden blade of light utterly engulfed the third-order spectral warriors. It was unclear how much time had passed when the golden sword's brilliance finally faded. The world fell into an eerie silence. Many remained with their eyes closed. Sensing an oddity, Gu Yueqing blinked, also stung by the previous light, and now attempted to open her eyes. Suddenly, as numerous individuals opened their eyes, they were instantly astounded by the scene before them. The once swarming third-order spectral warriors had vanished. Ashes of the vanquished specters fell from the sky. A solitary ghostly ship lingered in the air, surrounded by an empty void. Had the tide of third-order spectral warriors truly been eradicated by a single stroke? Many halted in their flight, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld this spectacle. Who, pray tell, was the master of that ship, so formidable in strength? Many stood in a daze, grappling with the incredibility of it all. The very third-order spectral warriors that several elders of the ancient moon tower could not withstand had been effortlessly obliterated by the ship's master. The chasm of disparity was utterly unfathomable. Someone suddenly bore a bitter expression, gazing at the ghostly ship, lamenting, if only he had arrived a moment sooner. Several elders could have been saved. Indeed, alas, it was all too late. Many resonated with this sentiment, and as the crisis subsided, some began to weep uncontrollably. The fall of the elders of the ancient moon tower had been tragically severe. Gu Yueqing bore a similarly somber expression. At that moment, a robust young man rose voluntarily and clasped his fist towards the ghostly mist ship suspended in the sky, exclaiming, "I sincerely thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder. I, Gu Yulu, shall forever hold this in my heart." The others, witnessing this, also clasped their fists in gratitude, echoing, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Gu Yueqing, suppressing her sorrow, lifted her head once more and, with a clear voice, directed her gratitude towards the ghostly mist ship, stating, "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder." In the sky, the ghostly mist ship lingered. Upon hearing the continuous expressions of thanks from below, the disciples of Gu Yulu observed the mist enveloping the ship gradually dissipating, revealing a figure on the deck. Clad in a flowing white robe, the figure sat cross-legged, exuding an ethereal presence. This sight rendered many disciples of Gu Yulu breathless. The elder had actually paused for them. They could only wonder what would transpire next. Gu Yueqing also gazed upward, though she felt a strange sense of familiarity with that white-robed figure. Chapter 63. How could it be him? On the deck of the ghostly mist ship, Sheng, clad in his white robe, sat in meditation. After effortlessly dispatching the oncoming wave of third-tier shadow soldiers, he lowered his gaze to the scene below. Though formidable, the third-tier shadow soldiers were no match for the might of his sword, having ascended to the third tier himself. It is the people of Gu Yulu. Sheng leaned forward, sweeping his eyes across the gathering below. He was somewhat familiar with Gu Yulu, having encountered them during his time in the Icewind Valley, where they had briefly collaborated. His earlier intervention was merely due to the third-tier shadow soldiers obstructing his path. not out of a desire to rescue anyone. As Sheng's gaze swept downward, he came to a brief halt, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure among the hundreds of grateful silhouettes. Could it be her? Gu Yueqing? What a remarkable coincidence. Sheng, astonished, had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance from the Ice Wind Valley in this place. His memory of Gu Yueqing was quite vivid. During their time in the Ice Wind Valley, she had showcased formidable combat prowess alongside her fellow disciples from Guyu Tower, brandishing a fiery red silk ribbon. Even then, Sheng held her in considerable regard. Yet now, Sheng shook his head. The power dynamics between them had undergone a staggering transformation. He had not only ascended to the realm of the third transition ghost general, but also possessed the might of the invincible third transition. And what of Gu Yueqing? She remained at the second transition perfect realm, clad in second transition dark gold tier equipment. Upon seeing him, she must now address him as senior. In the next moment, Sheng was struck by a thought and maneuvered the ghost mist ship to descend. Look, the ghost mist ship is coming down. Below. Many disciples of Guyu Tower exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the sudden arrival of the ghost mist ship, which had caught them completely off guard. Gu Yueqing also looked up, intrigued. She had assumed that the ship's master would depart immediately after vanquishing the tide of third transitioning soldiers. Yet she was surprised to see it descend. However, as she watched the ghost mist ship approach her directly, she was momentarily stunned. Is it coming towards me? Gu Yueqing wondered, astonished. As the ghost mist ship drew nearer, the figures on the deck gradually became clearer. Soon, many were able to discern the silhouettes atop the deck. Gu Yueqing soon discerned the truth. However, upon recognizing the figure on the deck, her mind erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Impossible! How could it possibly be him? In an instant, she identified Sheng, and it felt as if the very heavens were turning upside down. No matter how much she pondered, she could never have anticipated that the master of the ghost mist ship would be Sheng. How could it be you? Gu Yueqing was flabbergasted. How could she not recognize Sheng? It had not been long since the incident at Ice Wind Valley, and the memories were still vivid in her mind. The scene of Sheng annihilating Biting Yu with 10 strands of 3,000 silken threads was still fresh. And the mere thought that someone could wield the power to command a third realm ghost at the second realm was unforgettable, leaving her utterly astonished. Subsequently, Sheng was hunted by the Bai family, and the turmoil it caused echoed throughout the city. She had heard all about it. For a time, she believed Sheng would not escape his fate. But now, he not only survived but appeared to have ascended to the third realm of Ghost General. His combat prowess astonishingly formidable. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly vanquished a tide of third realm shadow soldiers with a single strike, surpassing the combined strength of several third realm elders from Guyu Tower. Am I dreaming? Gu Yueqing felt as though she were lost in a dream. Everything before her seemed surreal, especially as she watched Sheng steering the ghost mist ship towards her. The sensation intensified, as if she were ensnared in an unshakable slumber. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and a ghost mist ship came to a halt before Gu Yueqing, lifting her flowing hair. Gu Yueqing, we meet again. A familiar voice resonated from the ship. She looked up to see Sheng gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. Brother Yi. Gu Yueqing subconsciously addressed him. However, under the penetrating gaze of Sheng, she hastily corrected herself. Oh no. Senior Yi. Senior Yi. The current Yi was no longer the same as before. When Gu Yueqing looked at him, she could not fathom the depths of his strength. She felt as if Sheng's aura was akin to an expansive ocean. Coupled with that previous strike, it was clear enough to demonstrate his formidable prowess. He had not only entered the realm of the third transition ghost general, but was also an unequivocal powerhouse among them. His combat capability had reached a level beyond her imagination. Sheng, with an air of indifference, spoke directly, come with me. To where? Gu Yueqing was taken aback. Bewildered by his words, Sheng frowned. Why all the unnecessary chatter? As he spoke, he extended his hand, and Gu Yueqing felt her body ensnared by an overwhelming force, leaving her with no power to resist. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was unceremoniously pulled onto the ship. Whoosh! After capturing Gu Yueqing, Sheng paid no heed to the reactions of the other disciples of Guyu Tower. He steered the ghost mist ship into the air, soaring toward the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the distant clouds, leaving the disciples of Guyu Tower exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Senior sister Gu Yueqing has been taken away, a young man exclaimed, dazed. Another remarked, it seems this senior was acquainted with senior sister Gu Yueqing long ago. Is that so? Could there be any danger? Someone voiced their concern. Not at all. With this senior's strength, if he harbored any ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Came the rational response. That makes sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. A robust young man surveyed his surroundings before declaring, esteemed colleagues, we find ourselves ensnared in this perilous ancient land. It would be prudent to contemplate our next course of action. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the ancient moon tower donned expressions of worry and despair. Without the protection of the third-tier elders, this ancient territory had transformed into an exceedingly treacherous place. Meanwhile, on another side, a ghostly fog ship glided through the hazy mist of the ancient land. On the deck sat Sheng in a meditative posture, while Gui Wuqing stood nearby, her gaze laden with complexity as she awaited his next move. She was uncertain as to why Sheng had captured her but dared not disturb him with inquiries. Well aware that he was a ruthless individual, far from merciful. You do not question me as to why I've taken you captive? Sheng inquired. I do not dare to ask. Gui Wuqing replied, her head bowed. As far as he knew, the ancient moon tower was not a place where just anyone could bear the surname Guyu. Only direct descendants were deemed worthy of such a title. Subsequently, Sheng revealed his intentions, casting a dispassionate gaze upon Gui Wuqing. You are indeed a direct descendant of the ancient moon tower, and thus, you have access to its intelligence network. I require you to procure a report concerning the Bai family's operations within the ancient lands from this intelligence agency. Bai family intelligence? Gui Wuqing was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing her thoughts had strayed. The man before her had captured her not for any personal gain, but rather to extract information about the Bai family through the ancient moon tower's intelligence network. Is there a problem? Sheng's cold stare held an icy edge, a reflection of the chilling aura that enveloped him after entering the third realm. And no problem. Gui Wuqing stammered, a shiver coursing through her. Sheng's request was solely for information regarding the Bai family's presence in the ancient lands, which posed no threat to the ancient moon tower. Moreover, she believed that given the Bai family's formidable influence, even if Sheng obtained this intelligence, he would likely be rendered powerless to act upon it. Proceed. Sheng replied nonchalantly. The ancient lands were vast, and the task of assessing the Bai family's power within them was no simple endeavor. Merely locating the Bai family's stronghold would prove exceedingly troublesome. However, with the intelligence from the ancient moon tower, the task would become significantly more manageable, saving him from the futility of wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, squandering precious time. In mere moments, Gui Wuqing successfully exchanged for a dossier from the ancient moon tower's intelligence agency, detailing the Bai family's distribution of power within the ancient lands. Sheng opened it and nodded in satisfaction, silently acknowledging the formidable strength of the ancient moon tower's intelligence network. The investigation into the Bai family's secrets in the ancient lands has been meticulously conducted, revealing the precise location of their base as well as the number of formidable warriors present. It is as if their very undergarments have been laid bare. With this intelligence in hand, the path ahead has become significantly clearer. Sheng smirked coldly and swiftly identified a target based on the gathered information. Huangpu Mountain. This site is a crucial stronghold of the Bai family nestled within the ancient lands. With a flick of his wrist, Sheng stowed away the ghost fog ship and seized Gui Wuqing, who was momentarily dazed. Then, propelled by his own power, he soared through the air at breakneck speed. The ghost fog ship's velocity was far too sluggish, merely clocking in at 850 kilometers per hour. However, having reached the third transition of the ghost general realm, Sheng could attain a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour while fell deep within the base. A piercing scream echoed, only to swiftly fade into silence. Once the last echo of despair dissipated, the entire Bai family base was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The crackling of flames broke the silence, and amidst the flickering light, a figure clad in white emerged, wielding a bloodied longsword. His entire being reeked of carnage. Sheng's countenance was as hard as stone. In that moment, he resembled a butcher who had just completed his grim task. Not far away, a figure cowered in the shadows, trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. A sudden footstep sounded nearby, crushing a stone beneath its weight. Come, let us leave this place. Sheng appeared before the woman, his voice cold and resonant, akin to a specter rising from the depths of hell. Upon hearing his voice, Gui Wuqing curled up even tighter, afraid to lift her gaze, her body quaking incessantly. It was only when Sheng bent down and gently patted her shoulder that she let out a sharp gasp, her face drained of color. She looked up at Sheng as if confronting a demon. Do not kill me. Please, do not kill me. Gui Wuqing cried, her hair disheveled, repeating her plea in a frenzy. Just an hour prior, Sheng had stormed into the Bai family base with Gui Wuqing by his side. In a ruthless display, He had slaughtered over 10 elders of the Bai family, including the formidable elder Bai Tingwei, who had reached the pinnacle of the third realm. Gui Weiqing recognized Bai Tingwei. The carnage painted the entire base in a macabre tableau of blood. Throughout this grim spectacle, Gui Weiqing remained a witness. The man moved with the dispassion of a butcher, coldly reaping lives, his silence absolute as he spared none. In all her days, Gui Weiqing had never beheld such ruthless decisiveness. With a clang, Sheng cast aside his gore-drenched blade, shaking his head before settling into a cross-legged posture. His gaze swept over the crimson-soaked landscape of the Bai family's base, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He scarcely recognized himself anymore. Since his arrival in this world, his disposition had grown increasingly callous. Yet, such was unavoidable. He was locked in a mortal feud with the Bai family. They had repeatedly sought his demise, treating him as insignificant vermin. Even the most docile would eventually ignite with indignation. Had he not possessed a few trump cards, he would have long since perished in the Bai family's relentless pursuit, his head severed and used as a plaything. Sheng's sudden silence cast an eerie stillness over the scene. Hearing the cessation of activity, Gui Weiqing cautiously lifted her head from her arms, stealing a glance at Sheng, and caught a fleeting glimpse of bewilderment in his eyes. "Let us depart," Sheng said, the momentary vulnerability vanishing. His face hardening once more. In this world, survival belonged to the fittest, and the weak were destined for slaughter. He could ill afford sentimentality. Only by ascending to greater power could one truly reign. "Where shall we go?" Gui Weiqing asked, her voice trembling. She had reassessed the man before her. Her previous nonchalance had been replaced by profound awe. "You shall see," Sheng replied, his gaze lifting to the crimson moon above. After a moment, the two departed the Bai family's base. The entire Bai family stronghold has been slaughtered, undoubtedly stirring a tremendous uproar. Upon learning that it was Sheng who instigated this chaos, the outrage of the Bai family will surely resonate throughout the entire Xianming Pavilion. Chapter 65, Brother Jiang Gong. We are nearing Huangpu Mountain. Sheng and his companion rose to their feet and exited, leaving behind the Bai family base engulfed in flames. The conflagration illuminated the night sky, casting a crimson glow that was visible from afar. Not long after they departed, Sheng suddenly looked up, frowning as he gazed into the distant sky. He observed two figures approaching through the darkness, soaring gracefully through the air. "Senior, someone is coming." Gui Weiqing, sensing the arrival of visitors at the Bai family base, felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, she was uncertain whether her concern was for herself or for the two newcomers. The aura of death surrounding her companion, the god of death, was still palpable. Was it not courting danger for them to arrive now? Meanwhile, in the distant night sky, the two figures glided effortlessly, their demeanor relaxed, blissfully unaware of the lethal presence awaiting them. Both were at the third transformation of the Ghost General realm, having taken on a trivial task to visit the Bai family base regarding a particular matter. "Brother Fu Yuan, your eloquence is remarkable. When we meet Bai Tingwei, I shall rely on your skills," Jiang Gong remarked with a smile, acknowledging his colleague's proficiency in oratory. Fu Yuan, with hands clasped behind his back, returned the smile, saying, "Brother Jiang Gong, you are too modest. We are both serving the Xianming Pavilion. Our contributions shall not be distinguished, and once the task is accomplished, the credit will be equally shared between us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gong burst into laughter, realizing that Fu Yuan was indeed quite astute. Fu Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Gong, this matter is not difficult. That brat Sheng has already withdrawn from the Xianming Pavilion. All we need to do is explain to the Bai family. Any issues can be directed towards that young rascal Sheng. Our Xianming Pavilion shall remain uninvolved. Elder Bai Tingwei will surely be delighted upon hearing this." Jiang Gong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is this lad who has caused the turmoil, and it has nothing to do with our Xianming Pavilion. He couldn't help but reflect on the situation, astonished that a mere second-tier cultivator could create such significant chaos. To dare provoke the Bai family was truly reckless. With that, Jiang Gong shook his head. The Bai family was infamous for their vendettas. Whenever their disciples ventured outside to hone their skills, as long as their backgrounds were known, no one would dare. Fu Yuan furrowed his brow, and upon his reminder, he noticed a flicker of flames deep within Huangpu Mountain. "It appears to be in the direction of the Bai family base. Is it on fire?" The two exchanged glances and, synchronously, quickened their pace towards Huangpu Mountain. Moments later, as they drew near, their expressions drastically changed. They beheld the Bai family base engulfed in flames, reaching high into the sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred materials, intertwined with a faint trace of blood. A gust of wind intensified the metallic odor. What on earth had transpired? Fu Yuan's face paled. The Bai family base was teeming with formidable individuals, particularly with Bai Tingwei, a peak third transition expert, stationed there. Who could possibly challenge such a stronghold? Suddenly, Jiang Gong's eyes widened. Within the illumination of the flames, two figures emerged. Fu Yuan, let us inquire about what has transpired at the Bai family base. Jiang Gong exclaimed. Indeed. Fu Yuan nodded without hesitation. Such a spectacle of flames could hardly be the doing of merely two individuals. With a swift motion, Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong soared through the air, landing gracefully on the ground. They beheld a young man clad in white and a woman with an unusual expression. Upon landing, Jiang Gong immediately cupped his hands towards the young man in white, anxiously asking, "Esteemed brother, what has happened at the Bai family base?" Sheng cast a sidelong glance at him, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Gu Yueqing regarded Jiang Gong as though he were a fool. After alighting, Fu Yuan scanned Sheng, his expression shifting dramatically. He subtly tugged at Jiang Gong's sleeve, a sense of unease settling within him. Before them stood a youth clad in white, exuding an aura of malevolence that seemed palpable. As Fu Yuan lowered his gaze, he distinctly observed a long trail of crimson footprints marking the ground where the white-robed figure had passed. Not far away lay a discarded longsword, its blade marred with bloodstains, while the young man's hands bore similar evidence of violence. If Fu Yuan's conjectures were correct, the tragic fate of the Bai family appeared inextricably intertwined with this white-robed youth. "What brings you here?" Sheng inquired, his voice resonating like a chilling echo from the depths of the underworld. He sought to ascertain whether these two were indeed affiliated with the Bai family. "We are from Xianming." Jiang Gong instinctively began to reveal their origins, only to be swiftly halted by Fu Yuan beside him. With an awkward smile, Fu Yuan interjected, We were merely passing by, yes. Just passing through. I am Fu Yuan, and this is Jiang Gong. We are not from the Bai family. We merely stumbled upon this place ablaze, and, driven by curiosity, decided to take a look." "Fu Yuan?" Jiang Gong was taken aback, unable to comprehend Fu Yuan's sudden shift in narrative. They had originally intended to visit the Bai family. How had they now become mere passers-by? Fu Yuan, disregarding his companion's confusion, felt a pang of frustration at Jiang Gong's lack of discernment, instead forcing a smile as he regarded Sheng. Sheng cast a discerning glance at the two, acknowledging their lack of affiliation with the Bai family. He then grasped the ancient moonlight vine nearby, rising into the air with a thunderous roar, retreating into the distant sky. Moments later, only the apprehensive Fu Yuan and the still bewildered Jiang Gong remained, grappling with their confusion. "Come, let us venture inside and uncover the happenings at the Bai family's stronghold," Fu Yuan declared, taking the lead towards the Bai family's base without waiting for Jiang Gong to catch up. The two individuals hurriedly entered the blazing white family base, soon encountering an unbelievable scene. The towering buildings lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, while the lifeless bodies of the white family descendants littered the ground. Could this truly be the white family base? What on earth had transpired? Jiang Gong trembled as he beheld the chaos. "Follow me," Fu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, his expression grave. Having spotted a familiar corpse that bore a striking resemblance to Bai Tingwei, a master of the third transformation. Chapter 66, The Madman. Before the wreckage of a collapsed building, the flames painted the surroundings in a crimson hue. Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong stood over a lifeless body, its chest completely pierced, the heart utterly obliterated by sword energy. The visage of the deceased bore a haunting expression of fear and disbelief, as if witnessing something unfathomable in their final moments, unable to accept their own demise. "It was indeed Bai Tingwei," Fu Yuan stammered, gazing at the corpse. Jiang Gong, seemingly lost in a dream, murmured in disbelief, "How could this be? Bai Tingwei was a master of the third transformation. Who could have slain him? What in the world happened at the white family base?" The pallor of Fu Yuan's face deepened as he glanced nearby, spotting the bodies of over a dozen white family elders. At that moment, amidst the rubble, a hand emerged, pushing aside the debris with a soft rustle, a faint voice resonating from beneath the stones. "Someone is still alive." Fu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly shifted. Without further contemplation, he and Jiang Gong rushed forward with great urgency. Upon reaching closer, Fu Yuan raised his hand and, with a powerful surge of energy, cleared away the debris that had buried the individual, revealing a blood-soaked figure who was violently coughing up blood. However, upon seeing Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong, the person seemed to go mad with fear, crying out, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. He disregarded the sharp shards of stone and continued to retreat frantically. Do not be afraid. We are elders of the Xianming Pavilion. Please tell us what has transpired. Fu Yuan urged as he swiftly grasped the individual, his curiosity piqued by the catastrophic events that had befallen the Bai family base. Once the man realized that Fu Yuan was not the source of his terror, he gradually calmed down, yet his eyes remained vacant as he muttered incessantly, "A madman. He is a demon. Yes, a demon. Who is it?" Fu Yuan shouted, his urgency palpable. The incoherence of the man's words only hinted at the presence of a single individual who had slaughtered the entire Bai family base. But how could this be possible? What kind of person possessed such strength? Not only had they killed Bai Tingyue, but they had also eradicated more than a dozen third-tier elders of the Bai family. Could it be a fourth-tier ghost sect master? Yi Sheng. It was him. He is insane. Insane. The Bai family disciple screamed frantically, clutching his hair in a fit of madness. How did my Bai family provoke him? We have angered a madman. Bang. Fu Yuan cast the individual onto the ground. His expression one of disbelief, as if he had just heard an outlandish tale. Yi Sheng? How could that be? Fu Yuan was bewildered. Jiang Gong, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Was it truly the work of Yi Sheng? Wasn't he merely a second-tier cultivator? How could he single-handedly annihilate the entire Bai family stronghold? Furthermore, Jiang Gong glanced down at the corpse of Bai Tingyue lying on the ground and remarked, Bai Tingyue was a fully realized third-tier cultivator. How could he be his match? Could it be he has also ascended to the third tier? Yet, that does not seem plausible. A novice in the third tier could hardly contend with a powerhouse like Bai Tingyue. Jiang Gong felt overwhelmed. Too many aspects eluded his understanding. And everything before him seemed surreal. No. That madman possessed the combat prowess of an invincible third-tier warrior. He was too formidable. At that moment, the surviving members of the Bai family spoke frantically, their faces contorted with rage and their eyes reflecting profound fear. It appeared they could still envision that figure in a white robe, wielding a bloodied longsword, dominating the Bai family stronghold with an invincible presence. Yi Sheng was third tier. Invincible? What nonsense is this? Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan kicked him, incredulous. Yi Sheng was clearly a second-tier cultivator. Even if he had miraculously survived the lightning tribulation, he had only just stepped into the third tier. How could he possibly have become an invincible entity so swiftly? Suddenly, Fu Yuan seemed to recall something. Brother Jiang Gong, do you remember the white-robed youth we encountered earlier? Yes, I remember. What about it? Jiang Gong wore an expression of bewilderment. He still believed that the two individuals had merely passed by, drawn by the allure of the Bai family base to take a glance. What was so extraordinary about that? Suddenly, an image materialized before them, depicting none other than Yi Sheng. Upon seeing this, their expressions instantly transformed. The figure in the portrait bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man in white they had just encountered. It was indeed him. Yi Sheng. I have stumbled upon him. Fu Yuan's complexion turned ashen in an instant, especially Jiang Gong, who seemed utterly dazed, as if he had brushed against the threshold of death. They had unwittingly crossed paths with Yi Sheng, the very individual who had just decimated the entire Bai family base. Jiang Gong swallowed hard and said, Brother Fu Yuan, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, I fear we would not be standing here now. Jiang Gong was still shaken. Just moments ago, he had nearly revealed his affiliation with the Xianming Pavilion. Everyone knew that, following the incident with the Bai family, the relationship between Yi Sheng and the Xianming Pavilion had become tenuous. Who could predict how Yi Sheng would react upon discovering their identities? Would he not eliminate them as well? Fu Yuan forced a wry smile, equally apprehensive. He too had sensed the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Yi Sheng and had instinctively concealed their identities. Now, it was clear that his quick thinking had indeed preserved their lives. Otherwise, they might have already fallen victim to Yi Sheng's wrath. Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering, Fu Yuan remarked, casting a serious glance at the inferno engulfing the Bai family base. Indeed, this location is deeply unsettling. Jiang Gong shuddered, acutely aware of the heavy resentment that permeated the air. The two were preparing to soar into the sky when Fu Yuan suddenly halted. Wait, we must take this surviving member of the Bai family with us, Fu Yuan declared. Only then can we extricate ourselves from this predicament. Upon hearing this, Jiang Gong deemed it reasonable and agreed to bring him along. He stepped forward and lifted the surviving Bai family member from the ground. With the Bai family member in tow, the two ascended into the air, hastily departing from the scene. After all, the fact that Yi Sheng had reached the invincible realm of the third transformation was indeed monumental news. One could only wonder how the high-ranking officials of the Xianming Pavilion would react upon learning of Yixing's extraordinary feat after all. They had previously regarded him as a mere pawn, carelessly discarded and overlooked. Chapter 67. We have committed a grave mistake. On the following morning, a delicate mist enveloped the towering Xianming building, which boasted over 100 stories. Early on, the area in front of the building bustled with activity, with people coming and going in the grand hall. On the 52nd floor, in an upscale lounge, the elder stewards Chao Sui and Huang Chun leisurely sipped tea, savoring the rare tranquility of the morning. "Xiao Sheng, do we have today's newspaper?" Chao Sui inquired, setting down his teacup and glancing at a tall female secretary clad in a black uniform. "I must say, the people below have become increasingly lethargic in their duties." Beside him, Huang Chun took a sip of tea and chuckled heartily. "Chao Sui, why the rush? In my opinion, there is nothing of significance in the morning reports. The netherworld has been remarkably quiet for far too long, even if there were news. It would only be regarding some mythical-grade equipment unearthed from ancient lands that would warrant a mention in the papers. However, upon witnessing much, one becomes indifferent." After Huang Chun finished speaking, he calmly shook his head. The various factions within the netherworld ghost domain remain remarkably balanced, and it has been quite some time since any significant events transpired. Each faction exercises considerable restraint. As for the wandering cultivators, they are incapable of stirring any substantial waves. Indeed, the daily news is filled with the same mundane affairs, lacking any novelty. Chao Sui nodded, feeling somewhat bored. As he spoke, it seemed he recalled something and said, "I wonder how the pursuit of that lad Yuxing by the Bai family turned out?" Upon hearing this, Huang Chun nodded in agreement, remarking, "It is indeed rather peculiar. Logically speaking, if the Bai family had killed this youth, they would have made a grand announcement. Yet, it has been several days now. Shouldn't they have?" The Bai brothers, who were formidable experts entrenched in the third transcendence ghost general realm for many years. "How could they falter in such a matter?" Chao Sui remarked. "That is a valid point." As the two conversed, the female secretary turned and exited the lounge to fetch the morning news. A moment later, she returned, visibly flustered. "Xiao Sheng, what troubles you?" Chao Sui inquired with a smile upon noticing her distress. Huang Chun also cast a light-hearted glance in her direction. The two elders, something significant transpired last night. The female secretary stammered. "Significant? What could be so momentous?" Chao Sui laughed heartily, his expression unfazed. Huang Chun also chuckled lightly, saying, "Pray tell. What could be so grave as to render you so anxious?" The female secretary continued to tremble as she spoke. "Last night, the Bai family. One of their bases was annihilated. Over 100 second transcendence perfect realm cultivators and more than a dozen elders perished, including Bai Tingwei, a third transcendence perfect realm cultivator." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Chao Sui abruptly rose to his feet, his expression a portrait of astonishment. Gone was his earlier composure. Nearby, Huang Chun, sipping tea, was so taken aback that he spat the liquid from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he confirmed, "What did you say? Even Bai Tingwei has perished in battle? Which faction is responsible for this?" Chao Sui inquired anxiously. "To annihilate a base belonging to the Bai family. It must be the doing of a formidable faction. This means they are on the verge of a complete rupture with the Bai family. Indeed, this heralds an all-out war with the Bai family." Huang Chun groaned, sensing the gravity of the situation escalating. The forces within the netherworld had maintained a delicate equilibrium. Should this balance be disturbed, it could set off a chain reaction of catastrophic proportions. Yet, the two were met with the sight of their female secretary shaking her head. "No, it is not a faction. It is a single individual." "One individual?" Both men were momentarily rendered speechless. How could one person obliterate an entire Bai family base? Was this some sort of jest? Who could it possibly be? Frustrated, Chao Sui lamented that the secretary could not simply deliver her message in full. Instead, she compelled them to extract information piece by piece. Then, the secretary revealed a name that left both men reeling. Sheng. Even as she uttered the name, her breath quickened. Just moments prior, she had exited the lounge to collect the morning paper, only to discover that the entire Xianming building was abuzz with activity, clusters of individuals whispering fervently. All were mentioning the name Sheng. Initially, her curiosity piqued. She had approached to eavesdrop. Upon learning of this incident, her first instinct was disbelief. Yet, after perusing the morning paper and seeing the news printed within, she was left utterly stunned. Could it possibly be false information? Chao Sui's initial reaction was one of disbelief, suspecting it to be mere misinformation or a mistake on the part of the Netherworld report. It was simply too surreal. As far as he knew, Sheng was still being relentlessly pursued by the Bai brothers. How could he have diverted to the ancient lands and annihilated a Bai family stronghold? Furthermore, as a mere second-tier cultivator, how could he possibly possess such extraordinary capabilities? Indeed, was there a possibility of error? Huangchen also wore a skeptical expression. It's true, the female secretary asserted with unwavering confidence, emphasizing that the Netherworld report had stated this clearly, and there was a survivor from the Bai family to corroborate the event. Most significantly, 2 elders from the Xianming Pavilion had also participated and could attest to the occurrence, claiming to have seen Yi Sheng with their own eyes. Impossible, Chao Sui exclaimed, snatching the Netherworld report from the secretary's hands and scrutinizing it closely. Upon glancing at the headline on the front page, Huang Qin's gaze followed suit. Moments later, both of their expressions dulled in astonishment. The content of the Netherworld report left no room for doubt. Not only was there a survivor from the Bai family as a witness, but also the 2 elders from the Xianming Pavilion. Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan had indeed seen Yixing? Could this truly be the case? Chao Sui felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, as if he were caught in a dream. If this were indeed true, it could only signify one thing. Yixing had ascended to the 3rd tier of cultivation. Moreover, his combat prowess had reached an unfathomable level of invincibility. Only under such circumstances could he have accomplished all of this. As he pondered, Chao Sui recalled the events from a few days prior. The withdrawal had seemingly posed no threat to the Xianming Pavilion, but now, it appeared that the pavilion had inadvertently overlooked a prodigy. A prodigious talent was forcefully expelled from the Xianming Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Huangchen found himself murmuring in disbelief. Has Yi Sheng truly ascended to the 3rd transformation? Such defiance of the heavens. What have we done? Have we truly driven such an extraordinary prodigy out of the Xianming Pavilion? As he spoke, Huangchen's hands trembled, his heart bleeding. A peerless genius at the 3rd transformation. Such a being is not something an ordinary force can claim. Each one is a treasure, exceedingly rare. The Xianming Pavilion once had the opportunity to possess such a talent. But now, Brother Chao, it seems we have committed an egregious error. Huangchen lamented. Chapter 68. The Tremor of the Xianming Pavilion. Chao Sui, upon hearing this, opened his mouth yet could utter not a single word. If the events at Huangpu Mountain were indeed true, then Yixing's potential had reached an unimaginable level. Alas, it is too late for words now. The high-end lounge fell into a profound silence, as Chao Sui and Huangchen found themselves at a loss for words. Not far away, the female secretary wore a complex expression, as it appeared that the Xianming Pavilion had indeed missed out on a genius. Due to the erroneous decisions of the upper echelons, they had relentlessly forced him out of the Xianming Pavilion. After reading the morning report, Song Xiaotian leaped onto the sofa, exuberantly waving his arms and laughing heartily. I told you Yi Good is incredibly strong. I was right all along. Not only has he entered the 3rd transformation, but he has also annihilated an entire base of the Bai family. Huh, what a thrill. Song Xiaotian radiated excitement akin to that of a child, as though the achievements in the newspaper were his own. Regrettably, had grandfather ventured into the depths of the ancient lands, he would surely have been left astounded. Song Xiaotian wore a look of deep lament. Song Tianhui, a formidable figure of the 4th transformation within the ghost sect, had embarked on a journey to the ancient lands. Having already entered the Yin city, Song Xiaotian felt a tinge of regret, pondering how his grandfather would undoubtedly be awestruck upon learning of this remarkable event. As per his usual routine, Zheng Gang reported to the Xianming building. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he observed groups of individuals clustered together, engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions brimming with excitement. This sight left Zheng Gang perplexed. What could have transpired? Scratching his head in confusion, he realized it had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a spectacle, and he was unaware of any significant occurrences that could elicit such fervor among the crowd. With a determined stride, Zheng Gang approached a gathering, eager to satiate his curiosity. As he drew near, he overheard a voice exclaiming with a hint of schadenfreude, "The higher-ups have truly been taken aback this time, having inadvertently forced a genius to depart. Indeed, had they exerted their utmost to retain him, our Xianming Pavilion would now boast another unparalleled talent of the 3rd transformation. Strange, isn't it? This individual's talent is simply extraordinary. Not long ago, he was merely a 2nd transformation cultivator, and now, in the blink of an eye, he possesses the strength of a 3rd transformation invincible warrior. It feels almost surreal." A chorus of nods and murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. In my opinion, it is our upper management that is truly lacking in foresight, unable to retain such talent. Hush. Speak softly. Such slander against the higher-ups could land you in trouble, leading to unforeseen consequences. The man scoffed. What is there to fear? If the Shinying Pavilion continues down this path, it shall inevitably find itself unable to retain genuine talent, leading to its eventual decline. Zhang Gang stood on the periphery of the crowd, listening, yet growing increasingly bewildered. What could possibly have driven away a prodigy? What imbecilic higher-ups are responsible? Excuse me, good sir, what exactly has transpired? Zhang Gang gently tapped the shoulder of a gentleman before him, inquiring. The man, engaged in fervent discussion, was understandably irked by the interruption. He turned to glare at Zhang Gang, but upon realizing Zhang Gang was a second-tier cultivator, his demeanor softened slightly. What do you want? Zhang Gang pressed on. May I inquire about the situation? Why is everyone so agitated? As he spoke, Zhang Gang glanced towards the clusters of people gathered within the hall. Upon hearing this, the man exaggeratedly replied, You still don't know? The village internet CAF? A monumental event occurred last night. What kind of event? Zhang Gang was momentarily taken aback, genuinely doubting his own awareness of the village internet. The man, now animated, waved a newspaper in his hand. Just last night, the Bai family's base in the ancient grounds was utterly annihilated. It has been ages since anything of this magnitude has transpired in our netherworld. Would you not agree it is significant? What? The entire base of the Bai family was exterminated? Zhang Gang's eyes widened in shock. The man nodded Vigo at that moment. Those who rushed to the scene from the Bai family were struck by the horrifying sight, collapsing to their knees in tears. This was the most devastating loss the Bai family had ever endured. Zhang Gang stood there, bewildered, feeling that matters had escalated beyond control. What force was so ruthless? It was as if a declaration of war had been made against the Bai family, a relentless vendetta at that. Who could be behind such an atrocity? Zhang Gang's breath quickened. He sensed that the once tranquil realm of the underworld was on the brink of turmoil, potentially affecting even the Xianming Pavilion. Unexpectedly, the man shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and said, It is not a faction, but an individual. Brother. It was merely one person who annihilated the entire Bai family base. As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his arms. Lamenting that he was not present the previous night to witness the carnage unleashed by that reaper, it must have been utterly astonishing. One person? Zhang Gang was taken aback. One individual wiped out an entire Bai family base? It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Who could it be? As Zhang Gang regained his composure, he glanced at the newspaper in the man's hand and politely asked, May I borrow the morning paper you have? This earth-shattering news had piqued his curiosity, igniting his desire to uncover the identity of the formidable figure behind such a cataclysmic event. Here you go, the man generously offered. Have Zhang Gang expressed his gratitude and turned his gaze towards the front page headline, his eyes swiftly scanning its contents. However, after reading it in its entirety, he was utterly thunderstruck. Immediately following this, he emitted a shriek as if he were a duck being strangled, exclaiming, What? It was Yi Sheng who did it. He has entered the third-tier ghost general realm? Zhang Gang's shriek was so piercing that it startled the person beside him. The person patted their rapidly beating heart, and, observing Zhang Gang's frenzied expression, muttered to themselves, How's this person even more agitated than I am? Zhang Gang could not help but be astounded. He never anticipated that the person who had massacred the Bai family's base would be Yi Sheng. While others may not have known much about Yi Sheng, he was intimately familiar with him. He was the one who brought Yi Sheng to the city of the underworld, and subsequently led him to join the Xianming Pavilion. Chapter 69. I recall you have an elder brother also named Yi Sheng. Thousands of miles away from the city of the underworld, a colossal ghost dragon great grief worship was soaring through the air, heading towards the city of the underworld. The words Sky Peak Conglomerate were emblazoned upon the worship's hull. At this moment, within the ghost dragon great grief's cabin, hundreds of young individuals were seated. These young individuals were all second-tier cultivators, each possessing formidable potential. They were the chosen prodigies who had been signed by the Sky Peak Conglomerate, possessing immense value for nurturing. This is the underworld ghost domain. In one of the seats, Lu Ming gazed out of the ship's windows, a look of profound emotion on his face. Along the way, he had witnessed far too many ferocious second-tier ghost tides. Occasionally, one might even encounter a third-tier fierce ghost howling between heaven and earth, attempting to launch an assault on the formidable ghost dragon. Yet each time it is repelled by the powerful defense system of the ghost dragon. The nether ghost domain is truly perilous. Lu Ming shook his head. In comparison, the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City feels like a novice village, hardly worth mentioning. Have you gained some insight? Haha. Beside him, Zongshan chuckled. recalling his role as Lu Ming's signatory reviewer and guide during their leveling adventures in the wilderness of Ghost Mountain City. Now, however, Lu Ming has ascended to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, placing them on equal footing, their identities now intimately intertwined. Yet, due to their past camaraderie, their relationship has remained amicable. Gained insight indeed. Lu Ming nodded, a look of nostalgia on his face, feeling as if he had once been a rustic bumpkin, only now truly witnessing the grandeur of this world. Such third-tier fierce ghosts are simply unseen in the wilderness of Ghost Mountain City. Zongshan remarked. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The truly ferocious ones reside in the ancient lands of the Yin cities. That is the true den of fierce ghosts. Our journey to the Nether City is merely a brief respite. We shall set forth to the ancient lands in a day, so prepare yourself. Lu Ming nodded, a hint of pride in his demeanor. He felt he had touched upon a higher dimensional realm, no longer an ordinary person. Yi Sheng and I are no longer inhabitants of the same world. Lu Ming mused, having always enjoyed comparing himself to Yi Sheng since childhood. Yet now, he has left Yi Sheng far behind, and this elder brother can no longer keep pace with him. His future shall only grow brighter. He shall gain admission to Fengdu University, perhaps even ascend to the esteemed position of a regional inspector, wielding significant power and influence. From that moment onward, his life will transform. As Lu Ming pondered these prospects, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, filling his heart with a delightful sense of ease. Zongshan, unaware of Lu Ming's thoughts, felt it necessary to intervene, stating, "The ancient land is fraught with peril. Although we are accompanied by several third-tier elders from Tianfeng Group for protection, we cannot entirely evade danger, particularly upon entering the ancient region should we encounter the spectral soldiers. Even the third-tier elders may not survive. At that juncture, we shall have to rely on fortune and hope for the best." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's smile promptly vanished, and he ceased to envision his future. The ghost dragon, having set its course towards the city of Yomi, rendered the cabin enveloped in silence. Just then, a third-tier elder from Tianfeng Group entered the cabin, casting a sweeping gaze over the young disciples, and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed young ones, today's edition of the Yomi report has been published. Since you are in the Yomi Ghost domain, it is essential to stay informed about current events here. Please retrieve your communication wristbands and take a look. It will provide insight into the recent happenings within the Yomi Ghost domain." In the cabin, the young individuals promptly complied, extracting their communication wristbands and following the elder's instructions to access the morning edition of the Yomi report. Zongshan also engaged in the same actions, opening the report and turning to Lu Ming with a grin, saying, "Take a look. It's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. Those who have ascended to the realm of the underworld report are certainly no ordinary individuals. Each person within the domain of the underworld is a figure of great renown. Should we ever have the chance to encounter such personages, we must tread carefully and not offend them." Lu Ming nodded, understanding that the underworld was far removed from the modest confines of Ghost Mountain City. Following the teachings of the elder, he opened the underworld report. Lo and behold, a whole base had been annihilated. Beside him, Zongshan gazed at the headline, his eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, a group of young individuals in the cabin began to discuss the shocking news. It was staggering. Over 100 second transformation perfected cultivators had been wiped out overnight. One young individual, overwhelmed with astonishment, exclaimed, "Second transformation perfected cultivators. Each one is more powerful than us. How could they be so utterly vanquished?" Another pointed at the newspaper, shaking his head in disbelief. But that's not all. There were also more than 10 third transformation elders, including a third transformation perfected elder. It's truly inconceivable. Indeed. One wonders who could accomplish such a feat. They must be extraordinarily formidable. Did you not see? The report clearly states that a master named Yi Sheng single-handedly infiltrated the base and eliminated everyone. Isn't Yi Sheng one of the prominent figures in the underworld? This is astonishing. I wonder how old he is. Another pondered. Given that this person could slay a third transformation perfected elder, he must be at least in his 40s or 50s. Nonsense. It explicitly states here that he is a youth, under 20 years of age. Inside the cabin, discussions erupted, all revolving around the name Yi Sheng. Zongshan reclined against the back of his chair, reflecting on the morning newspaper with a sense of awe, remarking, "This Yi Sheng is indeed remarkable." Furthermore, the underworld ghost domain is truly formidable, capable of claiming the lives of countless second-tier perfected cultivators, alongside numerous third-tier elders. How astonishing. Beside him, Lu Ming was struck with disbelief upon seeing the name Yi Sheng, momentarily frozen in place. The Yi Sheng depicted in the newspaper bore the same name as his elder brother. Zhong Shan, as if recalling something significant, turned to Lu Ming with a smile, saying, I remember you have an elder brother named Yi Sheng as well. Could it possibly be the same person? No. Lu Ming shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? My useless elder brother could never achieve such feats. Single-handedly annihilating an entire base and slaughtering over 100 second-tier perfected cultivators, along with more than 10 third-tier elders, especially with one of them being a third-tier perfected cultivator. That is utterly impossible. My brother is incapable of such extraordinary deeds. I refuse to believe it. Lu Ming laughed dismissively. No, my brother is merely an ordinary person. Still searching for a job. How could he possibly accomplish something so earth-shattering? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His head shook vigorously, like a rattle drum. Zhong Shan, however, chuckled. Ha! If it were indeed your brother, it would be truly remarkable. He would be a true figure of renown within the underworld ghost domain. Indeed, but alas, it is not. Lu Ming's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Chapter 70, He truly has arrived. Yinshui Mountain, situated on the periphery of an ancient land, is a formidable peak steeped in an overwhelming aura of darkness, making it an ideal sanctuary for the nurturing of spectral entities. However, 3 years prior, it was seized by the Bai family, who established a stronghold there. At this moment, atop Yinshui Mountain, a youthful figure sat in meditation, a long sword suspended before him. The blade of this sword was entirely black, swirling with tumultuous dark mist, voraciously consuming the accumulated essence of darkness that enveloped Yinshui Mountain, seemingly harnessing this energy to nourish the sword. As the dark energy flowed into the black blade, its power appeared to intensify in a terrifying manner. Should a discerning observer be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for this black sword was an exceedingly rare Crimson Myth-level artifact. For, beyond the dark mist, a captivating crimson hue subtly enveloped the blade. Young master, perhaps we should exercise caution. An elderly servant, standing behind the young man, urged with evident concern. With a sudden flicker of his eyes, the young man smirked and retorted, Why should we be wary? The servant replied that Yi Sheng's ferocity is at its peak, and he seems to possess intelligence regarding our Bai family's various strongholds. I fear he may seek out Yinshui Mountain, and should that occur, you might be in peril. Upon hearing this, Bai Zijun could not help but erupt into boisterous laughter, dismissively declaring, Do I fear him? On the contrary, I would welcome his arrival at Yinshui Mountain. Ha! Bai Zijun's laughter echoed with an air of confidence. He was the unparalleled prodigy of the Bai family, having never tasted defeat since embarking on his path of cultivation. Do you underestimate me? Bai Zijun suddenly fixed a cold gaze upon the elderly servant, who hurriedly waved his hands in a gesture of explanation. No. How could I ever look down upon the young master? It is simply unnecessary for us to engage in a futile struggle with that barefoot madman. It is far too unworthy. This barefoot madman, of course, refers to Yi Sheng. Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Zijun let out a cold snort, followed by a sarcastic remark. It is said that this individual possesses the combat prowess of a third transformation in the realm of invincibility. I genuinely wish to meet him. The old servant replied, It must indeed be the realm of invincibility. Otherwise, he could not have slain your uncle Tingyu. Young master, we need not. Then it becomes all the more intriguing. Bai Zijun interrupted the old servant, laughing heartily. I shall await him here and see if he dares to come. As the two conversed, the distant sky was shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a portion of the fog began to churn violently, and a ghostly ship emerged from within. Bai Zijun, with his remarkable intuition, immediately sensed did he truly dare to venture here? Some scoffed, proclaiming that with Zijun present, his demise was assured. A desire to sever his head and offer it as a sacrifice to the departed scions of the Bai family permeated the air. Within the enclave, many cast their gazes skyward, their visages contorted with animosity upon sighting the spectral mist vessel, yearning to tear its master limb from limb. Such was their loathing for Sheng. In the firmament, the nebulous vapors clinging to the ghost ship gradually dissipated, revealing its hull and the pair of figures adorning its deck. Sheng, clad in pristine white robes, sat in a meditative posture, his gaze profound as he surveyed Mount Winshu. Beside him, Jiyu Qing stood as a mere attendant, her head bowed in trepidation, dreading recognition and the potential repercussions for Jiyu Pavilion. Senior Wei, Jiyu Qing's voice trembled with apprehension. Intelligence reports indicated the presence of an invincible third-stage prodigy of the Bai family within Mount Winshu, perpetually nurturing a crimson mythical longsword. his combat prowess said to be exceedingly formidable. Yet, upon learning of this, Sheng had unhesitatingly chosen to come to this place. Seeking an audience with this formidable scion of the Bi family, Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the summit of Mount Wanshu, where he discerned the silhouette of a youthful figure seated in meditation. The young figure made no attempt to conceal his aura, emanating the presence of an invincible third-stage cultivator, a palpable force that stirred unease. Of particular note was the sable longsword hovering before him, radiating an enchanting crimson halo, a sight that inspired trepidation. Sheng recognized it as an exceedingly rare mythical third-stage crimson longsword. "Art thou Sheng?" From the apex of Mount Wanshu, Bizg emitted a boisterous laugh, his tone brimming with unbridled arrogance as he cast a condescending gaze upon Sheng on the deck of the ghost ship. "Indeed," Sheng nodded, his expression akin to a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples. The gazes of the two collided in midair, igniting a spark of electricity that sent the surrounding dark clouds into a tumultuous frenzy. Both were prodigies of the third transformation, standing at the pinnacle of their realm, with the outcome of their confrontation known only after the clash. Madmen. Both of them are madmen. Guiwei cast a glance at Sheng and then at the white-clad GNG on the summit of Inshui Mountain, inwardly murmuring, "The thrill of encountering a peer surpassed even that of encountering a woman." Sheng rose, stepping off the deck and hovering in the air, a longsword materializing in his grasp. Observing this, Guiwei maneuvered the ghostly mist ship to retreat. She understood that the next moment would surely unveil a scene of cataclysmic proportions. Remaining here would only result in being obliterated by the aftershocks. She had to depart swiftly. Guiwei's foresight proved accurate. Just as she withdrew several dozen miles away, an unimaginable spectacle erupted on the side of Inshui Mountain. Golden sword light surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Inshui Mountain. On the opposite side, black sword light ascended like a mountain, crashing toward its adversary. In an instant, Inshui Mountain was engulfed in a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Guiwei watched in astonishment, as if two suns were colliding above Inshui Mountain, one radiant black, the other resplendent gold. This battle raged on for an extended period, until the arrival of nightfall. The following dawn, a ghostly mist ship swayed precariously through the air, the surrounding cold winds sending a chill through Guiwei, prompting her to instinctively tighten her garments. She then glanced down to find Sheng, clad in a white robe, motionless as he sat cross-legged on the deck. His white robe was stained with several droplets of blood, a mix of his own and that of others. "Senior Yi." Guiwei opened her mouth, as if to express something, yet ultimately remained silent. Chapter 71. The Power of the Invincible Realm. Guiwei's lips moved, caught in uncertainty. Last night, Sheng engaged in a fierce battle with the White family's three-turn Invincible Realm prodigy, Bizg. Following this, three formidable figures emerged in the night sky, each equally powerful and comparable to Bizg, all of whom were prodigies of the White family's three-turn Invincible Realm. It appeared the White family had set a trap here long before, patiently awaiting Sheng's arrival. In this confrontation, the four joined forces against Sheng. Remarkably, throughout the entire ordeal, Sheng faced them alone without yielding an inch. Ultimately, it was the hidden old servant beside Bizg who intervened, unleashing the might of a four-turn ghost sect realm warrior to capture Sheng. Yet, Sheng managed to defend himself with a golden divine bell and made his escape. This battle left the entire Inshui Mountain in ruins, transforming the surrounding area into a desolate wasteland. Many from the White family's base perished as a result. To single-handedly confront four invincible realm prodigies was indeed astonishing. Guiwei gazed at the figure in white before her, murmuring to herself. After all, this was the invincible realm. Each individual could command respect at the same level. Yet, Sheng stood alone against four, refusing to falter. She could hardly fathom how he accomplished such a feat, or what kind of extraordinary being he truly was. On the deck, Sheng closed his eyes, reflecting on the lessons learned from this battle. His strength still fell short. Sheng opened his eyes, gazing into the distant mist, his expression somewhat profound. After this battle, Sheng has grasped the true essence of the invincible realm. For instance, Bizg's combat prowess has reached an astonishing 600 times that of an ordinary fully transformed third-tier warrior. Indeed, it is an astounding 600 times. Bizg possesses an entire set of third-tier legendary equipment. In contrast, a piece of dark gold gear only amplifies combat strength by a mere tenfold, whereas a legendary piece can enhance it by 50-fold. With 6 pieces of armor, this results in a 300-fold increase in strength. Furthermore, Activating the set attributes with all 6 pieces bestows an additional 100-fold enhancement. Thus, an entire set of 3rd-tier legendary gear grants a remarkable 400 times combat strength. Moreover, Baizijian wields a 3rd-tier mythical weapon. The amplification from mythical equipment is even more staggering. Just one piece can elevate combat strength by 100-fold. This is the origin of the Invincible Realm's 600 times combat power. Subsequently, 3 figures emerged, all residing within this echelon. A combat strength of 600 times can indeed be deemed invincible. And yet, Yisheng pondered. In this battle, he relied upon the King Kong demon-subduing sword. With his ascension to the 3rd tier, the King Kong demon-subduing sword has also reached level 3. Its attributes have experienced an explosive enhancement. Yisheng pulled up the skill panel and beheld Destruction Level Skill, King Kong demon-subduing sword, LV3, a single target attack skill, one of the highest Taoist demon-subduing sword techniques. Attack power increased by. Damage to ghostly entities increased by. The attack power has surged too, Yisheng noted. Previously, when the King Kong demon-subduing sword was at level 2, the increase in attack power was. Now, it has doubled too. However, Yisheng shook his head. The figure of the attack power increase seems exaggerated. However, when converted into multiples, it amounts to merely 600 times. This is the simplest of arithmetic problems. In other words, Yisheng, by relying on the Vajra demon-slaying sword, has just managed to reach the realm of the invincible. He stands on equal footing with the likes of Baizijian and other prodigies of the invincible realm. Of course, merely being on par implies that it is impossible to withstand being besieged by 4 opponents without facing defeat. Destruction Level Skill, Heavenly Bell of Suppression, LV3, a defensive skill. One of the highest defensive spells in Taoism. Defense power increases by. Damage reduction from phantoms by. Upon seeing this, Yisheng could not help but take a deep breath. The defensive power of the Heavenly Bell of Suppression has reached an astonishing. This translates to 650 times. An increase of 50 times, surpassing the critical threshold of the invincible realm. Do not underestimate this increase of 50 times. After reaching the 600 times threshold of the invincible realm, it becomes exceedingly difficult to enhance even by a single fold. Surpassing the critical threshold, it renders it exceedingly challenging for the 4 to breach his defenses, placing him in an indomitable position. Even the hidden old servant, unleashing the power of the 4th transition of the Ghost sect, could not contend with him. This surely must have taken the Bai family by complete surprise. After orchestrating such a grand scheme, they have been unable to retain Yisheng. In the aftermath, they might very well be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. It is truly unexpected that the old servant beside Baizijian is actually a formidable 4th transition Ghost sect expert, hidden quite deeply indeed. Yisheng shook his head, acknowledging that the Bai family had indeed left numerous trump cards. With a smile, Yisheng gathered his thoughts. After this battle, he has come to understand the distinctions between himself and these beings of the invincible realm. There remains ample room for his own advancement. Yisheng mused. It is noteworthy that he has merely utilized the Vajra demon-slaying sword to stand on equal footing with Baizijian and others of the invincible realm, achieving a staggering 600-fold combat power. Yet, one must not forget that Yisheng is merely at the 3rd transition, level 10. Since entering the realm of the 3rd transition as a Ghost General, he has yet to elevate his rank. He has not even attained a complete level 100 in the 3rd transition. Moreover, the equipment he dons is still a set of 2nd transition, dark gold grade gear, which is rather inadequate. However, if he were to reach the pinnacle of the 3rd transition at level 100 and acquire a complete set of legendary tier gear, his combat power might indeed soar into the thousands. With such overwhelming might, even the so-called invincible figures like Baizijian would struggle to withstand even a single blow. A combat power in the thousands would render him capable of battling against the 4th transition Ghost sect without hesitation. At the very least, the ordinary 4th transition Ghost sect attendant by Baizijian would not pose a challenge to him. If only he could obtain a complete set of 3rd transition mythical grade equipment, it would be even better. This thought flickered through Yisheng's mind, knowing full well how elusive that aspiration is. Nevertheless, Yisheng has already acquired a 3rd transition mythical grade weapon. With a swift motion, he revealed a long sword emanating a crimson aura. The blade, entirely black, surged with a tumultuous black malevolence. Should Baizijian lay eyes upon this sword, he would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of fury once more. During the battle at Yinshui Mountain, Yisheng did not emerge empty-handed. Before retreating, he severely wounded Baizijian and seized the 3rd transition mythical grade weapon from his grasp, the Inma sword. Upon its extraction, the Yinma sword immediately released waves of chilling energy that spread outward, cloaking the surrounding deck in a thick layer of frost. Gu Yueqing, standing behind Yi Sheng, found her legs ensconced in a layer of ice. The intense chill enveloped her, causing an involuntary shiver, and she instinctively retreated a step, distancing herself from the shadow of the Yin demon sword. Chapter 72. The mythical weapon acknowledges its master. It is a third-tier mythical weapon. Gu Yueqing lowered her gaze to observe the weapon in Yi Sheng's hand, her eyes glimmering with envy. This was indeed a mythical weapon. Moreover, it was of the third tier, invaluable beyond measure. Most importantly, such treasures were exceedingly rare. Only powerful factions had the potential to acquire them. For ordinary wandering cultivators, merely catching a glimpse would be a challenge. Originally, it was the sword of Bai Zijian, but now it had been seized by Yi Sheng. Gu Yueqing recalled the moment the sword was taken. Bai Zijian, disregarding his injuries, displayed an expression of utter dismay, akin to having consumed something distasteful, and was in a fit of rage. The Yin demon sword. Yi Sheng examined the third-tier mythical weapon in his grasp, sensing its vehement resistance against him. Once equipped at the legendary level, it would recognize its master. A mythical weapon, even more so, would generate a spirit possessing its own consciousness. At this moment, Yi Sheng found himself unable to control the Yin demon sword. This was due to two reasons. First, he lacked the requisite level. Needing to reach a perfect state of third-tier level 100, Yi Sheng was only at third-tier level 12. Secondly, it had already acknowledged Bai Zijian as its master, and the weapon spirit's lack of cooperation rendered it akin to a solid piece of scrap metal, incapable of unleashing any power. Gu Yueqing perceived this as well and remarked, "Senior Yi, this sword has already recognized its master. Only by eliminating its current owner can one erase the mark and subsequently reclaim control." Upon finishing her words, her expression was one of deep regret. Although the Yin demon's sword had been acquired, it was unlikely that it could be utilized effectively. Unless Bai Zijian were to contemplate suicide, Yi Sheng would have no opportunity to reclaim his allegiance. Yi Sheng nodded, fully aware of this. Initially, he had seized this sword merely to discomfort Bai Zijian, while simultaneously diminishing his combat prowess. Deprived of the Shadow Demon's sword, Bai Zijian's strength would fall short of 600-fold, rendering him far from invincible, unless the Bai family were to procure another third-tier mythical weapon for him. Regardless, the acquisition of such a treasured artifact as the Shadow Demon Sword would undoubtedly inflict immense distress upon the Bai family. As for the weapon spirit, Yi Sheng caressed the longsword in his hand, sensing a profound resistance emanating from the spirit within, one that eluded his control. A weapon spirit? He pondered whether the technique of confining spirits and summoning generals would have any effect on it. The weapon spirit, akin to a soul entity, bore some resemblance to ghostly beings. If the technique could capture spectral entities, might it also yield extraordinary results with a weapon spirit? With this thought igniting in his mind, Yi Sheng resolved to give it a try. While ordinary ghost commanding skills might prove ineffective, the technique of confining spirits and summoning generals was of a cataclysmic caliber, brimming with wondrous potential. Perhaps unexpected delights awaited. In the next moment, Yi Sheng's eyes transformed from deep black to a profound gray. The confining spirits and summoning general skill was activated, targeting the weapon spirit within the Shadow Demon's sword. Nearby, Gu Yueqing observed Yi Sheng with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. She felt an unusual force field enveloping the Shadow Demon's sword, to the extent that her own soul seemed to be subtly influenced by some unseen power. This sensation was unsettling, prompting Gu Yueqing to instinctively step back, distancing herself from Yi Sheng. After a brief pause, Yi Sheng suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Subsequently, Gu Yueqing's eyes widened as she beheld an astonishing spectacle. The previously motionless Yinma sword began to dance around Yi Sheng Ling like a playful fish, exuding an unmistakable joy. If Gu Yueqing was not mistaken, it was evident that the Yinma sword had recognized its new master. How could this be possible? Gu Yueqing stood frozen in place, her mind reeling. It was common knowledge, even to a child, that a mythic-grade weapon could only sever its bond with its original master through the latter's demise, thereby allowing it to recognize a new owner. Yet, Bai Zijian was undeniably still alive. How could the Yinma sword possibly acknowledge a new master? In an instant, Gu Yueqing's worldview was utterly shattered by the scene before her. Sword, come. Yi Sheng sat cross-legged on the deck, smiling as he beckoned. The Yinma sword, which had been fluttering like a fish, obediently flew into Yi Sheng's hand. Holding the Yinma sword, Yi Sheng felt the spirit within it, akin to a playful puppy, and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The technique of summoning spirits indeed proved effective. It allowed for direct control of the spirit, rendering the original owner's mark irrelevant. One could only wonder what expression Bai Zijian would wear upon witnessing his sword now under Yixing's command. With a joyful laugh, Yixing's mirth resonated in the air. However, he soon composed himself, contemplating his next course of action. As silence enveloped the ghost mist ship once more, Gui Weqing felt a twinge of anxiety standing behind Yi Sheng. She could not fathom when he might permit her departure. What? Gui Weqing was momentarily stunned, suspecting she had misheard. Was the Demon King truly willing to let her go? Yi Senior, Gui Weqing fumbled, believing Yu Xing was merely testing her resolve. What's the matter? Unwilling to leave? Yu Xing furrowed his brow and looked at her. No, not at all. Gu Weqing hastily waved her hand. She was eager to depart immediately, while her time with Yu Xing had broadened her horizons. Witnessing the destruction of the Bai family stronghold and encountering prodigies at the third transition of invincibility, the experience was undeniably overwhelming. The thrill of the adventure had been invigorating. Yet one misstep could plunge her into an abyss. After a brief moment, Gu Weqing departed, summoning her flying artifact and fleeing towards the distant sky. As she vanished from sight, Yi Sheng wore a contemplative expression, pondering his next steps. Let us head to Yin City, he declared, lifting his gaze to the horizon. Yin City was the very heart of the ancient lands. His journey to this realm was primarily aimed at enhancing his abilities in preparation for the forthcoming federal examination. However, the recent reckoning with the Bai family had delayed his plans slightly as he sought to settle some scores. Now, having avenged himself, it was time to focus on more pressing matters. Moreover, following the battle at Yinshui Mountain, Yi Sheng had come to recognize his own shortcomings. It was imperative to acquire a set of legendary third transition equipment to further bolster his combat prowess. With the 600-fold might of the Vajra demon subduing sword alongside a complete set of third transition legendary gear, his strength would multiply, potentially achieving an unprecedented 1,000-fold power. With such formidable strength, he would truly embody the essence of third transition invincibility, capable of overpowering all others of the same caliber with a mere gesture. At that point, even figures like Bai Zijian would be easily subdued with a single strike. Moreover, it is imperative to elevate one's realm to the third transition at level 100 to attain perfection. Otherwise, one would be incapable of wielding even the Shadow Demon's sword, rendering many pieces of equipment inaccessible. Yu Xing shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He adjusted his course and navigated the ghost mist ship through the void towards the City of Shadows. Chapter 73, A Matchmaking Gathering? The several tiers of the third transition. On the journey to the City of Shadows, one must traverse a vast expanse of 3,000 miles of void. The void is a realm of true emptiness, where ordinary flying artifacts find it nearly insurmountable to cross. Only vessels of the caliber of the ghost dragon de Sheng can navigate its depths. This 3,000 miles of emptiness resembles a dark starry sky, with enormous ships gliding slowly within. Among these ships, Yu Xing found himself aboard the ghost dragon de Sheng. The ship's captain was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in traditional Tang attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, having held high positions for many years. He was the chairman of a third-tier conglomerate. Though the elders group could not be deemed particularly formidable compared to first-rate powers like the Xianming Pavilion, its financial resources were nonetheless substantial. When Yi Sheng's ghost mist ship was halted from crossing the void, the elder fortuitously passed by and graciously extended an invitation to Yi Sheng, offering to take him to the City of Shadows. The interior of the cabin was adorned with opulence. My young friend, is this your first visit to the City of Shadows? Duan Hongda, the white-haired elder, sat across from Yu Xing, engaging him in friendly conversation. Beside them, a young lady rolled her eyes, her gaze towards Yu Xing imbued with a hint of defiance. Indeed, it is my first time, Yu Xing replied. You possess extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, you have already stepped into the third transition, Duan Hongda exclaimed, his face alight with admiration as he regarded Yi Sheng with evident appreciation. He had long discerned that Yu Xing was a formidable expert at the third transition ghost general level. To possess such cultivation at this tender age speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent, a fact that needs no further elaboration. This was one of the reasons he was willing to halt the airship and extend an invitation to Yi Xing. Your granddaughter is no slouch either. Indeed. The young lady had also reached the third transition stage, although she had only just embarked on this journey. There was no doubt about her status as a third transition ghost general. Speaking strictly of levels, without considering combat prowess, The young lady had already attained around level 20 in the third transition, surpassing his own level 10. Upon hearing this, the young lady cast Yi Sheng a glance that conveyed her recognition of his worth. Just moments ago, her grandfather had nearly elevated Yi Sheng to the heavens. Yet to her, Yi Sheng's aura seemed to reflect merely a level 10. Feeling somewhat disgruntled by the praise heaped upon a stranger, she harbored thoughts of competing with Yu Sheng. Du Nhngd, upon hearing Yu Sheng mention his granddaughter, chuckled heartily. Indeed, my granddaughter is remarkable. She too has reached the third transition ghost general level. You young folks should interact more. Of course, there's nothing wrong with developing a romantic relationship, either. Haha. With that, Du Nhngd erupted into laughter, his words remarkably candid, seemingly encouraging Yi Sheng to pursue a connection with his granddaughter. Yi Sheng, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, stammered, "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Du Xiaoji also let out a soft gasp, her face flushing a vibrant red, inwardly pondering whether this young man, while decent, could truly be worthy of her. "My young friend, I speak only the truth." Du Nhngd laughed heartily. Reaching the level of his granddaughter, finding a beloved companion proves to be quite challenging. Those in a similar age bracket often lack sufficient cultivation, while the more exceptional individuals are merely at the second transition, unworthy of his granddaughter, who has already attained the third transition. Furthermore, those of equal cultivation often do not match in age. Seizing this opportunity, he wishes to bring the two together. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Duan Hongda chuckled and shifted the topic. Turning to Yi Shengdao, since this is your first visit to the Yin city, you might not be well acquainted with it. Allow my granddaughter to introduce it to you. Grandfather, Duan Xiaojia exclaimed, feeling helpless as her grandfather had unwittingly arranged a matchmaking scenario for her. Silently fuming, she cast a glare at Yu Sheng. Noticing her displeasure, Duan Hongda offered an awkward smile to Yi Sheng and said, perhaps I should take over from here." When matters turned serious, Duan Hongda's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Although both of you have reached the third transition and can be considered prodigies, it is essential to proceed with caution in Yin City. Upon hearing the warning, Yu Sheng's curiosity was piqued, compelling him to inquire about the dangers that lurked in Yin City. Duan Hongda, gazing intently at Yu Sheng and his granddaughter, replied earnestly, "Though you are both prodigies, the number of exceptional talents in Yin City is overwhelming. Merely stepping into the third transition places you in the ranks of the mediocre. There are many who surpass you." Mediocre? Yi Sheng chuckled, intrigued by the classification, and asked, "Elder, what constitutes the second and first tiers?" Duan Hongda explained, "Mediocre refers to those of you who have just entered the third transition. The second tier comprises those at level 50 of the third transition. As for the first tier, it naturally encompasses those who have achieved the pinnacle of the third transition at level 100. Indeed." Yi Sheng nodded, finding the classification rather straightforward. Duan Hongda further elaborated, "Of course, aside from the first tier, there exists the super first tier. These individuals are truly not to be trifled with." Super first tier? Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Old master, I would be eager to learn more." Duan Xiaojia, however, rolled her eyes and interjected, "The super first tier naturally refers to the invincible realm. Who could possibly be stronger than them?" Invincible realm? Yu Sheng was once again momentarily stunned, then chuckled in disbelief, having expected something entirely different. Duan Hongda, oblivious to the unusual glimmer in Yi Sheng's eyes, nodded and confirmed, "That's right. The super first tier is the third transition invincible realm. These talents are the true sovereigns among the third transition ranks. Merely presenting one of them would suffice to showcase an extraordinary individual. They are the genuine figures of renown within the realm of Yin City. In comparison to them, you are still far behind." As Duan Hongda spoke, he enumerated several luminaries of the third transition invincible realm, advising Yi Sheng to steer clear of these individuals whenever encountered, cautioning that provoking them could lead to dire consequences without any recourse for justification. Duan Hongda counted on his fingers, listing Pei Yin of the Pei family, Li Wudi of the Li family, Huang Wenyue of the Huang family, and Bai Zijian of the Bai family. Yi Sheng listened intently, seizing the opportunity to grasp the power dynamics of Yin City. A flicker of intrigue passed through his gaze. Bai Zijian? Yi Sheng silently shook his head. At this moment, Bai Zijian must be in considerable distress. Having lost the Shadow Demon's sword, his combat prowess had plummeted, rendering him unable to sustain the 600-fold power of the third transition invincible realm. The gap between the invincible prodigies of other factions in him has evidently widened. Unless the Bai family provides him with a third transformation mythical weapon, achieving invincibility seems implausible. It is better not to act. However, should he choose to intervene, his true nature would inevitably be revealed. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaojia listened to the names of these invincible prodigies, her gaze gradually becoming enchanted. With each name mentioned, admiration flickered in her eyes, as if these individuals were her idols. Yet, when her gaze returned to Yi Sheng, it transformed into disdain, seemingly conveying that, in comparison to these invincible prodigies, he was nothing, a stark contrast indeed. Chapter 74. Marrying into the Duan family. Yi Sheng paid no heed to her infatuation. Duan Hongda expressed his sentiments, remarking on the multitude of prodigies in the world. If one wishes to thrive in the hidden realm of Yin City, one must at least attain the first-tier level, achieving the completion of the third transformation. Naturally, it is only upon entering the superlative tier that one can truly dominate the scene. Duan Hongda continued. Duan Xiaojia clenched her fist, feeling confident in her own talents, proclaiming with conviction, "Grandfather, I will surely succeed." Duan Hongda chuckled in response. "Ah, my dear, I would be content if you could reach the first-tier level. As for the superlative tier, that is exceedingly difficult. It requires exceptional talent. Not everyone can achieve it." Despite his unwavering confidence in his granddaughter, he remained skeptical regarding this matter. While the first-tier level is not uncommon, the invincible beings of the superlative tier are exceedingly rare. To attain such invincibility, the requirements are exceedingly stringent. It bears repeating, not everyone can achieve it. Duan Hongda smiled and turned his gaze towards Yu Sheng, advising, "Therefore, upon entering the hidden realm of Yin City, it would be wise for you to remain modest." The secret realm of Yin City. It was the first time Yu Sheng had heard anyone refer to Yin City in such a manner. "Old sir, I have learned much from you." Yi Sheng clasped his fists together, smiling as he spoke. Duan Hongda gazed out of the ship's window, remarking, "We are nearing the end of the 3,000 miles of the void." Yi Sheng also looked outside, aware that once they traversed this expanse, they would arrive at the secret realm of Yin City. Half a day later, the ghost dragon de Shang finally emerged from the 3,000 miles of the void. Through the ship's window, Yi Sheng witnessed a breathtaking scene. It was a city. A multitude of ancient towers suspended in midair. Due to their sheer number, they coalesced into a vast metropolis. Its scale dwarfed that of Ghost Mountain City by more than 20 times, appearing magnificent and grand. Is this truly the secret realm of Yin City? Yi Sheng wondered, perplexed. "No, this is the floating city," Duan Hongda corrected him. "Floating city?" Yi Sheng inquired, confusion evident in his expression. Duan Hongda chuckled and explained, "Initially, this floating city did not exist. Various factions constructed ancient towers merely to provide resting places for their members within the secret realm of Yin City. However, as more factions began to arrive at the secret realm, the number of buildings increased, gradually forming this city. Moreover, with the exceedingly high loot rates in the secret realm of Yin City, the commerce here has flourished, and the scale continues to expand." Duan Hongda spoke with great enthusiasm. "But how are these structures suspended in the air?" Yi Sheng asked, his curiosity piqued. "Quite simply, a material known as void stone is abundantly found in the void, capable of resisting gravity. This allowed for the construction of the floating city using locally sourced materials," Duan Hongda replied. "Here lies the outpost of the Yin City secret realm, where cultivators rest upon their return from perilous adventures within the mysterious domain. However, do not say I did not forewarn you. The lodging prices here are quite exorbitant. Do not find yourself unable to afford a room." Yet, Duan Hongda chuckled heartily and extended an invitation. "Since you, young friend Yi, have arrived, why not take refuge in my ancient tower? There is no need to seek accommodation elsewhere. Is this not a slap in the face?" As he spoke, he cast a significant glance at his granddaughter and Yi Sheng, implying, "Once settled in, you are both young people. It would be beneficial for you to engage in more conversation." "Grandfather." Duan Xiaojia's petite visage flushed crimson, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Yi Sheng's eyes. Yi Sheng, taken aback, found the situation both amusing and perplexing. It seemed rather incongruous. Upon hearing this, he glanced at his communication wristband, only to discover it had indeed lost all signal, rendering him incapable of sending any messages. This was something Yi Sheng had anticipated. He was aware that his classmates, who had entered the Yin City secret realm at the third transformation stage, had each lost contact one by one. The ghost dragon Da Chang landed on a helipad, not far from a towering ancient building that reached over 20 stories high. In terms of financial prowess, This astute elder was certainly not lacking. As the ship's cabin opened, Duan Hongda and Yixing emerged. "Haha, there are still people here to welcome us." Duan Hongda laughed heartily. Yixing turned his gaze to see a middle-aged man in scholarly robes and a young individual awaiting them. The middle-aged man did not conceal his aura. He was a formidable third transformation perfected cultivator, his presence sharp and his brows etched with a hint of menace, not an ordinary character. The young man beside him was somewhat weaker, merely a second transformation perfected cultivator. Yet, achieving such a realm at a young age is indeed no small feat. Su Xiaoan approached with a cheerful demeanor, reminiscent of a playful puppy. As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips, barring Su Xiaoan from advancing. "Xiaoan." Duan Hongda smiled warmly. "Who is he?" Su Xiaoan suddenly turned to the side, eyeing Yixing with a wary gaze, which sparked a flicker of unease within him. "Old master, you have had a long journey." Duan Hongda chuckled heartily. "Not at all. Why trouble yourself to come greet me in person, disciple?" Su Mindu replied. "It is only right. I owe you much. Without your guidance, I would not be who I am today. Disciple, you remain as courteous as ever. There is no need to dwell on past favors." Duan Hongda laughed. He then turned to Yixing, introducing him. "By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Yixing, my young friend. He is remarkably gifted, having already reached the third transition of the Ghost General realm at such a tender age." Chapter 75, A Humbling Encounter. "Oh, is that so?" Su Mindu exclaimed, scrutinizing Yixing. "Yi Xiaoyu, this is Su Mindu." Duan Hongda continued with the introductions, smiling. "He is your senior, having long since attained the perfection of the third transition. Moreover, he possesses an astounding combat power of 300 times. Even in the In City Secret Realm, he is quite renowned. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek his guidance in the future. We are all on the same side." Upon hearing this, Yixing regarded Su Mindu with surprise. A combat power of 300 times implies that this scholarly middle-aged man possesses at least a full set of legendary equipment of the third transition. This is indeed remarkable. In the realm of the third transition, one is undeniably a master, nearly rivaling the invincible realm. Su Mindu gazed at Yixing, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and remarked calmly, "The title of senior is undeserved." As he spoke, Su Mindu scrutinized Yixing with a discerning eye. Yixing's aura indicated he was merely at the 10th level of the third transition, and his attire was woefully inadequate, clearly suggesting he was a fledgling newly stepping into the third transition of the Ghost General realm. Compared to Su, a seasoned veteran who had battled for years at this level, Yixing seemed significantly lacking and not worthy of excessive attention. The only aspect that commanded Su Mindu's respect was Yixing's prodigious talent. At such a young age, he had already reached the third transition realm, displaying considerable potential. Yixing returned the gesture with a smile. Meanwhile, upon discovering that Yixing was indeed a third transition ghost general, Su Xiaoan could not help but be taken aback. Her gaze towards him now tinged with heightened vigilance. "Xiao Jia, I have secured a reservation at Fengwei Tower. Let me treat you to an exquisite dining experience." Su Xiaoan said, attempting to ingratiate herself. "I want to go. Stop bothering me." Duan Xiaojia turned her head away. Fortuitously catching sight of Yixing and recalling her grandfather's words, her face flushing crimson like an apple. In comparison to Yixing, Su Xiaoan appeared significantly inferior. At the very least, Yixing was of the same caliber, while Su Xiaoan was merely at the second transition. A substantial gap that rendered her unworthy of Yixing's attention. "You intend to leave?" Duan Hongda was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Feeling that Yixing was somewhat ungrateful, he had already extended his goodwill. Despite Duan Hongda's profound composure, a hint of frustration began to surface. Su Mindu cast a calm glance at Yixing, secretly acknowledging that the young man was somewhat perceptive. Yixing's sudden appearance had also stirred a sense of caution within him. Upon witnessing Yixing's departure, Su Xiaoan could not help but exhale in relief. He is leaving. Indeed. Humph. You intend to leave. Duan Xiaojia, filled with indignation, was taken aback by Yixing's abrupt decision to depart, devoid of any sentiment. Esteemed guests, I bid you farewell. Yixing smiled as he took his leave, fully aware that prolonging his stay was no longer feasible. In a fleeting moment, Yixing soared into the sky, ascending towards the vast expanse. My previous words still hold true. Moments later, Yixing's figure gradually faded from view. Duan Hongda squinted, remarking, "Ah, youth, it is only natural for them to be high-spirited." Indeed, Su Min too, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded in agreement. For a brief instant, he gazed in the direction of Yixing's departure, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The Yin City secret realm is located 1,000 miles from the floating city. Once Sheng left the floating city, he set his course directly for the Yin City secret realm. Maneuvering the ghost mist ship, he traveled with remarkable swiftness, reaching his destination in merely an hour. That must be the Yin City secret realm. Clad in white robes, Sheng sat cross-legged on the deck, faintly perceiving a colossal black citadel emerging on the distant horizon. This dark fortress, shrouded in mist, resembled a monstrous beast poised to devour those who dared approach. Even from afar, he could sense an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it. With a swift motion, Sheng accelerated the ghost mist ship, slicing through the dense fog until he was soon in proximity to the Black Citadel. As he drew nearer, he was struck with awe at the sight before him. Is this the Yin City? Sheng stood in a daze. Before him loomed a magnificent black fortress, akin to an imposing barrier, obstructing the advance of all who sought to proceed. The towering Black Citadel rises to heights of several hundred meters. Gazing upwards, one can see the black banners fluttering atop the walls. The ramparts are teeming with a tide of spectral soldiers, their overwhelming numbers causing an ominous aura to surge forth, transforming into a tumultuous black cloud that obscures the sun and veils the blood moon above. Before this grand citadel, Sheng beheld tens of thousands of formidable warriors seated in meditation. Some were with closed eyes, while others gazed intently at the formidable barrier, seemingly pondering how to breach its defenses. At that moment, a voice cried out in alarm. Look, someone is attempting to storm the citadel. Sheng turned to see a group of over 50 individuals scaling the colossal fortress, their physiques agile and swift, as if they were ethereal apes. A quick glance revealed that each of these 50 was a consummate second transformation practitioner, devoid of any ineptitude, united in their endeavor to conquer the stronghold. As the 50 charged forth, heavy crossbows were readied, unleashing bolts of darkness. Boom! A few were unable to evade the onslaught, meeting a gruesome fate as they were shattered into a mist of blood. The remaining members seized the opportunity to ascend the battlements, only to be met by a relentless tide of spectral soldiers. Swish, swish, swish. Among the throng of thousands of cultivators, many opened their eyes, eager to discern whether these few could succeed. Would this small contingent manage to breach the citadel? One could only hope for their success. Should they penetrate within, they could exploit the citadel's intricate environment to conceal themselves and gradually hunt the spectral soldiers. If fortune favored them, they might even procure legendary-grade equipment. Indeed, the crux of it all rests upon their ability to surmount the formidable walls. Yet, this is an arduous challenge. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a figure was violently propelled from the city, drenched in blood and bearing an expression of terror, fleeing with the swiftness of a startled deer. The other formidable warriors who had ascended the city walls were utterly silenced, meeting their demise upon the battlements. Out of a contingent of over 50, only one had miraculously survived. Chapter 76, A Grim Mortality Rate. Alas, another expedition has met with failure. Before the Obsidian City, the onlookers regarded this scene with heavy sighs. The Shadow City's secret realm proved exceedingly difficult to breach. Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. According to intelligence from the ancient Moon Tower, the Shadow City earned its moniker as a secret realm not merely for its singular fortress, but because it concealed an independent space housing countless citadels. Some populated by second transformation perfected spectral soldiers, while others were guarded by third transformation spectral generals. However, to enter the Shadow City secret realm, one must first conquer this primary citadel before gaining true access to the hidden domain. As Sheng surveyed the formidable gates before him, he noted that the spectral soldiers within the city were all of the second transformation perfected realm. This stronghold posed significant challenges for second transformation cultivators, yet was considerably easier for those of the third transformation. As for Sheng, it was, of course, a trivial matter for him. What a pity! At that moment, a voice emanated from beside Sheng. He turned to see an elderly man clad in gray robes. This elder was a second transformation perfected cultivator, commanding a flying vessel. Several robust men stood aboard his ship, their arms crossed defiantly. Presently, the vessel hovered alongside Sheng's ghostly mist ship. Young friend, is this your first venture into the Shadow City secret realm? The elderly man in a gray robe sat cross-legged, gazing at Sheng with a smile. How do you perceive that? Sheng furrowed his brow. He had shown no signs of weakness. So how could this gray-robed elder discern that it was Sheng's first visit to the secret realm of Yin City? Haha, this lad claims it's not his first time. Upon hearing this, a group of robust men burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Sheng. The gray-robed elder waved his hand, silencing the laughter. and with a smile, explained to Yi Sheng, "Young friend, the absence of the ancient city mark on your forehead clearly indicates this is your first visit, something anyone can see." "The ancient city mark? What is that?" Yi Sheng was taken aback, as this truly fell into his realm of ignorance. Moreover, such information had not been indicated in the intelligence from the ancient moon tower. It seemed merely foundational knowledge, not worthy of documentation, leaving Yi Sheng uninformed. Seeing Yi Sheng's confusion, the gray-robed elder and the group of sturdy men pressed their foreheads. In the next moment, a yellowish city mark emerged at the center of their brows, exuding a mystical aura. "Young friend, this is the ancient city mark," the gray-robed elder explained with a smile. "Only those who have stepped into the depths of Yin City can manifest it upon their foreheads. I appreciate the enlightenment." Yi Sheng clasped his hands in gratitude and boldly inquired, "May I ask what purpose this ancient city mark serves?" As the gray-robed elder spoke, he gestured towards the ground below. Understanding dawned upon Yi Sheng, and he then turned his gaze back to the elder, asking, "What matter do you seek me for?" Yi Sheng's expression remained indifferent as he regarded the group of perfected second transformation cultivators. Several individuals approached him with evident intent. "Do not misunderstand." The elderly man in gray waved his hand, casting a glance at the dark citadel. "Young friend, did you happen to see the 50-member team that just breached the gates?" "Indeed, I did." Yi Sheng nodded. The elderly man continued, "We have come to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks." "Join your team?" Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, prepared to decline. A burly man chuckled, "Kid, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, as a novice, no other team would accept you." "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, we are a 100-member squad." The other robust men laughed heartily, adding, "Yes, if you miss this chance, there will be no second opportunity. Others wishing to join us must pay to pave the way. In just 2 hours, we shall depart." The group of sturdy men laughed as if Yi Sheng had gained some advantage over them. While they spoke, the elderly man in gray squinted, scrutinizing Yi Sheng. Yet, he found it perplexing that he could not see through Yi Sheng. This could only mean one of two things. Either Yi Sheng possessed an extraordinarily high level of cultivation, rendering him inscrutable, or he had mastered the art of concealing his presence, perhaps employing some treasure to mask his aura. Regardless, anyone capable of eluding his perception could not be an ordinary individual. This was one of the reasons he sought to invite Yi Sheng. "You see, young friend, our team's success rate in breaching the city is remarkably high, with a mere 20% mortality rate," the elderly man remarked. When he mentioned the mortality rate of merely 20%, a hint of pride flickered across his countenance. 20%. That translates to only 20 fatalities among 100 individuals. Such a low mortality rate is a remarkable feat that other teams struggle to achieve, with many encountering a staggering 50% casualty rate, half of their numbers. The old man in the gray robe lured them further, stating, "Once we enter the city, we can conceal ourselves. Those spectral soldiers are exceedingly foolish. They will never discover our presence. Subsequently, we can stealthily hunt them down, and the chances of acquiring equipment will be extraordinarily high." A burly man chimed in, "Indeed. Young lad, if we obtain even a single piece of legendary grade equipment, this venture will yield tremendous rewards." Haha. The group of robust men appeared invigorated, as if they had already unearthed some extraordinary artifact. Yi Sheng scrutinized them, realizing that these individuals were the essence of this world, the vast multitude of foundational cultivators. For him, acquiring equipment was merely a matter of time, yet for those before him, it was a priceless treasure. They relied on perilous endeavors to seize equipment in hopes of achieving prosperity. Thus, the City of Shadows, known for its high drop rates, became a veritable paradise. Of course, the price to pay was an exceedingly terrifying mortality rate. What do you think? Take a gamble, and you might secure a worry-free life for the latter half of your days. One burly man tempted. He recounted tales of a brother who had experienced extraordinary fortune, having once obtained a mythical grade item within the City of Shadows. Subsequently, it was sold to a powerful faction for a princely sum, providing him with wealth that would last a lifetime. Now, he enjoyed a life of leisure, suggesting that Yi Sheng could achieve the same, provided fortune smiled upon him. Yi Sheng sighed, preparing to decline their overtures. After all, he and they were ultimately not of the same ilk. The path one must traverse is beyond the realm of their imagination. At that moment, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted before the formidable gates of Yin City, capturing the attention of Yi Sheng and his companions. Yi Sheng initially assumed yet another challenger had arrived, but upon looking up, he beheld 7 or 8 figures soaring through the sky, their presence causing the air to tremble. inciting awe among the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered before the firsting city. The elder in gray robes, momentarily disregarding Sheng, inhaled sharply upon spotting the approaching figures, exclaiming, "These are the unrivaled prodigies of the three-turn invincible realm from several major factions." Sheng's gaze swept over the scene, his expression quickly shifting to one of astonishment, for among those 7 or 8 figures, he recognized 2 familiar faces. Chapter 77, The Titans of Een City's Secret Realm. Before the firsting city, thousands of cultivators collectively lifted their heads to gaze at the approaching figures. In their eyes shone a mixture of solemnity and reverence. The three-turned invincible realm. In the clandestine realm of Een City, they undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of power. Sheng watched intently as the figures made no effort to conceal their formidable aura, traversing the air with an overwhelming presence, heading straight for the firsting city. Each of them possessed a battle prowess 600 times greater than the average. The elder in gray, his excitement palpable, remarked, "These are the illustrious prodigies of the three-turn invincible realm from several great factions. It seems they are set to re-enter the secret realm of Een City, which is sure to stir up a tempest of events once more." As he spoke, he turned to Sheng, boasting, "Young friend, these individuals are indeed the true luminaries of the Een City secret realm. Countless young aspirants idolize them, yearning to follow in their footsteps. I share a significant camaraderie with a few among them." Sheng cast a calm glance at him, his expression unwavering and devoid of emotion. A group of burly men, witnessing this, assumed that Sheng was struck with awe, and they erupted into laughter, pointing at him. "This lad must be completely astonished. It's only natural. Such unparalleled prodigies of the third transition are a rarity, only to be encountered in places like the secret realm of Een City," one of them explained. The other brawny men roared with laughter, as though they were the sophisticated inhabitants of the city, and Sheng a mere bumpkin, unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Indifferent to their mockery, Sheng's gaze shifted toward one among the 7 or 8 formidable figures. He was all too familiar with this individual. Bai Zijiang. "He has arrived too." Sheng smirked coldly. Among those formidable silhouettes, Bai Zijiang stood out prominently. However, at this moment, Bai Zijiang's expression appeared rather grim. His face shadowed with worry, as if burdened by heavy concerns. Observing this, Sheng's lips curled into an odd smile. It might be related to the loss of the Een Demon Sword. Anyone would be in a foul mood if such a third transition mythical weapon were snatched away. Sheng's gaze shifted once more, settling on the young figure beside Bai Zijiang. This individual, elegantly dressed in white and wielding a feather fan, resembled a refined young gentleman. In contrast to Bai Zijiang's somber demeanor, this young man consistently wore a smile, exuding an air of composure. "Bai Ziwen, he is here too," Sheng murmured, recognizing the youth in white. In the initial battle at Encher Mountain, the Bai family laid a trap. Aside from Bai Zijian, 3 formidable figures emerged from the shadows to besiege me. Among them was Bai Ziwen. Though he appeared delicate, the feather fan in his hand was exceptionally powerful. With a mere flick, the force of the wind surged violently, transforming into blades that blotted out the sky, each capable of cleaving a small mountain in twain, exuding an utterly terrifying might. Had it not been for the protective enchantment of the heavenly bell, I would have surely fallen victim to his technique. I never anticipated that these 2 would also venture into the secret realm of Enching. Observing their silhouettes, I muttered to myself. A moment later, I discerned their purpose. Likely tied to Bai Zijian's loss of the Shadow Demon Sword. Without the Shadow Demon Sword, Bai Zijian would plummet from the heights of invincibility. My conjecture was nearly spot on. Indeed, Bai Zijian's aim was precisely this. In the high sky, 7 or 8 figures traversed toward the first Encheng, paying no heed to the tens of thousands of cultivators below. Occasionally glancing down, they regarded the multitude as one might view mere ants. They were transcendent prodigies of the third tier of invincibility, their realm far exceeding that of the throng beneath. Among them, Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen walked side by side. Bai Zijian's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip with despair. Bai Ziwen, fanning himself, smiled reassuringly and said, "Zijian, it is merely a third-tier mythical weapon. We can obtain another. There is no need to dwell on it." Upon finishing his words, Bai Ziwen wore a smile that captivated many female cultivators below, eliciting waves of shrieks in admiration. They called out his name with fervor, their enthusiasm clearly surpassing that of the other invincible figures present. Not far away, the invincible prodigy of the Huang family, Huang Wenyue, upon witnessing this scene, spat contemptuously and cursed, "Pretty boy, relying on looks for a living. Crude. Brute. Be careful, or I shall crush you. Huang Wenwei bared his teeth, revealing a set of menacingly white fangs, and swung his arm, which was thicker than his thigh, as if to demonstrate to Bai Ziwen what true strength entailed. Bai Ziwen merely scoffed, fully aware of the nature of this oath, and chose to ignore him, continuing his conversation with Bai Zijian. Upon hearing this, Bai Zijian's face momentarily flashed with a grimace of pain. It was easy to say, but that was a 3-turn mythical-grade weapon, and moreover, it was a weapon. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the Yin demon sword had been nurtured by the Bai family for a decade, its accumulated power yet to be unleashed, only to be snatched away by that brat unexpectedly, truly infuriating. The mere thought of Yi Sheng in this incident made Bai Zijian seethe with rage. Consequently, he had lost considerable face within the Bai family. If even his weapon could be taken, what else remained? Bai Zijian had intended to voice a request for another 3-turn mythical-grade weapon from the family, but upon perceiving the mocking glances directed at him, he promptly dismissed the idea. Although the Bai family was substantial and prosperous, acquiring a 3-turn mythical-grade weapon was far from guaranteed. As a result, now bereft of the Yin demon's sword, his combat power had plummeted from 600 times to 500 times. He could hardly be deemed invincible anymore. Mentioning Yi Sheng, a cold glint flickered in Bai Ziwen's eyes. We will find him yet. Soon, a smile reappeared on Bai Ziwen's face as he comforted Bai Zijian, saying, I have delightful news for you. Brother Zihan has heard about your situation and has prepared a 3rd-tier mythical weapon for you. Its power is not inferior to that of the Shadow Demon Sword. Really? Bai Zijian exclaimed, a wave of joy washing over him. Of course it is true. Bai Ziwen laughed heartily. If you cannot trust me, can you not trust Brother Zihan? Certainly, I trust him. Bai Zijian's mood brightened significantly. Among the young members of the Bai family, Bai Zijian held the utmost respect for Bai Zihan. This was not merely due to Zihan's age being a few years greater, but rather because his strength surpassed that of all his peers. In the Shadow City secret realm, Bai Zihan was an extraordinarily formidable figure, possessing a complete set of 3rd-tier mythical armor. It was said that his combat power had broken through limits, surpassing even the invincible realm to reach thousands of times in strength. He single-handedly occupied a Shadow City, with no one daring to provoke him, making him one of the few giants among the 3rd-tier realm. Chapter 78. Walking alone towards the Shadow City. I naturally believe in Brother Zihan's words. Bai Zijian chuckled, his spirits soaring. Bai Zihan was exceptionally good to their group of brothers, providing ample care and support. Furthermore, while a mythical weapon might be a challenge for others, for the one who dominates a city, acquiring one is merely a trivial task. Bai Ziwen waved his feather fan and added, after we enter the Shadow City secret realm this time, you and I shall seek out Brother Zihan. By then, your combat power will surely recover to 600 times, allowing you to re-enter the invincible realm. Bai Zijian nodded, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he declared, I hope he comes. He? Bai Ziwen smiled, fully aware of whom Bai Zijian was referring to. As the conversation unfolded, amidst the gaze of tens of thousands of cultivators, a group of formidable 3-transformation invincible prodigies prepared to cross the first Shadow City. Below, several burly men looked at Yi Sheng and chuckled. Youngster, pay close attention and observe how these invincible prodigies traverse this Shadow City. The burly men laughed heartily, while an elderly man in gray robes turned his gaze towards Yi Sheng, smiling as he remarked, while it takes 100 of us to breach the Shadow City secret realm, these invincible prodigies can traverse it with ease. It would be beneficial for you to learn and broaden your horizons. Yi Sheng maintained a calm demeanor, observing the figures of Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen. Lost in his thoughts, in a blink, 7 or 8 figures approached the first Shadow City, causing tens of thousands of cultivators to hold their breath. Though they understood that the first Shadow City could not impede them, they could not suppress their anxiety. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the 7 or 8 invincible prodigies soared above the walls of the first Shadow City, a tumultuous stir erupted among the shadow soldiers below. They readied heavy crossbows, intent on firing dark projectiles to bring the airborne figures crashing down. Yi Sheng had witnessed the power of these crossbows firsthand. They could annihilate a fully realized second transformation cultivator in an instant, leaving no chance for escape. In a flash, the 7 or 8 figures hovered above the first Shadow City, a dense cloud of dark projectiles rising like rain, aiming to obliterate them. Faced with the astonishing strike of the first Shadow City, the few transcendent prodigies, including Bai Zijian, wore expressions of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the formidable blow. Let me handle this. A resounding laughter echoed. It was Huang Wenyue, the unparalleled genius of the Huang family. Towering in stature and wielding a massive golden broadsword, he effortlessly swung it downward, as if in jest. Boom! As he unleashed his strike, an enormous sword-shaped projection, spanning several dozen meters, swiftly materialized, resembling a mountain plunging into the depths. It not only effortlessly obliterated the dense darkness above, but also bore the cataclysmic might that descended upon the Shadow City. Crash! The heavy sword projection embedded itself into the city, causing the first Shadow City to tremble violently. The intense shockwave radiated outward, unsettling the thousands of cultivators seated outside, each displaying astonishment. They quietly lamented the significant gap in prowess compared to these transcendent geniuses. Following Huang Wenyue's strike, an abrupt silence enveloped the once boisterous Shadow City. 7 or 8 figures continued their passage without pause, leaving the multitude of cultivators filled with envy. They, who faced a 50% mortality rate to even enter the Shadow City secret realm, watched in awe as these transcendent prodigies strolled in as if meandering through their own backyard. How exhilarating! With the disappearance of the 7 or 8 transcendent beings, a few burly men sighed in contemplation, pondering when they might attain such a level. Young man, have you learned anything? One of the robust figures turned to Sheng, laughing heartily, eager to witness a look of astonishment on his face. Regrettably, the imposing Han was met with disappointment as Sheng maintained an unwavering calmness, displaying no signs of disturbance. It was as if the astonishing sword strike delivered by Huang Wenyue held little significance in his presence. After a brief moment of silence, the city of Yin swiftly returned to its tumultuous state, with waves of spectral soldiers re-emerging upon the walls. These apparitions appeared to be inexhaustible, able to regenerate within mere seconds, as if they possessed the ability to resurrect endlessly within the confines of Yin City. However, during this fleeting interval, some individuals seized the opportunity to infiltrate the city, subsequently lying in wait to methodically hunt down the spectral warriors. These individuals seemed remarkably seasoned, biding their time for the moment when the third-tier invincible prodigies would traverse the threshold. The elderly figure in gray robes harbored a sense of envy. He had missed this chance due to the overwhelming haste of the situation, leaving him no time for preparation. Others, too late to realize the opportunity, attempted to breach the city but found it too late, falling victim to the relentless tide of spectral soldiers that surged back, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. This harrowing scene served as a harsh awakening for those who had similarly hoped to exploit the moment. He had squandered too much time, yearning to enter the secret realm of Yin City to enhance his abilities. My young friend, what are your thoughts? Would you care to join my team? In just 2 hours, we shall embark on our quest. The elderly man in gray remarked with a smile. Not far behind him, nearly 100 individuals were gathering, forming the ranks of his formidable team. The strength of this group was formidable, with more than half surpassing the second-tier perfection realm, each gazing at the first Yin City with fierce determination, ready to risk their lives. Several imposing figures, having lost their patience, were on the brink of a desperate confrontation. Their eyes glinted with menace. This is your final opportunity, they declared, unwilling to wait any longer. The enigmatic Sheng was but one among many. His absence would scarcely be felt. The elder in the gray robe, however, maintained a serene demeanor, smiling at Sheng. He was confident in his ability to capture Sheng. After all, such a novice had yet to encounter the harsh realities of the world. A mere display of his team's prowess would surely compel Sheng to join them eagerly. Yet, in an instant, the elder's smile vanished. In his gaze, Sheng shook his head, then disregarded the men entirely, choosing instead to put away the ghostly vessel and stride alone towards the first Shadow City. His composure resembled that of a solitary traveler. What was his intention? The elder in gray was bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend Sheng's motives. The burly men shared a similar confusion. What was he attempting? It was unclear. However, it appeared he intended to venture forth alone into the city. One of them, with a look of uncertainty, remarked, "Is he seeking his own demise?" Another gasped, believing Sheng had lost his sanity. At that moment, the area before the first Shadow City was eerily quiet. After several failed attempts to breach the city, the ground was stained with the blood of the fallen. A grim reminder of the harsh reality. They were not invincible prodigies of the third transformation. The first Shadow City was not a place they could simply invade at will. Consequently, silence enveloped the vicinity as tens of thousands of cultivators resumed their recuperation, and for the time being, none dared to attempt another incursion. In the midst of this silence, a figure clad in white emerged unnoticed, exuding an ethereal grace as it made its way towards the first Shadow City. Chapter 79. Everyone was bewildered. What transpired? The area before the first shadow city fell eerily quiet as tens of thousands of cultivators resumed their meditative postures. Among the crowd, a group of youthful faces still bore expressions of shock, clearly affected by the recent spectacle. These young individuals donned uniform combat attire, proudly displaying the emblem of the Tianfeng group. How impressive are these third-tier invincible prodigies? Zongshan remarked, glancing at Lu Ming, who appeared astonished. Indeed formidable. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, his admiration genuine. He had always considered himself exceptionally gifted, possessing an A-level profession, yet in comparison to these third-tier invincible prodigies, the disparity became undeniably apparent. If one were to articulate it, Lu Ming felt an insurmountable chasm lay between them, a gap that could not be bridged through mere diligence. It was a matter of innate talent, irrevocably determined upon class transition. Understanding this truth filled Lu Ming with a profound sense of defeat. His confidence waned. Previously, he brimmed with self-assurance, believing in his boundless potential. However, upon witnessing these third-tier invincible prodigies, he realized the limitations of his own perspective. Akin to a frog in a well, with his talents, he feared he could scarcely graze the hem of their garments. Zongshan seemed to perceive his thoughts and offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for despair. After all, these invincible prodigies are merely a select few. The pinnacle of the pyramid. You possess an A-level profession, and even if you may be weaker than others in the future, it will not be by a significant margin. Indeed, upon hearing Zongshan's words, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled anew, and he nodded emphatically, regaining his confidence. Just as Zongshan articulated, the truly invincible prodigies are exceedingly rare. The majority remain akin to individuals like themselves. Lu Ming does not aspire to be invincible. He merely seeks to attain respect within the realm of the invincible. Haha. It is good that you have come to this realization. A proper mindset is paramount. Zongshan patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, his expression filled with reassurance. Having traversed this path himself, he possessed far greater insights than Lu Ming. There are countless prodigies in this world. If one were to compete in everything, one might not survive a single day. Zongshan himself maintained a broad perspective, championing the philosophy of a kingly mindset. At that moment of silence, an exclamation broke through the stillness. Look, what is that person intending to do? The startled voice roused several nearby individuals, who opened their eyes in unison to gaze towards the Firstine city. Zongshan, too, was drawn in by the commotion, letting out a soft gasp as he turned his attention to the Firstine city. There, before the empty expanse of the Firstine city, appeared a figure clad in white robes. This solitary figure strolled leisurely towards the Firstine city, seemingly unperturbed. What could this individual be planning? Zongshan's face bore a look of confusion. The white-robed figure was indeed approaching the Yin city alone. Was this a reckless venture towards certain doom? Others typically assembled teams of hundreds before daring to challenge the city. Lu Ming, too, regarded the scene with a mixture of curiosity and bafflement. But upon catching sight of the white-robed figure's silhouette, he fell into a moment of reverie. The silhouette before him evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he had witnessed it countless times since childhood. It bore an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother, Sheng. How could this be? Lu Ming shook his head in disbelief, amused by the absurdity of his own thoughts. How could his incompetent elder brother possibly find himself in such a place? Where exactly was this? This was the ancient land, and moreover, the perilous secret realm of Yin City. Only those who had undergone at least the second transformation could venture here. Sheng likely hadn't even reached level 50 in the first transformation. As the figure clad in white approached the first Yin City, it drew the attention of an increasing number of onlookers. At that moment, the front of the Firstine city was deserted, with thousands of cultivators meditating in silence. The sudden appearance of a figure in white was strikingly conspicuous. It was impossible not to notice him. What could this person be up to? Some experts furrowed their brows in indifference, struggling to comprehend the intentions of the figure in white. It appeared he was attempting to breach the city. To breach the city? Some among the crowd scoffed at the notion. How could that be possible? To venture into the city alone? Does he think he is invincible? Ridiculous. Haha. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, their derision echoing in the air. What could he possibly be aiming for? One of them sneered. Perhaps he's merely seeking attention. Such ostentatious displays are not without precedent. Indeed, many nodded in agreement, recalling numerous instances of attention seekers engaging in similar antics that had long since ceased to surprise them. After one individual finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Not far away, Zongshan, having overheard the crowd's discussions, chuckled. It seems this individual desires to make a statement. That must be the case. Lu Ming nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on the silhouette cloaked in white. No, he truly intended to breach the city. Suddenly, a voice erupted, resonating across the expanse and capturing the attention of all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cultivators among the throng opened their eyes in unison, turning their gazes toward the unfolding spectacle. Before their astonished eyes, the figure in white began to ascend, stepping into the void as if each footfall created a staircase. Advancing toward the first shadow city. In the blink of an eye, he hovered above the city. What? Many were taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Then, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Upon reaching the skies above the shadow city, the figure in white ceased to conceal his aura. Instead, he unleashed an overwhelming presence befitting an invincible realm. Drawing symbols in the air, he struck forth with a mighty palm. In the next instant, the heavens above the first shadow city were engulfed in ominous clouds, teeming with thousands of bolts of lightning. Some faintly heard the figure in white intoning Celestial Master's decree. Annihilate. In the following moment, an explosive roar echoed. Everything before the eyes of the onlookers turned a blinding white, as a myriad of lightning bolts cascaded from the darkened clouds, crashing down upon the first shadow city. The thunderous cacophony rendered all ears deaf. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, tranquility returned to the world, and the blinding brightness faded, restoring the vision of the crowd. However, when they beheld the scene that lay before them, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. The first shadow city was utterly void. Indeed, it was entirely empty. Not a single shadow soldier could be seen within the city walls, and the banners that once fluttered had been reduced to mere ashes. The entire shadow city emanated a charred scent, accompanied by billowing black smoke, reminiscent of a thunderous baptism. As for the figure clad in white, it had long since vanished. What transpired? Tens of thousands of cultivators stood in stunned silence, their minds seemingly malfunctioning, unable to comprehend the rapid unfolding of events. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure in white emerged, ascending step by step into the air above Shadow City, where it unleashed an aura of invincibility. Subsequently, torrents of thunder swept across the sky, cleansing the first Shadow City thoroughly. The figure then departed leisurely, disappearing from sight. Remarkably, this entire sequence of events transpired in less than a minute. All present gaped in disbelief at the scene before them, utterly unprepared for what had just occurred. After several formidable beings of invincibility had departed, another one materialized seemingly out of thin air. Most astonishingly, this new figure was entirely unfamiliar to everyone present. For a moment, the area before the first Shadow City fell into a profound silence, as all forgot to speak. Chapter 80. Chief, that young man is an invincible being. After a long pause, whispers began to circulate, discussing the earlier events. Gradually, the murmurs grew louder, creating a wave of sound in front of the first Shadow City. Clearly shaken by the incident, amidst the crowd, an elderly man in gray regained his senses and turned to the towering figures behind him. Bewildered, he inquired, "What just happened?" The sturdy men appeared equally dazed. One of them moved his lips, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "Chief, that young man is an invincible being. We find ourselves in an invincible realm." The old man in the gray robe was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that the young man he had always regarded as a novice could embody an unimaginable ferocity, rivaling the esteemed figures of the third transformation in the invincible realm. Did I speak out of turn just now? As he composed himself, the old man in gray suddenly felt his hands tremble slightly. That was fear. He realized he had been dancing on the edge of a blade, mistaking a fierce tiger for a timid rabbit. Surely that cannot be true. A few burly men felt a bitter taste in their mouths, experiencing a prickling sensation on their scalps. The old man in gray had always been exceedingly polite, while they themselves had been reckless, teetering on the precipice between life and death. Now that they had survived, they suspected they had exhausted a lifetime's worth of accumulated merit. Meanwhile, in another location, Zongshan and Lu Ming were equally stunned. They stared blankly at the desolate first Shadow City. The scene before them was simply explosive. The city had been slaughtered. Zongshan wore an expression of disbelief. The first Shadow City had indeed faced destruction before, but that had occurred a decade ago, accomplished only by the combined efforts of several invincible realm prodigies. The term slaughtering a city indicates the complete annihilation of every shadow soldier within its walls. While this may seem straightforward, achieving it is, in fact, exceedingly challenging. Within the Shadow City, the shadow soldiers possessed a form of immortality. They could be killed only to resurrect shortly thereafter, rejoining the tide of shadow soldiers. It felt as though they were inexhaustible. To truly slaughter a city, one must annihilate them instantaneously, preventing any from reviving. Breaching the city is one thing, but very few possess the capability to utterly destroy it. Moreover, that figure in the white robe was but a solitary individual. A prodigy indeed. Zongshan could not help but recall the unparalleled elegance of that white-robed silhouette. Lu Ming stood in a stupor. The fragment of confidence he had just regained was undoubtedly shattered once more, and with a devastating force, akin to a critical hit of 1,000-fold. His self-assurance lay in ruins at his feet. No matter how robust his confidence, he could scarcely entertain the notion that he could replicate the feats of that white-robed figure, exterminating an entire shadow city. Such an accomplishment transcended mere talent. The might of that white-robed figure approached the realm of the monstrous. Lu Ming let out a groan, as a profound sense of inadequacy welled up within him. Why were there so many aberrations and prodigies within the Shadow City's secret realm? Suddenly, a deep sense of helplessness engulfed Lu Ming. In the midst of their days, chaos erupted before the first Shadow City. Someone, having regained their senses, beheld the empty Shadow City and was overcome with exuberance. Realizing that if they did not seize this moment to enter the city, when would they? Were they foolish? In an instant, countless figures leaped forth from the crowd, eager to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the first Shadow City. Each one surged with fervor, lamenting the lack of a longer leg that their parents had bestowed upon them. Observing these actions, others soon awakened to the urgency. Friends called out to one another, and groups hastily surged towards the first Shadow City. At this moment, the Shadow City lay barren, devoid of any peril. Such a chance to raise a city was a rarity, occurring perhaps once in a millennium. If they did not act swiftly, there would be no second opportunity. Consequently, tens of thousands disregarded their astonishment and transformed into a veritable tide, rushing towards the first Shadow City. Among them, an elder in a gray robe took the lead. Behind him, several burly men closely followed. Having missed their initial opportunity to enter the city, they were determined not to let this second chance slip away. The crowd surged forward with a thunderous roar, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lu Ming stared in astonishment at the chaotic scene and turned to Zongshan, asking, "What shall we do? What to do?" "Charge ahead," Zongshan exclaimed, plunging into the throng. Instinctively, Lu Ming followed suit. Once they merged with the crowd, they became inconspicuous. After crossing the first Shadow City, Sheng entered the secret realm of the Shadow City. Was this the environment within the Shadow City's secret realm? In a void, Sheng, clad in a white robe, hovered in midair, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. The secret realm of the Shadow City possessed its own distinct space, imbued with an eerie tranquility. The air was thick with dense gray ghost mist, obscuring distant views and making it difficult to discern direction. With a sudden itch at his brow, Sheng reached up to touch it, discovering a miniature ancient city emblem embedded in the center of his forehead, emanating a mysterious yellow aura. This must be the ancient city emblem. As he contemplated the emblem, a look of contemplation crossed his features. He sensed a powerful transference force emanating from it. How convenient. Nodding to himself, Sheng decided to set aside further thoughts. Now that he had entered the Shadow City's secret realm, it was time to attend to serious matters, for he had already squandered too much time. With a swift motion, Sheng stepped forward, abandoning the ghost mist vessel and soaring through the air. Choosing a direction at random, he broke through the void with a resounding boom, vanishing into the thick gray ghost mist in the distance. Half an hour later, in an unfamiliar territory, Sheng halted his steps, and after a diligent search lasting half an hour, he finally made a significant discovery. Before him stood a colossal black city. The walls were adorned with fluttering black banners, teeming with an overwhelming tide of spectral soldiers and ghostly generals. The sheer number of these entities unleashed a staggering aura of malevolence and ghostly energy, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach. These were all third transformation, level 100 perfected spectral soldiers and generals. As Sheng surveyed this city, which was even more formidable than the first ghost city, a sense of joy replaced any initial surprise in his eyes. This was precisely what he sought. An ordinary ghost city would hardly suffice for his rapid ascent in power. Only this city, brimming with third transformation, level 100 perfected spectral soldiers and generals, could fulfill his aspirations, enabling him to swiftly elevate his own status to the third transformation, level 100 perfection, without squandering excessive time. With this stronghold, he could rapidly ascend to the third transformation, level 100 perfection. Elated, Sheng wasted no time in contemplation and stepped forward, unperturbed by the fierce spectral soldiers atop the walls, charging directly into the city. His objective was clear: to elevate his level within this bastion, remedying his previous inadequacies, and achieving the third transformation, level 100 perfection. Once accomplished, he would be poised to wield the legendary third transformation weapon, the Demon Sword of Shadows, thereby amplifying his combat prowess 100-fold. Let the journey commence from here. Chapter 81. Transition to Perfection. In the ensuing 2 days, the atmosphere within this third transformation, level 100 perfected Ghost City was rife with tumultuous energy. Throughout this period, dense thunderclouds loomed ominously above the city. Beneath the inky blackness of the stormy skies, a figure clad in white robes sat cross-legged in midair, utterly still. Only after the spectral soldiers in the city below revived like a tide did Sheng channel the thunderous tribulation, summoning countless bolts of divine lightning from the heavens. These strikes cleansed the spectral soldiers within the city as if washing the ground, and with each cycle, Sheng amassed a vast trove of experience, significantly elevating his levels. Yet, he found the pace still too sluggish. After yet another round of divine lightning, Sheng successfully ascended to the third transition at level 70. However, this rate of progression left him feeling unfulfilled. Sheng opened his eyes and gazed upon the city below, now shrouded in black smoke, a slight frown creasing his brow. Upon reaching the third transition as a ghost general, the speed of level advancement had drastically slowed, requiring an immense amount of experience for each subsequent level. It was nowhere near as swift as during the first or second transitions. Yet, this was an inevitable reality as one ascends to greater heights. The path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, if others were to learn of Sheng's thoughts, they might be driven to despair. In merely 2 days, he had skyrocketed from level 10 to level 70 in the third transition, a feat unparalleled in this world. For others, achieving level 70 in the third transition would typically demand over a decade of gradual accumulation. He had traversed a journey that would take others years in just 2 days. What more could he possibly desire? With a flourish, Sheng opened his skill panel, glanced at the level of 9 heavens divine lightning, and shook his head in disbelief. It had reached level 3. He found it rather absurd that this skill, which he had seldom utilized, had now ascended to level 3 within just 2 days, greatly enhancing its potency. Catastrophic skill, 9 heavens divine thunder, LV3. One of the supreme Taoist secret arts, summons the divine thunder from the heavens to purge impurities and vanquish malevolence, covering an area of 100 miles. Attack power is significantly enhanced. Damage inflicted on spectral entities is amplified. Note, evolved from lightning summoning technique. Due to its overwhelming power and vast coverage, it should be used with caution. Sheng cast a glance and shook his head. Although he felt that the progression was somewhat sluggish, there was little he could do. At present, he had maximized his experience points. He had vanquished a fully realized level 100 spectral entity of the third transformation, and he had claimed the bounty entirely for himself. There was no possibility of further elevating his experience to a higher plateau. He could only summon the fortitude to grind away tirelessly. Sheng sat cross-legged beneath the ominous dark clouds, closing his eyes as he awaited the resurrection of the spectral soldiers in the city below. In the days that followed, as the dark city faced repeated slaughter, Sheng's aura gradually approached perfection. One fateful day, after a surge of 9 heavens divine thunder, a blinding white light of ascension enveloped him. With the emergence of this radiant light, Sheng's aura finally reached completeness. His level smoothly ascended to a fully realized state of third transformation, level 100. In terms of level alone, he could be considered top tier. At last, he had attained perfection. Sheng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and let out a hearty laugh. His spirits finally lifted. After days of diligent effort, he had successfully elevated his realm, ensuring that he would not be left at a disadvantage in this regard. He could now wield the third transformation mythic weapon, Shadow Demon Sword. With a flourish, Sheng turned his hand, and a long black sword emanating an enchanting crimson glow materialized in his grasp. The sword was entirely jet black, swirling with dense black mist. Even from a distance, one can perceive the terrifying energy concealed within this sword. Sheng held it in his grasp, closing his eyes to sense its essence. The spirit within the Emo sword had long been under his control, making the most troublesome aspect surprisingly effortless. Now that his level was sufficiently elevated, Sheng attempted to equip it. With a whoosh, once the Emo sword was donned, he immediately felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. His combat strength had increased a staggering 100-fold. Should he wield the Vidra demon-slaying sword, his prowess would escalate to a chilling 700 times. This would utterly transcend the realm of the invincible domain. At this moment, if he were to reenact the Battle of Inshui Mountain, he feared he could not only suppress the four unparalleled prodigies of the Bai family, but might even inflict severe damage upon them. Sheng stroked his chin contemplatively. Upon reaching the invincible domain, even an increase of a mere hundredfold in combat strength signifies a qualitative leap. It is akin to when the heavenly guardian bell possessed only 650 times the defensive power, rendering the four incapable of breaching its defenses. Moreover, with his combat strength now elevated to 700 times, it surpassed the previous increase by a staggering margin. Truly, it is worthy of being a third transformation mythic-grade equipment. While Sheng marveled at this, his mind also pondered the implications of such a formidable third transformation mythic-grade item that could elevate combat strength by 100-fold. How formidable would it be to possess an entire set of third transformation mythic-grade equipment? Surely, even a complete set would yield a 1,000-fold increase in strength. Sheng shook his head, fully aware of the challenges in assembling a complete set of mythic-grade equipment, a feat that even great powers find arduous. He reined in his thoughts and, upon equipping the Enemo sword, discovered that this blade possessed an additional unique function, sword cultivation. To his surprise, this sword possessed such a remarkable capability. Sheng caressed the blade of the Enemo sword. The concept of nurturing the sword entailed seeking a location where energy converged, allowing the Enemo sword to continuously absorb this energy. When accumulated, this energy could unleash an unimaginable strike at a critical moment. Sheng glanced at the nurturing attribute of the Enemo sword. Nurturing, accumulating energy, when sufficient. It can unleash an extraordinary strike. This strike's attack power is enhanced by a certain percentage. Currently, 10 strikes have been accumulated. Sheng marveled at the simplicity of this nurturing process. At a pivotal moment, the enhanced strike would augment its attack power. This equated to a 100-fold increase in combat prowess. What was once an invincible strength of 600 could be momentarily elevated to a staggering 700, breaking through the threshold of invincibility. However, such a significant augmentation in strength came at a steep price. Nurturing the sword was indeed a formidable endeavor. To accumulate such a potent strike required 3 years of nurturing in a place rich with energy. 3 years for just one strike? Too long. Sheng shook his head. While this nurturing appeared powerful, the cost was equally substantial. No wonder, during the battle at Inshui Mountain, Bai Zi's sword had refrained from executing a strike. It was evident that the 3 years of nurturing was a precious investment. Sheng chuckled heartily. Bai Zi's sword had not utilized the nurturing process, yet it ultimately benefited him, Sheng. Moreover, the nurturing had already accumulated 10 strikes. Clearly not solely reliant on Bai Zi's sword's efforts, but rather a result of the Bai family's years of accumulation. Now, having seized it in one fell swoop, it all became his. Indeed, in a brief span, enhancing combat power by 100-fold can indeed prove invaluable at critical moments. Sheng nodded, acknowledging that with these 10 sword nurturing sessions, he had acquired an additional trump card. Currently, when performing at his peak, he possesses 700 times the combat strength. With the added 100-fold from sword nurturing in dire situations, he could unleash a strike equating to 800 times his combat power. Such a blow would be formidable enough to vanquish even the most unprepared adversary at the peak of invincibility. This capability is undeniably practical. Chapter 82, The New Destruction Level Skill. The Sealing Demon Palm. Sheng sheathed the demon sword and, with a flourish of his hand, revealed a legendary orange equipment piece. This extraordinary item resembled a small orange sun, radiating immense energy even from a distance. Unlike the second-tier legendary equipment, this was a third-tier legendary item. Moreover, it was a pinnacle third-tier, level 100 legendary piece. Legendary equipment is categorized by levels. Some are merely third-tier, level 10, while others reach third-tier, level 50, with each tier appearing every 10 levels. Among them, the third-tier, level 100 legendary equipment stands as the most formidable and is the rarest to acquire. The third tier, level 100 Molten Fire Helmet. Sheng gazed at the flaming helmet floating in his palm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This legendary item had indeed materialized in recent days. While leveling up, Sheng had not only amassed experience, but had also unearthed numerous pieces of equipment. With swift motions, Sheng stored the Molten Fire Helmet and, in succession, 7 or 8 more legendary items appeared in his hand. Remarkably, all were also third-tier, level 100 legendary equipment, and the quantity was quite substantial. It is unfortunate that the items are all scattered, making it impossible to assemble a complete set. Moreover, there are 2 or 3 pieces that are duplicates of the same part. Yixing shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Although numerous legendary equipment pieces have been dropped, none of them complete a set. This is simply an unavoidable circumstance, as assembling a set is inherently challenging. However, the drop rate in the Shadow City secret realm is indeed exceedingly high. Yixing mused. In just a few days, he had accumulated a substantial number of legendary items. All top-tier legendary equipment at level 100 and of the 3rd transition. If such a feat were to occur in the outside world, it would be utterly unimaginable. It would typically require the defeat of hundreds of 3rd transition bosses to achieve. Yet here, within the Shadow City secret realm, one could obtain such treasures merely by defeating minor foes. Yixing stored away these few pieces of 3rd transition legendary equipment. Unfortunately, they were not particularly suited to him. He wondered if any new skill books had dropped recently. Opening his spatial bracelet, he rummaged through a plethora of skill books, seeking one related to Taoist skills. After a thorough search, Yixing's expression brightened suddenly as a pale yellow skill book appeared in his hand. Looking down, he discovered it was the Taoist secret manual, Demon Subduing Palm. Furthermore, it was a manual pertaining to palm techniques. In this regard, he was still quite inexperienced. Ding. Detected a learnable Taoist skill, Demon Subduing Palm. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no. Yes, Yixing softly replied, opting to learn this Taoist skill, the Demon Subduing Palm. Ding. Learning of Demon Subduing Palm successful. Common skill, Demon Subduing Palm, LV1, one of the intermediate palm techniques of Taoism. Attack power increased by 150, with an astonishing increase of 320 in damage against specters. Yixing merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing it entirely. The low attributes of the demon-slaying palm had long been anticipated, rendering it unremarkable and unworthy of further attention. What he truly yearned for was the imminent activation of the heart of the Celestial Master, which would subsequently evolve into a cataclysmic skill. Beep. New skill detected. The passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master triggered, automatically upgrading Demon-Slaying Palm to the cataclysmic level. Indeed, it arrived. Yixing held his breath, a tinge of anxiety coursing through him. Each appearance of a cataclysmic skill bore its own unique qualities. He could only wonder what this iteration would entail. Beep. The passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master activated, upgrading Demon-Slaying Palm to the cataclysmic Sealing Demon Grand Seal. Sealing Demon Grand Seal? What could this possibly be? Yixing was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly accessed the skill panel to discern the unique attributes of the Sealing Demon Grand Seal. Cataclysmic skill, Sealing Demon Grand Seal, LV1, one of the pinnacle Taoist techniques for sealing demons. Attack power increased. Damage against specters enhanced. Sealing power, hunt spectral entities. Accumulating Yin energy. Once fully charged, unleash an attack with an increased attack power. Note, current skill level allows for the accumulation of 1 strike. Accumulation progress, 0. Yixing scanned the details and was momentarily lost in thought. The attack power of the Sealing Demon Grand Seal appeared to be somewhat inferior to that of the Vajra demon-slaying sword. However, it possessed an additional distinctive ability, sealing power. This sealing power seemed vaguely familiar to Yixing. How does it bear such a striking resemblance to the Shadow Demon Sword? Yixing meticulously compared the two and indeed found certain similarities. This legendary weapon, the Shadow Demon Sword, thrives on absorbing dark energy to sustain itself. And once sufficient energy is accumulated, it can unleash a strike with a percentage increase in its attack power. Conversely, the Demon Sealing Great Handprint derives its power from hunting spirits to acquire sealing strength. When fully charged, it too can deliver a strike with a percentage increase in its attack power. Does this Demon Sealing Great Handprint equate to a legendary weapon? Yixing pondered, somewhat dissatisfied. Has it refreshed? He glanced down and thought it was the perfect opportunity to test the might of this Demon Sealing Great Handprint. What difference could it make? Yixing felt deep down that the Demon Sealing Great Handprint was not merely a simple equivalent of a legendary piece of equipment. Taking a deep breath and after a moment of adjustment, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. He then pressed down with a hand toward the city below. The Demon Sealing Great Handprint required no prelude. Unlike the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, which necessitated a complex hand gesture to invoke celestial phenomena, the Demon Sealing Great Handprint could be unleashed directly. Boom. As Yixing struck down toward the city with his hand, an astonishing sight unfolded. In the void, a colossal golden hand rapidly formed, immense as a mountain, with distinct patterns visible on its surface and countless trigrams shimmering. It descended like a golden mountain. From afar, It resembled the Buddha's palm seen in a film from Sheng's previous life. Boom. As the gigantic golden hand descended, countless structures within the city crumbled. A number of spectral warriors sought to rise and retaliate, yet upon contact with the colossal golden hand, they were shattered into inconceivable fragments by an overwhelming force. Ultimately, the golden hand descended upon the ground, causing the city below to collapse, the earth to sink, and countless spectral soldiers to perish in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. Once the hand's descent concluded, Sheng gazed upon the scene, noting the vast city now marred by a massive imprint of a hand upon its surface. Remarkably, the ghostly city appeared to possess a self-healing ability, as gray energies surged forth, and the great pit along with the fallen structures began to gradually mend themselves. Sheng chose not to dwell on this phenomenon, as he had long grown accustomed to such sights. The entire ghostly city seemed to pulsate with life itself. Not only could the spectral soldiers be revived, but the edifices too were capable of regeneration following destruction. Sheng emitted a soft exclamation. Having discerned a subtle distinction in the sealing magic handprint, in Chapter 83, the Ancient City of Bronze, Sheng accessed the skill panel for the sealing magic handprint. Upon comprehending one particular aspect, he found himself momentarily stunned. Had he amassed enough power for a single strike already? So swiftly, his gaze remained fixed. Realizing that the sealing magic handprint had indeed gathered sufficient energy for a single blow, the accumulation rate was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the Shadow Demon Sword. It is noteworthy that the nurturing of the Shadow Demon Sword required a full 3 years to amass enough energy for a single strike. In stark contrast, the sealing magic handprint had achieved this feat in less than a breath's time. This efficiency was incomparable to the Shadow Demon Sword's nurturing process. It appeared that the slain specters did not require an excessive amount of energy for this accumulation. Sheng then lowered his gaze toward the city below. Observing that a significant number of spectral warriors still remained alive, the previous strike had only annihilated a mere 20% of them. This signifies that the accumulation of demonic sealing power is not a formidable task. Even when engaging in combat, one can incessantly amass a formidable strike of 100 battle power by merely choosing to do so within the realm of the ghost tide. It suffices to eliminate a fraction of the ghostly entities. However, is the accumulation pace rapid? Sheng pondered and concluded that it was not. Presently, the demonic sealing handprint remains at LV1. Annihilation-level skills possess a unique characteristic. With each advancement in level, a transformative enhancement occurs. Currently at the 3rd transition, the demonic sealing handprint could at least ascend to LV3. What alterations might manifest upon reaching LV3? Sheng mused. After a brief moment, he gathered his thoughts, cast a glance at the city below, and remarked, after advancing to level 100 in the 3rd transition, remaining here would serve no further purpose. It is prudent to explore other cities within the Shadow City secret realm. Upon achieving level 100 in the 3rd transition, another aspiration arises, acquiring a complete set of legendary 3rd transition equipment. This would bridge the gap between himself and those unparalleled prodigies of the 3rd transition. Furthermore, what is required is a full set, rather than fragmented pieces of 3rd transition legendary gear. Assembling a complete set is no trivial endeavor. He had amassed a considerable amount of 3rd transition legendary equipment, yet gathering a complete set would necessitate considerable effort. Let us depart. Sheng rose, glanced once more at the city below, and disregarding it, casually sought a direction to soar into the skies. The ghostly mists within the Shadow City secret realm are exceedingly dense, making it arduous for ordinary individuals to discern their bearings. Furthermore, the entire realm of the Shadow City is vast, seemingly without any discernible boundaries. Within this expansive territory, countless shadow cities are situated, not merely confined to a single location. After half a day's journey, Sheng came to a halt, and after a thorough search, he encountered yet another shadow city. At that moment, not far ahead, a magnificent shadow city loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. It was teeming with spectral soldiers and ghostly generals, instilling a sense of dread that compelled one to keep their distance. Sheng floated in the air, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon this peculiar city. He soon realized that the Shadow City was remarkably different. The entire structure radiated a resplendent bronze glow. Initially, Sheng suspected he was imagining things. How could a ghostly city emit such brilliance? However, upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed true. This spectral city undeniably emanated a bronze luminescence. Not only the city itself, but even the spectral soldiers and ghostly generals within its walls radiated the same bronze hue. What could account for this anomaly? Sheng pondered. After entering the realm of the Shadow City, the information provided by Gu Yueqing regarding the ancient moon tower became obsolete. Given Gu Yueqing's level, she had yet to access any data pertaining to the Shadow City. Thus, Sheng found himself utterly in the dark regarding this enigmatic realm, unaware of what set apart the Shadow City before him, which shimmered with a bronze glow. As he observed, although his understanding was limited, it did not hinder his perceptive abilities. In his perception, the spectral soldiers and ghostly generals emanating the bronze light clearly possessed a notably formidable presence. Sheng recognized that these bronze wraith generals possessed combat prowess that was a staggering hundredfold greater than that of ordinary third-tier, level 100 wraiths. This unprecedented phenomenon left him astounded, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng soared through the air with an air of nonchalance. As a third-tier perfected realm expert boasting a remarkable 200 times the combat strength, he was quite the veteran in the Shadow City secret realm. For the past few days, he had been idly wandering through this realm in search of a prime location to farm equipment. In the distance loomed a bronze-level city? How fortuitous. It is perfectly suited for me to collect some gear. Sun Cheng directed his gaze toward the radiant bronze city that lay ahead. Upon sighting it, his initial surprise transformed into delight. Exclaiming his good fortune, he promptly ascended into the air, heading towards the bronze-level Shadow City. However, as he approached, a frown creased his brow. To his dismay, someone had arrived before him. What bad luck. Sun Cheng halted, furrowing his brows as he observed a figure clad in white robes hovering in front of the bronze ghost city, seemingly perplexed by the sight before him. A newcomer. It seems. Sun Cheng's keen eyes discerned immediately that the white-robed youth was indeed a novice, gazing at the bronze Shadow City with a look of confusion. Such expressions were characteristic of newcomers. He recalled his own first experience entering the Shadow City secret realm, when he too had gazed at a bronze-level city with the same bewilderment. Since this individual was a newcomer, he could hardly blame Sun Cheng for taking advantage of the situation. This bronze city shall be mine. Sun Cheng chuckled to himself as he soared toward the figure. Sun Cheng's speed in traversing the skies was astonishing. After all, he was a formidable third-tier perfected realm expert with a combat power of 200 times that of an ordinary individual. Such a being, if placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly be a prominent figure of considerable influence. In no time, Sun Cheng approached the front of the bronze Shadow City, catching sight of a figure clad in white robes. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Youngster, this bronze city is far too perilous. It would be best for you to leave it to me. You would fare much safer seeking refuge in some ordinary cities." Sheng turned to look, and upon seeing Sun Cheng, his eyes sparkled with delight rather than fear. He had been troubled by his lack of understanding regarding the Shadow City's secrets, and now, fortune had smiled upon him as help had arrived at his doorstep. However, Sun Cheng found himself perplexed by the scene before him. The young man exhibited no sign of caution upon his arrival. Instead, he appeared to regard him as a treasure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sending a chill down Sun Cheng's spine. "What are you staring at, kid?" Sun Cheng inquired, feeling somewhat unsettled by Sheng's gaze. Sheng replied, "Tell me. Do you possess extensive knowledge about the Shadow City's secrets?" Sun Cheng was taken aback, instinctively nodding in affirmation. "Of course I do." "Youngster, what are you babbling about? If you have any sense, you should leave this place immediately," Sun Cheng retorted, anger flaring within him. In the next moment, Sheng took action. Unwilling to engage in idle chatter, he intended to subdue through sheer strength. Outside the ancient bronze city, a figure plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the earth below with a resounding boom that sent tremors rippling across the land. Sheng, adorned in white robes, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the ground. At that moment, the earth bore witness to a deep crater created by the impact. Sun Cheng lay in the deep pit, feeling as though his very bones were shattering, groaning softly in anguish. At the same time, he cast a fearful glance at the figure in white robes suspended in the sky above him, a being of invincible prowess. Sun Cheng's heart echoed with sorrow, lamenting his misfortune at encountering such a celestial prodigy. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, eager to teach the unfamiliar young man a lesson. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the young man unleashed an aura of invincibility. With a single hand, he struck down upon Sun Cheng, as effortlessly as one swats a fly, sending him crashing into the earth below. The overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, leaving Sun Cheng with no heart to resist. Oh heavens, how could I have crossed paths with such a monstrosity? In the pit, Sun Cheng groaned, his eyes darting about, searching for a way to escape. Fight. That was utterly impossible. What a joke. This was a being of invincibility, wielding 600 times the combat power, capable of contending with the formidable four-turn ghost sect practitioners, while he himself possessed merely 200 times the power. How could he possibly stand against such an aberration? His 200 times might earn him some recognition in the outside world, but in the presence of this prodigy, he was no more significant than an ant. At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the air. Sheng cast a disdainful glance into the pit, aware that this old fellow was merely putting on an act. His previous strike had utilized less than 10% of his strength, sufficient only to inflict some pain, with no lasting injuries. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng's heart soared with joy, and he ceased his pretense. He had surmised that Sheng had no intention of taking his life. Otherwise, that strike would have been far more lethal. In a flash, Sun Sheng surged upward from the pit. After a brief moment, he approached Sheng, keeping a respectful distance, not daring to come too close. This was a prodigy of unparalleled prowess, a true luminary within the shadowy realm of the Yin City. For someone of his humble standing, even the chance to exchange a few words with such a figure was a rare opportunity. However, what puzzled Sun Sheng was that Sheng appeared rather unfamiliar to him. He had never encountered him before. It was well known that within the realm of invincibility, there were only a select few. Having roamed the depths of the Yin City for many years, he had crossed paths with most, yet Sheng was a name he had never heard among them. Where had this figure emerged from? Why had he never seen him before? Sun Sheng's mind was filled with questions, yet he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, refraining from any further impertinence. I have inquiries for you, Sheng remarked, casting a glance in his direction. Sun Sheng quickly donned a smile and replied, What questions do you have, esteemed elder? Rest assured, I shall speak candidly about anything within my knowledge. Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Elder, you are entering the Yin City for the first time, aren't you? He stammered. As Sheng had inquired about matters pertaining to the Yin City level, such knowledge was merely common sense within the confines of the Yin City. Sheng nodded, indicating there was nothing to conceal. Sun Sheng's expression shifted to one of realization, and he proceeded to elaborate. Minutes later, Sun Sheng concluded his account. His head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Sheng gazed thoughtfully at the ancient bronze city, his expression contemplative. Indeed, the Yin City was far from simplistic. Within its depths, even the ancient cities were classified into various tiers. There exist various ancient cities, namely the ordinary ancient city, the bronze ancient city, the silver ancient city, the golden ancient city, the dark gold ancient city, the legendary ancient city, and the mythical ancient city. Each of these cities harbors spectral soldiers and ghostly generals of different capabilities. Within the ordinary ancient city, the spectral soldiers are merely ordinary beings at the perfected third transformation realm. However, upon entering the bronze ancient city, the spectral soldiers possess combat prowess exceeding that of ordinary perfected third transformation beings by a staggering 100-fold. In the silver ancient city, their strength escalates to 200 times. The golden ancient city boasts 300 times the combat power. This pattern continues until the red mythical ancient city, where their might reaches an astonishing 600 times. Sheng gazed at Sun Sheng and inquired, So, does this mean the spectral soldiers in the red mythical ancient city possess invincible realm levels of power? Sun Sheng nodded solemnly, affirming, You are indeed correct, senior. Furthermore, he added with a serious expression, the red mythical ancient city is exceedingly terrifying. Even a seemingly ordinary spectral soldier possesses 600 times the combat power. A mere ordinary cultivator like myself, with only 200 times the strength, would struggle to withstand even a single strike from them. Most importantly, the sheer number of such spectral soldiers is akin to an overwhelming tide. Even those at the invincible realm must exercise caution within such a city. With a bitter smile, Sun Sheng remarked that it would be wise to maintain a considerable distance from such ancient cities. Of course, such formidable cities are not easily encountered. They are exceedingly rare. Is there no advantage aside from the peril? Sheng inquired. Certainly there is. Sun Sheng responded, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. The higher the level of the city, the more astonishing the drop rates become. Particularly within the legendary Crimson Ancient City, acquiring mythic-grade equipment is exceedingly effortless. However, such ancient cities are exceedingly rare and formidable. Only those of invincible stature dare to venture within upon encountering one. Unless they find themselves in the terrifying Dark Realms. Sun Sheng did not finish his sentence. Sheng, unaware of what he referred to as the Dark Realms, chose not to press further. Some knowledge reveals itself in due time. There is no need to rush. You may leave, Sheng stated, having gleaned all necessary information. And there was little use in retaining Sheng any longer. Yet, Sheng hesitantly inquired, Senior, may I accompany you? He cast a nervous glance at Sheng, his eyes brimming with hope. The figure before him was an invincible being. If he could secure such an ally, prosperity would surely follow. Most importantly, this individual was evidently a newly ascended invincible, destined to stir tremendous upheaval within the Shadow City's secret realm. However, Sheng cast a cold glance, clearly disinterested in carrying a burden. Upon realizing this, Sheng's face fell with disappointment. Understanding that Sheng had no inclination to take him along, with a reluctant bow, he departed, recognizing the futility of his request. After Sheng's exit, Sheng's gaze turned toward the ancient city, aglow with a bronze luminescence. 100-fold increase in combat power, a multitude of times the drop rate. Intriguing. Sheng pondered no further, stepping forward into the air towards the bronze ancient city, eager to witness the effects of this 100-fold enhancement in combat prowess. To others, this ancient city might pose a perilous threat. However, for Sheng, who possesses a foundational combat power 700 times greater, it holds no menace whatsoever. Perhaps only a red mythic ancient city could present a modicum of pressure. In the subsequent hours, Sheng remained within the bronze ancient city, mercilessly annihilating the bronze-level shadow soldiers to extract equipment while simultaneously honing the proficiency of the devastating skill, sealing magic grand seal, eager to observe the transformations that would accompany its elevation in rank. With a resounding crash, the bronze ancient city trembled violently once more. Accompanying this tremor, numerous edifices crumbled under the onslaught of the sealing magic grand seal, and countless bronze-level shadow soldiers were vanquished as if they were mere blades of grass. Though the bronze-level shadow soldiers boasted 100-fold combat power, they could scarcely withstand a single strike from Sheng. Once again, the city lay desolate. Sheng, seated in midair above the bronze ancient city, cast his gaze downward at the now barren landscape, shaking his head in dismay. There simply were not enough shadow soldiers within this bronze ancient city to satiate his need for combat. Each time, after merely a few strikes of the sealing magic grand seal, the area was left void, prompting him to scan for any legendary orange equipment that might have dropped. As for items of other hues, he could not be bothered to collect them. Their acquisition held no significance. Minutes later, another wave of shadow soldiers resurrected within the ancient city below. Sheng looked down, prepared to cleanse the area once more, but soon furrowed his brow in concern. Upon this latest resurgence, the radiant bronze glow that enveloped the entire bronze ancient city had inexplicably faded. Indeed, it had vanished. The once resplendent bronze ancient city had transformed into an ordinary ancient city. The summoned spectral soldiers have transformed into ordinary third-tier soldiers, losing their 100-fold combat power. Have they degraded? Have they reverted to a standard ancient city? Sheng cast a sweeping glance and shook his head. He had indeed heard Sheng mention this. A bronze ancient city does not remain at its bronze level indefinitely. Over time, it will degrade. A bronze ancient city may become an ordinary ancient city. A silver ancient city may revert to bronze, and some may even fall directly to the status of a common ancient city. This implies that within the entire realm of the Shadow City, the levels of ancient cities are not fixed and immutable. Instead, they fluctuate randomly. There have even been instances where a city that was an ordinary ancient city 1 second transformed into a red mythical ancient city the next. Everything is contingent upon chance, devoid of any fixed pattern. Under such circumstances, encountering a red mythical ancient city would necessitate an extraordinary stroke of luck. Well, let us take a glance at the spoils. Upon witnessing the transformation of the bronze ancient city into an ordinary one, Sheng lost interest in further exploration. Instead, he activated his spatial bracelet to tally his gains. Just as Sheng had indicated, the drop rate from bronze-level ancient cities had indeed increased significantly. After several hours of diligent effort, Sheng had acquired over 10 pieces of third-tier legendary equipment, each a top-tier legendary item at level 100. With a swift motion, Sheng summoned forth a multitude of legendary orange orbs that danced and hovered around him. Each orb contained a piece of legendary equipment, brimming with immense energy. Among these numerous items were helmets, breastplates, robes, leg guards, and various other components. Sheng focused intently, eager to determine whether these pieces could be assembled into a complete set. After a thorough examination, Sheng shook his head in disappointment. Most of the items revealed this time were still scattered, making it impossible to assemble a complete set. Only the Golden Pan series barely yielded 3 pieces: the Golden Pan's Dragon Robe, the Golden Pan's Dragon Helmet, and the Golden Pan's Battle Boots. Sheng stored the other loose items and gazed at these 3 pieces of equipment. The Golden Pan's Dragon Robe was entirely golden, adorned with intricate golden dragon patterns, and its quality appeared exceptional. The attributes were quite impressive, making it seem particularly fitting for him. The Golden Pan's Dragon Helmet and the Golden Pan's Battle Boots were also golden, featuring the same dragon motifs. He was merely missing 3 additional pieces from the Golden Pan series. If he were to find them, he could complete the Golden Pan set and activate its attributes. Sheng noted that, aside from these 3 pieces, he still needed the gold. He encountered 3 ancient cities of silver. The entire silver city radiated a brilliant sheen, and the bodies of the shadowy soldiers were all adorned in silver. The drop rate was also remarkable, several times higher than that of the bronze city. Sheng only departed after grinding until he lost a level. During this time, he also stumbled upon a golden ancient city. It was like discovering a treasure. He stepped inside with great anticipation. Notably, a small team discovered this ancient city alongside Sheng. However, upon witnessing Sheng's unparalleled combat prowess, they turned on their heels without a second thought. Showing no signs of reluctance, Sheng, appreciating their discretion, chose not to impose any difficulties upon them. Ultimately, after traversing several ancient cities, Sheng garnered significant rewards, consecutively acquiring the Golden Plate belt and Golden Plate bracers from the Golden Plate series. Only the Golden Plate leggings remained unclaimed. Above the Golden Ancient City, Sheng sat cross-legged in midair. With just 1 piece, the Golden Plate leggings, he would complete the entire Golden Plate series. After a moment's reflection, he let out a long sigh of relief. With a flourish, he stored away the 2 pieces of legendary equipment from the Golden Plate series and opened his skill panel. After such a lengthy endeavor, the Demon Sealing Great Handprint had finally ascended to level 3. Its attributes had undergone a tremendous transformation. Destruction level skill, Demon Sealing Great Handprint, LV3. One of the supreme Taoist sealing techniques. Attack power increased by. Enhanced damage to ghostly entities by. Sealing power. Hunt and eliminate spectral beings, accumulating energy, once fully charged. Can unleash a selective strike with an attack power increase of for 1 palm strike. Note, current skill level allows for the accumulation of 3 strikes. Accumulation progress has reached 3 strikes. Sheng glanced over it, nodding in satisfaction. Upon reaching level 3 of the Sealing Demon Great Handprint, the attack power surged to an astonishing 480 times. This represents a significant enhancement compared to its level 1 counterpart. However, it still pales in comparison to the might of the Vajra Demon Subduing Sword. Nevertheless, Sheng's gaze turned toward the essence of this devastating skill, the Sealing Power. Sealing Power. It hunts malevolent spirits, accumulating dark energy, and once fully charged, it can unleash a palm strike with a remarkable increase in attack power. Once charged, it can unleash a strike with an enhanced attack power. Sheng inhaled deeply. This alone was extraordinarily formidable. A single strike could yield 300 times the combat power. Chapter 86. The Terrifying Thousand-Fold Combat Power. Thus, should Sheng employ the sealing power to execute the Sealing Demon Great Handprint, the accumulated might would reach an astounding percentage, 780 times in a single strike. Coupled with the 100 times combat power of the Tier 3 mythical weapon, the Shadow Demon Sword, his total combat power could soar to an impressive 880 times. This surpasses the Vajra Demon Subduing Sword by a considerable margin. Of course, such power could only be manifested in 3 strikes, after which he would need to continue gathering sealing power. 880 times. This was already quite remarkable. Sheng took a deep breath, noting his rapid increase in combat prowess. Moreover, 880 times had long exceeded the bounds of invincibility. Figures such as Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen could be effortlessly vanquished, with no opportunity for resistance. Yet, this was not enough. By assembling the Jinpan series, his combat power could undergo yet another qualitative leap. Sheng's eyes gleamed with determination, yet he remained unsatisfied. Casting his gaze downward toward the Golden Ancient City, the Golden Ancient City below radiates a brilliant hue, resembling a grand metropolis forged entirely from gold. Even amidst the eerie mist of the Dark City's secret realm, it remains strikingly resplendent. At this moment, the ancient city lies desolate. The previous wave of spectral soldiers has been vanquished by Sheng, who now awaits the arrival of the next wave. It is uncertain whether this golden ancient city will degrade in level during the upcoming refresh. Sheng waits in quiet anticipation, knowing that should it fall in rank, he must continue his search. He has grown disinterested in the bronze ancient city, dismissing its meager enhancement rates, which pale in comparison to those of the golden ancient city. An encounter with a dark gold ancient city would be even more fortuitous. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, spectral soldiers began to materialize on the once empty streets of the city. As they respawned, their numbers increased exponentially until they filled the entire metropolis once more. The refresh has occurred. Sheng looked down to see that the golden ancient city remained enveloped in its golden radiance, still shimmering with brilliance. The newly spawned spectral soldiers also bore the same golden glow. The golden ancient city had not diminished in level. Excellent. Sheng's expression brightened, and he felt no need for hesitation. He unleashed the demon's sealing power, delivering a mighty sealing palm strike. With the multitude of spectral soldiers below, even a single strike of the sealing palm would be immediately replenished, creating a seamless flow of attack. Vanquishing these ghostly beings with the sealing palm is far more gratifying than wielding the diamond demon-slaying sword. As the sealing palm struck down, the entire city was plunged into an apocalyptic scene, suffering a catastrophic blow. Boom. The entire city was struck by a formidable magical imprint, causing violent tremors. Buildings collapsed and the ground caved in. Even the formidable golden-level specters, possessing thrice the power of an average warrior, could not withstand Sheng's strike, which wielded an astonishing 880 times the usual strength, leading to an instantaneous disintegration of their forms. Boom, boom, boom. Sheng unleashed his palms in succession, continuing until he had completely cleared the golden ancient city of all specters. Then, his gaze swept around, eager to ascertain the spoils of this conquest. 3 legendary pieces of equipment emerged from the distant city, ascending as brilliant orange pillars of light, dazzling and captivating, swiftly drawing Sheng's attention. With a swift motion, he beckoned, and the 3 radiant pillars transformed into streams of orange light, racing toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The streams hovered before him, suspended in midair. Sheng focused intently, eager to discover the legendary items that had been revealed. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted to one of unbridled joy. Among the 3 legendary orange artifacts, he beheld the very piece he had longed for, the Golden Armor Series Golden Leggings, the final component of the set. Ha ha ha. At last. It is complete. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. Sheng laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. He had not anticipated that the refresh of the golden ancient city would yield the last piece of his coveted set, culminating in the assembly of the entire Golden Armor Series. Amidst his laughter, Sheng summoned the other 5 pieces of the Golden Armor Series, together with the golden leggings. 6 legendary orange orbs encircled him, swirling and dancing around his form, each radiating immense waves of energy that distorted the very fabric of the void as they traversed through it. Onlookers would undoubtedly be envious of this scene. It is an entire set of the legendary 3rd transformation equipment. Each piece is a pinnacle legendary item of level 100 and outside of mythical gear. They are indeed the most formidable equipment available at the 3rd transformation. Their worth transcends mere gold and silver. Come, Sheng commanded with a resounding voice. The 6 legendary light orbs seemed to be irresistibly drawn to him, transforming into projectiles that rapidly collided with his form, one by one donning his body. As each piece of gear was equipped, Sheng's aura began to ascend steadily, rectifying the previous inadequacies of his equipment. Each legendary item could amplify his power by 50-fold. Once all 6 pieces of the Golden Plate series were adorned, Sheng's aura surged by an astonishing 300 times. Simultaneously, upon completing the Golden Plate set, its attributes were instantly activated. With a thunderous roar, his power was further augmented by 100-fold atop the previous 300. In an instant, the Golden Plate series granted Sheng a staggering 400-fold increase in strength. Ha ha ha. Sheng laughed heartily. With this legendary ensemble, his combat prowess had become extraordinarily terrifying. The 100-fold power of the 3rd transformation mythical weapon, the Shadow Demon's Sword, combined with the 400-fold strength of the Golden Plate series, brought his regular combat power to an impressive 500-fold. In battle, should he wield the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword with its 600-fold might, the two would combine effortlessly to achieve an astonishing 1100-fold power. To surpass 1,000 in strength is a truly terrifying feat. The so-called invincible realm appears as mere ants before him, easily crushed beneath a single finger. If he were to employ the sealing power of the sealing great handprint, his might would escalate even further. The combat power has reached an astonishing 1280 times. Even Yu Sheng could not help but feel a tremor of shock. How outrageous! How are those invincible beings supposed to compete? Moments later, the golden ancient city below refreshed. Unfortunately, following this renewal, the golden radiance completely faded away, transforming it into an ordinary ancient city, thus losing its value. Yi Sheng glanced around and realized it was time to leave this place. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng rose and vanished from the ancient city. Upon exiting, he casually chose a direction and soared into the void. Amidst the vast ghostly mist, Yi Sheng, adorned in a splendid golden robe embellished with exquisite dragon patterns woven in golden threads, floated gracefully. This was the appearance he donned after equipping the Golden Pan series. It was too ostentatious. Yi Sheng shook his head. Wearing the Golden Pan series felt akin to being an ancient emperor. Suddenly, with a mere thought, the resplendent golden robe shed its brilliance and transformed into an ordinary white robe. At the legendary level of equipment, altering one's outward appearance at will was a trivial feat. As he traversed the ghostly mist, Yi Sheng contemplated his next course of action. Now that his combat power had surpassed 1,000, he had reached an exceedingly formidable level, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter a worthy opponent in the third transition realm. The next step would be to break through to the fourth transition of the ghost sect. Yi Sheng mused. If he continued to pursue the third transition equipment, it would only lead him to a full set of red mythical grade gear. However, such a pursuit was unnecessary. The true path lay in breaking through to the fourth transition of the ghost sect. Upon entering the third transition, the disparity between major realms was at least 1,000-fold. The difference in combat power between the second and third transitions was so vast that third transition warriors could effortlessly crush their second transition counterparts. The fourth transition to the ghost sect is no different. Its foundational combat power surpasses that of the third transition by a staggering 1,000-fold. Thus, transcending to a higher realm is indeed the true path. If conditions permit, there is little reason to linger excessively within a single realm. Yet, within the Shadow City's secret domain, he has encountered not a single third transition boss-level specter. Yi Sheng found himself perplexed, grappling with this anomaly. Indeed, the spectral soldiers within the Shadow City are formidable. For instance, the Golden Tier spectral soldiers in the ancient Golden City possess combat prowess that can reach up to 300 times. Such power likely eclipses that of a third transition boss-level specter. However, this is of little consequence. It is well known that only boss-level specters can yield transition items. No matter how powerful ordinary specters may be, they cannot drop transition items, as dictated by the supreme rules. What baffles Yi Sheng is that he has already vanquished numerous ancient city dwellers within the Shadow City's secret realm. He has encountered countless spectral generals. Yet he has not once laid eyes on a single third transition boss-level specter. How peculiar. How could it be that there are no boss-level specters in this Shadow City? This is incomprehensible to Yi Sheng, who is eager to find someone knowledgeable to inquire further. Yi Sheng soared through the air, moving with remarkable speed, boldly traversing the dense ghostly mist without fear of danger. With his current formidable strength, he was able to act with reckless abandon. After half a day, Yi Sheng came to a halt, suddenly exclaiming softly. He gazed ahead, where he discerned, through the thick, ghostly fog, the faint emanation of alluring red glimmers. These red hues were not overpowering. They merely tinted a vast expanse of gray mist in a mesmerizing crimson hue. Upon beholding this striking hue of red, Yi Sheng's eyes filled with skepticism. Had a crimson aura truly been cast upon the surroundings? Could it be that ahead lay a mythical ancient city? Such a notion seemed improbable. As this realization dawned upon him, Yi Sheng found himself somewhat unsettled. If indeed there existed a red ancient city ahead, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. A mythical red city is a rare occurrence, demanding exceptional luck to encounter. Should one stumble upon it, the likelihood of discovering mythical-grade artifacts is remarkably high. Mythical-grade artifacts. Yi Sheng's breath quickened. Each mythical artifact is exceedingly precious, particularly as they cannot be purchased with mere wealth. In terms of enhancing combat prowess, a single mythical-grade artifact can amplify one's power 100-fold, far surpassing that of legendary-grade equipment. It is safe to say that mythical-grade artifacts are treasures of immense value. With a sudden resolve, Sheng cast aside his distractions, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Eager to unveil what lay beyond the dense, ghostly mist. Was it truly as he surmised? A red mythical ancient city? Sheng surged through the air, moving with astonishing swiftness. Within mere moments, he pierced through the layers of ghostly fog, emerging into the light. Before him, his eyes widened with astonishment as he beheld an ancient city. The entire structure radiated a resplendent red glow, resembling a captivating crimson sun. The spectral soldiers and ghostly generals within emanated a similar, striking red luminescence, exuding an aura of enchantment. Witnessing this spectacle, Sheng's breath hitched once more. Akin to the exhilaration of winning a lottery, he had indeed stumbled upon a red mythical ancient city. Yet, his astonishment was soon replaced by a frown. Someone had arrived before him. Sheng halted in his tracks, peering intently into the depths of the red ancient city. Above the crimson ancient city, a solitary figure has made its entrance, fiercely engaged in combat with the red spectral soldiers below. This individual is not to be underestimated. Those who dare to breach the realm of the red mythical ancient city are invariably of the invincible realm. It is Huang Wenyue. Sheng furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing this formidable presence. He had encountered this individual during his initial foray into the Firstine city. At that time, this person had traversed alongside Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen, fellow invincible realm cultivators, aiming to penetrate the mysterious depths of Yin City. During their passage through the Firstine city, he had unleashed a golden broadsword's radiance, obliterating a significant portion of the spectral soldiers within the city, leaving the tens of thousands of cultivators present in awe. Sheng had observed the entire event and, having heard his name mentioned in conversation, had etched it into his memory. Little did he expect to encounter him once more in this location. Sheng shook his head and strode toward the crimson ancient city. As he approached, the scene became clearer. Inside the city, Huang Wenyue appeared far from at ease. The red spectral soldiers boasted an astonishing battle prowess of 600 times that of an ordinary cultivator, each one comparable to those of the invincible realm, displaying ferocity beyond measure. Additionally, the sheer number of spectral soldiers within the city was overwhelming, creating a significant challenge even for those of the invincible realm. A single misstep could result in dire consequences, as was the case for Huang Wenyue. Despite his own 600 times battle power, he was visibly struggling. Sheng decided to take his time, observing Huang Wenyue's battle within the city, seizing the opportunity to gauge the standards of these invincible realm warriors. Their offensive capabilities seemed to align with the ordinary metrics of the invincible realm's 600 times battle prowess. As he watched, he commented to himself, Huang Wenyue, a robust figure, hovered above the crimson ancient city, wielding a golden broadsword that he relentlessly swung in combat. A series of colossal golden sword phantoms slashed downward with unparalleled might. In any other city, such a formidable strike would effortlessly obliterate all in its path. Yet, within this ancient city of red mythos, it faltered. The crimson specters below were immensely powerful, each possessing a battle strength of 600 times. Though they sustained some damage, they swiftly countered Huang Wenyue's assaults, rendering his efforts largely ineffective. Engaging these red specters appeared exceedingly arduous. Boom! Another golden sword phantom descended. This time, Sheng was taken aback. With a single stroke, a significant number of red specters were annihilated, showering the ground with a deluge of equipment. 700 times attack power? Sheng gasped softly, realizing he had underestimated Huang Wenyue. Subsequently, Huang Wenyue occasionally unleashed an attack power of 700 times, sweeping away groups of red specters and yielding more equipment. Although the efficiency of dispatching the red specters was somewhat sluggish, progress was evident. Sheng shook his head. While Huang Wenyue could unleash 700 times attack power, it seemed to be a form of secret technique with temporal limitations. That 700 times was his utmost limit. Sheng mused. Nevertheless, this power surpassed that of Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen significantly. His defense was remarkable. Observing Huang Wenyue, Sheng noted his exceptional defensive capabilities. Surrounding him were 4 immense golden shields gracefully spinning and rotating, successfully deflecting attacks from all directions. Chapter 88. Who are you? The astonishing Huang Wenyue. 700 times defense power. Moreover, it was not merely a secret technique, it was a stability he could consistently achieve. This rendered him virtually invincible even in the realm of the undefeated. What an exhausting endeavor! Sheng sighed in disbelief. With his current strength, he could hardly regard these invincible realms with any seriousness. The sudden appearance of Sheng naturally caught Huang Wenyue's attention, his gaze fiercely sweeping in this direction. Upon seeing Sheng, Huang Wenyue's aura became menacing as he growled, "Get lost, kid, or I'll make sure you regret it." His expression was fierce, and with a casual glance at Sheng, he dismissed him as merely a passerby, an onlooker drawn by the ongoing battle. But who was Huang Wenyue? He would not tolerate anyone observing him like a mere spectator. His temper was quite volatile. Sheng smiled, then stepped towards the crimson ancient city. "You seek death," Huang Wenyue exclaimed, his anger escalating. The audacity of this youth, advancing rather than retreating after being rebuked, was nothing short of suicidal. Did he dare to underestimate Huang Wenyue? In a moment of distraction, Huang Wenyue unleashed a sword strike towards Sheng, intending to effortlessly eliminate him. A golden sword shadow sliced through the air, carrying immense force. Aimed directly at Sheng. In response, Sheng casually executed a sealing handprint. A colossal golden palm materialized in the void, pressing forward with overwhelming might. The palm was enormous, its intricate patterns and numerous 8 trigram symbols shimmering with golden radiance, cascading like a waterfall. With a thunderous clash, the palm collided with Huang Wenyue's sword shadow, effortlessly obliterating it, and continued its terrifying advance towards Huang Wenyue. "Not good. Who are you?" Huang Wenyue's expression changed dramatically. His spiritual perception was formidable. As the golden giant hand effortlessly extinguished the phantom of his golden heavy sword, a chilling sensation surged within him. The suddenly appearing figure cloaked in white was unfathomably powerful. The might of that golden hand exceeded his expectations by far. 9 shield. 6 faces. Huang Wenyue could no longer afford to concern himself with the red spectral soldiers below. This unexpected turn of events compelled him to focus all his energy in response. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his ultimate trump card. In an instant, 2 additional golden shields materialized around him, transforming the 4 golden shields into 6, enveloping him in a cocoon of defense. The very next moment, the sealing magic handprint descended upon him, crashing against Huang Wenyue's 6 golden shields. Boom! The 6 shields shattered in an instant, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the sealing magic handprint. Under the weight of the sealing magic handprint, Huang Wenyue's body was riven with cracks, blood instantly saturating his form. In that fleeting moment, his gaze towards Sheng was filled with terror. Boom! Struck by the force, Huang Wenyue was propelled like a cannonball towards the city below, crashing violently into the ground. A resounding explosion echoed as the city trembled, billowing clouds of dust into the air. Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing downwards. The figure of Huang Wenyue had vanished, buried beneath the earth, leaving his fate uncertain. "Come out. Do not feign death," Sheng remarked indifferently after casting a glance. As he spoke, the golden light in his palm shimmered brilliantly, preparing to imprint another strike upon the earth below. Previously, his sealing magic handprint had not been unleashed with full force. He had only exerted 50% of his power. The intention was to keep Huang Wenyue alive for future inquiries. Thus, the seemingly astonishing strike would not claim his life. The lad remained concealed for a while, evidently feigning death in a desperate attempt to evade capture. From the depths of the pit, as Sheng's palm radiated golden light once more, the individuals below realized that their ruse had failed, and cries for mercy soon echoed upward. "Spare my life. Senior, please spare me. I shall come out at once." With a swift motion, a figure surged forth from the pit, bloodied and battered, soaring into the sky, casting a terrified glance at the white-robed Sheng. A titan. Where did this titan come from? Huang Wenyue trembled as he hovered, letting out a groan upon gazing at Sheng. Upon hearing his words, Sheng was puzzled. "Titan? What do you mean by titan?" Huang Wenyue was momentarily taken aback. The youth in white seemed utterly oblivious, lacking any comprehension of the term titan, which denoted a level beyond invincibility. "Senior," Huang Wenyue began, but was interrupted by Sheng. With a dismissive gesture, Sheng chose not to pursue the inquiry, instead directing his attention to the crimson, mythical ancient city below, intending to address it first. In Huang Wenyue's gaze, Sheng's palm emanated light as he decisively struck down toward the red ancient city. This time, Sheng exerted his full strength, employing the power of demon sealing. The might of the demon sealing handprint surged to an astonishing 1280 times. A colossal golden handprint descended like a mountain, shattering countless red spectral soldiers into fragments as fragile as porcelain. All that fell under the golden handprint disintegrated, turning into mere ashes. Although the red specters possessed formidable power, Boasting an astonishing combat strength of 600 times, which was comparable to the invincible realm, they were utterly insignificant against a force of 1280 times. They crumbled at the slightest touch. Sheng unleashed his palms in succession, and the red city below appeared to be facing annihilation. Houses collapsed, the earth fractured, and countless red specters, comparable to the invincible realm, shattered into oblivion. Huang Wenyue stared in disbelief, acknowledging the prowess of a giant-level figure with combat strength exceeding 1,000. For him, vanquishing the red specters was an arduous task, yet under Sheng's colossal might, it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. In mere moments, the entire red city was rendered desolate, the clamor within extinguished, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. The ancient red city indeed lived up to its mythical status. With an exceptionally high drop rate, a glance revealed an abundance of equipment scattered throughout the city, with numerous legendary orange beams illuminating the surroundings. Furthermore, Sheng spotted a singular red beam soaring from the depths of the city, radiating a mesmerizing crimson light that illuminated the overcast sky, tinting it red. Huang Wenyue, captivated by the sight of the red beam, was struck with astonishment, his eyes turning a shade of green with envy. That was a mythical-grade piece of equipment. It had truly materialized. However, that mythical-grade treasure belonged to Sheng at this moment. He dared not seize it and could only watch in longing. In the air, Sheng's expression brightened with delight, as he had not anticipated the emergence of a mythical-grade item. He reached out, and the red beam from the depths of the city transformed into a sphere of crimson light, soaring toward him. Chapter 89. Sheng's combat strength. A monumental occurrence. With a swift motion, a crimson orb descended into Sheng's palm. Huang Wenyue gazed enviously, aware that even within the red city, the probability of acquiring mythical-grade equipment was not absolute. It required considerable fortune. Otherwise, mythical-grade items would be rampant, would they not? The nature of this mythical-grade equipment remained a mystery. Huang Wenyue's eyes were incessantly drawn to the object in Sheng's hand. Sheng, too, felt a flicker of curiosity and glanced down at his palm. The 1/9 Phoenix crown? A brief sweep of his gaze led to a tinge of disappointment. Though this item was indeed mythical grade, boasting formidable attributes, it was designed for females, rendering it useless to him. The 9 Phoenix crown? Huang Wenyue discerned the object in Sheng's grasp and shook his head, lamenting its lack of status as a mythical-grade weapon. Sheng cast him a knowing glance. Understanding his sentiment, mythical-grade weapons were the rarest and most valuable. To dismantle a legendary set, already activated for its attributes. In order to equip a mythical-grade item would ultimately lead to a loss, diminishing one's combat power. Such a decision would only be justifiable if one possessed 2 or more mythical-grade items. However, weapons were a different matter altogether. They did not factor into the activation of set bonuses. Individuals like Huang Wenyue, who had reached an invincible state, often wielded a 3-turn legendary set alongside a 3-turn mythical-grade weapon, thus securing a staggering combat power multiplier of 500 times. Huang Wenyue chuckled, "Senior, although this 9 Phoenix crown holds no utility for us, it can fetch a handsome price. Such female equipment often commands an additional 20% in value." He grinned mischievously. Sheng put away the phoenix feather crown and cast a fleeting glance at him, inquiring, "What do you mean by giant level?" His voice was devoid of warmth, and he fixed a cold stare on Huang Wenyue, exuding an air of intent to eliminate any disobedience without hesitation. Above the invincible realm lies yet another tier, the giant level. Only those whose combat power exceeds 1,000 can be deemed giant level. Each of them possesses a mythical grade set, capable of effortlessly annihilating those within the invincible realm. However, the giant level is exceedingly rare, for not everyone can acquire such a mythical grade set. As he spoke, Huang Wenyue shook his head in lament, his eyes filled with hope, pondering when he might attain the giant level. Upon hearing this, Sheng's gaze flickered. Is a combat power exceeding 1,000 truly the benchmark for giant level? With the Vajra demon-slaying sword, he typically manifests a combat power of 1,100 times. If he were to employ the sealing magic technique, he could astonish with a staggering 1,280 times. According to Huang Wenyue's assertion, he indeed meets and surpasses the criteria for giant level. Sheng shook his head in disbelief. He had never considered that a more formidable giant level existed beyond the invincible realm. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Such entities as the giant level are likely beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, given their scarcity. They are the true paragons standing atop a realm of their own. As Yusheng pondered, the atmosphere grew profoundly silent. Meanwhile, Huang Wenwei awaited patiently. He had already discerned that although Yusheng possessed formidable combat prowess, he seemed utterly oblivious, a complete novice within the confines of the Shadow City secret realm. This inevitably piqued his curiosity. How could such an uninitiated individual elevate his power to giant level? It was simply astonishing. It felt as though he were witnessing an apparition. From where could such a giant have emerged? Huang Wenwei, inwardly lamenting, awaited in silence. Yi Sheng, gathering his thoughts, posed the question of why there were no third transition bosses to be found in the Shadow City secret realm. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenwei lifted his gaze to Yusheng and cautiously inquired, "Are you hoping to obtain a class change item?" Yusheng nodded, feeling no need for subterfuge. Subsequently, Huang Wenwei provided an explanation, and as Yusheng listened, he gradually grasped the situation. It turned out that in the Shadow City secret realm, only ancient cities of dark gold level or higher would spawn boss-level specters. Other ancient cities would not refresh. Even among those of dark gold level or higher, it was not guaranteed that they would spawn bosses every time. The highest level ancient city Yi Sheng had recently encountered was the current Crimson Mythic Ancient City. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not encountered a third transition boss. Only ancient cities of dark gold level or above can spawn boss-level specters. How troublesome. Yusheng furrowed his brow. Such ancient cities were already rare, and acquiring a class change item was no easy feat at this rate. He might be waiting an eternity for the opportunity to obtain one. He was eager to advance into the fourth transition realm of the Ghost Sect and had no intention of lingering too long in the third transition stage. Huang Wenwei noticed Yi Sheng's furrowed brow and, with a flicker of insight, discerned the source of his distress. "Senior," he said, "there are solutions to this predicament." Yi Sheng turned his gaze towards him. "The Dark Zone. The Dark Zone can resolve this issue." Huang Wenwei chuckled, although he added, "Of course. Venturing into the Dark Zone carries certain risks. Yet, for someone of your stature, it should pose no significant challenge." "The Dark Zone?" Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. Huang Wenwei, recognizing the opportunity, elaborated, "The Dark Zone is an exceptionally perilous area within the secret realm of Yinsheng. All the cities within the Dark Zone are shrouded in darkness." "Dark cities?" Yi Sheng frowned, intrigued, as he had never before encountered the notion of dark cities. Huang Wenwei nodded earnestly, stating, "These dark cities are even more treacherous than the mythical red ancient cities. The spectral soldiers and ghost generals within possess a staggering combat prowess, amplified by 700 times. For those in the invincible realm, it is indeed a forbidden zone." As he spoke of the Dark Zone, Huang Wenwei's expression grew notably grave. "Spectral soldiers and ghost generals with 700 times combat power?" Yusheng felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of such a place within the secret realm of Yinsheng. Huang Wenwei continued, "Each dark city invariably spawns boss-level apparitions. If you seek to obtain a class-changing artifact, venturing into the Dark Zone is undoubtedly the most prudent choice, rather than relying on mere luck in the outer regions." Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng's mind began to crystallize with determination. He resolved that a journey to the Dark Zone was imperative. Time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly secure a class-changing artifact to ascend into the fourth transition of the Ghost Sect. Only then could he stand confidently in the forthcoming federal examination without fear of defeat. According to his subsequent understanding, within the context of the federal examination, the third-tier Ghost General realm could only be considered mediocre. Numerous prodigies at the fourth-tier Ghost Sect realm were present for the assessment. Yi Sheng was acquainted with one of them, the illustrious Sheng of the fourth-tier Ghost Sect realm. Huang Wenwei's eyes darted as he remarked, "However, that dark area is quite elusive. Without an acquaintance to guide the way, it proves quite challenging to reach." He continued, "Senior, why not come to my ghost market? I can arrange for a guide to escort you, thus saving considerable time in navigation." Upon finishing his statement, Huang Wenwei glanced anxiously at Yusheng, sensing that this could be a pivotal opportunity. If he could align himself with such a formidable figure, it might lead to his immediate rise. Despite his status as an invincible being, he was merely one among many within the secretive realm of Yin City. True dominion belonged to the giant-level entities. Chapter 90. The Influence of the Ghost Market. A guide? Yi Sheng's gaze swept over him, intrigued. His aimless search threatened to squander precious time. Having someone as a guide could significantly streamline the process. Huang Wenwei, feeling the weight of Yusheng's scrutiny, dared not breathe, bowing his head in anticipation. "Very well." Yusheng nodded. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenyue let out a long sigh of relief, and when he looked up again, his face radiated joy. He had feared that Yixin would decline. Now that the first step was secured, the subsequent arrangements would be much simpler. Senior, shall we set off for my ghost market? Huang Wenyue exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His robust physique and straightforward demeanor shone through, previously restrained by Yi Sheng's presence. He now felt liberated, and his words flowed more freely. My name is Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, unaccustomed to being addressed as senior by others. Huang Wenyue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily, clasping his fists together, and said, Then I shall boldly refer to you as Brother Yi. Please follow me. My ghost market is not too far from here. With that, Huang Wenyue soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Yixin cast a glance down at the city below. After he had slaughtered the inhabitants, the crimson glow of the ancient city had gradually faded, soon to become an ordinary settlement, stripped of its value. With a swift motion, Yixin ceased his lingering and followed suit, eager to utilize Huang Wenyue, a seasoned guide, to navigate quickly through the dark zones without wasting precious time. Indeed, finding a guide was the most cost-effective choice at the moment. Within the vast, eerie fog of the ghost realm, two figures streaked through the air at remarkable speed. Huang Wenyue operated with great flair, emanating a formidable aura that caused many passing cultivators to steer clear. Well aware of his invincible status, Huang Wenyue was indeed familiar with the secret realm of Yin City. Even amidst the dense fog obscuring visibility, it seemed futile against him. He could discern the direction with clarity, moving swiftly onward. Although Huang Wenyue's flying speed was impressive, Yixin managed to keep pace effortlessly. After half an hour, Huang Wenyue let out a hearty laugh, turned to Yixin, and announced, Brother Yi, we have arrived. Yixin halted, raising his gaze toward the distance. There, nestled within a dark forest, lay a human market. The market was considerable in size, accommodating around 1,000 people. Rows of houses provided a temporary refuge for the cultivators. Yixin observed, noting the presence of numerous powerful cultivators weaving through the bustling crowd. One can also observe cultivators setting up stalls and calling out, selling their gains from the secret realm of the Yin City. A ghost market bustling with thousands. Yixin nodded. This ghost market is indeed considerable in scale. More importantly, all the cultivators within are at the third transition stage, indicating that those who can survive in the secret realm of the Yin City are all formidable individuals. Beside him, Huang Wenyue declared with pride, This ghost market is mine. I established it single-handedly. You seem to possess quite the leisure and elegance. Yixin remarked, noting that if it were him, he would lack the energy to manage a ghost market, deeming it a sheer waste of time. Huang Wenyue, however, shook his head. Brother Yi, you are unaware that the significance of this ghost market extends far beyond its immediate function. You can regard it as a faction. Indeed, it represents my power within the secret realm of the Yin City. A faction? How so? Yi Sheng inquired, puzzled. Huang Wenyue's expression turned serious. In the secret realm of the Yin City, only those at the invincible stage are qualified to establish a ghost market. Once established, cultivators at the third transition will come seeking refuge. Gradually, this will coalesce into a formidable faction. When united, we can achieve much more within the secret realm of the Yin City, such as exploring the Dark Zone. Huang Wenyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the Dark Zone is perilous, the Black Ancient City therein boasts a higher drop rate than the Red Ancient City. Randomly hunting a Black Spectre could yield mythic-grade equipment. Most importantly, the number of Black Ancient Cities is abundant, and they are not as random as the Red Ancient City. As long as one is willing to take risks, anyone can access them. Huang Wenyue remarked, if we band together under the leadership of an invincible figure, we might attempt to gradually encroach upon the Black Ancient City. Such gains would far surpass the mere luck of seeking the Red Ancient City. This embodies the true essence of establishing a ghost market. Banding together, you say? Yi Sheng mused, stroking his chin. That could indeed be a viable strategy. The Black Ancient City, despite its perils, holds great rewards when one has numbers on their side. He chuckled heartily. Huang Wenyue laughed in response. Of course, it pales in comparison to you titans who can single-handedly annihilate an entire Black City. We, on the other hand, are akin to mice, relying on our numbers to gradually glean benefits from the Black Ancient City. As the two conversed, they had already stepped into the ghost market. Many present greeted Huang Wenyue with respectful bows. His willingness to lead them in these endeavors was a significant gesture. Leader Huang, when will you take us back to the Dark Zone? I'm in a bit of a bind lately, huh? Several individuals chuckled, addressing Huang Wenyue. Soon, Huang replied. Their shared experiences in life and death had fostered a bond, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. However, as he mentioned the timing, his gaze shifted toward Sheng. With a titan like Sheng accompanying them, their task would be far easier. They could directly assault a black ancient city, vastly more efficient than mere gradual encroachment. Leader. Who might this be? Curiosity sparked among the onlookers as they turned to Huang Wenyue. This is Brother Yi. Huang Wenyue introduced with a smile, yet refrained from elaborating, as revealing the formidable identity of Yi Sheng could attract unwanted attention from other invincible forces in the ghost market. Should such an invitation arise, it would be less than desirable to engage in rivalry over Yi Sheng. Observing the situation, the others paid little mind, assuming Yi Sheng was merely a practitioner drawn to join Huang Wenyue's ghost market, without anything remarkable about him. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Sheng inquired, "Are there many forces like yours within the Yin City secret realm?" Huang Wenwei pondered for a moment, perhaps several hundred. While the number of formidable figures in the Yin City secret realm is scarce, there are indeed hundreds of invincible ones. Most of them have established a ghost market to gather scattered third-tier practitioners. Of course, a ghost market with 1,000 members, like mine, is quite rare. Haha. Huang Wenwei chuckled, for his strength was indeed substantial. Gathering over 1,000 third-tier practitioners is no simple feat. Hundreds of invincible beings? Yi Sheng was taken aback. But upon reflection, he found it unsurprising. Given the multitude of forces converging in the Yin City secret realm, a mere few hundred invincible figures seemed rather insignificant. Huang Wenwei recounted some of the renowned forces and their invincible members to Yi Sheng. However, Yi Sheng found it peculiar that Huang Wenwei had not mentioned the Xianming Pavilion. Xianming Pavilion, he exclaimed, for it was undeniably one of the top-tier forces in the Yuming city, difficult to overlook. The absence of any mention of the Xianming Pavilion during Huang Wenyue's recounting sparked Yi Sheng's curiosity. Chapter 91. The awkward position of Xianming Pavilion. Xianming Pavilion? Haha. Huang Wenyue chuckled, his expression one of disdain. Yi Sheng regarded him, perplexed by the source of his amusement. Huang Wenyue elucidated. The Xianming Pavilion is currently in a state of disarray, particularly in the realm of the third transition. Previously, there were two formidable figures at the third transition sustaining its presence, establishing two ghost market factions. But now, he shook his head, lamenting the ascent of Xuanqi to the fourth transition of the ghost sect, leaving the Xianming Pavilion with only the ineffectual Xuanqi. It has become exceedingly difficult to maintain a foothold in the Shadow City's secret realm. Haha. Huang Wenwei laughed heartily, finding the situation of the once great Xianming Pavilion utterly laughable. Can you believe it? Yi Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired, how can Xuanqing, being a formidable entity, be deemed ineffectual? If the Xianming Pavilion still possesses a strong figure, it should be capable of sustaining a ghost market faction, not rendered inept within the Shadow City's secret realm. Huang Wenyue replied, true, Xianqing is indeed a formidable entity. Yet, each formidable being possesses distinct strengths. This rotund Xianqing excels solely in enduring blows, boasting an astonishing defensive capability of 800 times. A prodigious talent. However, his offensive prowess is merely 500 times. Huang Wenwei continued, when Xuanqi was still around, they could collaborate, with Xianqing absorbing the hits while Xuanqi delivered the strikes from behind. This synergy made them quite a formidable duo, leaving other formidable entities at a loss. But now, with Xuanqi advancing to the fourth transition of the ghost sect, only the defenseless Xuanqing remains, rendering the Xianming Pavilion virtually incapacitated. Even the ghost market has been usurped, marking a significant decline. Unless another adept at offensive strategies can be cultivated into a third transformation invincible realm to collaborate with that rotund figure, Xianqing, how could such formidable individuals emerge so easily? Yi Sheng remarked, with the profound foundation of the Xianming Pavilion, even if one were to amass red mythic-grade equipment, it should be possible to summon an invincible realm. Should it not? Huang Wenyue shook his head. It is not that simple. Such a being would be toyed with by genuine invincible realms. There is even the possibility of being slain and having their mythic-grade equipment seized. It is akin to a mobile treasure trove. A large red shadow soldier? Yi Sheng paused, then chuckled. Huang Wenyue's analogy was indeed apartment. A red shadow soldier possesses a battle power of 600 times. However, this does not imply it is an invincible realm. When faced with true invincible beings, it could still be slaughtered, albeit with greater difficulty. Moreover, it is fundamental for a true invincible realm to secure their existence. This cannot be overlooked. Huang Wenwei continued, furthermore, you brother, The reason mythic-grade equipment is designated as such is that it is exceedingly rare. It cannot be casually acquired like cabbage. Many believe that upon entering the fourth transformation, one can discard the third transformation mythic-grade equipment, but such items require a master. Once bonded, they cannot be used by another unless the master meets an untimely demise. They are bound for life. The Xianming Pavilion may indeed possess deep resources, but mythic-grade equipment is diminished with each piece lost. Such luxury is not feasible. Sheng nodded, recalling the Inma sword. Was it not also bound to Baizi's sword? However, upon encountering him, he had directly enslaved the weapon spirit using his spirit summoning technique. Yet, such feats are likely achievable by him alone across the vast world. Are they not? As the two walked and conversed, they ventured deeper into the ghost market. Sheng inquired, "What about those giant-level beings? How many of them exist within the Shadow City's secret realm, particularly at the third transition?" Huang Wenwei replied, "Giant-level entities are exceedingly rare, to my knowledge. There are fewer than 20 within the Shadow City's secret realm." He glanced at Sheng with a smile and added, "However, there is now one more." Sheng chose to disregard this comment, and instead posed a perplexing question. Given that these giant-level beings possess such formidable combat capabilities, why do they refrain from breaking through to the fourth transition of the ghost sect? Surely, the tribulation should pose no significant challenge for them? Sheng could not help but feel puzzled. For entities of their caliber, boasting combat power 1,000-fold greater, the tribulation could hardly be a hindrance. Yet, their reluctance to advance was indeed curious. It is worth noting that upon breaking through to the fourth transition, their foundational power would experience a terrifying enhancement, far surpassing that of the third transition. The advantages are simply too abundant. Huang Wenwei chuckled knowingly, aware of the underlying reasons. It was not that they lacked the desire to advance, but rather that the forces behind them would not permit it. "What do you mean?" Sheng pressed. Huang Wenwei narrowed his eyes and explained, "Have you ever considered that as long as there are giant-level beings present, they can maintain dominance over the third transition area of the Shadow City, a secret realm? In such a scenario, their supporting forces can continuously access an unending supply of third transition resources. For instance, third transition mythic-grade equipment could be provided to the newly emerging disciples, thereby strengthening the foundation of their forces immensely. Thus, the giant-level beings are no longer merely concerned with their own advancement. They are sacrificing themselves for the greater good of their entire faction. To dominate this realm, monopolize resources, provide sustenance to the forces behind, and cultivate more exceptional disciples. This is the very essence of their existence." Upon hearing this, Sheng was instantly enlightened. So this is the reason behind it. Huang Wenwei looked at Sheng, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Brother Yi, which faction do you belong to?" "None at all. Merely a free spirit," Sheng replied nonchalantly. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. Even in this desolate secret realm of Yin City, the hall before them was lavishly adorned. Sheng paid little heed to the decor. Instead, his gaze swept over the formidable figures entering and exiting the hall. Those who appeared here were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Each exuded a powerful aura. Judging by their presence, the weakest among them, third-tier cultivators, possessed a battle strength of 200 times. It was common to encounter third-tier cultivators with battle strengths of 300 or even 400 times. For 100 times battle strength, Sheng was taken aback, his eyes flickering with surprise. It is worth noting that to achieve such formidable strength, these cultivators must possess a complete set of third-tier legendary equipment. Sheng had exerted considerable effort to acquire a single set of golden armor series. "Brother Yi, this hall is the headquarters," Huang Wenwei declared with pride. "What do you think? Is my ghost market faction formidable?" Sheng nodded, indeed impressive. Just by observing the powerful third-tier cultivators passing by, it was evident that Huang Wenwei commanded numerous skilled individuals. "Indeed," Huang Wenwei chuckled, "a ghost market of my scale, with thousands of members, is quite rare in the entire Yin City secret realm. I am one of them." At this moment, a group of cultivators emerged from the main entrance of the assembly hall, led by an individual whose stature resembled that of an iron tower. Upon seeing Huang Wenwei, his face lit up with delight as he approached. Chapter 92. The Sudden Emergence of a Colossus. Huang Wenwei was already quite imposing. Yet the towering figure that approached him was even more formidable, casting a shadow that enveloped Huang Wenwei. The two large men embraced, leaving Huang Wenwei feeling immensely awkward. "Zhu Zong, release me at once. What kind of decorum is this?" Huang Wenwei exclaimed, pushing his loyal subordinate away with force. Zhu Zong, with a simple-minded expression, scratched his head in confusion after being shoved aside, bewildered by the sudden estrangement. This was not typical behavior. Meanwhile, Sheng observed with an amused smirk. Huang Wenyue offered an embarrassed smile towards Sheng, attempting to clarify. It's not what it seems. He has to be precise. He surpasses even the elders of the Xianying Pavilion, capable of shaking numerous factions with just a stamp of his foot in the outside world. Yet here, he finds himself amidst a gathering, all under the leadership of Huang Wenyue. Who is this leader? With his large, copper-like eyes, Chuzong fixed his gaze on Sheng and inquired in a deep voice. The other formidable figures also turned their attention towards Sheng, their brows furrowing in contemplation. This is Brother Yi. Please extend your courtesy. Huang Wenwei refrained from explicitly disclosing Sheng's identity, instead casting a warning glance over the assembly, urging them to treat Sheng with respect and to avoid unnecessary conflict. Should they truly incite Sheng's wrath, he would be unable to safeguard his subordinates. Numerous pairs of eyes flickered with intrigue, particularly among some seasoned veterans who immediately discerned the caution in Huang Wenyue's expression, signaling them to steer clear of this young man in white robes. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Chuzong, however, was straightforward and grinned broadly at Sheng, exclaiming, "Young man, if you wish to join us, you must first pass through my trial. Come, let us spar." Chuzong mistakenly believed that Sheng had come to join their ghost market at Huang Wenyue's invitation. Foolishness. Such disrespect cannot be tolerated. Huang Wenyue's expression darkened as he reprimanded, inwardly lamenting the folly of Chuzong attempting to spar with this prodigy. Was he not courting death? Chuzong, chastised, felt his face flush with embarrassment, scratching his head in confusion while gazing at Huang Wenwei. He could disregard anyone's words, but he would always heed Huang Wenyue's. Moreover, it was the first time he had witnessed Huang Wenwei so enraged, leaving him momentarily flustered. If we aren't going to fight, then why all the fuss? Chuzong muttered. Having said that, he was about to take his leave and wander through the ghost market, eager to witness the wonders that lay within this enigmatic city. Huang Wenyue promptly suggested, "Shall I arrange for someone to accompany you?" "Unnecessary," Sheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. However, he did remind him, "Ensure the guide is ready." Understood. Huang Wenyue watched as Sheng strolled into the ghost market, his figure gradually fading from view. The others observed this interaction, and many seasoned veterans exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with curiosity. It was the first time they had witnessed their leader treating someone with such deference, intensifying their intrigue regarding Sheng's true identity. Zhu Zong, known for his straightforward nature, could hardly contain his thoughts and blurted out, "Leader, why are you so protective of this fellow? If he wishes to join us, I should give him a taste of reality. That way, he will behave himself." And Zheng widened his eyes in disbelief. "Brother, is this fellow truly that formidable?" His skepticism lingered. Huang Wenyu, noticing the eager gazes from his subordinates, decided to dispense with the suspense. "This individual is a gigantic figure possessing a combat power 1,000 times greater than ours." He sighed wearily and recounted the events that transpired within the legendary red mythic ancient city. If he himself was no match for this person, how could any of you hope to stand against him? After speaking, Huang Wenyu's gaze swept across his core subordinates, landing particularly on Zheng, whom he glared at fiercely. Could this individual truly possess 1,000-fold combat strength? His core subordinates were left in a state of confusion. Zheng's eyes widened further, realization dawning upon him. He was fortunate not to have made a move, for even a mere finger of this opponent would have been enough to crush him. Despite his typically straightforward nature, behind the stalls sat a monk, eyes closed in meditation. After leaving the conference hall, Sheng wandered alone through the bustling ghost market, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Most of the stalls primarily offered equipment. As Sheng strolled, his gaze swept across the various stalls, noting that most displayed an array of gear, all of considerable quality. The least among them were dark gold-grade items, while golden-grade equipment was too embarrassing to showcase, for fear of ridicule from fellow cultivators. The majority comprised legendary-grade gear, all of which were legendary items of the third transfer at level 100. Such a plethora of legendary equipment was rare elsewhere. Sheng chuckled to himself, remarking that this Shadow City secret realm was indeed a treasure trove for equipment, where legendary items were hardly remarkable. "Old sir, how much for this ghost dragon vessel?" Sheng paused at a stall brimming with various flying artifacts. To his surprise, this stall did not sell equipment, but rather flying treasures. The stall owner, an elderly man, was a craftsman by trade. Yet, his aura was impressive. He too was a third transfer level 100 perfected realm expert, boasting an astonishing combat power exceeding 200 times. It was indeed uncommon for a supportive craftsman to possess such formidable strength, which left Sheng somewhat astonished. Only exchanges, no sales. The old man opened his eyes slightly, casting a casual glance at Sheng. The youth's foundation was evidently insufficient, often unable to trade for his flying artifacts. It was typically the middle-aged or elderly cultivators who, having spent many years in the Shadow City secret realm, possessed substantial resources. Only exchanges? What would you consider exchanging? Sheng inquired with curiosity. His ghostly mist ship had become outdated, its speed too sluggish. He had long contemplated acquiring a different flying artifact. The elder spoke. If you possess the leg guards and chest armor from the Ghost Face series, this ghost dragon of great calamity shall be yours. The Ghost Face series? Sheng straightened his posture, stroking his chin. He was familiar with the Ghost Face series, which consisted of legendary equipment for level 100 players of the third transition, and was also part of a complete set. Noticing Sheng's contemplation, the elder impatiently remarked, "If you do not have them, then leave. Do not disturb my business." The Ghost Face leg guards and chest armor were exceedingly rare, with an extremely low drop rate. He had been trading here for several years without acquiring them. Few possessed these two pieces of equipment. Given Sheng's youth, it was highly probable that he did not own them either. Please wait a moment. Sheng opened his spatial hand ring. Within it, he possessed an abundance of equipment, each piece more impressive than the last. With even the most mediocre being of legendary quality, he could hardly be bothered to collect the dark gold gear. In his memory, he indeed seemed to have these two items, though he was uncertain in which corner they lay hidden, requiring a thorough search. Here, moments later, Sheng finally discovered the two pieces of equipment in a secluded corner and retrieved them from his spatial hand ring. With a flourish, two orbs of orange light materialized in his hands. Each orb contained a piece of equipment. One was the Ghost Face leg guards, and the other was the Ghost Face chest armor. The two orange orbs hovered before Sheng, radiating a captivating orange glow that repelled the surrounding ghostly mist. The elderly man had initially intended to continue his meditation with his eyes closed, but suddenly, two orange orbs of light appeared before him, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Upon recognizing the two pieces of equipment in Sheng's possession, the Ghost Face leggings and the Ghost Face armor, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Ah, you truly have them?" the old man exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the legendary items, his breath becoming labored with excitement. "Are these the ones?" Sheng inquired. Yes, yes, yes." The old man nodded vigorously, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. These two pieces were treasures he had coveted for years. With them, he would be able to assemble a complete set of level 100 legendary gear, elevating his combat power from 200 times to an astounding 400 times. He would rise to prominence within the secret realm of Een City, no longer underestimated by others. For him, these items were of utmost significance. "Shall we trade?" Sheng glanced at him, noting the plethora of scattered legendary equipment in his spatial ring, which held little value to him. "Yes, let's trade." The old man nodded fervently, his eyes sparkling with joy, secretly marveling at his good fortune for encountering two coveted pieces at once. Fate had truly favored him. As he prepared to hand over the Ghost Dragon's Grief to Sheng, it became apparent that the Ghost Dragon's Grief was merely a palm-sized model when not in use. Similar to the Ghost Mist ship, it would enlarge when thrown into the air. However, unlike the latter, the Ghost Dragon's Grief was a colossal flying artifact capable of accommodating hundreds of passengers. Yet, despite the old man's eager gaze, Sheng shook his head. One Ghost Dragon's Grief was insufficient. Sheng declined the elder's request. To speak candidly, the value of the ghostly leg guards and the ghostly chest armor, when considered solely in monetary terms, pales in comparison to that of a ghost dragon, a staggering expense. However, for the elder, who found himself in urgent need of these two items at that moment, their worth had skyrocketed 100-fold. There was no remedy for his predicament. His desperation was palpable. Furthermore, after years of futile attempts to collect them, the elder regarded their value as far exceeding that of the ghost dragon. The balance of power now lay firmly in Sheng's hands. He felt it would be a disservice to himself not to exploit this opportunity. The elder, acutely aware that he was at a disadvantage, bore an expression of helplessness. Had Sheng possessed only a single item, the elder might have been able to endure the wait for a future opportunity. Yet, with Sheng producing both coveted items at once, the prospect of completing the Ghostly series set was tantalizingly close. This would elevate his combat power from 200 times to an astonishing 400 times. The temptation was overwhelming, rendering him powerless to resist. Gradually, a crowd began to gather, observing the exchange between the two. Old Ghostly was clearly at the mercy of another. Indeed, it was only natural that this young man, possessing precisely what Old Ghostly sought, had the upper hand. I would have done the same in his position. Yet, I would willingly allow myself to be at their mercy. Acquiring a complete legendary set is exceedingly challenging. This was, after all, a rare opportunity for Old Ghostly. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, some reveling in misfortune, while others wore expressions of envy. Old Ghostly gazed at Yi Sheng with a resigned demeanor and said, "State your terms. I shall fulfill any request within my capacity." A smile graced Yi Sheng's lips, aware of his triumph as his gaze swept across the stall. Ultimately, his gaze was fixed upon a crimson vessel. "I desire this blood cloud shuttle," Yi Sheng declared, directing his attention towards the sanguine craft. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a look of profound dismay. Chapter 94. The Grievances of Jiang Hao. The elder's expression was one of utmost distress. The blood cloud shuttle was his prized flying artifact, displayed merely to garner attention. Now, it had caught Yi Sheng's eye. As for the terms of exchange, while he could easily part with other flying artifacts, relinquishing the blood cloud shuttle was an entirely different matter. In that moment, the elder's thoughts flickered, caught in a web of indecision. Yi Sheng's intense gaze bore down on the elder, who also regarded the blood cloud shuttle. This artifact was renowned for its exorbitant value, capable of reaching speeds of 5,000 kilometers per hour. Yet, that was merely a fraction of its potential when fully activated. It could astonishingly soar to 10,000 kilometers per hour for a brief span of 10 minutes, an elite means of escape during perilous times. Ensuring that pursuers could not keep up, Yi Sheng scrutinized the elder, whose face betrayed a palpable sense of loss. After a moment, under Yi Sheng's unwavering gaze, the elder seemed to arrive at a resolution. When weighed against the 400-fold combat prowess that could be achieved by assembling a complete set, the blood cloud shuttle became secondary. "Very well, it is a trade." The elder, albeit reluctantly, nodded vigorously. Observing this, a smile graced Yi Sheng's visage as he extended 2 legendary orange orbs towards the elder. Upon receiving them, the elder inspected the items with care, confirming they were indeed the remaining pieces of the Ghostface series. With these in hand, he could finally complete the set. He accepted the 2 pieces of equipment, then, with a twitching expression, handed the blood cloud shuttle to Yi Sheng. Li Laogui chose to exchange it nonetheless. He certainly did not make a loss. Having completed the Ghostface series, thus adding another 400-fold expert to the ranks of the In City Secret Realm. As a blacksmith, once he gathered enough materials, he could refine the blood cloud shuttle again. However, the Ghostface series equipment is indeed a rare find. Indeed, the drop rate for these 2 pieces of equipment is low, even if others were fortunate enough to obtain them. They would likely keep them for personal use rather than trade. It seems he did not suffer a loss. Surrounding onlookers were abuzz with discussion. Some believed Li Laogui was at a disadvantage, while others felt he had struck a bargain. Yet, every gaze directed at Yi Sheng was tinged with a hint of admiration. Acknowledging the young man's remarkable fortune in possessing these 2 legendary grade items. Upon taking the blood cloud shuttle into his hands, Yi Sheng immediately sensed a chill emanating from it. The blood cloud shuttle, a striking crimson hue, could transform into a small vessel when thrown into the air, exhibiting incredible speed. With it, the ghost mist boat could be discarded. Yi Sheng secretly mused that luck had favored him. Trading 2 pieces of equipment he had no use for a high-tier flying artifact was indeed a profit. With a satisfied expression, he stowed the blood cloud shuttle away, bowed respectfully to the elder, and departed from the stall. As for the elder, he watched Yi Sheng leave with a pained expression before promptly dismantling his stall and leaving. A little over 10 minutes later, Yi Sheng entered a tea house. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he chose a window-side seat, leisurely observing the bustling street scene outside. "What would you like to order, esteemed guest?" A server, dressed in the attire of a tea house attendant, approached him. Bowing and smiling, Yi Sheng cast a glance at him. The young attendant was merely a first-tier cultivator, whose prowess was scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary person within the Shadow City's secret realm. He was likely accompanying a formidable faction, serving here as a mere waiter. In such establishments, however, the gratuities were far from trivial. Those who managed to thrive in the Shadow City realm were typically 3rd-tier cultivators, who would not hesitate to part with a little coin. "Bring me a pot of tea, yin-yang tea," Yi Sheng declared, pointing to the assortment of teas on the menu. Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes brightened. Yin-yang tea was indeed a luxurious commodity, fetching a price of 2,000 ghost spirit stones for a pot. He could reap a considerable tip from this. Very well, please wait momentarily. The attendant bowed and retreated. Before he left, Sheng generously offered him 10 ghost spirit stones as a tip, which made the attendant appear even more enthusiastic. A moment later, Sheng savored the yin-yang tea. As the tea entered his mouth, a warm sensation enveloped him, possessing the remarkable ability to dispel the sinister energies present in this realm. Prolonged exposure to the Shadow City's environment could lead to the accumulation of such energies within one's body. Though this aura posed little threat to cultivators, it nonetheless exerted some influence. The high cost of yin-yang tea was attributed to its efficacy in counteracting these negative energies. Its flavor was also delightful. A pot of yin-yang tea was nearly equivalent to a piece of dark gold-grade equipment, yet this modest expenditure was inconsequential to Sheng at present. He delicately sipped the tea while gazing at the bustling street scene, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility and allowing himself to unwind from the perpetual tension. The tea house was bustling with patrons, all engaged in lively conversations while enjoying their beverages. In a corner on the second floor, a group of young individuals gathered, sharing wry smiles as they lamented their circumstances. To speak of misfortune, who among you can claim to be as unfortunate as I? Jiang Hao sipped his tea, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he savored the subtle bitterness within. We are all in the same boat. Another youth, Han Liang, shook his head, his expression equally laden with sorrow. Setting down his teacup, Jiang Hao regarded his fellow classmates, all of whom had attained the third transformation. Their conversations in the chat group were infrequent, and now he found himself compelled to seek refuge with that scoundrel, Wang Wenwei. Jiang Hao sighed, recounting the recent predicament of the Xianin Pavilion. After the invincible realm master, Xuanqi, ascended to the fourth transformation of the ghost sect, only Sheng remained. Unable to uphold the situation single-handedly, forced to lead a portion of the elders into hiding. Unable to endure the circumstances any longer, Jiang Hao chose to depart and ally himself with Huang Wenwei, the invincible realm. Upon hearing this, Dia nearly burst into laughter. Who could blame him for having such an ominous name? Han Liang. Even his name suggests coolness, no matter how many factions you align yourself with. It seems you are destined to face the chill. At this rate, who would dare to take you in? Haha. A few classmates from the third transition joined in the laughter, and even Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily forgetting the gloom in his heart. Chapter 95, Jiang Hao's Shock. Han Liang had already sought refuge with 3 different factions, all of which had inevitably met their demise. Indeed, he was quite the unfortunate soul. Do you remarked? I wonder if Huang Wenwei can withstand your misfortune. The laughter continued among the classmates. In their camaraderie, there was a sense of ease, devoid of treachery. Han Liang pointed at Diyu and said, "You're not in a much better position, are you? Haven't you also temporarily aligned yourself with Huang Wenwei?" Diyu chuckled. That is merely a temporary strategy. Jiang Hao observed Diyu. Coming from a wealthy family, Diyu had the advantage of a family business. His parents had invested heavily to facilitate his transition when he was merely 8 years old, compared to the average individual who transitioned at 18. Diyu had a decade of training under his belt, making him a fully realized third transition cultivator. However, at this level, the assistance his family could provide had significantly diminished, and he needed to carve his own path. Currently, although Diyu possessed a full set of legendary equipment from the third transition, it comprised individual pieces rather than a complete set. In this regard, both Jiang Hao and Han Liang were in similar predicaments. A collection of individual legendary equipment would yield around 300 times combat power, which paled in comparison to the 400 times combat power afforded by a fully activated set bonus. Jiang Hao adopted a serious demeanor and stated earnestly, Huang Wenwei is indeed formidable among the invincible realm. He could not deny this fact. Indeed, Han Liang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Huang Wenwei possessed a comprehensive arsenal in both offense and defense. With his secret techniques, he could occasionally unleash a staggering 700 times his combat power, while his defensive capabilities consistently reached the same remarkable level. This rarity among the invincible realm was noteworthy. The others nodded, recognizing this as their rationale for temporarily aligning themselves with Huang Wenwei. Jiang Hao chuckled. Were he not this powerful, he could hardly sustain a ghost market of such magnitude. As he spoke, he burst into laughter, but his gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner by the window, where his expression abruptly shifted to one of shock. Yixing. Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had misperceived the scene. By the window of the tea house, he discerned a familiar figure leisurely sipping tea. How could he be here? After several confirmations, he realized he had not been mistaken. leaving him momentarily bewildered. He distinctly recalled that before departing from the city of the underworld for the secret realm of Yin City, Sheng was merely a second transformation cultivator, pursued relentlessly by the Bai family and ensnared in peril. Yet now, the very person who should have been fleeing for his life was sitting comfortably in a tea house, exuding an air of tranquility. How could this be? Furthermore, what astonished him the most was that this was the secret realm of Yin City. Only third transformation cultivators could venture here. The mere presence of Sheng in this place implied a significant transformation. Had this lad truly stepped into the third transformation realm? How could that be possible? Jiang Hao stood in a daze, his eyes reflecting a sense of disbelief. Sheng was pursued by the Bai family, and his fate seemed bleak. Even he believed he would never see this person again. Yet now, not only had he appeared before him unscathed, but he had also entered the third transformation realm. This was indeed somewhat surreal. He, as someone who had traversed this path, understood well the immense difficulty of breaking through to the third transformation. Jiang Hao, what are you staring at? Han Liang and the others, noticing Jiang Hao's sudden stupor, inquired with curiosity. Du Yu even raised his hand, waving it in front of Jiang Hao's eyes in an attempt to rouse him. It's nothing, just encountered an acquaintance. The appearance of Sheng had evidently taken him by surprise. An acquaintance? What acquaintance? Han Liang chuckled. Since it is an acquaintance, why not call him over for a drink? The others nodded in agreement. Having an additional familiar face in the Shadow City's secret realm meant an extra ally. While it might have seemed trivial in the past, in this perilous setting, an extra acquaintance equated to an increased chance of survival. Forget it. It's not that familiar. Jiang Hao shook his head. He truly didn't share much of a bond with Sheng. Although he had exerted some effort when Sheng was being hunted by the Bai family, advocating among the higher-ups of the Xianming Pavilion, his influence had been minimal. Eventually, he chose to disregard the matter. Jiang Hao's gaze lingered on Sheng, who, sensing the attention, turned his head and their eyes met. Jiang Hao. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Sheng appeared momentarily taken aback, his teacup halting midair. He had not anticipated encountering Jiang Hao in Huang Wenyue's territory. Continuing, Sheng's gaze turned towards the group seated with Jiang Hao, and his expression momentarily faltered. Han Liang, Du Yu, Wang Yi. They were all present. Sheng was taken aback. These were once his classmates. Due to their affluent backgrounds or the esteem held by powerful conglomerates, they had completed their transitions around the tender age of 10, stepping into the third transition realm long before others. They were the prominent figures within the school. In the past, these individuals had loomed high above Sheng's world. Sheng. Jiang Hao's eyes met Sheng's, and a resigned smile appeared on his face as he approached Sheng. Now that he had seen him, he could no longer pretend otherwise. Jiang Hao walked up to Sheng's table alone, and with a smile, he inquired, Sheng, would you mind if I took a seat? Please, have a seat. Sheng replied with a smile, gesturing for him to sit. Once Jiang Hao settled down, he looked at Sheng with a complicated expression. His mouth opening slightly, but words failing to emerge, he was momentarily at a loss for what to say. After a brief silence, he finally remarked, I truly did not expect to encounter you in the secret realm of Yin City. Indeed, it is rather surprising. Sheng replied, calling over a waiter to prepare tea. He then poured a cup for Jiang Hao. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Hao lifted the cup to sip the tea, his gaze flickering as he looked at Sheng. He harbored numerous questions in his heart. How had Sheng escaped the pursuit of the Bai family? When had he ascended to the third transition realm? However, he, too, was unsure how to articulate these inquiries. Sheng seemed to perceive his thoughts, but chose not to elaborate. It was evident that Jiang Hao was oblivious to the events that had transpired in the City of Shadows thereafter. Jiang Hao found himself in a state of utter ignorance regarding the matter at hand. After a brief pause, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Have you successfully transcended to the third transformation? Sheng nodded, deeming there was no reason for concealment. The confirmation from Sheng left Jiang Hao astonished. Previously, when Sheng was merely a second transformation practitioner, the Xianming Pavilion paid little heed. However, with Sheng's ascension to the third transformation, everything had changed. This level of advancement conferred upon him the qualification to assume the role of an elder within the Xianming Pavilion, elevating his status significantly. The pavilion would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Chapter 96. Everyone, prepare swiftly. Jiang Hao gazed at Sheng, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he mused that the higher-ups of the Xianming Pavilion would surely regret not recognizing Jiang Hao. Fixed his gaze upon Sheng, his expression exceedingly grave. particularly when the term giant level was mentioned, causing his breath to become somewhat labored. Naturally, Sheng nodded while sipping his tea. He had heard Huang Wenwei mention that there were fewer than 20 giant-level figures within the secret realm of Yin City. Jiang Hao continued. The Bai family possesses such a giant. They have been reluctant to advance beyond the fourth transformation of the Ghost Sect and dominate the third transformation realm, continually providing resources for the Bai family. If they were to discover your presence in the Yin City secret realm, they would undoubtedly not let you off easily. In my opinion, it would be wise for you to leave the Yin City secret realm as soon as possible. The world is vast. It would not be so easy for them to locate you. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Hao sought to detect a hint of panic in Yi Sheng's eyes. Anyone else, upon hearing of such formidable power within the Bai family, would be utterly alarmed, eager to flee the Yin City secret realm at once, putting as much distance between themselves and danger as possible. However, to his dismay, Yi Sheng's expression remained perpetually calm. Even upon learning of the giant-level presence within the Bai family, he exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. Witnessing this, Jiang Hao's mind momentarily faltered. Yi Sheng's reaction was entirely contrary to his expectations. To hear of such formidable strength within the Bai family and respond with delight rather than fear? Thank you for the warning. Yu Sheng replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. After all, Jiang Hao was merely cautioning him regarding his safety. Well, that's enough said. I shan't elaborate further. This unexpected turn of events extinguished Yu Sheng's interest in tea, prompting him to rise, pay the bill, and depart from the tea house. Watching Yu Sheng leave, Han Liang and the others turned to Jiang Hao, curious as they inquired, "Is this the acquaintance you mentioned? Why not recommend him to us?" "Do you?" inquired. After Yi Sheng departed, Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. Interestingly, this individual shares the same name as one of our classmates, also named Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng. Upon hearing this, Han Liang and the others erupted in laughter. They certainly remembered Yi Sheng. Although a classmate, he was merely an ordinary person. Due to the disparity in status, they seldom interacted, only recalling the existence of such a classmate. Di remarked, "There are countless individuals with the same name." "It is hardly remarkable," Han Liang countered. "If he is indeed someone you know, why not include him in our small team? Having an extra person would provide additional support in the perilous dark zone." The dark zone was exceedingly treacherous. Every additional member increased their safety. Jiang Hao shook his head. Though he has reached the third transition, he is likely just at the threshold. Including him in our team would serve little purpose, and might even prove to be a burden. It was not difficult to deduce that Yi Sheng had previously been a second transition cultivator. And even if he had recently entered the third transition, how much time had passed? Regardless of his strength, he was merely at the nascent stage of the third transition, significantly inferior to their ranks. At the nascent stage of the third transition? That is best avoided. They all agreed that including him would indeed be a liability. Han Liang and the others nodded in unison. All of them were masters at the pinnacle of the third transition. Although lacking the legendary equipment that granted a 400-fold combat power, they still possessed 300-fold strength, enabling them to support one another in times of crisis. Bringing along a novice at the third transition would certainly become a hindrance. Jiang Hao laughed. "All right, let us not dwell on him any longer. Let us discuss something else," Han Liang said, taking a sip of tea. "I wonder when Huang Wenyue intends to venture into the dark realm?" "Uncertain." Jiang Hao and the others frowned and shook their heads. Their allegiance to Huang Wenyue was driven by the desire to seize opportunities within the dark realm. However, Huang Wenyue's recent inactivity left them feeling quite anxious. "If we wait any longer, our chances may wither away," one person lamented. "Indeed, the federal examination is drawing near, and we are all counting on entering the dark realm to obtain some fortune," the others concurred, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Let us be patient. It should be soon," Jiang Hao replied, though a hint of urgency lingered in his expression. The federal examination was a significant milestone for individuals like them. Their ability to leap through the Dragon Gate rested upon this very moment. Once they surpassed the Dragon Gate, the worst outcome would still land them a position as a city lord or an inspector of a certain domain. At that moment, chaos erupted outside the tea house. Shouts filled the air, as if the entire ghost market had come alive with commotion. "What is happening?" Diyu suddenly stood, bewildered. "I do not know." The others responded solemnly, rising to approach the window to discern the disturbance within the ghost market, positioned on the second floor. They leaned over the edge to gaze down at the tumultuous street below. What had once been a lively yet orderly thoroughfare was now engulfed in pandemonium. At the end of the street, a messenger rode a ghostly steed. brandishing a token and galloping through the crowd, compelling people to retreat swiftly to the sides of the road. Urgent order. Everyone, prepare at once. The dark zone is about to be initiated, commanding the ghostly steed, racing through the streets with a blood-red token in hand. What? Are we truly setting off for the dark zone? Many third-tier strongmen, peddling their wares, narrowed their eyes at the revelation. It is indeed the blood edict. No doubt about it. Huang Wenwei has issued the order. Why was there no prior indication? Suddenly, we are to enter the dark zone? On both sides of the street, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Upon hearing the impending entry to the dark zone, their breaths quickened. Boom. At that moment, a towering figure descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon reaching the center of the street, he coldly surveyed the onlookers and declared, "Everyone, prepare swiftly. We depart for the dark zone in 2 hours. Our destination is Ghostfire City. Not a single soul shall be left behind." The imposing figure radiated formidable energy, his cold gaze sweeping over all in the ghost market as he issued his domineering command. On the second floor of the tea house, Du was taken aback, nearly biting his tongue in disbelief. What? Are we truly heading into the dark zone? Jiang Hao and the others were equally shaken. Chapter 97. Has he lost his mind? This man is one of Huang Wenyue's generals, boasting over 500 combat power, approaching the threshold of 600 times invincibility. His name is Ban Wu. Jiang Hao's expression grew serious as he regarded the towering figure on the street. Before aligning himself with Huang Wenyue's faction, he had taken the time to understand those around him and recognize this formidable man. Over 500 times combat power. Du Yu and the others were astonished. A combat power of 500 times already qualifies one as a top-tier expert under the realm of invincibility. Such individuals may seem insignificant in the face of true invincibility. However, in the presence of these formidable individuals, possessing strengths of 200 or 300 times, their own status and identity felt exceedingly trivial, to the extent that they scarcely held the privilege to engage in conversation with them. Should a confrontation arise, they could be effortlessly vanquished. Han Liang listened intently to Ban Wu's words, his expression grave as he addressed the others. He urged everyone to prepare, insisting that not a single person be left behind. For it appeared that the entirety of the ghost market was to be mobilized. What could Huang Wenwei possibly be plotting? Why this sudden and monumental action? Did you not hear? We are to journey to the Ghostfire City. I cannot have misheard that, can I? Du could not restrain himself from rubbing his ears, his disbelief palpable. Ghostfire City. It is an exceedingly renowned ancient city, steeped in darkness. Its level is notably elevated, surpassing other black ancient cities with strengths of 700 times, boasting a staggering strength of 800 times. Each of the spectral soldiers and ghostly generals that could be summoned from its depths possesses this formidable power. The peril it embodies is beyond elaboration. Such a treacherous locale would compel even the mightiest to circumvent its vicinity, too fearful to approach. Yet this time, Huang Wenyue has set his sights on Ghostfire City. Is he not courting death? Has he lost his sanity? This is tantamount to a death wish. Du Yu, Jiang Hao, and the others shared looks of astonishment. The dark regions are perilous enough as they are. They dared only to nibble at the edges of the 700 times black cities, seeking minor opportunities. To aim higher would be to invite disaster. An 800 times black city is a realm they would scarcely dare to contemplate. He is inviting doom. Jiang Hao's expression shifted, and within his heart, the seeds of retreat began to take root. He had indeed come in search of opportunity, but he was by no means willing to accompany Huang Wenwei into a perilous fate. Han Liang and several others wore grave expressions, contemplating whether to join Huang Wenwei in his reckless endeavor. The streets were ablaze with fervent discussions. Why had they chosen the perilous Ghostfire City? How could he dare to approach such a treacherous stronghold? What emboldened him? It was unclear, yet with our current capabilities, venturing forth would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, an invitation to death. Indeed, this Ghostfire City was a domain only formidable titans could contend with. I shall not go, nor will I, for this is a pursuit of demise. The cacophony on the street intensified, with many shaking their heads and opting to abstain from the venture. Ban Wu stood with arms crossed, suspended in midair, observing the dissent against his brother Huang Wenyue's decision. He cast a chilling glare over the crowd and spoke in a cold tone. I have stated, not a single person may be absent from this operation. Should anyone attempt to leave unannounced during this period, they shall be treated as a deserter, with no mercy. As Ban Wu spoke, his eyes gleamed with a frosty light, and a cruel smile graced his lips. How amusing. I have protected and nurtured you all, yet now that you are needed, you wish to flee? Is there such fortune in this world? Simultaneously, figures began to emerge from all directions in the ghost market. These individuals exuded formidable auras, each possessing over 500 times the combat prowess, coldly surrounding the area, obstructing any escape from the ghost market. They sealed off the entire market. The message was clear. No one was to be permitted to leave. "Let me go?" An elderly man implored as he attempted to ascend into the air, only to be intercepted by a frigid youth. The icy youth cast a disdainful glance at him and spoke with an indifferent tone. The elder scoffed, his face haughty, declaring he had no interest in accompanying Huang Wenyue to a perilous locale like Ghost Fire City to meet their demise. He demanded to leave, severing all ties with the ghost market. However, before his words could fully dissipate, his countenance shifted in horror. The frigid youth, upon hearing his refusal, unleashed a devastating attack. Erupting with over 500 times his combat prowess, the potent energy wave engulfing the elder entirely. A terrified scream escaped the elder's lips before he was obliterated into a mist of blood. An eerie silence descended upon the area, broken only by the gentle fall of bloody rain. Those who had also intended to leave the ghost market halted in their tracks, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at the formidable figures blocking their exit. They fell silent, refraining from attempting to break through. Within the ghost market, a deathly stillness prevailed as everyone witnessed the scene, none daring to utter a sound. From the second floor of the tea house, Han Liang, his teeth chattering, breathed heavily, realizing Huang Wenyue's true intentions. Du Yu, his voice trembling, lamented their impending doom and the loss of their chance to participate in the federal exam, his face ashen. Jiang Hao, maintaining a semblance of composure, surveyed the completely sealed ghost market and resignedly stated that they had no choice but to accompany Huang Wenwei on this perilous venture, as attempting to leave would only guarantee their death. He then pondered why Huang Wenwei, seemingly not insane, would choose a forbidden zone like Ghost Fire City, wondering if he possessed some hidden trump card. "Do not dwell on it any longer. It is time to prepare," sighed a third transformation student, for in 2 hours they would embark on their journey. The dark zone lies deep within the secret realm of the Shadow City, perpetually shrouded in a black mist. The ground appears obsidian, but upon closer inspection, it is evident that it is steeped in blood, so deeply stained that it manifests as a shade of black, though it is, in truth, a deep crimson. Upon entering, the entire dark zone exudes an eerie aura that sends shivers down one's spine. Occasionally, one might glimpse spectral soldiers traversing through the dense fog, some clad in ancient armor, others carrying litters, gliding swiftly past, vanishing into the obscurity ahead. Each of these spectral warriors radiates an aura of 700 times combat prowess. Even those in the realm of invincibility must tread carefully in such perilous lands. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences, making survival a daunting challenge. Within the black mist, colossal cities lie concealed. Approaching them reveals that these fortresses starkly contrast with those beyond, enveloped in a profound darkness and exuding an intense shadowy glow. Their essence is even more profound and weighty than that of legendary Crimson cities. Is this truly the Dark Zone? A massive ghostly dragon ship sailed forth, and Sheng stood at the bow, gazing into the swirling black fog. Beside him were Huang Wenyue and his retinue of formidable warriors, each boasting a combat strength of 500. Chapter 98. Who would willingly venture into such a place? Indeed, this is the Dark Zone. Huang Wenyue nodded with a smile, cautiously attending to Sheng, fearful of inciting even the slightest displeasure from this formidable figure. Behind him, a group of warriors, each possessing a formidable power of 500 times, gazed with a mix of astonishment and amusement. They had never witnessed their leader display such amiability towards anyone before. This left them feeling somewhat out of sorts. However, the realization that this white-robed youth was a figure of considerable stature soon alleviated their discomfort. Huang Wenyue spoke up. "Esteemed elder, we have chosen the Ghost Fire City this time, a black fortress boasting a power level of 800 times. What do you think?" Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are not the ancient cities in the Dark Zone all at 700 times? Huang Wenwei quickly shook his head in explanation. The 700 times black ancient city is merely the weakest of the fortresses. Beyond that, there exist even more formidable cities with power levels of 800, 900, and even exceeding 1,000. However, such ancient cities are exceedingly rare. The more powerful the ancient city, the higher the chance of loot." Sheng nodded, casting a glance at the assembly of 500 times warriors behind him, and with a half-smile, remarked, "I merely requested you to find a guide for me. Why have you brought so many people?" As he spoke, his gaze swept across the vast emptiness behind him. Accompanying the 500 times warriors were also numerous ghostly dragon vessels, each carrying a plethora of formidable beings. Huang Wenyue had practically mobilized the entirety of his ghostly market for this venture. Feeling the weight of Yi Sheng's scrutinizing gaze, Huang Wenyue awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head. "It's nothing else. Just here to lend you support. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed elder. Of course, if possible, might you share a portion of your bounty with us?" As he spoke, Huang Wenwei raised his hand to the heavens, vowing that he would not hinder Yi Sheng or cause any trouble. Yi Sheng merely shook his head, dismissing the matter with indifference. He is willing to follow, and it does not significantly affect him. After all, it would be unreasonable to ask someone to serve as a guide without offering some form of compensation. "How much longer until we arrive?" Yi Sheng inquired calmly. The dense black mist in this shadowy region made it exceedingly difficult to discern the correct direction. Without guidance, one could easily become lost. However, Huang Wenyue was well acquainted with this area, having navigated through the dark zone for many years. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with the terrain and would never lose his way. "It won't be long. We have about half an hour left," Huang Wenyue replied, rubbing his hands together. Yu Sheng's tacit approval for them to accompany him filled him with quiet joy. The destination, Ghost Fire City, was a formidable black fortress with a combat power multiplier of 800, boasting even higher loot rates than the legendary red mythic ancient cities. Typically, he would never dare to approach such perilous ancient cities, but with the support of a powerful figure like Yi Sheng, his ambitions began to flourish. Several ghostly dragon ships advanced swiftly through the mist. Half an hour later, a massive black fortress emerged from the haze, looming like a dark mountain. Seeing this, the ghostly dragon ships began to slow down. Once they were several dozen miles from Ghost Fire City, they all came to a halt. Subsequently, figures emerged from the cabins, stepping onto the deck to gaze at the distant black fortress. Among them, many began to feel a sense of anxiety. "Have we arrived? Is this truly Ghost Fire City? It's my first time here. I thought I would never set foot in such a place in my lifetime." In the city, the spectral soldiers possess a staggering combat power of 800 times. Who, apart from the Titans, would dare to venture into such a place? On the deck of the ghostly dragon ship, a group of individuals engaged in animated discussion. Some gazed upon the formidable city, their bodies trembling and their eyes filled with terror. A spectral soldier, emerging from this fortress of 800 times power, could effortlessly reduce a person to a mere mist of blood. It would take the combined efforts of dozens to even contend with a single spectral soldier. The individuals on the deck remained pensive, contemplating how to preserve their lives in the impending peril. An elderly man narrowed his eyes and spoke, his entire ensemble radiating an orange brilliance.